The mysterious space-time universe date, July 9th, 764 of the Wang-Ji Earth calendar. On the Earth, at Baozi Mountain, the mightiest warrior of the northern galaxy, the Super Saiyan son Goku, lay feebly on his bed, clad in a red martial arts uniform. His pallid visage bore an expression of remorse as he gazed at the two most significant women in his life. In a frail voice, he uttered, "Shishi, Bulma, I sense that my time is running short. This time, even the eternal dragon may not be able to revive me. Time has flown too swiftly. I am already 30 years old. And only now do I realize how much I owe you both in this life. If there is indeed a next life, I shall repay you." Then Shishi, with her exquisite features, gently rested her head upon his chest, tears cascading silently from beneath her long black hair. In a whisper, her voice barely above a murmur, she murmured, "Goku, this is not your fault. I have always been so happy, so very happy. I have gained everything I ever wished for. The vast expanse of the starry sky, and as your wife, I feel immense pride. If you leave, how shall I carry on in the days ahead? Please do not abandon me, Goku." The chill of her tears washed over him. As he looked at his wife, a profound guilt surged within him, and he struggled to lift his right hand, only to have it fall helplessly back onto the bed. His once formidable muscles, sculpted through arduous training, could no longer summon any strength. Shishi gently took his hand and rested it upon her head, leaning against him in silence. If only Goten were not so young. Beside them, Bulma, with her disheveled greenish-blue hair cascading in front of her, had hurriedly brought the dragon radar after receiving news of Shishi's distress. Her usually vibrant blue eyes were swollen as she gazed at the weary Goku, her right hand trembling as it covered her quivering lips. "Woo woo woo. Goku, please do not speak any further. Rest well. We still have the Dragon Balls, don't we? We can summon the Eternal Dragon to revive you. You will be all right. You must be." At 31 and still unmarried, Bulma reflected on their shared past, tears falling like pearls, heavy upon Goku's arm. She felt as if she could scarcely breathe. She had always cherished him. Yet by the time she realized her feelings, it was far too late. As long as he lived, there was hope, but now fate seemed to mock her, inflicting a deep wound upon her heart. Their 80-year-old son, Goten, cried out in distress, "Daddy, I don't want you to die. Shishi, Bulma, and Goten, I long to accompany you on this journey. It is so unfair. I have not yet had the chance to grow old with you, nor have I seen Goten mature. I wish to encounter more formidable foes and engage in exhilarating battles. It feels so regrettable." That Goku's eyes brimmed with unfulfilled desires, and with a heavy sigh, he turned to his friends beside Goten, beseeching, "Krillin, Piccolo, and everyone, I will rely on you all in the future. Goku, you will be fine. You are so strong, how could you possibly fall so easily? I refuse to believe it. I have not yet married. You cannot leave us like this." Krillin's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he gazed at his dearest friend. Piccolo's green visage bore an uncommon expression of anguish as he solemnly vowed, "Do not worry, son, I will take good care of Goten. Then I can rest easy, haha." Adadaya's hand slipped away entirely. Goku's eyes remained open, devoid of their former vitality. Shishi and Bulma lay upon him, shaking him fervently, their wails piercing the air. "Oh, Goku, how could you leave us like this? What are we to do? You monster. Woo woo woo. I hate you. I hate you. We are still so young. How can you leave us to face the future alone?" Goten, helpless, watched this scene unfold, sobbing in confusion, while Piccolo gently placed a hand on his head, offering comfort. The room was thick with sorrow and echoed with cries of despair. "Kakarot, you fool. Do you still consider yourself a proud scion? To perish in such a manner is despicable. Have you not negated my efforts, Vegeta? What meaning does my life's training hold now? Answer me." Vegeta stormed into the room, his blue veins standing out prominently as he roared in fury. His longtime rival fall silent, left an emptiness within him, and he could not recall how he had arrived there. Surveying the chaotic scene, Piccolo swiftly regained his composure and spoke gravely. "Shishi and Bulma, cease your weeping for now. We still possess the Dragon Balls. Our immediate task is to gather all 7 Dragon Balls from Earth and ascertain the new coordinates of Namek. We must seek out the Eternal Dragon Purunga to assist in reviving Sun. Until we try, We cannot easily concede defeat. There is still hope. In this dire situation, he would have to take charge temporarily. Bulma stood, hastily wiping away her tears, her expression one of determined clarity. Though her voice trembled slightly. Indeed, the Dragon Balls, they will surely work. They cannot be as Goku predicted. They absolutely will not. The Dragon Balls represented their last glimmer of hope, and she clung to the belief in their extraordinary power to stave off despair. Piccolo then inquired, "Where is the Dragon Radar?" Bulma promptly retrieved it from her bag. Krillin forced a strained smile, astonished as he looked at her. "Bulma, you actually brought the Dragon Radar." "Of course. Have you forgotten who I am? I'm the clever and beautiful Bulma." Summoning her composure, Bulma tied her greenish-blue hair back, a charming smile gracing her face. As long as hope remained, anything was possible. Thus, Bulma, Goten, and Krillin set forth to gather the 7 Dragon Balls of Earth. Simultaneously, Son Goku's spirit, rather than drifting toward the underworld, traversed to a mysterious and unknown realm. The following day, Bulma assembled the 7 Dragon Balls, her blue eyes filled with anticipation as she called out to the orbs. "Arise, eternal dragon, and grant my wish." The Dragon Balls radiated a brilliant light, coalescing into a beam that soared into the heavens. Emerging was a dragon, green like Piccolo, adorned with antlers and sharp claws, its length capable of encircling several basketball courts. "State your wish, no matter the desire. I shall fulfill it, but only one. Please tell me the coordinates of a new planet where the Namekians have relocated." The Eternal Dragon responded with a powerful voice. "That is exceedingly simple. The current coordinates of Namek are YSX 9756. Your wish has been granted. Farewell." The dragon then transformed into 7 beams of light, scattering in all directions. A week later, at Bulma's home in West City, Dr. Brief, clad in a white lab coat and sporting polygonal glasses, puffed on a cigar as he called out to Bulma, who was adjusting equipment in another room. "Bulma, the spaceship's energy has been replenished. When will you set off for Namek?" "All right, Dad, I understand. You'll go downstairs to gather Shishi, and the others will depart shortly." She rushed down the stairs, her voice tinged with urgency. "Shishi, Krillin, and Goten, the spaceship is ready. Goten, please go and fetch your Uncle Piccolo in order to resurrect Goku." Bulma and her companions embarked on a journey from Earth to the new Namek planet amidst the stars. Upon their arrival, they eagerly gazed at the 7 Dragon Balls that Dandy had gathered. "Dandy, let's begin." "All right." Brother Piccolo, Dandy, standing a height of 130 centimeters with green skin and long antennae, conducted the ritual before the 7 Namekian Dragon Balls, uttering in the Namekian language. The dragon Purunga emerged, its verdant form towering in the sky, resembling the genie from Aladdin's lamp. It looked down at the small figures before it and proclaimed in a thunderous voice, "Whoever has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, state your desires. You may have all your wishes, but only 3. Please grant the wish to revive Goku from Earth." Dandy articulated the desire to bring back Goku in the Namekian tongue. The dragon closed its eyes, channeling its power as all present watched in anticipation. In a moment fraught with tension, it finally opened its eyes, gazing at the crowd, rendered speechless. It had failed, encountering a situation unlike any since its creation. Bulma, with her blue eyes brimming with tears, turned pale as she trembled and implored, "Hey, dragon, why are you silent? Please speak." A wave of heart-wrenching pain engulfed Bulma. Her heart felt as if it were being torn apart. She longed to weep, yet no tears would fall, observing the desperate humans before it. The dragon slowly uttered in Earth's language, "I'm sorry, I cannot." Unable to bear the weight of despair, Shishi fainted, leaving Gohan to care for her in confusion. Bulma forced herself to regain composure, her face pale and expression rigid as she confronted the dragon. "Why, aren't you a dragon? Goku's soul does not reside in the afterlife. Without his soul, even I cannot revive him." Refusing to accept such a fate, Bulma clenched her fists, crimson blood trickling to the ground as she gritted her teeth and posed one final question. "Then can you locate Goku's soul?" The dragon responded firmly, "I'm sorry, I cannot. My abilities are limited." At last, Bulma could endure no longer, collapsing to the ground, her bloodied hands cradling her vibrant green hair as she cried out in anguish. "Ah, why? Hey, Dandy, let the dragon take us back to Earth. This situation is extraordinary. Please help me bid farewell to my comrades. Piccolo's emotions were equally tumultuous. Goku, the strongest in the cosmos, have you truly perished? Very well, Brother Piccolo. Gohan, you must be strong. But as Dandy finished speaking in Namekian, the dragon promptly transported Bulma and her companions back to Earth. That night, back on Earth, Bulma sat quietly under the starry sky, her long hair disheveled, her eyes swollen from crying. Goku, are you truly gone? I can't believe it. Must I really accept this fate? No, I refuse to succumb. I will not give up. What Dr. Briefs could not achieve does not mean I cannot die. I am Bulma. I shall devise a time machine and bring you back to my side. You shall not leave me. I will never forgive you. Never. You scoundrel. Time flowed slowly as Bulma grappled with her complex emotions. Her countenance shifted continuously until she could no longer suppress her feelings. Her exquisite features contorted in rage as she declared to the heavens, Fate, you shall not compel me, Bulma, to yield. I swear I shall tear you apart and bring Goku back. Even if it takes an eternity, I shall never relent. If I cannot achieve it, I will pass it down through generations, endlessly. The following morning, with a hint of makeup to conceal her swollen eyes, Bulma approached a disheveled and dazed Shishi, her voice resolute. Shishi, it is not yet time to despair. You still have Gohan. We still have hope to bring Goku back as long as we create a time machine. We can surely retrieve him. Shishi, her hair unkempt, hurriedly stood, gripping Bulma's hands tightly, her dim eyes flickering with a glimmer of hope. Really? Bulma, you're not deceiving me? Indeed, I assure you, no matter how long it takes, I will invent a time machine to bring Goku back. Upon hearing Bulma's unwavering promise, Shishi's world rekindled with hope and anticipation. I believe you. Bulma, you have never let anyone down. I have always known how you feel about Goku. Shishi's eyes, red and swollen, betrayed a hint of uncertainty. Bulma interrupted her. Let's not dwell on that. Shishi, for now, we must focus on living well and striving forward. Everything else is secondary. You're right. Let us work together to live better. I will raise Gohan to be an outstanding young man. And when Goku returns, he will be overjoyed. Shishi nodded earnestly. Chapter 2: The beginning of everything. In a mysterious space existing within the crevices of time and space, a faint silver substance permeated the surroundings, with nothing else present. No daylight, no darkness, and no perception of time's passage. In a state of ethereal existence, Sun Wukong opened his eyes to find himself in this enigmatic realm. Murmuring to himself in confusion, is this the underworld? But where is King Yama? I wonder how Chi-Chi and Bulma are doing? Never mind. I shall explore for now. Just as he prepared to venture forth, a radiant pillar of light, adorned with 7 colors, sliced through the void. Descending before him was the angel Bardock. Her hair styled in a refreshing high ponytail, standing tall with eyes resembling a dreamlike starry sky. She donned a peculiar outfit primarily in black and green, complemented by a red belt at her waist, a floating blue halo around her neck, and gripped a magical staff in her hand. Her white shoes hovering in the illusory air. The sudden appearance of Bardock caught Wukong off guard, causing him to tumble onto the ground. He looked up in astonishment and inquired, "Who are you?" With a playful squint and a slight curve of her lips, Bardock replied, "Oh dear, shouldn't you introduce yourself before inquiring about others?" Laughing, Wukong responded, "I am Sun Wukong." He scratched his head, wearing an awkward smile. Wukong, I find myself in a bit of a dilemma." Bardock paused momentarily, her flawless visage displaying a hint of distress. "I am pondering whether to reveal my name to you." Why not? I've shared mine," Wukong exclaimed, rising with a hint of disappointment in his expression. Bardock, her starry eyes curving slightly like the moon, chuckled softly, Wukong, I was merely teasing. I am Bardock, an angel. It may sound peculiar, but I find it quite melodious. I have a friend with the same name. Her name is Bulma." Wukong's lips curled upward at the mention of Bulma, lost in fond memories before he turned to ask, Bardock, what exactly is an angel? And what is that strange luminescence around your neck? Bardock replied casually, gazing at him intently. Upon hearing Wukong's questions, her smile faded slightly, her voice lowering as she explained, "Angels, In essence, you simply need to know that angels are quite formidable. As for the halo around my neck, it symbolizes my angelic status and serves as my binding. Noticing Bardock's sudden melancholy, Yukong queried, If you dislike it, why not remove it? Huh. Not possible at the moment. Bardock, standing serenely like a violet, smiled calmly. Yukong, have you come to realize it? You are truly dead. Yukong's expression settled into a calm demeanor as he regarded her thoughtfully. I sensed it before my demise. Bardock, you must know the reason behind this, right? With a slight smirk, Bardock glanced at him. Indeed, I know. But, why should I tell you? Yukong swiftly steadied his emotions, approaching her with a gentle bow. His face aglow with a hopeful smile. Bardock, we are friends, are we not? Pleased with Yukong's demeanor, Bardock smiled softly. In light of your sincerity, I shall share it with you. Do you remember the super divine water? Of course. I had to exert considerable effort to obtain it, but after drinking it, I nearly perished from the pain. Yukong recalled, a shuddering expression on his face. Indeed, you should be grateful to be alive after consuming the super divine water. It is an exceedingly rare elixir left by an ancient deity. It possesses immense power yet can be quite burdensome. Why do I say this? Its strength lies in its potential to enhance your vitality and develop your physical and spiritual capabilities, albeit this is merely an ancillary effect. Its primary purpose is to elevate and refine your soul, gradually enhancing your perception and amplifying your mental fortitude until it reaches its utmost limit. Take yourself as an example. Your current prowess is among the strongest in your celestial realm. However, the universe is vast, and in the grand scheme, you are but a slightly larger ant. Yet, with the development from the super divine water, you possess the potential to grow into a cosmic behemoth. But why is such a powerful elixir considered burdensome? Because it harbors a potent toxin. In this temporal cosmos, everyone who has consumed the super divine water, save for you, has perished instantly. Thus, Wukong, you are remarkable. Truly remarkable. As for your demise, your body still harbors a trace of the toxin, akin to a viral heart condition in earthly terms. However, this is not the primary cause. Its impact on you has become negligible. The main reason lies in the fact that your vitality was nearly depleted upon consuming the super divine water. The fact that you have survived until now is a miracle. Hence, your death is classified as natural. Those who die naturally cannot be resurrected through the Dragon Balls, their souls dissipating swiftly, leaving only their primal imprint before reincarnating, possibly as a blade of grass or a tree. Bardock elucidated the entirety of Wukong's demise with clarity and detail. Is that so? Wukong pondered for a moment, reflecting. Being a tree might not be so bad. One would not have to endure the sorrows of human existence. Bardock chuckled lightly, offering a gentle reminder. It might be quite pleasant, considering there are already numerous fragmented trees. Perhaps the next one to be splintered could be you. Remembering the life of a lumberjack, Wukong shook his head in disbelief. Forget it, forget it. Being human is better. With her objective achieved, Bardock regarded him thoughtfully before speaking softly. I possess a means to allow you to be reborn as a human, to experience the cycle of life anew. Wukong bowed his head, lost in contemplation. And after a moment, his voice dipped with a hint of melancholy. But what purpose would that serve? Would I still be myself? I would never see Bulma and Chi-Chi again. Bardock laughed lightly, her demeanor relaxed. Wukong, you underestimate me. I am Bardock, the Archangel of Time. I can ensure that you retain your entire essence upon rebirth, allowing you to reunite with them. Wukong's eyes widened in surprise as he eagerly inquired, Is that true? Bardock cast him a sidelong glance. Indeed, but Wukong clasped his hands together, bowing respectfully with sincerity. Bardock, please tell me what I must do. This means everything to me. Pleased with Wukong's attitude, Bardock articulated her conditions clearly. Well, I shall tell you. You must become my disciple. Wukong, taken aback, stumbled to the ground, having expected a far more daunting condition. Once his heart settled, he stood up with a sigh of relief. You nearly scared me. I thought you were going to make me annihilate a planet. Bardock playfully tapped him on the head with her staff. That hurts. Wukong. How could I ever treat you that way? I believe it would be best for you to attend school diligently and focus on your studies, rather than pursuing martial arts. Moreover, the notion of annihilating an entire planet seems rather simplistic, does it not? As for me, Badass, if I were to assign you such a task, I would expect nothing less than the obliteration of an entire star system, extinguishing countless planets, for anything less would not suffice. Badass's gaze was piercing, as she casually outlined her plans. In that moment, to Goku, Badass appeared to be the most terrifying of demons. He forced a smile, incessantly apologizing and seeking her favor. Please no. I do not wish to attend school, Master Badass, I was wrong. After a while, Badass's anger subsided. By the way, Master Badass, where's this place? This is my secret realm, but now that you have arrived, its purpose has diminished. Badass spoke nonchalantly, her eyes fixed on him with undeniable authority. Just call me Badass. I am still quite young. You do not appear so young. Hearing you call me master gives me chills. Simply remember in your heart that I am your master. I see. Very well, Badass. What must I do to be revived? Goku replied straightforwardly, looking at her with curiosity. Given the current circumstances, I can only traverse time with your soul, returning to the moment of your birth in this space-time continuum. We shall merge your current soul with the pure essence of your soul from that time, allowing you to be reborn as a new entity. Only a completely pure soul can merge with your current essence without altering your true nature. Additionally, due to certain special reasons, I must extract your current soul's memories and seal them within my possession. When you reach a sufficient level in the future, I will return them to you to avoid any unforeseen events. After articulating her thoughts, Badass gazed silently at him, aware that the decision lay solely with Goku. Forcing a choice would yield no sweetness. Goku furrowed his brow, expressing his concerns once more. Will I truly be able to see Bulma and Chi-Chi again? If I cannot reunite with them, what value is there in this existence? Of course, the current space-time continues to exist and cannot be altered. Upon our return to the past, it will merely replicate the present space-time continuum, giving rise to an entirely new realm. The two timelines will share identical histories up until the moment of your birth, though subtle differences may emerge in the future. As long as you grow sufficiently powerful, you can indeed breach the barriers between the two universes and return to this current realm. Badass's voice was ethereal and gentle, akin to a soothing spring. Her expression somewhat enigmatic. She had not disclosed everything. After all, time is a lengthy journey, occasionally necessitating adjustments, and whether spoken or unspoken, it made little difference. As Goku's memories would remain sealed within her, Goku visibly relaxed, for this was his foremost concern, surpassing even his passion for martial arts. I do not fully understand. Yet knowing I can see everyone again brings me peace. Indeed, since all is well, let us depart. Goku silently mused. Chi-Chi, Bulma, and everyone else, wait for me. We shall certainly meet again. With that, Badass enveloped his soul in a radiant light, and the secret realm of Badass disintegrated into nothingness. Chapter 3. The interweaving of future and past in the year 733 of the Wangji Earth. A radiant spectrum of colors shimmered as the ethereal Budosi, accompanied by the soul of Sun Wukong, stripped of its memories, materialized in the secret space of Budosi, which belonged to the past. With a gentle flick of her magic wand, the orbitop sparkled momentarily. Shortly thereafter, another vibrant flash appeared, revealing a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to Budosi herself. It seems I have truly succeeded. Time travel is a grave offense, especially considering the endeavors we are undertaking. I am at a loss as to whether to await this moment with joy or trepidation. But this was a decision made long ago. Let us embrace this anticipation with joy, yet remain cautiously hopeful. Past self, I entrust you to the future cosmos, the present Budosi. Worry not. I leave everything to you. Future me, eagerly awaiting our reunion. I am Budosi. I am Budosi. Fate, I shall not yield to you. Deviate from your predetermined course, and give rise to the splendid future I yearn for. The voices of the two Budosis resonated in unison, solemn and majestic, akin to a symphony being woven, enveloping the space in a mysterious and grave atmosphere. They clasped each other's hands, their powers converging. A kaleidoscope of energy was born, spiraling around them before dissipating into a brilliant light, and with it, the secret space of Budosi faded away. Planet Vegeta in the seventh universe in an unknown dimension, Budosi, with Sun Wukong's pure soul, explored the surface conditions of planet Vegeta. Oh, I have found you. Gazing through her starry eyes, she observed a petite, charming woman, approximately 155 centimeters tall, with flowing black hair framing her delicate visage, clad in a blue, homey combat outfit, busily preparing lunch. Interestingly, unlike ordinary humans, she possessed an additional tail at her rear. In Budosi's dreamlike irises, a silver glimmer emerged as her gaze transcended the barriers of space and matter, witnessing a new life on the brink of emergence. With hopeful eyes, she directed Sun Wukong's pure soul towards this nascent being. Alala. Now we await. Her joyous voice gradually faded into the dimensional space, and Budosi departed. As time flowed gently by, 3 years later, within the Bardock household, Bardock, clad in brown battle attire, bore a chiseled face and tousled black hair, his gaze harboring a hint of mischief. His left cheek bore an indelible scar from battle, a cross-shaped wound, while his right cheek displayed a mark, the size of a fingernail scorched by flames. The petite, charming woman Budosi had observed in the dimensional space 3 years prior nestled beside him. Before them stood a small incubation pod, nurturing a diminutive child with tightly closed eyes and unconsciously clenched fists. Bardock gazed at his son, furrowing his brow, softly uttering, "So small, unchanged since I left." At his age, Raditz was much larger. He must belong to the slowly maturing type of scion. Truly adorable. Chine's eyes unconsciously shimmered with maternal affection as she beamed at the sight. After a moment of contemplation, Bardock proposed, "Tonight, let us dismantle the monitor on my spaceship. Evade the street surveillance, and send him to a remote planet." Chine's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice laced with anger. "Are you joking? He is only 3 years old. Since his birth, he has been in the incubation pod. He hasn't even had the chance to open his eyes and see us. I haven't taught him to speak. He has yet to call me mother." Observing his wife's irate demeanor, he gently explained, "As scions, we are destined to be sent to other planets for battle upon emerging from the incubation pod. If that is the case, it is better for us to personally escort him to a safe planet where he has a higher chance of growing up healthy." Chine's brow furrowed adorably as she questioned her husband. "Be honest with me. Are you concealing something? With that reasoning alone, you cannot possibly send Kakarot away so early. After all, Bardock, your power level exceeds 10,000. You are among the top warriors of our scion race." Bardock offered a wry smile, moving closer to embrace her. His expression somber, his voice heavy. "Haha, I cannot hide anything from you. Perhaps we are running out of time. Almost all of our clan's warriors have been summoned back to planet Vegeta by King Vegeta III. When I returned, I saw Frisia's colossal spaceship traversing the skies above planet Vegeta. I have long known Frisia has been displeased with us scions, and King Vegeta III is plotting a rebellion. I sense something ominous. I can smell death approaching. In that case, let us flee with Kakarot, regardless of the scions or King Vegeta III." Shine suggested softly. Bardock burst into laughter, his tone lighthearted. "Haha, I wish to escape with you too, but it seems impossible now, since Frisia's spaceship is hovering above the stars. It must have deployed the latest combat power detectors, constantly monitoring planet Vegeta. If my predictions are correct, our power levels are too high. If we board the spaceship, we would be destroyed the moment we enter the stars. Fighting on the ground may offer a glimmer of hope." Tears streamed down Chine's face as she clung tightly to her husband, weeping softly against his chest, murmuring, "You fool. If you knew, why return? You could have escaped on your own. What kind of cold-blooded scion are you, you jerk?" Bardock tenderly stroked her smooth hair, unfazed. "You know I could never abandon you. Though I am a notorious scion, we are, above all, human. How could a human be entirely cold? After all these years together, we have become inseparable. I can be ruthless to others, but for you, I cannot. Sometimes, I ponder, perhaps we scions are merely victims of historical errors. It should not be like this." As he spoke, Bardock sighed with a touch of melancholy. "Whimper. Bardock, I trust you. Our family will surely be safe." "Indeed, I will protect you, Chine. Even if it means shattering myself to pieces, I will ensure it." In the Lakaz Desert at night, Bardock hoisted the spaceship over his shoulder, holding on to Chine with his right hand, placing the vessel upon the sand-laden ground. After configuring the spaceship, Bardock glanced at his son, his expression softening. "Kakarot, I believe you will thrive." The spaceship's hatch closed, slowly initiating its ascent towards the horizon. Kakarot. Chine, watching the spaceship ascend into the sky, embraced her husband, her voice breaking into sobs. Bardock held her tightly, his expression resolute, his voice unwavering. "Chine, rest assured. Perhaps my premonition is incorrect. If so, we will retrieve him immediately." He and his wife quietly gazed at the spaceship gradually disappearing from their sight. In this temporal universe, a realm of the unknowable dimensions, well, for the sake of Wukong, I shall lend you a hand. The magic wand of Bados projected the image of the spaceship carrying her disciple, sailing towards the heavens. When the appropriate moment arrives, it shall transport you to other existing temporal universes. Whether you can return depends on Wukong. This is indeed a special privilege. I, Bados, am a high-ranking archangel, and the account shall be settled with Wukong later. Ho ho ho. With a gentle wave of her wand, a mysterious force seeped into the bodies of Bardock and Jine. Unbeknownst to them, 3 days after the rebirth of Son Goku, aboard Frisia's large spaceship outside planet Vegeta, standing at a height of 130 centimeters. With 220-centimeter-long purple horns adorning his head and a thick tail incessantly striking the ground behind him, Frisia's skin, a peculiar mix of purple and white, was encased in an unusual shell. His 3 exposed toes betrayed his sinister visage, and with his hands clasped behind his back, Frieza grinned malevolently. Mr. Cyberman, have all the Scions been summoned to planet Vegeta? Standing at 180 centimeters, with green frog-like skin, draped in a cloak, and green hair cascading casually behind him, Cyberman bowed slightly and respectfully replied, "Yes, Lord Frieza. Except for the Vegeta squad, everyone has returned to planet Vegeta. Very well. Let Vegeta keep his life for now. In the long years ahead, he shall entertain me. Ho ho ho. The time has come. Let us go and witness this cosmic spectacle." The breathtaking sight of a planet's destruction is endlessly intoxicating, no matter how many times one gazes upon it. After finishing his words, the spaceship's hatch above him retracted to the sides. He gently floated upwards, slowly ascending into the starry sky above planet Vegeta. Observing the vast planet, measuring 50 hella in diameter, his somber face bore a hint of regret. Ah, these tiresome Scions. What a pity, had it not been for your innate rebellious nature. Always seeking to provoke me, Frieza, you could have been a formidable weapon of war. Haha. Today, I shall reduce you all to cosmic dust. The history of the Scions shall end at my hand. Frieza raised his right index finger, a small lava-colored energy sphere materializing at its tip, rapidly expanding into an astonishing diameter of 50 meters, brimming with enough terrifying energy to obliterate a star. He cackled with a sharp voice. And with a slight motion of his finger towards planet Vegeta, the enormous lava energy sphere shot downwards with great speed. On planet Vegeta, at night, Bardock was enjoying the purple juice prepared by Jine, gently placing the glass bottle on the table as he fell into contemplation. Just as Frieza unleashed the lava bomb, he sprang to his feet in alarm, toppling the table and causing the glass bottle to shatter on the ground, purple juice spilling everywhere. Jine, washing the dishes, gasped at her husband's frantic demeanor, calling out, "Bardock." She dashed after him, dropping the bowl she held. The atmosphere around planet Vegeta trembled violently as the lava bomb collided with the atmosphere. Those still wandering the streets at night gazed in bewilderment at the burning lava sphere plummeting from the sky, unsure of what to make of it. Bardock turned to his wife, a fleeting sorrow crossing his eyes, and quickly said, "Jine, wait for me." After regaining his composure, he transformed back into the cold-hearted Scion and soared towards the descending lava bomb. Watching her husband's figure, Jine furrowed her brows tightly. Worry etched on her face as she clasped her hands over her chest, silently praying for him. Bardock swiftly approached the lava bomb, and upon entering its attack range, he retracted his right hand slightly, palms facing each other, as a blue energy sphere rapidly expanded before him. Once it reached a sufficient size, he unleashed his ultimate technique. The final flash. A thick blue energy wave surged towards the descending lava bomb. Upon collision, the surface of the lava bomb rippled slightly, while Bardock continuously channeled all his energy into the attack. However, the disparity in energy levels was insurmountable, rendering his efforts ineffective against the lava bomb. The immense pressure of the lava bomb forced Bardock downwards, and soon, he found himself drained of all energy, helplessly falling from the sky. Jine, who had been praying for Bardock, lost her composure at this sight, extending her right hand in a desperate scream. "Bardock." She reached out with all her might, soaring towards him, her eyes filled with the dread of losing her husband to the lava bomb. As Bardock descended, he retained a glimmer of consciousness and heard his wife's voice. Struggling, he turned his head, offering a faint smile as he extended his right hand towards her. Just as the terrifying lava bomb was about to engulf Bardock, Jine finally reached him, their hands touching as they embraced tightly. With tears still on her face, Jine looked at Bardock and smiled, the despair dissipating. "Bardock, we shall always be together." Yes, they merged into a radiant light, departing this temporal universe with Bardock's assistance. Planet Vegeta was struck by Frieza's lava bomb, penetrating the planet's core and igniting it, transforming the entire planet into a dazzling firework display, scattering debris across the cosmos. Chapter 4. The encounter of Dr. Science and the Cosmic Police. Half a year has passed since the destruction of planet Vegeta. A spacecraft carrying the 3-year-old son Goku has entered Earth's atmosphere. Thousands of kilometers away from civilization lies a dense jungle, where towering trees reach for the sky, devoid of human presence. Rushing rivers cascade over mountains, and lions and leopards roam freely, while unidentified flying creatures soar in the sky and gigantic dinosaurs thunder across the ground. On the Lam-Z mountain, a small house stands, and at this moment, the door swings open from within. An elderly man with a kindly demeanor emerges, carrying a basket on his back. The sound of air friction fills the atmosphere as he gazes upward. A peculiar sphere, glowing with fire due to intense friction, is plummeting rapidly towards this region. Moments later, a loud bang echoes from a distance. It seems that strange object has landed on the neighboring Mount Moda. I happen to be passing by today. I shall take a look at what it is. After pondering for a moment, the old man sets off with his basket. As evening approaches, he muses, It should be around here. Let me search. After a while, the elder discovers a circular pit formed by the impact on the mountain's rear. Standing at the edge of the pit, he gazes down to find an unfamiliar spherical machine at its center. Suddenly, a piercing cry of a baby awakens the old man from his contemplation. He hastily descends to the other side of the machine. There, a naked, adorable little boy, not yet 3 years old, is crying with a finger in his mouth, a tail protruding from his rear. Haha, little one, you must be hungry. Here, eat. The old man retrieves some food and fruits from his basket and places them before the child. Upon catching the scent of the food, the boy ceases his cries. He clumsily grasps a large apple with his tiny hands, nibbling away while curiously observing the elderly man before him. This place is desolate, and I wonder where your parents are. Just so happens, I've been rather lonely myself. You shall accompany me from now on. The old man chuckles, feeling pity for the little fellow. Haha, now I have a companion. Half an hour later, after the boy finishes the food, he licks his lips, still wanting more. Who would have thought such a little one could have such a hearty appetite? The old man wraps him in his clothing and cradles him as they embark on their journey. While walking, he converses with the boy in his arms. I am quite old and, unlike my master, I have not consumed the elixir of immortality. I cannot guarantee how many years I can accompany you. I should give you a name. I can't keep calling you little one. My name is Sun Wukong, and you shall be called Sun Wukong. Haha. Although Wukong may not comprehend his words at that moment, it matters little. What is significant is the solace it brings, for he has been alone for many years. As the old man's frail figure fades into the distance, in the days to come, a small Sun Wukong follows closely behind Sun Wukong. A year later, beyond Earth, a spacecraft collides with the moon, careening towards Earth. On a small island, Dr. Dashing has once again failed in his endeavor to create a time machine. In his moment of despair, a peculiar sound fills the sky as a strange machine plummets into the nearby sea. What a day of misfortune! I should go investigate. Upon reaching the shore, he encounters a bizarre creature resembling an Ultraman, standing beside the peculiar machine and drying himself off. Whoever you are, this is my territory. You should leave quickly. The elderly Dr. Dashing approaches with a scowl, furrowing his brows as he scrutinizes the strange being. Hey, I don't care who you are. This is my domain. Please vacate at once, or else. The creature, Gake, expressionless, flexes his muscles, or else what? You must be human. Let me inform you. My spacecraft is broken, and I cannot go anywhere. Even if you pointed a gun at my head, it would be of no use. Dr. Dashing stares at him in disbelief. Usually, when someone falls from the sky, they are fraught with anxiety, but this individual remains remarkably calm. I am truly astounded by your composure in such a situation. Your nerves must be exceptionally strong. Gake, with a disdainful gaze, replies, Of course. I am a super elite. My head can roll, my blood can flow, but in the face of adversity, I must remain composed. The Earthling's lack of worldly experience is evident. I truly wish to smash a brick over your head right now. Where are you from? You look just like an Ultraman. How can you leave? Gake's condescending demeanor makes Dr. Dashing's blood pressure rise, but as an elder, he refrains from stooping to the level of this ruffian. Calm down, breathe deeply. Ultraman. What is that? I am an alien named Gake. My spacecraft is broken, and unless it is repaired, I cannot leave. You must resign yourself to this fate. Starting today, I shall reside with you. By the way, what is your name? I still don't know who you are. Gazing at the expressionless creature before him, who is essentially a rogue, Dr. Dashing responds, You little rascal. I'll take a look at it. If I manage to fix it, be quick to leave. Do not disturb my peaceful life as an elderly man about to be laid to rest. Dr. Dashing, you actually understand this? I beg of you. For the sake of my future happiness. I recently found a girlfriend, and we haven't even held hands yet. If I linger on Earth too long, I fear I'll lose her forever. Realizing that this individual might assist him in repairing his spacecraft, Gake quickly adjusts his attitude, bowing respectfully with his hands together. After all, when compared to his happiness, humbling himself for a moment is a minor inconvenience. In the southern city, Dr. Dashing's aged face bears a frown. a weighty expression as he carefully advises, Gak, I am going to gather provisions. You may explore on your own, but do take care not to stir up trouble. This era is not particularly pleasant. There are robbers everywhere, and the authorities are in collusion with them, with warlords rising to power. Gak, stroking his chin in contemplation, replies, Hearing you speak of such woes, perhaps when I return, I should request the Galactic King to exterminate humanity on Earth as a means of repaying your kindness. You rascal! Is this how you repay your benefactor? Dr. Dashing exclaims, correcting Gak's misguided notions. What if humanity were to be annihilated because of this? I would bear an immense burden of guilt. I have yet to successfully create my time machine. With a fierce glare, Dr. Dashing chastises Gak, his heart unable to bear the thought of associating with this rogue. Destroying a planet is no small feat, but you do have a point. I shall explore freely. Watching Gak's departing figure, Dr. Dashing is filled with anxiety, wondering if this fellow will truly bring trouble upon him. Alas, let me attend to my business first. As Gak wanders through the city, a commotion erupts, drawing him to a corner where he sees 4 unruly youths with colorful hair surrounding a golden-haired young girl. The delinquent youth, brandishing a small knife, menaced, Little sister, we don't wish to resort to violence, so hand over your money. Not a chance. I advise you to leave quickly, or I shall call the police, Tice boldly retorted, gazing unflinchingly at her adversary. Let me enlighten you. The most powerful figure in this city's police department is my grandfather's sister's son. He dotes on me, and with just a single call, I assure you, a whole squad will arrive in no time. The first delinquent scowled menacingly. You don't seem to be broke. It appears you're here for a thrill. How foolish to seek excitement with me, you blind fool. With that, Tice strode forward and delivered a forceful slap, sending the first delinquent crashing to the ground. You imbecile. Everyone, seize her. I'll deal with her myself. The fallen delinquent bellowed, his fury palpable as he issued orders to his 3 accomplices, who were gearing up to act. Observing the impending confrontation, Jack felt it was the perfect moment to showcase his prowess as a super elite. Stop! Jack's authoritative voice echoed through the alley, resonating with an almost deafening intensity. Before the bewildered assailants could react, he leaped forward, landing gracefully before the golden-haired girl, kneeling on one knee and coldly proclaiming, "Allow me, the super elite, Jack, to bring justice upon you fiends." A few affluent delinquents found themselves effortlessly subdued by the extraterrestrial Jack. "Wow, you are incredibly impressive," Tice exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the figure resembling a superhero. Jack, his expression stoic, replied with a hint of pride, "Of course. I'm a super elite." Tice scrutinized him, instantly discerning that he possessed a wealth of captivating material that she could not afford to overlook. "Thank you for your assistance. I am Tice, a novelist currently gathering inspiration. Let us be friends." However, Jack's instincts warned him that Tice might be a source of trouble. "Well, Tice, it's getting late. I must take my leave. Until we meet again." He turned to depart. "You can't just leave me like this. I, Tice, will accomplish whatever I set out to do," she protested, hastily grabbing her bag and following him. After a short while, Jack found himself reunited with Dr. Deshang, who looked relieved but puzzled to see a girl accompanying him. "Jack, you haven't caused me any trouble, have you? Who is this girl?" Dr. Deshang inquired. "Oh, this is Tice, a novelist. That's not what I meant. Before Dr. Deshang could finish, the blaring sound of police sirens erupted, and a group of patrol officers, resembling wolves in sheep's clothing, approached menacingly, pointing at Jack. There, both Dr. Deshang and Jack stood in bewilderment, unsure of what to do. "Run!" Tice exclaimed, leading the way as the 2 befuddled men followed her, weaving through the bustling streets. The patrol officers, out of shape and burdened with large beer bellies, struggled to keep up while hollering, "Don't run. If we catch you, you'll face severe punishment." Tice, along with Dr. Deshang and Jack, paid no heed to their threats and pressed onward. A few minutes later, the elderly Dr. Deshang, panting heavily, gasped, "I can't go on, I'm exhausted." "Jack," the rogue cosmic policeman, casually suggested, "shall I use my ion gun to eliminate them? That would solve our problem." Dr. Deshang firmly rejected the idea, asserting, "Absolutely not. Life is precious. We cannot make such hasty decisions." "Oh, is that so? Now I understand," Jack replied, having indulged Dr. Deshang earlier. He swiftly dashed ahead, kicking up a cloud of dust as he overtook Tice, disappearing from Dr. Deshang's view in an instant. Stunned, Dr. Deshang sat down, struggling to catch his breath while Tice quickly followed Jack. As Dr. Deshang sat there, regaining his composure, The patrol officers surrounded him. One of them, a man with a diamond-shaped face and a cocky grin, turned to the team leader and asked, "Captain, what should we do? We can't catch those two. Should we take this old man back? Fools, while we may not be engaged in noble pursuits, we must adhere to basic moral principles. Bringing him back will cost us a meal. Who is going to feed him?" The captain, a stocky man with a beer belly, erupted in frustration, declaring, "Retreat. If we can't catch them, so be it. It's not our failure to act, it's merely that our opponents are too swift." Half an hour later, a recuperated Dr. Deshing rejoined Jack and Tice. He was increasingly incensed, lamenting the fact that the time machine had yet to be developed, and he had nearly perished on the streets today. He exploded in a fit of rage, shouting, "You little rascal, Jack! Did I not tell you to avoid trouble? Being with you will surely lead to my demise." Jack, casually cleaning his ears, replied nonchalantly, "You're not dead yet, are you? Besides, you're the one who insisted I not intervene." Dr. Desheng, his anger reaching a boiling point, confronted Jack, "You rogue cosmic policeman. Can't you devise a more sensible plan? How do you enforce the law in the cosmos?" Jack shrugged. "Oh, in outer space. I merely combat evil villains directly. There's no time for niceties." Tice's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of rogue cosmic policeman, solidifying her resolve to capture this extraordinary material without fail. Chapter 5. The Wise Goddess is only 5 years old. Tai, accompanied by Desheng and Gake, returned to the small island. Observing the extraterrestrial being she had never encountered before, Tai, with her hands clasped behind her back, leaned forward slightly, tilting her head in curiosity as she inquired of Gake, "Gake, what brings you to this island? How did you come to know Dr. Desheng?" "My spaceship malfunctioned and crashed into the nearby sea. On the island, there was only Desheng, so naturally, I had to get acquainted with him." Gake, whose face resembled that of Ultraman, replied without a hint of emotion. For Tai, who aspired to be a novelist, this was an unparalleled opportunity for material. She eagerly retrieved her pen, ready to document the unfolding narrative. "Your spaceship broke down? Did you encounter interstellar pirates? Or perhaps a colossal monster?" Gake fell silent for a moment. Noticing Tai's enthusiasm, he resolved to maintain his image as a super elite. "Indeed, I encountered a notorious intergalactic fugitive named Kaya. We engaged in a fierce battle throughout the cosmos, but ultimately he managed to escape. It was during that confrontation that my spaceship was damaged." As Gake recounted his heroic exploits, Desheng, who had just entered the room, couldn't help but interject with a sarcastic remark, "Don't listen to his nonsense. He simply crashed into the moon." Then, turning to Tai, he asked, "When are you leaving? Don't your parents worry about you being here?" "Oh, it's fine. As someone who is now independent, I am merely gathering material for my writing. My parents are far away." Tai understood the underlying message in Desheng's words. Nevertheless, such an opportunity was too precious to pass up, so no matter what Desheng said, she had no intention of leaving. "Gake, please tell me how you came to Earth. I am quite intrigued." Seeing that Tai would not relent until he shared his story, Gake reluctantly acquiesced. "Very well, I shall tell you, but you must promise to keep it a secret. As a super elite, I do value my dignity." After earnestly reminding Tai, Gake began his tale. "According to your Earth's calendar, in the year 734, our Galactic Patrol's reconnaissance device detected a spaceship launched from a distant planet known as Vegeta towards your Earth. It is highly likely that this spaceship carried a juvenile scion, though we cannot rule out the possibility of it being an adult scion. Scions are notorious in the North Galaxy for their destructive capabilities once they reach adulthood. They have conquered many planets, profiting from their plundering. Upon learning of this, the Galactic King dispatched me, a super elite, to save Earth. When the spaceship approached Earth, I was watching the live broadcast. Overcome with excitement, I accidentally pressed the wrong button on the control panel, causing the ship to graze the moon and ultimately crash land, resulting in the damage to my spaceship." Gake recounted the entire ordeal with a hint of sorrow, aware of the inherent dangers of his mission. Tai quickly jotted down notes. "So, have you found the scion yet?" "I have yet to begin my search. With my spaceship in disrepair, I must first fix it. Otherwise, if an adult scion arrives, I must be prepared to flee." Gake, as a super elite, felt no guilt over his contemplated escape. After all, preserving one's life was paramount. Holding her notebook in front of Gake's makeshift microphone, Tai asked, "Gake, may I interview you? As a super elite, do you not feel ashamed of fleeing?" A gun was suddenly pressed against her forehead. What are you doing?" "I merely asked a question. Is it necessary to kill me?" The cold touch against her skin made Tai instinctively tense. "This is the answer, do you understand?" "Gake, maintaining a stoic expression, holstered the weapon. I do not understand. Gake. Why frighten me? Even I, Gake, possess but a single life. When faced with a lack of options, who would choose to be a lone hero? I, Gake, am no exception. After hearing Gake's words, Tai pondered thoughtfully, stroking her delicate chin. Is your spaceship nearly repaired? Gake, feeling defeated, lowered his head, the weight of the super elite title pressing upon him. No, I require a rare metal, but I lack the funds. Tai smiled gently. Hey, Gake, I can help you repair your spaceship, but you must agree to some conditions. Please share your conditions, and I will see if they are suitable. Some conditions I cannot accept, given that I have just started dating. Gake, wary, regarded Tai with suspicion. What are you thinking? Your peculiar appearance is hardly to my taste. A distinguished novelist requires abundant captivating material, and your cosmic experiences are quite splendid. In the future, should I wish to venture into space, you must assist me. Tai gazed earnestly at Gake, whose visage bore a striking resemblance to Ultraman, as she presented her terms. Gake readily placed his hand upon his chest, assuring her, just like that? No problem. Then please, tell me about the cosmos, Tai said. Her curiosity piqued as she prepared to take notes. Our universe is divided into 4 galaxies: East, West, South, and North. The most esteemed figure within these galaxies is the Galactic King. The Galactic Patrol operates under the Galactic King's command, and I, Gake, am a super elite within the Galactic Patrol. Thus, your organization is quite formidable, with an expansive influence, Tai exclaimed, astonished. Upon hearing her words, Gake's demeanor wilted as if struck by frost. Alas, the universe is rife with malevolent beings. Take your North Galaxy, for instance. Much of the region lies under the dominion of a tyrant named Frisia. There is barely any room for the Galactic Patrol to exist. Were it not for the protection of our higher-ups, we might have been obliterated by these wicked fiends long ago. However, I, as a super elite, firmly believe that evil cannot triumph over justice. Gake's spirits lifted momentarily, declaring himself a Superman. Tai paced back and forth, excitedly muttering to herself, "This is fascinating. I believe that a novel depicting your struggles against Frisia would surely gain popularity." She envisioned a bright future for her literary aspirations. Please, no? I do not wish to meet my demise at such a young age. You cannot fathom the terror of Frisia. Just recently, he annihilated Vegeta. I am fully aware of his dreadful power. With a mere finger, he could snuff out my life. I implore you, do not drag me into your demise. Gake's face turned pale, and he clasped his hands together in supplication. Very well, I shall consider it. Given how formidable he sounds, I, too, would prefer not to meet my end prematurely. For now, I shall arrange for the resolution of your spaceship issue. After Tai turned to leave, she utilized her communication device to contact her father, relaying the events before hanging up. That night, Tai, Gake, and Dasheng sat together in conversation. Dr. Dasheng, my family may come tomorrow to assist Gake in repairing his spaceship. I hope this will not inconvenience you. Taze had to greet Dr. Dasheng first. Otherwise, if any conflicts arose later, it would be quite awkward. Dr. Dasheng's already wrinkled brow became even more pronounced. Who is your father? Is it true that Jack is an alien and won't cause any trouble? Taze confidently replied. You know my father, he is Dr. Brief from the Capsule Corporation. Oh, it's him. Then there is no problem. His reputation is quite reputable worldwide. With this assurance, Dr. Dasheng relaxed. The next day, a thunderous roar of aircraft filled the air as Tae's parents, accompanied by her 5-year-old sister Bulma, descended upon the small island. After a courteous exchange of greetings, they began the repairs on the spacecraft. Hey, are you an alien? What brings you to Earth? As Jack stood idly by, Bulma, with her 2 ponytails and an adorably vigilant expression, approached him. Indeed, I am Jack, the elite among aliens. As for my purpose on Earth, you might want to brace yourself. I am here to save the planet from the Psiots. Impressive, right? Jack proudly crossed his arms, gazing at the 5-year-old Bulma before him. Fool, what do the Psiots look like? Bulma asked, her tone devoid of emotion. You're not adorable at all. Jack, feeling somewhat defeated, struggled to maintain his enthusiasm. At that moment, Bulma aimed a camera at Jack. What are you doing? He inquired, puzzled. Duh, taking a picture. Bulma shot him a look of disdain. Once she clarified, Jack excitedly struck his classic poses, changing stances repeatedly. Is it good now? Bulma put away the camera and replied seriously, Yes, it's fine. Thank you for your cooperation. Although I know I'm quite clever, sometimes I need assistance. With these photos, if I ever require your help again, and you don't show up, I'll plaster your posters all over the universe." With a casual flick of her hair, little Bulma turned and walked away. Jack stood there, dumbfounded. Before collapsing to the ground, the gentle breeze brushing past him. Due to the advanced technology Jack's spacecraft possessed, which far surpassed Earth's technological level, Dr. Brief's family was greatly intrigued and hoped Jack would grant them permission to utilize it. In return, they promised to provide him with commensurate resources. Ultimately, Jack readily agreed, deeming the technology not sensitive enough to warrant secrecy. However, he transferred the resources to Dr. Dashing, as Earth's currency held no value for him. By the third day after Tay's family arrived, the issues with the spacecraft were resolved. During this period, Jack continually monitored individuals with high combat power on Earth using his battle power detector. Subsequently, he employed his extraordinary vision to seek out potential scions. "Hey, have you found any scions?" Bulma, now 5 years old, approached again. "No, they've likely left." "How fortunate. I can return to report without worry." Jack's face radiated relief. "Well, if you wish to avoid having your posters plastered across the universe, remember to be available whenever I call," Bulma reiterated, her gaze serious. "Understood." Jack's voice was weak, his face twitching slightly as his excitement faded with the wind. Joy was not meant for him. In the evening, Jack's spacecraft, filled with Earth's local delicacies, his favorite items, departed amidst a mix of joy and sorrow from the crowd. This event had forged a profound friendship between Dr. Brief's family and Dr. Dashing. Chapter 6. The collapse of a 1,000-mile dike by an ant hole 2 years after Gake departed from Earth. In a humble cabin on Baozi Mountain, 6-year-old Sun Wukong, standing at 70 centimeters, gazed with clear eyes at his grandfather. "Wukong, I never anticipated that my time would come so swiftly. These 3 years with your companionship have brought me immense joy. The only thing I cannot relinquish is you. However, I find solace in your extraordinary talents. You have been strong and robust from a young age. In this desolate land, devoid of human presence, you have no rivals. Alas, there are many things I have yet to impart to you. You have not systematically studied human knowledge, but your innate purity assures me that you will be fine." Sun Wukong's grandfather, Sun Wufan, regarded his grandson, whose stature had barely changed over the past 3 years, with affectionate eyes. "Grandpa, what is the end of life?" Wukong inquired with curiosity. "The end of life is death. I am nearing my end." "Oh, and what is death?" "Well, how should I explain? Death means you will no longer see Grandpa." With a wrinkled face, Sun Wufan pondered for a moment before elucidating to Wukong. "I see. But I do not wish to be without Grandpa." Upon hearing that he might not see his grandfather again, the adorable Wukong furrowed his brows. "Haha. Wukong, do not frown. Here, take this orange glass bead. Whenever you miss Grandpa, think of it as me." Sun Wufan presented a beautiful, bright bead, roughly the size of a peach, to Wukong. "All right, I understand, Grandpa." Wukong tenderly accepted the orange glass bead adorned with 4 stars and held it close to his heart. Sun Wufan, lost in thought, spoke mysteriously. "Moreover, I have made arrangements with Lord Anning to serve as her attendant after my departure, tending to her fire. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future." "I don't quite understand. Who is Lord Anning?" "It does not matter now. You will learn in due time. By the way, remember not to gaze at the moon during the full moon, or a monstrous creature will appear. It will try to take your food. Also, I have a secret for you. When you miss me dearly, simply speak sincerely to the orange glass bead I gave you, and I shall hear you. Do you understand?" Sun Wufan earnestly instructed Wukong. "I understand, Grandpa." Young Wukong nodded solemnly. "Then I can rest easy. I am departing now." With that, Sun Wufan vanished from the bed. Wukong, astonished, searched for his grandfather, believing he had merely hidden away. After a while of scouring the cabin without finding him, he resigned himself, remembering his grandfather's words that speaking to the orange glass bead would allow him to hear. Thus, every day, as Wukong ventured out to hunt, he would respectfully clasp his hands together and address the Dragon Ball, saying, "Grandpa, I am going out to find food." In this vast, desolate land, far removed from the world's clamor, 6-year-old son Wukong grew up in innocent wildness. In the same year, an amusing incident transpired. Bulma's sister, 20-year-old Tais, managed to contact Gake through the communication method he left behind. Gake returned to Earth as promised, escorting Tais to a safe and suitable planet for her exploratory activities. It was the 2nd month of Tais' arrival on Cardiff Planet. On a steep peak, Gake assisted her in establishing a small base, where dangerous species were scarce. Clad in a white safety suit, she diligently observed the ecological environment from an erected observation platform, gathering information. Suddenly, a shattered spaceship plummeted from the sky, crashing nearby. Excited, she thought it might be another Gake, a splendid opportunity for research. Swiftly, she deployed a universal capsule, summoning a hover vehicle that whisked her away. Minutes later, she arrived at the crash site. The hatch of the broken spaceship opened, revealing a boy of about 10. His short black hair matted with sweat, and his unique battle attire stained with blood, lying motionless on the ground. Ties quickly transported the boy back to the base for first aid. The following morning, the boy awakened as Ties returned from outside. "Oh, you're awake," Ties exclaimed, astonished to see the severely injured boy still alive. "Who are you? Where is this place?" the boy asked coldly, his demeanor guarded. Struggling to rise from the bed, he fell to the floor instead. "Hey, your injuries are severe. If I hadn't found you, you would have perished." Ties approached to help him up, but he shot her a fierce glare. "Don't touch me." "Interesting, for someone so young, you have quite the temper. You resemble the scions Gake mentioned. With a tail as well," Ties commented playfully, tucking her golden hair behind her ear. Ignoring his protests, she lifted him effortlessly back onto the bed. The boy's face flushed a deep purple, his eyes brimming with fury. How could Prince Vegeta, a proud scion, endure such humiliation? "Oh dear. It seems you have no intention of reflecting on your behavior, treating your savior with such disdain. Allow me to teach you a lesson." Ties turned and retrieved a marker, quickly drawing 2 circles around the boy's eyes, then dotting his nose and adding whiskers, capturing the moment with her camera. She then presented a mirror to him, proudly displaying her handiwork. Upon seeing his reflection, the proud warrior, unaccustomed to such ridicule, fainted from the shock, his weakened state exacerbating the situation. Ties, covering her pale face with her hands, exclaimed in disbelief, "Surely, this cannot be. I did nothing to warrant such a reaction." That night, the 10-year-old Vegeta finally regained consciousness. I apologize. I did not realize your emotional resilience was so fragile. I've prepared a nutritious meal for you," Ties said, her expression filled with regret as she offered the food, treating him like a younger brother. However, Vegeta merely glared at her, his eyes ablaze with hostility. "Not hungry? Well, suit yourself. I'm not the one starving. If you die, I might as well show some kindness and bury you." Vegeta shut his eyes, refusing to speak. Ties took the meal back and busied herself with other tasks. Hours passed, and a peculiar sound echoed through the room, a soft gurgling noise. "Come, eat," Ties urged gently, her gaze softening. The boy, blushing with embarrassment, finally spoke. "You wretched woman, I will kill you one day." After Ties finished feeding him, Vegeta closed his eyes again, continuing to rest. He knew that to regain his strength, he needed to recover quickly to exact vengeance upon this woman who had shamed him. A week later, 10-year-old Vegeta exuded an unpleasant odor. After all, it had been quite some time since he last bathed, and the mingling of sweat and blood produced a most unpleasant odor. In the distance, the diligent Ties frowned in contemplation before approaching Vegeta. "Little one, you reek terribly. Allow me, Lady Ties, to assist you with a wash. You should be grateful for my kindness." Vegeta, eyes shut, trembled slightly, overwhelmed by a surge of emotions. He wished to retort, yet as Prince Vegeta, he felt humiliated by such disdain. His pride would not permit him to endure such embarrassment any longer. The entire ordeal concluded while he kept his eyes closed. After placing Vegeta back on the bed, Ties gazed at him, now resembling a small lobster. And with a hint of curiosity, she discreetly captured the moment with her camera. As night fell, Vegeta finally regained his composure, staring at the nutritious meal before him. With dissatisfaction, he exclaimed, "Hey, you wretched woman, do you hold me in contempt by serving this slop daily? I demand, mate, tend to me well, or when I recover, I may contemplate whether to end your life." Ties regarded him, extending her right hand and playfully beckoning him with her finger, a faint smile gracing her lips. "No problem. But you must plead." The infuriated boy, merely 10 years old, could only roar in impotent rage, "I shall surely kill you." Time flowed slowly in this routine manner. 2 months later, Vegeta finally regained a semblance of mobility. His first act was to suspend Ties beneath a tree, staring at her intently, his eyes glinting with malice. "I am still so young. I do not wish to die. I am your savior, and this is how you repay me?" Ties, trembling with fear, hastily replied. "To die would be too lenient. I, Prince Vegeta of the Scions, shall not be so easily dismissed." Vegeta's face darkened, and he turned away, unable to voice the rest. Thus, time passed, with Ties enduring a state of anxious exhaustion, having eaten nothing and hung there for an entire day. At that moment, Vegeta reappeared before her, raising his right hand, which glimmered with white energy directed at her. Ties burst into tears, wailing, I want to return to Earth. I shall never again indulge in such misguided compassion. Just as she thought her demise was imminent, she fell to the ground with a thud. Confused, Tais opened her eyes and touched her delicate face. Oh, I'm not dead. Ouch. That hurts. The pain in her posterior compelled her to rise quickly. Rubbing the sore spot. You have 1 minute to prepare a meal, and then immediately, you must make meat. The ingredients are set aside. If I am not satisfied, your life will be forfeit, Vegeta declared, frowning before retreating to the house. Tais glared at him, indignant. I have a name, you know, Tais. Vegeta turned, offering no words, merely fixing her with a chilling gaze, an aura of menace enveloping him. Tais shivered and hurried to prepare the meal. After dinner, she rubbed her weary arms and gazed incredulously at the mischievous boy before her. How can you eat so much? I'm utterly exhausted. Vegeta, expressionless and with eyes closed, chose to ignore the woman who had subjected him to such humiliation. In the ensuing 2 months, Tais was compelled to serve as Vegeta's cook, while he gradually regained enough strength to defend himself. Do not dare to appear before me again, or I shall surely end your life, Vegeta warned coldly before taking flight. You wretched brat, do not let me encounter you again, or I will show you the true extent of my destructive power. Tais clenched her fist in anger, shouting at the impudent boy who had made her suffer so much over the past 2 months. Unbeknownst to him, a wicked smile crept across Vegeta's face as he soared through the air. Chapter 7. Strengthening and expanding one's power on September 9th, 743 of the Earth calendar. Baozi Mountain remained as ever, a place where spring seemed eternal. 9-year-old Wukong had not grown an inch. He stood at a mere 70 centimeters, just as he had at 6. Each day, he joyfully practiced the fundamental punches taught by his father, Sun Wufan, frolicking in the woods and playfully battling various wild beasts. His relentless dedication and excitement for becoming stronger were truly extraordinary. However, today was unlike any other. Where's this? I don't recall such a place in Baozi Mountain. He gazed around, puzzled by the unfamiliar surroundings. Just as he contemplated sitting down, a radiant flash of 7 colors appeared before him. A peculiar figure materialized. It seemed human. Yet Wukong, having only ever seen his grandfather, could not be sure. Hey, who are you? Where is this? He inquired, his curiosity mingled with caution, peering around the stranger. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual and, driven by curiosity, reached out to pat the stranger's backside, exclaiming, You seem different from me. You don't have a tail. The mysterious figure, wielding a magical staff, gently tapped the ground, causing Wukong to tumble backward onto the ground. Overwhelmed by pain, he cradled his head in his small hands, lamenting, Ouch, it hurts. Before him stood his master, Bardock. As a being of consciousness, she was caught off guard by Wukong's sudden actions. A blush gracing her cheeks, a rarity in her long life. Once her emotions settled, she regarded the small boy with her starry eyes, her expression remaining impassive. Oh my, you are quite audacious. I hope you won't regret this in the future. And by the way, this is the second time you've asked me that question. My name is Bardock, and this place is your realm of consciousness. Both you and I are merely beings of thought at this moment. Ah, you're incredible. I'm quite strong myself, yet you managed to make me feel this pain. Wukong, still cradling his head, hardly grasped her words. A slight smile played on Bardock's lips, her expression hinting at enchantment. Haha, of course, I am formidable. She then looked at Wukong and asked, Do you wish to become as powerful as I am? Wukong leaped with excitement. Really? Will you teach me? Indeed. However, you must refer to me as master, Bardock said with narrowed eyes, looking at him with a hint of anticipation. You are truly adorable. Wukong, with hands clasped together, bowed earnestly. How charming. Much more so than when you grow up. Bardock mused, finding joy in the present moment. As an adult, Wukong's calling her master would feel odd. But the youthful innocence of the current Wukong made it feel quite delightful. Wukong looked up eagerly at Bardock. Master, what will you teach me? I am preparing to instruct you in a divine art known as the ultimate freedom. Only a select few deities comprehend it, and those who master it are even rarer. In that moment, Bardock emanated an aura akin to the vastness of the starry sky above Wukong. Is it powerful? Wukong asked, unable to fully comprehend the significance due to his illiteracy. Yes, extraordinarily so. The ultimate freedom is divided into 3 stages, each with a vast disparity between them. Some deities cannot even master the first stage, and even those who do may take eons to progress to the next. The brilliance of the ultimate freedom lies in its initiation. Once you achieve the first entry level, it will autonomously promote the evolution of your cells at any moment. In simpler terms, whether you are walking, lying down, or sleeping, you will grow stronger. When you actively train, the enhancement accelerates even further. Once mastered, your lifespan, realm, and dimensionality will transform. This is merely its primary function. As previously mentioned, it possesses a self-aware quality. Generally, people think before their bodies react, which is a time-consuming process. However, once you grasp the ultimate freedom, it will coordinate your body's movements. Unless you choose not to evade, it will instinctively avoid any malicious attacks within your capability. Moreover, once you have initiated the ultimate freedom, others will be unable to discern your strength unless a supreme deity appears before you. Bardock stood quietly, her left hand holding her magical staff, as she elaborated on the intricacies of the ultimate freedom to Wukong. Oh, Master, I don't quite understand, but it sounds impressive. Wukong scratched his head, grinning foolishly. Bardock chuckled softly. It's all right if you don't comprehend everything yet, but did you remember what I just told you? Yes. By the way, Master, how long is 1,000,000 years? Wukong asked, knowing of years but oblivious to the concept of 1,000,000 years. Bardock covered her mouth with surprise. 1,000,000 years. That is many hundreds of years. My grandfather seemed to have died before reaching 100. Does that mean I want to learn it before I die? Wukong's face fell, realizing the daunting challenge ahead. Bardock's expression revealed a sense of understanding. Oh dear. It appears so. Confused, Wukong asked earnestly, what should I do? It's so powerful, and I want to learn it. Bardock decided to reassure him. Oh, you are truly adorable. I was just teasing you. There's no need to worry, Wukong. You possess unique qualities, as long as you persist in your training. I believe you will grasp it in no time. Upon hearing this, Wukong felt a wave of relief wash over him. Oh, then it's all right. Bardock's voice took on a seductive tone. Wukong, you've just turned 9 today. If you train diligently, I can enable you to see your grandfather again in the future. Really? I can see grandfather again? That is wonderful. Wukong exclaimed, then thoughtfully counted on his fingers. Grandfather said I was found when I was. I don't know how old, but starting from that day, I should be 6. But Master, how did you know I was 9? Bardock chose to evade the question, saying, you will understand in time. Wukong shrugged. Whatever, 9 is fine. Bardock looked at her adorable disciple and said earnestly, Wukong, I must remind you of something important. In your future battles, you can only use energy levels equal to or lower than your opponents. This will help you hone your combat experience and skills. Even with the same energy levels, there can be vast differences in combat effectiveness. You must absorb the essence of various martial arts and integrate them into yourself. However, if you can no longer learn from your opponent, you may act freely. It's okay if you don't understand this now, but you must remember it. All right. I will remember, Master. Wukong nodded seriously, and as the mist dissipated, the space shattered around them. In the humble abode of Baozi Mountain, Wukong lazily opened his eyes, momentarily disoriented. It was merely a dream. The dawnlight gently illuminated the world outside. After a while, Wukong fully regained his senses and exclaimed in astonishment, Oh, my mind has inexplicably accumulated a wealth of new knowledge. Well, never mind, it's intriguing indeed. I shall practice according to this newfound wisdom. As time flowed steadily by, Wukong's stature remained unchanged. The only addition to his daily life was the ritual of practicing the newfound skills that had taken root in his mind. Bardock had not reappeared, and Wukong had completely forgotten that he even had a master, dismissing it all as nothing more than a fleeting dream. Chapter 8. Relevant settings of the book. The progression of time is delineated as past, present, and future. It is impossible to traverse from the past and present into the future, for the future has yet to materialize. It simply does not exist. Consequently, the act of time travel to the future is rendered impossible. The present, in relation to the past, inherently belongs to the future. The past encompasses events that have transpired, and it is implausible for individuals from the past to consciously traverse into the present. Such a scenario can only occur if individuals from the present venture back into the past. This narrative unfolds as Bardock, in the present, journeys through time to the past. Upon realizing the existence of this phenomenon, the Bardock of the past subsequently traverses to the present. The temporal dimensions of the past are immutable, and the present reality exists as it is, unalterable. A journey into the past may alter destiny, yet it merely gives rise to a new future. This outcome results in the emergence of a new temporal universe, akin to the concept of parallel timelines. Initially, these two universes share a common history, but from the moment they diverge, their futures become entirely distinct. Parallel universes, however, are not infinite. New temporal universes are birthed solely through the act of traveling back in time. The process of time travel is not as straightforward as depicted in the original Dragon Ball narrative, where Bardock, Goku's father, traverses to the past. In this book, such an occurrence is unfeasible without Bardock's assistance. Goku's parents, even if they were to enter a temporal rift, would be instantly crushed into nothingness due to their frailty. Within the cosmic expanse, various dimensional spaces exist: low-dimensional, mid-dimensional, and high-dimensional realms. The celestial bodies, including Earth, reside within the low-dimensional space, while the realm of the gods occupies the space between low and mid-dimensions. These dimensional spaces are akin to miniature worlds, with some as vast as galaxies, each possessing varying masses, gravitational forces, and densities. For instance, the Kaioshin realm exemplifies this, with its largest planet being the Kaioshin planet. Two notable dimensional spaces include the Netherworld, the resting place for departed souls, and the Demon Realm, which is designated for the purification of negative cosmic energies. In the Netherworld, souls, barring exceptional circumstances, invariably gravitate towards this realm after death, ruled by the formidable King Enma, whose subordinates are the Grim Reapers. The Demon Realm is inhabited by beings that are significantly more malevolent than those in the external universe. This cosmic tapestry encompasses a total of 12 colossal galaxies, including the Milky Way. The Milky Way is further subdivided into 4 regions: East Galaxy, West Galaxy, North Galaxy, and South Galaxy. For extensive data comparisons, the following measurements are established: 1 Hela 10, 000 kilometers, 1 Aura 1, 000 kilometers, 1 Euro 100, 000 kilometers, 1 Bura 10, 000 kilometers, and 1 light year 9 trillion kilometers. Once a vessel attains a specific velocity, it can enter a spatial tunnel, which operates independently, thus preventing collisions. When the speed is reduced, the tunnel dissipates, allowing the vessel to re-emerge into the cosmos. In this narrative, Earth is conceived with a diameter of 6 Hellas, ensuring it is not excessively diminutive, albeit slightly larger than a mere speck, especially when juxtaposed with the true vastness of stars like the Sun. The Milky Way's dimensions are approximated at 100,000 light-years, with each of the 4 regions occupying around 20,000 light-years, not exceeding 30,000 light-years. Contrary to depictions in the original Dragon Ball, the scenario where Beerus, the god of destruction, and Goku engage in a conflict that could obliterate the universe is non-existent. In this universe, only the supreme deities possess the capacity to annihilate the cosmos. Others lack such power, otherwise, they would not be considered supreme beings. In identical temporal universes, the emergence of new timelines occurs, yet they remain unrecognized by one another, for even if they are the same individual, their thoughts are ever-changing, one moment contemplating world destruction, the next reconsidering such an impulse. Chapter 9. The Entry to Success. The arrival of Bulma. Since Bardock imparted the Ultra Instinct to Goku, he has diligently cultivated his skills for a full 6 years. Today marks yet another day for earnest practice. Within the expanse of Mount Pozu, a river, 100 meters wide, cascades violently from towering cliffs, forming a magnificent waterfall. The thunderous roar of the water crashing down reverberates through the air. At the base of the waterfall lies a pool, roughly the size of a basketball court, with a depth of about 2 meters, its waters crystal clear. As Goku, now 15, gazes at his familiar training ground, he lightly propels himself forward and leaps several meters to stand at the center of the pool. Calmly, he settles into a meditative position, closes his eyes, and prepares to commence his training. Before long, he opens his eyes again, sensing something peculiar today. Since beginning his training in Ultra Instinct, he has never encountered such a sensation. Goku ponders quietly. Could it be that he is on the verge of mastering the Ultra Instinct? How wonderful. After all this time, he had thought it would take much longer to reach this stage. Once his mind is settled, he embarks on his training, eagerly anticipating the breakthrough into Ultra Instinct. Over the past 6 years, apart from a few moments dedicated to physical conditioning, he has devoted the majority of his time to mastering this technique. Meanwhile, in a newly formed higher dimensional space, Bardock's magic wand projects the scene of Goku's training. Over the years, she has not met Goku, striving to find a suitable high-dimensional space for his breakthrough, ensuring that the divine beings remain unaware. The space she has discovered, with a breadth of 10 hertz, is precisely prepared for Goku's ascension into Ultra Instinct. Finding this place was no easy feat. Most dimensional spaces in the universe are already catalogued. Only these newly formed dimensions remain undetected for a certain period. Goku's breakthrough will surely create quite a stir. It seems that the adage holds true: when quantity is lacking, quality must compensate. This space is not particularly large. If it were merely a typical low or mid-dimensional space, it would undoubtedly fail to conceal the commotion of Goku's ascent. Alas, once Goku has utilized it, it will inevitably collapse. Now, let us transition Goku here. Otherwise, should he truly break through and attract attention, it could lead to complications. With a gentle wave of her wand, Bardock teleports Goku from Earth to her side. Goku, entirely unaware of the shift, is wholly immersed in his own consciousness realm. The consciousness realm initially appears as a nebulous void, devoid of substance. Yet now, he witnesses the birth of a stellar galaxy, a minuscule vortex shimmering with resplendent light, emerging before him. Although he does not comprehend its nature, it is undeniably beautiful, far surpassing the night sky he is accustomed to. The miniature spiral galaxy begins to expand, enveloping him at its center, its pace quickening until it fills the entire consciousness realm before coming to rest. This sensation is exquisite. Is this the entry into Ultra Instinct? Bardock was indeed correct. This feeling is truly extraordinary. At this moment, in the newly formed higher dimensional space, the sky is filled with golden clouds, and amidst them lies a perfect void. Starlight bathes Goku, lifting him gently until he hovers at a certain height, suspended in tranquility. The brilliant vortex galaxy formed in the consciousness realm projects beneath him, rapidly spreading across the entire higher dimensional space. Resounding, majestic melodies echo, as if the world is celebrating the birth of an extraordinary life. Oh my, how fortunate to have discovered this place. Otherwise, Goku's breakthrough would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Galactic Patrol. Observing Goku successfully entering the first layer of Ultra Instinct, Bardock cannot contain her laughter, as this signifies the onset of a transformative phase for Goku. Although much remains to be achieved, the seeds of hope have begun to sprout. With diligent nurturing, they will undoubtedly flourish. After a considerable time, tranquility returns to the space, signifying the completion of Goku's breakthrough. At this moment, Bardock gently waves her wand, instantly returning Goku to his original location. It is not yet the time for their meeting. At the center of the pool, Goku, just returned, opens his eyes, his gaze momentarily shimmering with silver light before fading. Remarkable! Now that he has returned to his physical form, he can distinctly sense the strength that has been steadily growing within him. The skills imparted by his master are truly formidable. However, having entered this new realm, he feels that for the time being, he need not exert himself in training. It seems he must wait until this newfound strength stabilizes. No matter. There is no time to ponder. It is getting late. I shall return to my cabin. Goku thinks as he departs from the pool and heads back toward his wooden abode. Almost home. What is that sound? I have never heard it before, and it is approaching rapidly. Let me take a look. What on earth is that? I have never seen anything like it on Mount Paozu, and it feels rather weak. There seems to be no danger, so I shall stand still and observe its intentions. A luxury SUV, 2 meters tall, 5 meters long, and 2 meters wide, painted in Tiffany blue and equipped with protective layers, is careening wildly toward him. In this desolate area, the driver is reveling in the thrill of speed. The driver is none other than the 16-year-old Bulma. What an absurd place. There isn't a soul in sight. I have traveled 2,000 miles since entering this area. There are plenty of beasts around, but thankfully I brought a gun. Otherwise, I might have perished on the road before finding the Dragon Balls. As Bulma drives, her thoughts scattered, she fails to notice the small figure clad in blue, with black hair, standing in the road ahead. By the time she comes to her senses, it is far too late. There is someone ahead. I am going too fast. I cannot stop. The SUV collides violently with Goku, resulting in a resounding crash that lifts the rear of the vehicle off the ground, only to slam back down, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Bulma is shielded by the safety features of the SUV, and once the vehicle settles, she regains her composure. I hit someone. Bulma clutches the steering wheel, her blue eyes wide with fear. After a moment of panic, she hurriedly looks around. Where is he? The area is relatively open. It should be impossible not to see him. What an odd creature. Is it challenging me? The front of the SUV is completely crumpled, imprinted with Goku's silhouette, who is now embedded within the vehicle's front. I have never encountered anything like this before. Could it be one of the monsters my grandfather spoke of? That would compete with me for food. However, grandfather mentioned that such creatures only appear during a full moon, and it is not yet full. Typically, Those black bears and tigers flee at the sight of me. Today, however, one dares to provoke me. I suppose I shall play with it for a while. Stepping back a few paces, he calls out, "Hey, monster, are you trying to eat me?" Just in time, I have yet to settle my dinner. As Bulma was feeling anxious, a boy's voice suddenly came from the front of the vehicle. She quickly grasped the steering wheel, climbed up to take a look, and spotted a little fellow, no taller than 70 centimeters, speaking. Bulma exclaimed in astonishment, "Ah, you're not dead." It was remarkable that such a small creature had survived the collision with the off-road vehicle at such high speed. Hearing the monster's taunt, Goku responded loudly, "Monster, you are the one who will perish. Let me show you my strength." He assessed that this creature seemed rather weak and decided not to exert too much force. Goku extended a hand, grasped the chassis of the off-road vehicle, and effortlessly hurled it into the air, where it spun wildly. "How about that, monster? Do you recognize my prowess now?" Bulma was tossed around inside the vehicle, terrified, exclaiming, "What on earth is this?" Ultimately, the vehicle crashed into a massive tree with a 2-meter trunk, leaving Bulma unconscious. "Hey, are you coming back for more?" Goku shouted. But Bulma had already fainted and could not respond. After waiting for a moment without any reaction, Goku trotted over to investigate, muttering to himself, "How peculiar. Why does this thing's aura linger inside?" He examined the enormous off-road vehicle and, with a display of brute force, pried open the door. Inside, he found Bulma, clad in a pink mid-length dress, a cute bag tied around her waist, and sporting purple sneakers, her long greenish-blue hair tied back in a ponytail, slumped over the driver's seat. "How strange. This monster looks quite similar to me. Oh well, I'll take her back for now." After muttering to himself, Goku skillfully lifted Bulma and hoisted her over his shoulder as he made his way back. A cool breeze wafted through the window, awakening Bulma from her slumber. The first sight that met her eyes was that of the little creature, lifting her skirt and gazing at her pink pudding bear. Startled, she cried out, "Ah, pervert." With a swift motion, she pushed Goku to the ground, hurriedly standing and pulling down her skirt, her face flushed as she shouted, "You scoundrel. What are you doing? That's illegal. Even if you're small, the law will not forgive you, and I certainly will not." Goku stood up, dusting himself off. "I noticed you look quite similar to me, but still different, so I was curious to see. Aren't you a monster? Why do we look alike?" Bulma, regaining her composure, scrutinized her surroundings. A very primitive wooden cabin devoid of modern tools, containing merely a simple bed and a wooden rack holding the Dragon Ball she sought. With a puzzled expression, she looked at the small creature, who barely reached her thigh, and spoke in a clear voice. "First of all, I am not a monster. I am a human. Secondly, did you bring me back here? And have you never seen a person before?" Goku mimicked her. "First of all, I brought you back here. Secondly, you are the first person I have ever seen, and you seem rather weak." Bulma burst into laughter at the adorable little creature before her. "Of course. I am not as strong as you. I am merely a girl who is utterly defenseless. You seem incredibly powerful to have tossed that vehicle away." Then, looking apologetically at Goku, she added, "I'm sorry. I was distracted while driving and accidentally bumped into you. I'm relieved that you're all right. Otherwise, I would feel guilty for the rest of my life." Goku waved his hand dismissively. "You're a girl. My grandfather used to say that one must be gentle when encountering a girl. Was it the vehicle that hit me? No worries. I'm quite strong." Bulma felt a wave of relief wash over her, her anxiety dissipating. "Kiki, thank you. What about your family?" Goku replied earnestly, "I don't have anyone. I live here alone. My grandfather is no longer with me." Bulma looked at him incredulously. "What? You're all alone?" "Yes, that is correct," Goku affirmed before curiously asking, "By the way, my name is Goku. What is yours?" Bulma, her cheeks slightly flushed, shyly replied, I am Bulma." Goku laughed heartily. "Haha, that is such an interesting name." Bulma glared at him. "Stop laughing. I don't like this name either." Goku, with innocent eyes, gazed at her curiously. "Why? I find it delightful." Looking into Goku's clear, sincere eyes, Bulma sensed his honesty and murmured, "Is that so?" Bulma's gaze softened as she regarded Goku. He seemed quite formidable, since he had no family and was so adorable. Perhaps she could figure out a way to take him with her to serve as her personal bodyguard, ensuring her safety in her quest for the Dragon Balls. Having made her decision, she pointed at the Dragon Ball and asked, "Little brother, could you give me that Dragon Ball? I am searching for it. Once I gather all 7, I can summon the dragon and make a wish." Without a moment's hesitation, Goku replied, "No, that is a keepsake from my grandfather. He told me that whenever I miss him, I just need to speak to it." Chapter 10, The foodie, his grandfather, must have been concerned about his solitude in this place, which is why he spoke to him in such a manner. Indeed, my intention was not to have him as my personal bodyguard, but rather to expose him to a brand new world, so he wouldn't have to endure this loneliness alone. Otherwise, he might never find a family of his own. Upon realizing this, Bulma felt no guilt about abducting a child. Hey, Goku, how about we go look for the Dragon Balls together? Huh? Go look for the Dragon Balls with you? But I've never left the area around Bunsha Mountain, Goku replied, a hint of hesitation on his face. Come on, Goku. The world is vast, filled with wondrous things and experiences. Are you not curious? Bulma's voice was laced with temptation, revealing her true intentions, waiting for the naive Little Red Riding Hood to take the bait. Heh, after enduring so many hardships at his hands, I have been on edge for quite some time. Now, let me show you my prowess, Bulma. Goku looked at her with curiosity, as he often did, and said, yes, I'm curious. Your voice is too soft. Speak louder, and I shall tell you. Bulma crossed her arms and gazed at him with an expectant expression. Yes, I'm curious. Goku's booming voice startled her, causing her to laugh. All right, listen closely. Our world is called Earth. There are intelligent beings beyond just us humans. There are many mysterious creatures too. The so-called monsters you speak of are merely fabrications to frighten children. We categorize any beings that do not belong to humanity as mystical creatures. There are many types of these creatures, and aside from their appearances, they are fundamentally like us. If you accompany me to search for the Dragon Balls, you will encounter these mystical beings. I've only read about them in books. I typically stay at home. Let us see if you bite. Trying to escape the grasp of Lady Bulma is futile. Whatever I set my mind to, I shall achieve. So the monsters are just a ruse. But mystical creatures sound intriguing. Goku's face displayed a glimmer of excitement. How about it? Besides, didn't your grandfather say to be gentle with girls? I am a girl, so you should treat me kindly and listen to me. Bulma launched a second wave of persuasion. Yes, I should be gentle with girls. Goku showed signs of wavering. And you've been living in the mountains, so you must not have tasted any truly delicious food. Even simple grilled meat lacks the delightful seasonings you deserve. If you stick with me and ensure my safety, I will treat you to delicious food. It's truly scrumptious. Bulma made her final appeal. I don't believe you can resist this, haha. Finding a bodyguard while also acquiring his Dragon Balls is simply splendid. Although he seems barely 3 years old, it matters not. He is so powerful that he cannot be considered a normal child. All right, no problem. I'll accompany you on your little adventure. But do not forget to treat me to something delicious. Goku, indeed, took the bait, drooling as he immediately agreed. Exactly. This is how a true man should behave. Observing the small figure before her, Bulma toyed with her hair and casually inquired, by the way, will you bring your grandfather's heirloom with you? Yes. This is the heirloom left to me by my grandfather. I will carry it with me. Goku affirmed confidently. Bulma smiled with joy. This reassured her. An hour later, watching as Goku finished his meal, Bulma excitedly stood up and exclaimed, let's go. Let us embark on a joyful journey. Goku looked at her quizzically, but we don't know where the Dragon Balls are. How can we find them? Hee. I am the beautiful and exceptionally clever Bulma. This trivial matter is no challenge for me. Look here, this is my Dragon Ball radar. This indicates our current location. And this one is where we shall go next. I don't understand, but you seem impressive. Goku admitted, though he was confused. At least he recognized that he could not achieve such feats himself, which made Bulma, despite her slightly diminished combat prowess, appear quite formidable in his eyes. Hee. Now you know, the off-road vehicle is broken. I need to find a new mode of transportation, for 2,000 miles is quite far. Flattered by his compliment, Bulma happily retrieved a universal capsule from her bag and tossed it, revealing a super motorcycle. Bulma, what is this? How did it suddenly appear? This is called a universal capsule. It is an essential item in urban life. Bulma knew Goku was unfamiliar with many things, so she patiently explained. After all, Goku was merely the size of a 3-year-old and was incredibly cute. Even Bulma, with her fiery temperament, felt a connection to him. Bulma mounted the motorcycle and urged Goku. All right, hop on and sit behind me. Goku leaped onto the back, and Bulma cautioned him with a hint of warning in her eyes. Hold onto my waist. But don't touch anywhere else. After all, I am a girl, understood? Oh, understood. Goku wrapped his arms around Bulma's waist, and she sped off with him. Half an hour later. Ugh, I drank too much water earlier, and now I really need to relieve myself. Bulma stopped the motorcycle and, feeling somewhat shy, said, I need to take a moment. Goku looked at her, puzzled. What does take a moment mean? Fool. When a lady says this, it obviously means she is going to the restroom. Bulma complained, then hurriedly dashed to a spot out of Goku's sight. Suddenly recalling the incident where he had lifted her skirt, she warned, "You must not come over." "Is it really just to urinate? Why not do it here?" Goku muttered to himself, perplexed. After all, his grandfather, Sun Wukong, had only lived with him for 3 years. And he was merely 6 years old when he passed away. "Help!" Just then, Bulma's voice cried out for aid. "What happened?" "I'm coming." Goku ran over with his short legs, only to find the food-loving creature from the Winged Dragon clan holding Bulma captive. "Huh. I didn't expect to get a 2-for-1 deal today. What a stroke of luck." Goku questioned, "What are you doing? Why are you holding her?" The creature, with a strange look in his eyes, replied, "Hee hee. Nothing much, just that I haven't cooked anything at home today. I thought I'd invite you both over for a visit." Bulma, desperately holding her need to urinate, dared not speak. Goku simply replied, "Sure. That sounds great. I like visiting. All right, let us get going." The creature said, grabbing Bulma with one hand and Goku with the other, flying up into the air, laughing joyfully. "Curse the clan's ridiculous rules that prohibit eating humans. I've been holding back for too long. To catch two out here is just too fortunate." "Haha." Bulma, still in desperate need, erupted, turning to Goku and shouting, "You idiot. What are you doing? Hurry up and save me, you fool. You're infuriating me." "Oh, I see. Then I want to play with him." As Bulma's anger flared, Goku freed himself from the clutches of the glutton, drawing forth his Rui Jingu Bang and thrusting it through the heart of the foe, delivering a fatal blow. The glutton, struck mortally, felt his eyes bulge in disbelief as he relinquished his grip and fell. Bulma had narrowly escaped the jaws of danger, but before she could savor her relief, calamity struck as she plummeted. With her limbs thrashing in the air, she unexpectedly grasped Goku, enveloping him in a tight embrace, her legs entwining around his waist. Goku, with a pained expression, remarked, "Bulma, my clothes are soaked." Upon hearing his words, Bulma, whose cheeks were already flushed with embarrassment, burst into tears. "Woo woo woo. In the end, I still wet my pants." "It's all your fault, Goku. You must have done it on purpose. You fool, you idiot. How could you even say that? I'll bite you to death." With that, she lunged at Goku, teeth bared. Goku's cries of despair echoed in the air. Chapter 11. My nemesis deceived me about my height inside the capsule house. Bulma looked disdainfully at the small figure before her, whose clothes were also damp. "Hey, have you not bathed in ages? Why did your clothes smell so strong when I held you just now?" Goku, puzzled, responded, "Bath? What is a bath? My goodness. You don't even know what a bath is? Come on, I will take you to bathe." Bulma, utterly speechless, regarded the tiny Goku, who was merely 70 centimeters tall and likely only 3 years old, without any sense of danger. In the bathtub, Bulma was comfortably soaking, diligently lathering Goku's hair with shampoo. She chuckled at the faint bite mark left from when she had just bitten into something. Goku, looking gloomy, inquired, "Bulma, what is this stuff? It feels sticky and uncomfortable." Bulma patiently explained, "It's shampoo. It's specifically made for washing hair." She then glared at him, "And if you complain again, I'll deal with you. It's a great fortune for you to have me, Bulma, personally attending to you. You should be grateful and never forget my kindness, understand?" Goku nodded. "Oh, I understand." He then curiously asked, "Bulma, what is that on your chest? Why don't I have one? And why are our lower parts different?" Bulma's face flushed with embarrassment as she explained, "That's a girl's chest. As for the lower parts, that's another difference between boys and girls. It's a place that boys and men adore, but you are still too young and living alone, so it's normal not to know." Goku, puzzled, replied, "I'm not small. It looks quite nice. Is that what liking feels like?" Bulma laughed as she looked at him. "Oh, how old are you? With your height of only 70 centimeters, you don't even meet the standard for a normal 3-year-old. Goku confidently asserted, "I'm 15 years old this year. My grandpa and master have told me." 15? Impossible. At your height, do you even know the date?" Bulma said skeptically while continuing to wash his hair. Goku, feeling frustrated, replied, "Of course. I know a year. The sun rises and sets in a day. Rising and setting 365 times makes a year. I may not count well, but my grandpa taught me to carve it on stones. I carve it every day, so I know I am 15. Bulma halted her movements, unable to accept the reality before her, her face blank as she stared at him. 15? Yes, 15. Goku nodded affirmatively. You scoundrel. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Bulma exclaimed, shoving him into the water before hurriedly running to the bedroom. Goku, feeling dejected, surfaced from the water and began scrubbing himself. In the bedroom, Bulma sat on the bed, hugging her legs, feeling as if everything that had transpired was a dream. Ever since encountering this fool, everything had gone awry. Before long, Goku entered, towel in hand, drying his hair. Bulma snapped back to reality and glared at the audacious little rascal who had lied about his age. Goku, oblivious, let his swaying tail come into view. She curiously remarked, "Hey, why haven't you taken off that fake tail?" Goku turned to face her, presenting his tail. "This is not a fake tail. It's my real tail." Bulma, in disbelief, pinched the tail and rubbed it. It felt pleasantly soft. She examined it closely, finally concluding that it was indeed a real tail, muttering to herself, "I think I've heard of people with tails somewhere. Let me think, my memory bank cannot fail me." After a moment, she exclaimed, "I know. That foolish alien mentioned science, and you were that annoying little fool, my destined nemesis." Goku, confused, asked, "What is a scion?" "I don't know." Bulma scrutinized Goku carefully and after a moment replied, "Scions are a fierce race, but you don't seem fierce at all. It's quite pleasant being around you." "Is that so?" Haha. Goku laughed happily. Bulma slowly rose, looking sternly at him. "I'm not done washing yet. You are not allowed to peek while I bathe, or I will bite you, understand?" Goku nodded quickly, the painful lesson from earlier firmly etched in his mind. "Understood. I promise not to peek." "Good." Satisfied with his response, Bulma made her way to the bathroom, now resigned to accept reality. As Bulma relaxed in the bath, her thoughts wandered. This fool must indeed be a scion. The timing fits perfectly with what Gake was looking for. How infuriating. He is 15 yet barely taller than a 3-year-old, but he is truly adorable. Ever since I met him, my life has been turned upside down. I was too confident, but thankfully he is not a bad guy. Otherwise, I would be in trouble today. I even bathed him and served him. It was the first time I saw a boy-esque thing. No boy has ever seen me bathe either. He even lifted my skirt during the day and saw my pudding bare. This time, if he doesn't help me find the Dragon Balls, I, Bulma, swear I will not let him off the hook. After her bath, Bulma sat at her vanity, drying her hair. Goku, who was about the same height as the vanity, rubbed his belly with a pained expression. "I'm hungry. Didn't you say you'd treat me to food?" How infuriating. He is so cute. It takes a buildup of anger just to scold him. Bulma stood up to retrieve some food, and they both began their dinner together. "This bread is decent, but there is too little, and this soup is a bit bitter," Goku remarked after finishing his meal. "This is coffee," Bulma replied elegantly, taking a sip before retrieving more bread to offer him. Goku quickly finished the bread but felt unsatisfied. Ever since he began his training, the energy produced by his body could sustain him without food or drink for long periods. Yet a person accustomed to eating cannot suppress their cravings. For Goku, training and enjoying delicious food are the pleasures of life. He stood up, heading towards the door. "I'm going to find something to eat. Wait for me." "What? It's this late. Hurry back. Otherwise, I want to let you off." Bulma felt a bit scared alone, but her pride wouldn't let her admit it. "Okay, I'll be right back." 15 minutes later, "I'm back." Goku's voice called from outside. "Why are you so slow?" Bulma grumbled as she opened the door. "You foolish boy. You took so long. You didn't even think about how scared I might be alone." As the door swung open, Bulma was greeted not by Goku, but by a massive black bear with ominous eyes glaring at her. She swiftly turned and slammed the door shut, leaning against it, breathing heavily. Seeing Bulma's strange reaction, Goku called from the other side, "Hey, what's wrong?" Bulma turned to face the door, bewildered. "Goku, where are you?" "I'm right outside the door." Bulma clenched her fists, angrily replying, "Don't lie to me. Isn't there a big black bear at the door?" "Oh." I find myself beneath the bear. The door gradually creaked open, and Bulma's eyes peered through the narrow gap, scrutinizing the figure of Goku. His stature was so diminutive that he was entirely obscured by the bear's massive paws, rendering him nearly invisible. Once Bulma's anxiety subsided, she swiftly flung the door open and, with clenched fists, delivered a furious blow to Goku's head. "Haha, Bulma, you are far more formidable than the bear. How effortlessly you managed to strike me." Goku grinned, narrowing his eyes in amusement at the delightful little figure before him. Bulma, unable to maintain her anger, crossed her arms and proudly proclaimed, "Humph. I am the clever and beautiful Bulma. Here, Bulma, you can roast it and have a meal," Goku said, tossing the black bear aside. "No way. You expect a delicate girl like me to do that? How could you even suggest it? The bear is so enormous that I can barely lift one of its paws." After giving Goku a disdainful glance, Bulma turned and retreated into the house. Outside, Goku efficiently kindled a fire and began to skin and roast the bear. An hour later, he called out loudly, "Hey, I'm almost done roasting. Are you really not going to eat?" "No, it's too late. I've already brushed my teeth," Bulma's voice echoed back. Chapter 12. I will never let you go. As the night deepened, after ensuring that Wukong had brushed his teeth properly, Bulma personally escorted him to the bedroom. Wukong jumped onto the bed, bouncing a little. The soft quilt felt delightful against his skin. It had been quite a while since they had shared a bed. "What? You want to sleep with me?" Bulma exclaimed in disbelief, then, slightly intoxicated by the moment, added, "But that is understandable, given my beauty. However, you are already 15. That is absolutely out of the question. I will prepare a bed for you, while I sleep on the actual bed." With that, she swiftly took out a new blanket, pillow, and quilt, making a separate bed right beside hers, ensuring that she wouldn't feel afraid while camping outdoors. Wukong reminisced about the past with his grandfather and sighed. "Can't we sleep together? It was so comfortable resting my head on my grandfather's lap. Don't even think about it. If you were 3, I might have accepted it. But you are a fake child. You drive me insane," Bulma retorted, grabbing the insufferable brat and tossing him onto his bed, then warning him with a stern gaze. "I am telling you, do not even think about climbing up here. Otherwise, I will bite you to death." "Oh no, I want tea. I promise to behave." Like a chick pecking at rice, he replied eagerly. They both lay down on their respective beds. Bulma gently inquired, "So, Wukong, have you always lived with your grandfather? What about your parents?" Wukong pondered for a moment and chuckled. "Well, I lived with my grandfather for 3 years. He found and raised me. I don't know about my parents. I didn't expect that. You were quite impressive, surviving all alone in such a desolate place for so many years," Bulma softly remarked. After finishing her words, she received no response and curiously leaned over to check. To her dismay, this irritating little tyrant had already fallen asleep. How infuriating. I was just getting interested in talking, with so many questions to ask him. However, she couldn't help but find him adorable while asleep. Ugh, it's so unfair. Even I, a beauty enthusiast, can't find any flaws. Before she knew it, Bulma too succumbed to slumber. The next morning, as dawn broke, Wukong awakened. Bulma had fallen from her already low bed, her long, fair legs resting on him as she slept peacefully, revealing a hint of her strawberry pudding. He gently lowered her legs, tucked the quilt around her, and muttered to himself, "Never mind, I will go exercise first. She will call for me when she wakes." Wukong exited the house to commence his morning routine. 2 hours later, Bulma awoke to find herself in Wukong's bed, and Wukong was nowhere to be seen. Slightly flustered and angry, she called out, "Wukong, how did I end up in your bed? He better not have done anything to me. Or is this fool hiding from guilt?" She thought to herself, "No matter where he runs, I will drag him back and make him serve me well." That scoundrel had caused her so much trouble and taken advantage of her. There was no way she would let him off the hook. Outside, Wukong heard her and rushed inside, fist clenched. "What's wrong? Is there danger?" Seeing him appear, Bulma sighed in relief. "Nothing much. I just woke up and couldn't see you, so I was a bit worried." After a moment of concern, she asked, "By the way, how did I end up in your bed? You didn't do anything to me, right?" Wukong replied truthfully, "Haha. Well, you were lying on top of me when I woke up, so I went out to exercise." Bulma regarded him suspiciously. "Really? This little rascal has a history that makes it hard for me to trust him." "Yes, indeed. I will go find some food and prepare breakfast," Wukong said before stepping outside. Bulma took a moment to check herself and, after a while, sighed in relief, realizing that the foolish boy was indeed telling the truth. She then proceeded to tidy herself up. Outside, a turtle appeared in Wukong's line of sight. He joyfully rushed over, picked it up, and intended to head back to start a fire. A terrified voice came from above. "Who are you? What do you want? Put me down, or I will call the police." Startled, Wukong dropped it on the ground, leaving it upside down. "You can talk? Fine, I want to eat you since you can lie. I will look for something else to eat later." The turtle, giving up its struggle, replied, "I'm not tasty at all, but could you please help me turn over? I've been crawling for a long while, and with all this commotion, I feel like I'm running out of breath." "Oh, all right." Wukong walked over and flipped it back onto its feet. Bulma, dressed in light blue jeans and a white t-shirt adorned with a mini Bulma, approached and observed the two. "This turtle can talk. Are you from the Turtle Clan? What are you doing here?" The turtle, with a gloomy expression, replied, "Oh, I got lost and can't find my way back to the sea. My family must be very worried." "Well, the right direction is that way. About 200 kilometers to the ocean, Bulma pointed. Upon hearing Bulma's indication, the turtle lowered its head in despair. After crawling for so long, it felt it might not survive another 200 kilometers and could end up as someone's meal along the way. Suddenly, its eyes lit up with hope as it looked at the two children. Could I ask you to help me get back? I promise to repay you. Bulma coldly shattered its hopes. No way. We don't have time to waste. You've managed this long on your own. Thinking of never tasting its favorite food again or seeing its friends, the turtle began to cry. Wah. Partner, you will have to take care of yourself from now on. I will wait for you down below. Leaning back comfortably, Wukong gazed at Bulma. Hey, Bulma, let us help it get back. It's quite interesting and can talk. The turtle looked up in surprise. Really? Bulma frowned and pondered for a moment before refusing. It's not our kind. We can just let it go. It should be careful enough to survive. The turtle protested. I will die. I faced many dangers on the way here. If it weren't for my luck just now, I would have already been reincarnated. Please, little brother and sister, help me get back. Wukong decisively agreed. All right, I will take you back. He then turned to Bulma and said, Bulma, you wait here for me. I will come back after helping it. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Bulma grew increasingly furious, her gaze dangerous. After taking advantage of me so much and not helping me find the Dragon Balls, you think you can just leave me behind? Today we shall perish together. She spun around and dashed into the house, retrieving a submachine gun, charging outside. Wukong stood there, bewildered, as Bulma aimed and fired at him. Half an hour later, Bulma had Wukong's ear in her grasp. Will you dare to abandon me again? Wukong looked at her with a pained expression. I never intended to leave you. I was just going to help it get back and then return to you. How dare you talk back? I will bite you to death, and we can end this once and for all, she declared, sinking her teeth into the little rascal before her, filled with discontent. Ah. The sea turtle gazed sympathetically at the little creature before it. Moments later, Bulma, with a menacing glint in her eyes, inquired once more, have you realized your mistake? If not, today I shall ensure you truly understand. Goku hastily nodded. I understand. I understand. I want to leave you behind next time. I will take you with me. Satisfied, Bulma nodded in approval. Remember my words today, or you shall face my wrath. Now, let us return it together. With that, Bulma exited the house, her intentions unknown, while Goku and the sea turtle waited outside. After a quarter of an hour, Bulma emerged, holding a set of clothes. Your attire is beyond repair. Wear this instead. She handed the garments to Goku, having just torn his previous outfit. She had tailored her own clothes to fit him. Oh, all right. Goku quickly donned Bulma's gift. This outfit is much more comfortable than my previous one. The trousers were Bulma's cut-off jeans, now reaching only to Goku's knees. The shirt featured a large strawberry design on the chest, altered simply by Bulma, and it fit Goku snugly. Dressed in his new attire, Goku noticed Bulma holding an object that glimmered with intrigue. Hey, Bulma, what are you doing? It's a camera, but don't mind it. Let us go. Bulma chuckled mischievously as she led the way. Fantastic. This cheeky fellow has made me endure so much. Hee hee. Once I show him the wonders of this vibrant world. If he dares to disobey me again, I shall treat him just like Jack, turning his recent photo into a poster to be plastered around the globe. Ha. Chapter 13. The Tiger and the Perverted Old Man. Not long after Bulma and Goku set off towards the sea, they were compelled to halt. A humanoid creature, its skin resembling that of a tiger and clad in armor, stood 5 meters tall with a 3-meter-long sword slung at its waist, blocking their path. Its gaze fell upon the sea turtle that Goku carried, and it spoke in a deep, coarse voice. This is my territory. I can wait. I can count. Listen closely. Every day I can water 1 tree, nurture 3 blades of grass, and fertilize a patch of land the size of my palm. Just look at how splendid this tree has grown and how lush the grass is. For decades, there has been no spot here that I have not irrigated. And I am the one who forged this path. Wait a moment. Let me gather my words. It continued. Goku, perplexed, asked Bulma, what is he saying? I don't understand. He is talking about urinating. Bulma replied, her face flushed. After a moment of contemplation, the towering creature queried, are you visiting my home without a gift? Today, I won't make it difficult for you. Simply hand over that sea turtle. I have a fondness for sea turtles. If you do that, I will let you both go, the little boy and the young lady. Please, quickly, Goku, give him the turtle, she urged. He seems to be a member of the tiger people, a type of spirit. It's said that they eventually evolve into beings resembling us humans. Currently, they retain some primitive traits. Their strength when mature is formidable. 1 tiger person can contend with a tank. Bulma trembled, overwhelmed by the oppressive presence of the creature. She was grateful that it would spare her and Goku, but felt powerless regarding the turtle. You're right. We never consume humans. I will not surrender the turtle. I promise to return it, Goku firmly declared, defiantly provoking the tiger. You are no match for me. Let us pass, and I shall not harm you. Ah, how amusing. All you needed to do was hand over the turtle, and I would have spared your lives. But now, you wish to defy me? I admire your bravery. However, are you prepared to face the wrath of Hubuju? The creature roared, its fury making its speech remarkably fluid. Bulma, frightened, turned to Goku and shouted, You fool. Hurry and give him the turtle. I want to give it to you. Goku countered, escalating the provocation. Very well, I shall start with you, little boy. You will not comprehend my might until you witness it firsthand. Hubuju brandished his 3-meter-long sword. Bulma swiftly retreated on her super motorcycle, anxiously watching the confrontation unfold. This idiot, he should listen to me, but he refuses. I will make him submit eventually. I wonder if he can truly match Hubuju. Little boy, Hubuju, do not take advantage of the weak. Release the turtle. His scarred eyes gleamed with arrogance. Goku addressed the turtle. I'm setting you down now. He moved aside and placed the turtle gently on the ground. Terrified, the turtle scurried away at an unnatural speed, hiding near Bulma. Seeing that Goku had distanced himself from the creature, Bulma called out, Goku, now is your chance. Run. Ignoring her, Goku positioned himself directly opposite Hubuju. You rotten scoundrel. When you fall, I'll be sure to gather your remains. Hubuju gazed solemnly at the small figure before him, stating, Today, either I, Hubuju, shall fall, or you shall. The sword is merciless. If you die, do not blame me, for you brought this upon yourself. If you are defeated, I shall bury you, and I will spare the girl over there. Despite the size difference, he respected those who dared to challenge him. Goku readily accepted the challenge. Understood. Bring it on. As Hubuju dragged his colossal sword across the ground, he lunged at Goku with a powerful upward slash. Goku deftly sidestepped to the left, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. Little boy, you're rather fortunate. You managed to evade my attack, but your luck will soon run out. Hubuju continued his assault with relentless vertical and horizontal slashes, yet Goku consistently evaded his strikes. Hey, do you have any other techniques? Use them, or I shall attack. How dare you underestimate me, Hubuju? Behold my ultimate technique, the Dragon Slaughter. In a fit of rage, Hubuju leapt high into the air, sword poised horizontally, spinning like a whirlwind as he descended towards Goku. Bulma and the turtle watched anxiously as the battle raged on. Well, it seems this is your limit. I'll let you off easy for now. Goku seized the opportunity, leaping lightly into the air, positioning himself beside Hubuju's head. With a swift, sweeping kick, Hubuju's massive form was sent crashing against the mountainside, rendering him unconscious. Goku, while I knew you were strong, I never imagined you were this formidable, Bulma exclaimed, rushing to his side along with the turtle. Thank you, little brother, for saving my life. Let us hurry and return this directionally challenged turtle to the sea, so we can set off again, Goku said. 2 hours later, gazing at the vast expanse of the Azure Ocean, Goku excitedly dashed forward, splashing through the waves. Is this the great sea you spoke of, Bulma? It's magnificent. Of course, the sea is truly beautiful. Just then, an old man, adorned with a turtle shell on his back, emerged from the jungle, his head glistening in the sunlight. Clad in a floral shirt and shorts, he shouted angrily, Sea Turtle, you fool. Do you have any idea how worried I was? You've been gone for so long that I couldn't help but come looking for you. The turtle hurried over, wrapping its claws around the old man's leg. Weeping, master, I didn't mean to. I got lost and thought I'd never see you again. Though slightly irritated, the old man could only comfort him softly. There. It's all right now, isn't it? You're not a child anymore. Stop crying like this. The turtle wiped its tears and retorted. You have no right to criticize me. You're just as bad. Bulma and Goku's arrival interrupted their emotional reunion. The old man, curious, asked, Did this little boy save you, Sea Turtle? Upon seeing the small Goku and his magical staff, he thought to himself that this boy might be the one his disciple Sun Wukong had found. Who are you, old man? Goku inquired, intrigued, noting that the old man's power surpassed Bulma's. The turtle pointed at Goku, expressing gratitude. Indeed, this young brother saved me. I am Master Rashi. You have my deepest thanks, young brother. Allow me to present you with a gift. Master Rashi turned towards the sea, clasped his hands behind his back, and called out to the sky, Come forth, flying Nimbus. Hiki. This pose must look quite cool. 5 minutes later, a magnificent golden cloud descended from the heavens and hovered before them. Master Rashi pointed at the shimmering cloud and addressed Goku, saying, "This nimbus cloud is a gift for you." Goku, puzzled, inquired, "What is this cloud for?" Master Rashi, with an air of mystery, replied, "With it, you can soar through the skies at will." The bright-eyed Bulma noticed the Dragon Ball hanging around Rashi's neck and exclaimed joyfully, "Hey, would you be willing to part with that orb? I can offer you something in exchange." Master Rashi, finally taking the time to observe the youthful and radiant Bulma, felt a spark of admiration. She was undoubtedly the most beautiful girl he had ever encountered. He chuckled sheepishly, saying, "Well, that's not entirely out of the question, but we need to have a private conversation." This was not something he could discuss in front of Goku, lest he lose all semblance of dignity. "Partner, you must stop embarrassing yourself. You are hundreds of years old. Have you forgotten your past misfortunes?" The turtle, witnessing this scene, understood Rashi's intentions and awkwardly covered his face, reminding him of his age. How could this old turtle comprehend the only solace I have left? Rashi thought to himself. Bulma led Master Rashi aside, saying, "All right, you can speak now. What is it that you can't say in front of Goku?" He stammered, "Well, it's not too much to ask. I just want to see your undergarments." Rashi's face flushed bright red, his expression a mixture of glee and foolishness. However, before he could indulge in his fantasy, he found himself knocked to the ground, a vivid red handprint adorning his cheek. "Hey, old man," Bulma's voice rang out, startling him as he trembled on the ground. "I offer you two choices. First, a VIP ticket for a luxurious yacht. Second, I will inform Goku about your intentions and spend money plastering your posters all over South City. You have 2 minutes to decide." Bulma's icy glare bore into him. She had ruled the roost for years, and none dared to provoke her in such a manner. How dare this old fool underestimate me? If he weren't so old, I would give him a piece of my mind. Haha, no need to think it over. I'll take the first option. "You can have the Dragon Ball," Rashi replied, wiping the sweat from his brow, realizing he was dealing with a fierce young lady. The thought of a VIP yacht ticket filled him with excitement. Bulma and the elderly master returned to Goku, who curiously asked, "What just happened?" "Nothing much. He just complained that the weather was too chilly and asked me to warm it up for him," Bulma casually explained. "Haha, exactly, it is a bit chilly." Rashi awkwardly chuckled in agreement. After acquiring the Dragon Ball, Goku and Bulma joyfully bid farewell to Master Rashi and continued their journey. Chapter 14. The bold strike of Xiong-Daiden Wukong soared through the skies atop his nimbus cloud, twisting and turning, circling around Bulma. Bulma, riding her super motorcycle, struggled to keep up with the swift pace of the nimbus cloud. Looking up at Wukong, she shouted, "Hey, Wukong, don't spin around like that. It's dangerous." No sooner had she spoken than a steep incline of 70 degrees appeared before her. She had no time to react. The motorcycle took flight with a loud bang, landing safely, but Bulma was not so fortunate. The violent jolt caused her to be thrown off, landing painfully on the ground, tears streaming down her face as she cried, "You foolish idiot. This is all your fault. You're my nemesis." Wukong jumped down from the nimbus, standing obediently as he apologized. "I'm sorry, Bulma. I was wrong." He needed to think of a way to distract her. Her tears were far more troublesome than a beating. Bulma sobbed, "Oh, my poor bottom hurts." This foolish idiot had caused her more suffering than she had ever endured in her life, leaving her feeling utterly wronged. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became, and her cries grew louder. Wukong gently patted the nimbus beside him and said, "Here, stop crying and sit on this nimbus. It's soft and quite comfortable. It will ease your pain." "Really?" Bulma rubbed her eyes, wiping away her tears. She had long envied Wukong's carefree gliding through the sky, but felt too shy to voice her desire. Wukong looked at her earnestly. "Really? All right, you sit behind me, and I'll take the front," Bulma exclaimed, stowing her motorcycle away. Excitedly climbing onto the nimbus, Wukong piloted the nimbus into the sky with great speed, but the rapid pace left Bulma feeling insecure, fearing she might fall if she let go of Wukong. After a quarter of an hour, she called for him to stop. "Wukong, can't you go a little slower?" Bulma complained, then instructed, "Let's switch positions. I'll sit in front, and you can hold me from behind." "Oh." Wukong agreed nonchalantly, and they set off once more. With the Dragon Ball radar hanging around her neck, Bulma sat at the front of the nimbus, while Wukong's strong little hands wrapped around her, alleviating her fears of falling. The earth rushed past them, and the wind blew through Bulma's beautiful hair. Sitting on the nimbus, she gazed at the scenery below, exhilarated. It was an entirely different sensation from flying in an airplane, much more thrilling and liberating. She exclaimed joyfully, haha, this is amazing. However, soon it was Wukong's turn to voice his grievances. Hey, Bulma, I can't see ahead. He complained, his tone filled with frustration. Hold on tight. When we reach the town, I'll treat you to a feast. Whole roasted lamb, whole roasted beef, roasted duck, mud-baked chicken, steamed abalone, braised bear paws, and crispy century eggs, whatever you crave. I'll get it for you. Bulma rattled off an impressive list of dishes, many of which Wukong had never heard of. He was accustomed to bears, tigers, and fish. But lamb, beef, duck, and even chicken were foreign to him, causing him to drool at the thought. Really? Bulma, you aren't deceiving me, are you? Last time, you promised me a feast but only treated me to bread, coffee, milk, and vegetables, Wukong said, regarding her with skepticism. I swear. It's just that we hadn't encountered a town yet, so I could only offer you bread, Bulma replied, her voice strong and unwavering. All right, I will believe you. I'll hold on tight. I'm quite strong, Wukong assured her confidently. They arrived at a small village composed of several clustered homes, sparsely dotted with a few trees. The village streets were eerily empty. Bulma approached the door of a house indicated by her Dragon Ball radar and called out, hello, is anyone home? Receiving no response. She wondered aloud, are they out farming or something? Wukong, however, was certain, declaring, there is someone inside. Stand back and watch me. With that, he forcefully broke the door lock with a punch and stepped inside. You are too reckless, Bulma exclaimed, following him. Just then, a glint of cold metal caught her eye as an axe fell from above, striking Wukong on the head. Adu! Bulma screamed, shutting her eyes tightly, horrified at the sight. Unable to fathom Wukong's fate, axe fragments scattered across the floor, but Wukong remained unharmed, facing a middle-aged man who had attacked him. What are you doing? He asked. Wait, you're not dead. Bulma, hearing Wukong's voice, cautiously opened her eyes. The man, Xiong, wielding his wooden axe, roared, Yulong, whether you want to kill or torture me, I'm ready for it. This axe will fall, and I never expected to live. My daughter is only 6. If she marries you, what future does she have? Come on. If you want to enter, you'll have to step over my dead body. If I frown today, I won't be called Xiong. Ever since Yulong had set his sights on his daughter, Xiong had been living in fear. However, he would never allow his precious daughter to be wed to Yulong. Today, if Yulong did not die, Xiong would not survive either. Wukong, perplexed, inquired, who is Yulong? Wait, are you not Yulong? Xiong asked, bewildered. What the hell? Who is Yulong? Don't you know? If you had struck someone else instead of Wukong, I would have already been reincarnated. Even Wukong was scared half to death just now. Bulma's furious voice echoed around them. Stumbling back, Xiong fell to the ground, quickly getting up to bow and apologize. I'm sorry. I didn't know you weren't Yulong. Is saying sorry going to help? What do we need the police for then? How about I give you an axe instead? Bulma's anger bubbled over, her chest heaving with emotion. She had truly been frightened moments ago as the axe had swung perilously close. Xiong recognized his grave mistake and continued to apologize profusely. Wukong, still curious, pressed on, so, who is Yulong? To him, the earlier axe incident was of no concern. Xiong responded earnestly, Yulong is a monster skilled in transformation. He can become a gigantic beast. Several nearby villages have lost many treasures to him. And he is quite lecherous, having kidnapped several young girls. Just days ago, he appeared again, setting his sights on my 6-year-old daughter. He intends to marry her today. And I thought you were Yulong. Bulma gradually calmed down. Though Xiong had acted recklessly, his intentions were ultimately to protect his daughter. So she decided to let it slide. She regarded him with curiosity. Then why don't you run away? I have considered fleeing with my family, Xiong replied angrily. But he has threatened us. If we dare to escape, he will slaughter everyone in our village. Bulma took out the Dragon Ball and showed it to him. Hey, you must possess this item. Give it to me, and I won't hold the earlier scare against you. Plus, I can help you deal with Yulong. Xiong stated without hesitation, I have that. It serves no purpose for me, but if it can atone for my recent misdeeds, feel free to take it. He then shook his head, declining Bulma's kind offer. As for Oolong, he is quite formidable. You all appear rather inexperienced, so perhaps it is best to avoid unnecessary risks. Rest assured, you witnessed Goku's prowess just now, and I have a foolproof plan. Regardless of how powerful he may be, there is always a way to subdue him. Bulma chuckled mischievously and borrowed the dress of Xiong 6-year-old daughter, not allowing Goku a moment to object before swiftly helping him into it. Goku, take this. It is a charm potion. Simply pretend to be this little girl. When Oolong comes to claim you and takes you back to his lair, you will have the opportunity to administer it, thus easily resolving the situation and ensuring the girl's safety. Bulma meticulously explained her scheme. Goku, wearing a distressed expression, remarked, Bulma, your plan intrigues me. However, is it possible to forego this attire? It is rather constricting. This is for the safety of the girls. Therefore, you must wear it properly. Do you understand? Bulma stated, casually retrieving a camera to snap a few pictures. Goku reluctantly acquiesced to the arrangement. Understood. Chapter 15. Heartbreak. Wukong donned a long dress designed for a 6-year-old girl, which fit him snugly. To express his apologies and gratitude, Xiongdaden scoured the vicinity for unique fruits to share with him and Bulma. Just then, Oolong arrived. A villager, tasked with delivering news, approached in a state of panic. Everyone quickly concealed themselves, and Bulma hastily pushed the faux girl outside. Curiously observing Bulma as she emerged, Wukong inquired, Bulma, are you going to fight alongside me? Fool, I am merely a delicate girl. Fighting is your responsibility. I stepped out because there are matters I cannot discuss in their presence. Remember, if things go awry, come inside immediately and we will escape together, Bulma cautioned earnestly, leaning down to whisper in his ear. Wukong, understanding her directive, replied, all right. If anything unexpected happens, I'll come in and whisk you away. Wukong, it's up to you now. I'll be praying for your success from the sidelines. Stick to the plan. If it succeeds, I will follow the locator to find you, Bulma reassured him before retreating into the house. Peering through a crack in the door to monitor the situation. Following Bulma's instructions, Wukong stood still in the dress. Minutes later, heavy footsteps echoed behind him. A creature towering 4 meters tall and 2.5 meters wide, with red skin and 2 horns on its head, approached. It gazed eagerly at the beautiful, adorable figure in the dress. Little darling, I've come to take you away. Your hair seems shorter than yesterday. Turn around so I can have a good look at you, Oolong said, excitement bubbling within him. The disguised Wukong turned to face Oolong. Before him stood a girl adorned with lipstick, eyeshadow, and a delicate ornament on her forehead. Oolong's face flushed, his tone becoming frantic. You are not the girl from yesterday, but you are simply too adorable, truly magnificent, like an angel. Oolong, let us hurry home. Wukong recited Bulma's script awkwardly. Inside, Bulma, observing the interaction, thought, fool, your acting is atrocious, but thank goodness for your natural beauty and pleasing voice. Otherwise, you would have been discovered. Don't worry, darling. Where are your parents? I must thank them properly. I am beyond happy, Oolong's heart raced. I am finally going to fulfill my wish. In the next room, Bulma stifled a laugh. Wukong replied honestly, I don't have any parents. Oolong felt his heart shatter. Don't worry, sweetheart. I will take excellent care of you. You are my treasure, my everything. Let us go home. He extended his enormous hand, and Wukong climbed aboard, quickly being lifted onto his shoulder as they sped away. Before long, Bulma, armed with a locator, trailed behind with Xiongdaden. Oolong had not run far when he transformed back into his original form, now shorter than Wukong, appearing as a cute pink pig in a tank top. He swiftly produced a luxurious hover vehicle, taking the driver's seat. Come aboard, darling. This is a limited edition, very expensive. Wukong, with his silver eyes, had already discerned Oolong's true nature and felt no surprise, yet he resolved to adhere to Bulma's plan, finding it rather amusing. Half an hour later, within Oolong's opulent palace nestled in the mountains, Wukong lounged on a sofa while Oolong gazed at the angelic figure before him. His voice filled with affection. Darling, what would you like to drink? I have everything here. Wukong replied with a hint of stiffness. How about a pot of wine? I wish to feed you personally. Aha, no problem. What a splendid idea. I'll fetch the wine right away. Oolong promptly retrieved a bottle and eagerly sat beside Wukong, filling a glass to the brim. The disguised girl smiled brightly. Now, close your eyes while I feed you. All right. No problem. I'll close my eyes now. Oolong, blushing, shut his eyes. Wukong produced the sedative that Bulma had given him, pouring its contents into the glass. Then pinching Oolong's nose to ensure he drank it all. Coughing and sputtering, Oolong clutched his chest as he began to lose consciousness, collapsing onto the sofa. 20 minutes later, Bulma stared at the small pink pig in confusion and asked, Is this really Oolong? The gigantic monster from before? Wukong confirmed, indeed. This is how he truly appears. Xiongdaden returned, awkwardly chuckling. Well, I found all the missing girls. This little pig didn't harm them. They simply grew too comfortable and didn't wish to return home. Bulma pondered for a moment. I see. It seems this pig isn't entirely malevolent. Wukong, tie him up with some rope. We'll take him with us. His transformation ability could prove useful. Then she turned to Xiongdaden. Take any remaining treasures from the palace back to the villagers. Wukong and I will continue our journey shortly. Xiongdaden, excited, replied, let us properly host you. We didn't have time to prepare earlier. Haha, no need for that. We have matters to attend to and don't wish to delay. Bulma declined firmly, deciding that since they had found the Dragon Balls, continuing their journey with Wukong would be far more enjoyable. Xiongdaden expressed his gratitude. Thank you both for your tremendous help. Otherwise, I shudder to think of the outcome. Don't mention it. Let us go, Wukong. Bring the pig along, Bulma said, leading the way, with Wukong following closely behind. Outside Oolong's palace, Bulma thoughtfully stroked her chin. Wukong, tie Oolong's rope to yourself. Can you hold him in the air? Certainly. That's a trivial task for me, Wukong replied, puzzled. But why do we need to do this? With a slight smile, Bulma explained, after all, he is a villain. If we don't show him who is in charge, he won't submit willingly. Let us scare him a bit. Once he is desperate, he'll surrender. Wukong comprehended, enlightened by her wisdom. Understood. Let us set off. The nimbus cloud descended, and Wukong took to the skies with Oolong in tow. In the air, Oolong swayed with the wind, the fierce gusts jolting him awake. He opened his eyes, bewildered, and screamed in terror, "Aw! Who are you? How did I end up like this?" He attempted to transform, but found himself too weak, utterly drained of energy. Bulma, pointing at Wukong, chuckled, "Isn't this your darling? Your darling has taken a liking to you, and is ready to take you along for the ride." Oolong gazed in shock at Goku, stripped of his makeup, her heart shattering as her lips trembled in agitation. You, how could you treat me this way? My romance hasn't even begun, and it's already over. I shall not let you off lightly. Her excitement escalated as she bellowed, "Ah, you two scoundrels, I will surely take my revenge on you for such cruel treatment." Bulma elegantly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, casting a knowing glance at her. "Oh, really? I suggest you hope for your own salvation," she remarked, then disregarded Oolong entirely. It dawned upon Oolong the gravity of her predicament. She stubbornly held on, unwilling to concede defeat. As 15 minutes passed, Oolong, in a state of terror, realized that if things continued this way, her fate was sealed. She cried out for help. "Help! Someone, please. A child has been kidnapped." Another quarter of an hour slipped by, and her voice grew hoarse, but no one heeded her pleas for release. Despair washed over her as waves of pain coursed through her body. "I can't hold on any longer. Rather than hoping for someone else's rescue, I might as well wish for mercy from the demons before me." Overwhelmed with sorrow, she began to wail, "Wah, please, just stop." Ultimately, Bulma's conscience was stirred, prompting her to signal Goku to halt. Oolong's tear-streaked, pink visage was a picture of misery as she sobbed, "Could you possibly let me go? I promise I won't misbehave again." "Alas, we require your abilities." Bulma firmly dismissed her hopes. Oolong, seeking a compromise, earnestly suggested, "Then could I walk on my own?" "You are far too slow. Our destination is quite distant," Bulma explained succinctly. Oolong, sensing a glimmer of hope, quickly interjected, "No, I possess a treasured universal capsule. I can follow behind you." "Very well. Let us see this universal capsule of yours." The nimbus cloud descended, and Oolong retrieved a capsule from her ear, producing a small jet with a resounding bang. "Remarkable. I never anticipated you had hidden something during our prior search." Bulma scrutinized her with newfound respect, astonished by this unexpected asset. Oolong hastily defended, "I have nothing else, just this one. It's my prized possession." "Fine, you may pilot it, but you must not attempt to escape. You've seen the speed of the Nimbus. Should you dare flee, I will have Goku roast you." Bulma warned with a fierce glare, cautioning her against any rebellious thoughts. Goku complained, casting a sidelong glance at Oolong. "Hey, Bulma, she's so small that I could hardly use her as a toothpick." Oolong's pink face paled at his words, and she quickly protested, No, I promise I won't run away." Thus, Oolong embarked on her journey, piloting her diminutive jet in tow. Chapter 16. Resignation. 3 days after Oolong's capture, he finally regained his composure from the shadows of his past. They were now resting by the lakeside, with a roaring fire cooking an array of food. "Oolong, what is this transformation ability of yours?" Bulma inquired, intrigued by Oolong's shape-shifting skill. "It was invented by an esteemed ancestor of our spirit clan, but you humans cannot learn it. Transformations consume my internal energy, at most. I can only turn into a cow. Once my energy is depleted, I revert to my original form." I can only transform again after recovering my stamina. And I cannot change into anything too small or too large, Yulong explained, then curiously asked, but where exactly are you all headed? To Bread Mountain, where a Dragon Ball lies, Bulma casually mentioned while munching on her food. Hearing this, Yulong sprang to his feet in horror. What? Bread Mountain? You intend to go there? Goku looked at him curiously. Do you know about it, Yulong? Are you unaware? There is a terrifying bull demon king residing there, a notorious tyrant known for his wickedness. Yulong said, his fear palpable. He had grown up hearing tales of the bull demon king's infamous deeds. What is so scary about that? Goku will defeat him, Bulma said confidently, having faith in Goku's abilities. Yulong protested vehemently, you have no idea how dreadful the bull demon king is. Anyone who approaches him has met their demise. Is he really that strong? Excellent. Goku's excitement grew. Only by facing a formidable opponent could he encounter intriguing martial arts techniques. Yulong felt despair. These two were reckless. No, he could not accompany these two fools to their doom. Compared to these newly acquainted devils, the bull demon king was a nightmarish specter from his childhood. To secure his future, he resolved to bravely defy fate. With a grave expression, he stood tall. If you are merely going for a leisurely jaunt, I might have joined you for a bit of sightseeing, but if you are heading to your demise, then I shall not yield. Let us settle this. The victor shall reign, and the vanquished shall be cast aside. Little Pink Pig dashed away swiftly, keeping a wary eye on Goku and Bulma. Goku rose. Yulong? Since you wish to duel, just don't cry like last time. Yulong glared at him indignantly. If you hadn't used cunning tricks to catch me off guard last time, the outcome would have been different. All right, then let us see what you can do. Goku replied, unable to restrain the eager little pig. Yulong immediately activated his transformation, his body swelling into a massive, blue-horned wild bull, pawing the ground fiercely. Charging at the detestable little rascal before him, he was thrilled, ready to toss the one who had caused him so much trouble into the air. But in an instant, small hands grasped his horns, lifting him effortlessly. What just happened? He exclaimed, struggling helplessly in midair. Goku, holding the wild bull, fell to the ground, creating a shallow crater upon impact. The severely injured Yulong lost consciousness and swiftly shrank back to his original form. Bulma approached, splashing a bowl of water on him to wake him up. Groggily, Yulong rose, howling in pain. Ah, it hurts. Bulma shot him a sharp look. Cry again, and I will have Goku hit you. Open your mouth. Yulong, instinctively obeying, halted his sobbing. Bulma snapped her fingers, and a precisely calculated vitamin A pill dropped neatly into his mouth, which he swallowed. Panicking, Yulong clutched his throat, attempting to induce vomiting, but failed. What did you make me eat? It isn't poison, is it? I don't want to die. Bulma smiled lightly. Oh, it's nothing much. Just know that if you dare to run away and stray more than 2 kilometers from me, that pill will explode in your belly, causing uncontrollable laughter until you collapse as a desiccated corpse, with no antidote available. Next time you think of escaping, think it through. There won't be a second chance. She nonchalantly revealed the effects of the vitamin A pill she had forced upon him. Yulong, terrified, quickly pledged, I will never run away again. Is it really just the Bull Demon King? I'll face him head on. You can count on me. But please, don't let it explode. I still have so much life left to live. The captives were afforded some leniency. This pair of scoundrels, one strikes me, the other poisons me, and they conspire against me. I'm finished. Bulma, with a serious gaze, replied, as long as you don't run away and obey my orders, I one team mistreat you. Unwilling to accept his grim fate, Yulong made a peculiar request. Really? Then I want a pair of women-s panties. Is that acceptable? Bulma, exasperated, retorted, I can't understand why a pig would desire women-s panties. Wouldn't a female pig suffice? Encountering this again is beyond me, Bulma sighed, covering her face in disbelief. Fortunately, this pig's intellect surpassed that of the previous old man. Otherwise, Goku would have been dining on roast pig shortly. Yulong protested softly. Don't compare me to an ordinary pig. I am a pig of wisdom. I have received the same education as you. Fine. If you work diligently and meet my expectations, I will pay you and take you to the city to shop for yourself, Bulma conceded, giving up on rescuing this troublesome pig. Deal. Yulong's previously pale face suddenly brightened with a hue of pink. Now, tell us more about Bread Mountain, Bulma said, casting a glance at him before returning to her seat and nibbling on her food. With a heavy heart, Yulong began to recount. I've heard that long ago. Bread Mountain was not its name. It was known as Fire Mountain. Every so often, the flames would extinguish, only to reignite after a considerable time. The Bull Demon King moved there later, and recently, Fire Mountain has caught fire once more. Bulma, slightly intrigued, remarked, "That sounds rather interesting. Let us finish eating and set off. We will see Fire Mountain for ourselves in no time." Oolong resigned himself, lowering his head in dismay, earnestly digesting his food, pondering that this might be his last meal in life. Chapter 17. It's impossible for any girl to like him. The sun still required some time to descend, casting its golden hues over the expansive and flat wilderness, where spiny cacti were sparsely scattered. Low earthen mounds rose from the ground, and colossal stones lay haphazardly strewn about, evoking an overwhelming sense of desolation. Bulma and Goku descended from the Nimbus cloud, and the multifunctional capsule landed on the ground, revealing a luxurious hovering vehicle before them. This was a prize seized from Oolong, and with a glance from Bulma, Oolong dutifully took the driver's seat. The pig driver maneuvered the hovering vehicle forward, unaware that their movements were being observed by those with nefarious intentions. "Mr. Yamcha, an opportunity to make money has arisen, and surprisingly, my former arch-nemesis Oolong is involved. We must seize it. I shall strip him and bind him," remarked a peculiar flying fox, retracting its binoculars and addressing the figures within a cave. "Huh, splendid. A 2-for-1 deal. I've heard much about this Oolong. He is truly an unshakable curse. Yet, perhaps this is fortuitous, for we have not had a good haul in ages. At this rate, we'll be eating dirt," Yamcha said, peering through the binoculars with delight. A child, a girl, and that pig dragon. They likely possess little cash, but their vehicle appears commendable. Perhaps there are more multifunctional capsules to be found." Oolong, ever cunning, was indeed thriving. The flying fox, with a glimmer of excitement in its eyes, commented, "He is quite sly. Despite being a pig, his intelligence rivals ours. Back in school, he tricked me numerous times, only to be outsmarted in return. I shall ensure he pays for it today. Fear not, Puya Lu, let us awaken our old relic," Yamcha commanded. "Yes, Mr. Yamcha," came the reply. Meanwhile, Bulma and Goku were cheerfully admiring the scenery, engaged in light conversation. For this place was a far cry from their usual surroundings. A rudimentary, earth-toned off-road vehicle rattled towards them, belching black exhaust and engulfed in swirling dust. "There is someone coming. It seems they're heading straight for us. They may not have good intentions." Bulma quickly assessed the vehicle's trajectory. 5 minutes later, Oolong was forced to a halt, the primitive off-road vehicle blocking their path. The door swung open, revealing a dashing young man clad in dusty attire, adorned in red and green, with a bright red scarf draped around his neck and a knife at his waist, accompanied by a peculiar flying fox. Goku and the others exited their vehicle, and both parties faced off. "Hey, who are you?" Goku inquired, puzzled. "My name is Yamcha, a desert bandit reigning over these wilds. This is my partner, Puya Lu. If you wish to live, hand over your cash and multifunctional capsules," Yamcha replied with a sinister smile, gripping his blade. At that moment, Oolong pointed accusingly at the flying fox, exclaiming, "You despicable Puya Lu. It's you." Puya Lu glared back, "You wretched pig. This time I've got you. I shall avenge our last encounter and restore the honor of my fox clan. Today, I will seize your treasures, strip you bare, and capture you for a photo shoot. Just so you know, my partner is incredibly formidable." Fuming, Oolong retorted, "You're the real villain. It was you who tried to trick me last time. I admit I have a fondness for the Principal-S lingerie. How could I resist her beauty? But I lacked the courage to steal it. You were the one who lured me. If I hadn't outsmarted you, I would have been the one getting punished." Puya Lu shot back defiantly, "I don't care. You weren't the one who suffered last time. I must reclaim my honor." "Puya Lu, rest assured. Today, I'll help you settle this," Yamcha declared, ready to defend his partner. Puya Lu looked at Yamcha with gratitude. "All right, Mr. Yamcha. Hey, are you two out of your minds? One of you looks decent. Yet you've chosen this desolate wilderness to be a hopeless thief. Being a thief is one thing, but your attire is utterly abysmal. Someone like you could never attract a girl," Bulma scoffed, her disdain evident as she criticized Yamcha, then turned her ire towards Puya Lu. "You, a supposedly wise fox clan, squander your intelligence on banditry. It's utterly wasteful. Impossible for any girl to like you." Impossible for any girl to like you. Yamcha was unable to contemplate anything beyond those words, which echoed incessantly in his mind, and with a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground, lying motionless. "Mr. Yamcha! Mr. Yamcha!" Puya Lu, disregarding Bulma, anxiously shook his partner with his claws, but received no response. Yamcha's eyes glazed as he stared blankly upwards. "What is wrong with him?" Goku asked, intrigued. "Who knows? Let us not concern ourselves with him. We should leave," Bulma declared, striding towards the hovering vehicle, eager to depart without delay. Just as she reached the vehicle door, a voice called out from behind, "You vile woman! How could you say such things about my handsome face? I will not let you get away with this." Yamcha growled menacingly. However, Bulma, having seen countless handsome men in West City, was entirely unfazed. "Goku, he wants to fight you," she said, turning to Goku. "Perfect. I've been waiting for him to make a move," Goku replied, excitement gleaming in his eyes as the thrill of battle surged through his veins. "Come on," Goku declared, urging Yamcha to take action, while Bulma and Oolong quickly distanced themselves from the confrontation. "Little brat, you should reconsider. Hand over your money and multifunctional capsules, and I might let you off easy." Gazing at the possibly 3-year-old Goku, Yamcha felt a pang of guilt and decided to salvage the situation. "Goku, go for it. Defeat him." Bulma and Oolong cheered from the sidelines. "Mr. Yamcha, you can do it." Puya Lu echoed in support. "Looks like you've made your choice. All right. Though I'd rather not bully a child, retreat is no longer an option. I'll let you strike first," Yamcha said calmly, exuding the demeanor of a seasoned fighter. "Okay, here I come," Goku exclaimed, brandishing his power pole as he charged towards Yamcha. The two weapons clashed rapidly, the sounds of their fierce encounters ringing out amidst faint sparks. After a flurry of exchanges, Yamcha's sword, compromised by its material, was cleaved in two by Goku's power pole. Yamcha discarded the broken blade and praised Goku. "Kid, I must admit, you're quite impressive. Your skills are not commensurate with your height. Hey, do you have any special moves left? Feel free to unleash them." Goku grinned widely. "The sword was merely a decorative toy. My true prowess lies in my fist." "You'd best be cautious now," Yamcha declared, swiftly maneuvering his hands, shouting, "Behold my wolf-fang fist." For spectral wolves manifested, rapidly merging with Yamcha's form. With enhanced speed and attack velocity, he surged towards Goku. The wolf-fang fist doubled his attack speed, albeit at the cost of some power. Nevertheless, he was fast, and Goku, undeterred, matched his speed, leaving no gaps in his defense. Seeing his signature move fail, Yamcha quickly distanced himself from Goku. "Hey, that last move had some merit. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? If not, I shall attack," Goku proclaimed loudly, gazing at Yamcha. "Come at me. I shall withstand it all," Yamcha thought. Reflecting on their recent encounter, realizing they were roughly evenly matched, and feeling confident. However, he marveled at the remarkable strength of the diminutive warrior. "Prepare to face my floating palm," Goku declared softly, launching his attack. His form blurred into an illusory afterimage, appearing before Yamcha at a speed several times greater than his own, and with a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap that sent Yamcha sprawling, knocking out several teeth and crashing through multiple boulders, leaving him motionless on the ground. After a brief moment, Yamcha finally rose, clutching his face in fury as he glared at Goku. "You wretched little brat! I can't believe you were holding back. Were you toying with me? You scoundrel!" Laughter erupted nearby, as Bulma and Oolong doubled over in mirth. Goku replied earnestly, "Not at all. I merely wished to see if you possessed any formidable techniques." "Yamcha, your face." Puar rushed to Yamcha's side, anxiously observing him, unsure of how to broach the subject. "What is wrong with my face?" Yamcha asked, bewildered. Puar, coming up with a clever idea, transformed into a mirror. Yamcha took it and gazed into it. "Ah, my handsome face, my teeth. You will pay for this," he exclaimed, horror-stricken at the sight of his swollen left cheek. This was minor compared to the loss of several teeth, rendering his speech comically slurred. In a frenzy, Yamcha grabbed Puar and hastily dashed towards the off-road vehicle to escape. Chapter 18. The strategic plan of change after nightfall. We shall seize their wealth and the universal capsules. The cunning Yamcha sipped his tea. "But, Yamcha, we are no match for that little fellow." Puar, holding a teapot, floated in the air, gazing at him in confusion. "Hebehe." Yamcha smirked slyly, producing a peculiar elongated weapon and handing it to Puar. "When darkness falls, you will blow this mesmerizing smoke into their windows. Ha. At that point, we shall have our way with them." Lost in thought, he couldn't help but chuckle foolishly. "Understood. Truly, you're remarkable, Yamcha," Puar said, refilling Yamcha's teacup. As night enveloped the world, Yamcha and Puar found the universal capsule dwelling where Goku and his companions were staying. They excitedly discussed the sight before them. "Yamcha, they truly possess a universal capsule. That house must be worth a fortune," Puar exclaimed joyfully. "Indeed, I didn't expect these little brats to be so well off. They must have more capsules. Puar, it's all up to you now. Do not falter." Yamcha's voice quivered with excitement at the prospect of their target's newfound value. Rest assured. Yamcha, watch me. Poor transformed into a bat, clutching the mesmerizing smoke as he set off towards the distant house. Goku and Bulma lounged on the sofa, engaged in a game, while Oolong placed the grilled meat before Goku and then sat down. Hey, Goku, I still don't know what you intend to do with those Dragon Balls, Oolong curiously asked, watching Goku devour the grilled meat. The Dragon Balls. If one gathers all 7, they can summon Shenron and have a wish granted. Goku briefly explained what Bulma had told him. Any wish can be fulfilled? Oolong inquired further. That's what the ancient texts say, Bulma responded. Heh. Oolong's little piggy mouth dripped with drool, fantasizing about having Shenron grant him a gentle girl, thus acquiring not only companionship but also a plethora of undergarments. Observing Oolong's drooling, Bulma sarcastically remarked, "You're thinking of something inappropriate again, aren't you?" Wiping his drool. Oolong replied seriously, "You may restrain my piggy body, but you cannot limit my piggy mind." Suddenly, an invisible, colorless smoke wafted into the room, causing both Bulma and Oolong to fall into a deep slumber, while Goku continued to enjoy his meal. After waiting for a while outside, Poir returned to find Yamcha. "Hey, Poir, did you succeed?" Yamcha whispered. "Oolong and that girl have fallen asleep, but the little one is still eating his grilled meat," Poir reported honestly. "That insufferable brat. What kind of monster is he?" "That was a specially crafted, mesmerizing smoke, extremely costly," Yamcha complained, his face contorted in pain. "However, Yamcha, I overheard something intriguing." "What is it?" Yamcha asked, his interest piqued. "They are searching for something called Dragon Balls. If they gather all 7, they can summon Shenron to fulfill any wish." Haha, any wish. I could have Shenron make me more handsome, then I would no longer need to visit the dentist. Once I'm more handsome, I'm sure that wretched woman will no longer ignore my charming visage, Yamcha expressed with anticipation. "Then, Yamcha, shall we still rob them of their wealth and universal capsules?" Poir looked at him quizzically. "Fool, that little monster is still eating. If we approach, we will only be beaten. Heh. We simply need to follow them. Once they gather all 7 Dragon Balls, we'll swoop down in our floating car equipped with a sprayer and snatch the Dragon Balls before escaping." Yamcha divulged his freshly conceived plan to Poir. Sounds good." Yamcha and Poir withdrew quietly. Half an hour later, Goku finally finished eating. "Hey, why are you two sleeping here?" He tapped Bulma, receiving no response, then turned to Oolong, who also remained unresponsive. Forget it. Goku decided to carry Bulma back to bed, recalling his grandfather's teachings to be gentle with girls. He then returned to the sofa, lifted Oolong, and tossed him onto a bed in another room before heading out to brush his teeth, as Oolong had been sleeping beside him for the past few days. The following day, when did I fall asleep last night? I don't remember, Bulma murmured in a daze. Me neither, Oolong echoed, sharing her confusion. You two fell asleep on the sofa. I couldn't wake you, so I moved you to bed, Goku explained, reclining comfortably with his hands behind his head. You didn't do anything strange to me, did you? Bulma asked, her concern evident. No, I just put you in bed and left, Goku replied truthfully. Yet Bulma still regarded him with skepticism, remembering his past transgressions. A few hours later, they arrived at Bread Explosion Mountain, a mountain engulfed in flames, with flames raging unabated. The nearby trees were all withered, devoid of any signs of animal life. I think we should steer clear. The Bull Demon King is nearby. Ever since Bread Explosion Mountain caught fire, he has been guarding the treasure he stole from others at the mountain's foot, Oolong said, displaying a frightened demeanor. Still hoping Goku and the others might reconsider. Wow, Oolong, you seem to know quite a bit, Bulma remarked, astonished. The Bull Demon King has been my nightmare since childhood. Our teacher told us many tales of him when we were in kindergarten, so I've kept tabs on him. Many who attempted to steal his treasure have been killed. Let us go back. We shouldn't go there. Oolong insisted once more, unwilling to relent. We are just 2 Dragon Balls away from realizing our wishes. Returning now is out of the question. Bulma firmly dismissed his suggestion. Then you go, just let me go. Oolong implored softly, unwilling to give up even the slightest possibility. Haha, Oolong, I don't know how formidable the Bull Demon King is, but you certainly know how formidable I am, Bulma teased, casting a sideways glance at Oolong. You both will eventually face retribution, Oolong lamented, lowering his pink piggy head in despair. What does that have to do with me? Goku, who had been silent until now, asked in confusion. You are her accomplice, Oolong exclaimed, glaring at Goku with wide piggy eyes, his voice ringing clear. It's this insufferable brat, the great Oolong, who traverses the world with charm, have not only had my heart shattered, but now my very being may be in jeopardy. If I perish, I will not let him off the hook even in death. Oh, what does accomplice mean? Goku queried, puzzled. Bulma and Oolong chose to ignore him. And so he turned to another question of interest. Hey, Oolong, is the Bull Demon King really that powerful? He is incredibly powerful. Our teacher warned us repeatedly not to seek out the Bull Demon King and meet our demise. Oolong replied earnestly, his expression serious. Haha, with a surge of excitement. I hope he proves to be more resilient than that fellow Yamcha. Goku chuckled heartily from a distance, while Yamcha, equipped with an extensive receiver in his vehicle, muttered with disdain, cursed brat. I hope he and the Ox King end up mutually destroyed, then I can deal with him properly. At the base of the Bread Mountain, a dilapidated village lay in ruins, its houses collapsed and devoid of life. A wave of intense heat greeted them. The fierce flames completely enveloped the Bread Mountain, with a hazy palace barely visible at its peak. According to the Dragon Radar's coordinates, the Dragon Ball should be located within that palace. Goku, use the flying Nimbus to check if you can enter the palace. If not, return here, Bulma instructed. All right, I'll take a look, Goku replied, as the Nimbus swiftly carried him to the summit. However, the flames raged too fiercely, leaving no openings for entry. On the ground, Bulma and Oolong remained unaware of a colossal figure approaching from the distance. Once within the village's vicinity, it hurled a massive axe with great force. The axe flew between Bulma and Oolong, embedding itself in the wall before them. A violent gust of wind blew Bulma's hair forward, as both she and Oolong stood in shock, turning to lean against the wall, staring at the enormous figure that had appeared behind them. Bulma trembled, stammering, Why you? Are you the Ox King? Oolong, however, was utterly unresponsive, having fainted from fear. Are you here to steal my treasures as well? You certainly don't look very formidable. The Ox King growled, towering at 3 meters, adorned with a helmet bearing 2 iron horns. His imposing frame was clad in simple attire, and his expression radiated ferocity. If these two are also here to seize my treasures, regardless of their size, I shall shred them to pieces and feed them to the wolves. I will spare none who dare to rob me. And no, we wouldn't dare to take your treasures, would we, Oolong? Bulma stuttered, desperately hoping Oolong would corroborate her, seeking strength from him to quell her fear. Unfortunately, Oolong remained unconscious. Is that truly the case? The massive head loomed closer to Bulma, its gaping maw appearing capable of swallowing her whole, pushing her to the brink of panic. Goku, she cried out, her sharp voice echoing across the Bread Mountain, reverberating endlessly. Hey, Goku, riding the Nimbus, instantly returned, landing before Bulma with a leap. What happened? The flames up there are too intense. I couldn't enter the palace, he reported. Idiot. The Ox King is right beside you, Bulma shouted, her excitement causing a few droplets of saliva to splatter onto Goku's face. However, with Goku by her side, her anxiety dissipated. The Ox King? How did you come by this cloud? And what of that staff on your back? The Ox King's fierce visage revealed a flicker of excitement for the first time. The Nimbus was given to me by Master Rashi, and the power pole is a gift from my grandfather, Goku explained. Wonderful. I can return to my castle now, and I never imagined you were Gohan's grandson. The Ox King exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the diminutive figure before him. You know my grandfather? Indeed. Your grandfather is Master Rashi's eldest disciple, while I am the second, the Ox King replied joyfully. Who is Master Rashi? Goku inquired, unfamiliar with the name. The very same who gifted you the Nimbus. Bulma suddenly realized upon hearing the Ox King's words, astounded that the lecherous old man had such a connection with Goku. No wonder he was reluctant to lose face in front of him last time. Chapter 19. The charming goddess is still young. The Bull Demon King looked at Wukong with eager eyes and inquired, Wukong, do you know where Master Wu Tuan resides? Once we locate him, I shall return to my castle. Pondering for a moment, Wukong replied uncertainly, the last time I saw him was by the seaside. He should be nearby. Could I trouble you with a request, Wukong? If we can acquire the banana fan from Master Wu Tuan, we could extinguish the flames on the mountain. Would you be willing to ride the cloud and assist me in finding him? The Bull Demon King, with a face marked by the weight of time and a cold demeanor, earnestly requested. Of course, but first, I would like to spar with you. I heard from Oolong that you are quite formidable. The Bull Demon King laughed heartily. Haha, no problem at all. Bulma soared into the sky on the cloud, while Oolong climbed a tree to distance himself from the two. The Bull Demon King called out, Wukong, are you ready? Yes, I am, Wukong responded. After hearing his reply, the Bull Demon King charged at him with his massive axe raised. Wukong threw his Rui Bang, which plunged into the ground, and gracefully leaped onto its top. The axe swung ferociously towards Wukong's waist. The Rui Bang rapidly extended several meters, and with a powerful downward thrust of his right foot, Wukong stabilized himself. The clash of the axe and the Rui Bang produced a deafening sound that echoed around them. In a flash, Wukong executed a stunning front flip, deftly retrieving the Rui Bang to strike downward at the Bull Demon King. Quickly, the Bull Demon King raised his axe to block, the tremendous force reverberating through him as his feet sank into the ground. With veins bulging on his forehead, he summoned all his strength and swung his right arm upward, sending Wukong flying. Seizing the moment, he charged at Wukong with his axe. The two engaged in fierce combat, the Rui Bang and the axe clashing continuously, the sounds of their battle resounding. After several exchanges, the Bull Demon King decided to create some distance between them, realizing that he could not hold back any longer. He had not anticipated Wukong's strength. "Wukong, be careful. Observe my spinning axe." The Bull Demon King, leveraging his body's momentum, hurled his axe at Wukong. The axe spun rapidly in the air, gaining speed and power. As it approached, Wukong performed a front flip, narrowly evading the blade before landing and charging towards the Bull Demon King with his Rui Bang in hand. The Bull Demon King's axe continued to accelerate, crashing through a building before turning back in pursuit of Wukong. Seeing the axe returning, the Bull Demon King charged at Wukong with clenched fists, their footsteps thundering in unison. Bulma and Oolong watched anxiously from a distance. The intensity of the scene was overwhelming for them. The small figure running towards the Bull Demon King felt the rush of air behind her. Gripping her Rui Bang, she plunged it deep into the ground, using it to elevate herself just in time to block the incoming axe. With her left hand, she swiftly punched at the Bull Demon King's right fist, resulting in a simultaneous, thunderous collision that shook the surrounding houses. "Stop. Enough," the Bull Demon King called out. "Why?" Wukong asked, a hint of disappointment in his voice. The imposing Bull Demon King leaned in closer and whispered, "Haha, I am no match for you, and there are others present. As your elder, please grant me some dignity." "Oh, in that case, I shall go help you find the banana fan," Wukong declared, and as he spoke, the cloud descended to the ground, allowing Bulma to disembark. "Hey, Bulma, Oolong, wait for me here. I will find the banana fan and return swiftly." Bulma reminded him, "All right, make haste and return quickly." The Bull Demon King interjected, "Wukong, hold on a moment. The truth is, I desperately need the banana fan, but I lack suitable candidates. Therefore, I have sent my only daughter, Chi-Chi, to find Master Wu Tian. She set off not long ago and should be just ahead. If you see her, please take her along." Wukong looked at him in confusion. "Chi-Chi? She is 11 years old, a delightful and sensible girl." The Bull Demon King continued, "When she grows up, she could become your bride." Upon hearing this, Oolong chuckled softly before quickly covering his mouth, observing the towering Bull Demon King. He thought that his daughter might not fare much better. "Haha, Wukong, this rascal is getting his just desserts. Look, here is her photo." The Bull Demon King proudly produced a picture of his daughter, presenting it to Wukong for inspection. He believed that Wukong's strength, being the grandson of his master, was entirely fitting and that his pure nature would ensure the safety of his daughter, sparing her the regrets he himself endured. Oolong leaned in curiously, exclaiming, "How wonderful! She is incredibly adorable." The girl in the photo bore little resemblance to her father. Wukong, with straightforward clarity, responded, "In any case, as long as I take her with me, that will suffice, right?" "Exactly," the Bull Demon King replied emphatically. "All right, I shall take my leave now." 5 minutes later, Wukong found Chi-Chi. On the ground stood a girl slightly taller than Wukong, adorned with a high-tech helmet and dressed in exquisite warrior attire, draped in a luxurious purple golden cloak. She was sprinting with all her might, pursued by a ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex towering at 4 meters and stretching 9 meters long. Both were exerting all their strength for survival. At just 11 years old, this was Chi-Chi's first time away from her father's side. After running for several minutes, she was still being relentlessly chased by the foolish dinosaur, her panic preventing her from remaining calm. The thought of death brought waves of fear and darkness. "I refuse to die. I absolutely will not." The more anxious she became, the more chaotic her thoughts grew, which could also lead to a potential outburst. With her eyes shut, she turned and unleashed a lethal strike against the dinosaur. A laser shot forth from her helmet, obliterating the creature. Unbeknownst to her, the dinosaur lay slain as she continued to run forward, her will to survive echoing within her soul. "Hey, are you Chi-Chi?" Wukong floated beside her on the cloud, curious about the girl running with such fervor. "She is truly fascinating." Startled by the voice amidst her frantic state, Chi-Chi unintentionally unleashed another attack from her helmet. Wukong wiped his face in exasperation. Huh? How disgusting. What was that for? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Chi-Chi replied, finally calming down as she pulled out a towel and, on tiptoe, wiped Wukong's face clean. What is this? Wukong inquired, perplexed. Blushing, Chi-Chi whispered, It's ink that I prepared for my father, but I forgot about it. Wukong patted the cloud beneath him. I see. Chi-Chi, I'm Wukong. Uncle Bull Demon King asked me to take you with me to find the banana fan. Let us go together. You know my father? As Chi-Chi ascended on the Nimbus cloud, her thoughts wandered slightly. Going alone feels somewhat daunting. With him by my side, I feel much better. Gazing at Chi-Chi standing before him, Wukong could not contain his curiosity and playfully patted her, grinning as he declared, Haha. Chi-Chi, you are a girl. What are you touching? Get away. Startled and enraged, Chi-Chi, deep in contemplation, did not anticipate such an incident and forcefully shoved Wukong down. After hitting the ground, Wukong brushed off the dust and, puzzled, inquired, Chi-Chi, why are you suddenly angry? What did you say? It's your own lewdness. A girl's body should not be touched indiscriminately. Oh, so that's off limits. Wukong mused to himself. Fortunately, Bulma was asleep last time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have escaped so easily. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi was lost in her own thoughts. Influenced by her mother from a young age, she mirrored her traditional and conservative values. Yearning for a beautiful love. Given the circumstances, I suppose I must marry this shorter fellow before me. However, he is quite adorable. Perhaps he is a bit younger than me, but love knows no age, just like father and mother. With her head bowed and cheeks flushed, Chi-Chi shyly remarked, Wukong, when I grow up, you must come and marry me. For now, I can only marry you. Wukong, confused, asked bluntly, Huh? What does marry mean? Flustered, Chi-Chi pushed Wukong playfully. You silly. It means getting married. Does this guy not want to marry me? She thought, feeling a mix of hope and anxiety. Wukong, once again puzzled, questioned, marriage? What is marriage? Wukong, stop pretending. Marriage is when everyone prepares a grand feast and blesses us. You will be my husband, and I will be your wife. Blushing. With a heart full of youthful complexity, Chi-Chi expressed her apprehension. Oh, I see. That sounds delightful. I will definitely come then, Wukong responded, albeit without full comprehension. Chi-Chi. Her cheeks still rosy, softly affirmed yes. It's settled. Hearing Wukong's response, her heart momentarily found tranquility. Unlike Wukong, she had developed a clear sense of right and wrong. Do you know where Master Mutian is? Chi-Chi asked. Let me see. Wukong expanded his perceptive range. Found him. Let us go. Yes, in that direction. The Nimbus cloud soared towards the sea, and soon, an island the size of a basketball court appeared in sight. A small villa nestled atop it. Surrounded by scattered coconut palms and palm trees, Master Rashi lay on a beach chair, happily engrossed in a book, while his companion, the turtle, rested nearby. Wukong's here. Stop looking. You'll embarrass yourself again. The turtle snatched the photo album from Master Rashi's hands. How rude. I was enjoying that, Master Rashi retorted, though he had no recourse against his diligent steward. Looking up at the descending Nimbus cloud, he wondered why the girl accompanying Wukong had changed. Master Rashi. The Nimbus cloud landed directly before him. Wukong, what brings you here? And who is this girl with you? Wukong cheerfully introduced, this is Chi-Chi, the daughter of the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King. It's been ages since I last saw my second disciple. I've heard he has been causing quite a ruckus out there. His daughter must have come for a reason. This is a perfect opportunity for me to teach him a lesson. Chi-Chi eyed the balding elder with skepticism, questioning, Wukong, is he really Master Mutian? He doesn't look like it at all. Indeed, I can sense he is even stronger than Uncle Bull Demon, Wukong assured her. Is that so? I shall test him. If he is truly Master Mutian, it should be no problem. With that, Chi-Chi launched the head dart from her helmet, spinning and accelerating. Perceiving the ambush from behind, Master Rashi confidently spun around, swinging his cane to block, striking a heroic pose. However, he forgot that it was merely a regular cane. The head dart severed it and lodged itself on his shiny bald head. Athe! He shrieked, his hands frozen in the air, unsure whether to protect his head or not. Utterly flustered. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi relentlessly challenged him. You are not Master Mutian. How could Master Mutian be so weak? Fuming, Master Rashi retorted, you fool. No matter how strong I am, you threw something that's not a stone, and I'm holding a mere cane. How could I defend myself? If I had known you launched a head dart, I would have used my energy to block it. I can't believe I fell victim to this little brat. I thought it was a rock. Unyielding, Chi-Chi insisted. Then produce evidence to prove you are Master Mutian. This is my ID. See, my name is written here. Master Rashi produced his ID for Chi-Chi to examine. It really is Master Mutian. I was dreadfully rude earlier. Please forgive me. As she spoke, Chi-Chi swiftly grasped the head dart from Master Rashi's head, applying pressure, forcing him down. Lifting her right foot, she planted it on his shiny bald head. With a firm push, Master Rashi toppled over, lying on the ground, while the head dart was successfully removed, a crimson fountain gushing forth. The entire sequence was executed fluidly and seamlessly. Master Rashi could not have anticipated such a scene. The girl before him shattered his preconceived notions, unlike the Bull Demon King. She had inherited a significant amount of brute strength. I detest her. I despise that scoundrel, the Bull Demon King. Just wait until I get my hands on him. If it weren't for my perfected martial arts, I would have been done for today. Master Rashi lay motionless, lamenting his fate, prompting the turtle to hastily retrieve a first aid kit. If his companion were to perish just like that, his lifetime of wisdom would be lost. Though he had little wisdom to begin with. Once the first aid kit was out, Chi-Chi busied herself, diligently bandaging Master Rashi's head, ultimately adding a layer of thickness to his bald crown. Chapter 20. Both master and disciple are heartbroken. The banana fan. I do possess a banana fan. Let me search for it. The turtle sage scoured the house, but found nothing. Sea turtle, have you seen the banana fan? The sea turtle hesitated and offered a gentle reminder. Perhaps it's better if I refrain from speaking. What could possibly be inappropriate? Speak up, observing his companion. The turtle sage regarded it with confusion. If you have no objections, then I shall divulge. Years ago, it was for the sake of that fellow's undergarments. Did you not display the might of the banana fan in his presence? His condition was the banana fan, and ultimately, you both achieved your desires. Is there any need to elaborate further? The turtle sage hurried over, covering the sea turtle's mouth, and whispered, Cease your words. I have already recalled it. Forget that painful memory. Do not utter it, or I shall meet my demise alongside you. Oh, Teacher Wutian, I never imagined you to be such a person, wailed Chi-Chi. The flames of Bread Mountain are insurmountable. My father and I cannot enter the palace. There are relics of my mother inside. They mean the world to us. Cough. Do not dwell on such matters. I shall personally assist in extinguishing the flames. Fortunately, this little one is too sorrowful to cling to me. As for Wukong, he is essentially a wild creature, having spent all his time with Gohan on Bread Mountain. He surely knows nothing of these affairs. My reputation as Teacher Wutian shall be salvaged. Wukong eyed him skeptically. Do you truly possess a solution? Of course. I, Teacher Wutian, am not without capabilities. It seems necessary to establish my authority. Just moments ago, it was Chi-Chi who doubted him, and now even Wukong, this little one, harbors skepticism. Once prepared, the turtle sage faced another round of questioning. Wukong inquired, But you cannot ride the Nimbus cloud. How will you reach us? I am Teacher Wutian. There is nothing I cannot achieve. The time to assert my authority is now. The turtle sage summoned the spinning flying turtle, embarking on his journey. The Nimbus cloud travels at a far swifter pace than the flying turtle, so Wukong took Chi-Chi back first. Meanwhile, Teacher Wutian soared through the air with the flying turtle, spinning like a top, endlessly progressing. In the sky, Chi-Chi questioned, Can he truly assist us in extinguishing the fire? He appears rather unreliable. Wukong responded uncertainly, Well, if he could be my grandfather's master, surely he must have some merit. He too could not place absolute faith in the turtle sage. As the sun set and darkness enveloped the sky, Wukong and Chi-Chi returned to Bread Mountain, where everyone awaited their arrival. The flames of Bread Mountain illuminated the night sky. Now deep into the evening. At last, the turtle sage appeared on the flying turtle, gracefully landing nearby and standing still. The Bull Demon King, filled with excitement, rushed to him and knelt. Teacher Wutian, it has indeed been a long time since we last met. Accompanying the Bull Demon King was a gust of wind that gently swept by. The turtle sage toppled backward, his eyes filled with stars, spinning in circles. He had been rotating in the air for hours. Had he not been disturbed, he would have eventually regained his composure and maintained the poise of a master. Why else would he leap from the sky? Who could predict the whims of fate? The Bull Demon King had inadvertently brought about his disgrace, diminishing his authority. Is he truly unscathed? Chi-Chi questioned loudly, observing the turtle sage's condition. Silence enveloped the scene. The turtle sage's reputation had once more suffered a blow. Wukong, perplexed, turned to Bulma. Hey, Bulma, why can't we go over there? Ever since the Bull Demon King excitedly approached the turtle sage, Bulma had instructed them to remain where they were. She rolled her eyes dramatically and explained, "Fool. Master and disciple have not met in ages. Surely, they have much to discuss. It would be inappropriate for us to intrude now." "Ah, I see. Yet another lesson learned." Wukong nodded, deep in thought. Finally, the turtle sage recovered from his dizziness and cast a somber gaze upon his two disciples. "You troublesome creature, if not for the many embarrassing tales you know about me, I would have maintained some semblance of dignity. I must address the matter of your recent transgressions. I shall ensure you feel the weight of a master's care. So, Bull Demon King, I have heard you have taken many lives for treasure. Your reputation is rather poor." The Bull Demon King, with tear-filled eyes, knelt and trembled as he spoke softly. "Master, after so many years, you greet me only with reprimands. Have you set a good example yourself? At your advanced age, still so lecherous. When I followed you, you often drew ire from young maidens, which brought scorn upon us both. My size has always rendered me an object of ridicule. After parting from you, I encountered many experiences, learning the harsh realities of survival of the fittest. I could no longer suppress my wild instincts, becoming a scourge for many years, amassing untold riches. I do not actively kill, I merely seize treasures. Though I am massive, I have longed for a perfect marriage, unlike the wayward ways of my master. In fact, it was I who brought Chi-Chi's mother back. She was a gentle, traditional, and beautiful woman, destined to be my wife. She did not fear my appearance or strength. Instead, she dutifully fulfilled her role as a spouse. Those were the happiest days of my life. I ceased to plunder others, and as time passed, our bond deepened. Yet, I possessed strength without the accompanying intellect. Thus, when I took my 5-year-old Chi-Chi to procure supplies, I became the target of treasure-seeking bandits. In a mere 10-minute journey, upon my return, I found Chi-Chi's mother lying on the ground, drenched in blood. I went mad, systematically dispatching the intruding bandits before their companions, forcing them to consume their own flesh, rendering them desolate. But what could change? Chi-Chi's mother was gone, a wound that would never heal in our hearts. Since that moment, anyone attempting to seize my treasures has met their end upon my land. My infamy has only grown, and I have never allowed Chi-Chi to leave my side, providing her with ample protective gear. Had it not been for the relics left by her mother on the mountain, I would never have permitted her to seek you out." These thoughts had long festered within him. Upon the turtle sage's arrival, he finally found someone to confide in. The turtle sage, hunched with age, spoke somberly. "Alas, I am partly to blame. After the untimely death of Xiao Feng, both he and I descended into debauchery, seeking pleasure endlessly. It was only after meeting the sea turtle, and with the passing of years, that I learned to restrain myself. My dear disciple, I too have endured much pain, were it not for you and the sea turtle. Perhaps I have even abandoned the martial arts I once upheld. As my master admits, he has not set a commendable example." The Bull Demon King knelt on the ground, his voice heavy with remorse. "Master, I am sorry. I have disappointed you. I found myself ensnared by my own madness and desires, and had it not been for the appearance of Kiki's mother, I might have continued down a path of error, relentlessly plundering treasures. Under her guidance, I refrained from wrongdoing, suppressing my wild nature and curbing my desires. However, misfortune soon befell her. I hovered on the brink of despair, but thankfully, Kiki was there. Otherwise, I might have continued to err. Disciple, I beseech you, master, help me extinguish the flames. There are relics left by Kiki's mother on the mountain. They are more precious than my life. As for the other treasures, losing them is of little consequence. After enduring great hardships to collect them, it would be a waste to abandon them. Such a trivial fire. And you cannot extinguish it yourself. You are utterly useless." The turtle hermit, dissatisfied, turned toward the explosive bread mountain, his muscles rapidly bulging as he transformed from a frail old man into a muscular figure, unleashing his signature technique, the Kamehameha. A blue beam of energy surged from his hands, striking Bread Mountain, which crumbled into debris. The Bull Demon King rose, staring intently at his master. "Master, the fire is extinguished, but the entire castle and mountain are gone." Ha, I may have been a bit excessive." The turtle hermit blushed, scratching his head and laughing heartily. Not far away, others remained astonished by Master Wu Tian's might. Bulma, slightly taken aback, remarked, "I never imagined that old pervert could be so powerful." After all, the turtle hermit's first impression on her had been rather unimpressive. Oolong, enviously, added, "Indeed, it's hard to believe he's an old man. I truly envy this fellow for possessing such formidable strength. If only I had it, how wonderful it would be. Such is the incredible power of the martial arts deity, Master Wu Tian. Yamcha, hiding behind a building, observed the unfolding events. Puyalu, in a daze, responded, "Yes, Yamcha." Just as everyone was still in shock, another resounding explosion echoed. A second blue beam of energy appeared in Goku's hands, causing a mountain to vanish even more completely than before. Yamcha, with a serious demeanor, said, "That terrifying little brat, Puyalu. Let us keep our distance after we steal the Dragon Balls." Puyalu agreed with this prudent decision. "Indeed, Yamcha." Bulma excitedly gazed at Goku. "Goku, you are incredible." She felt a sense of security in his presence. Kiki, blushing, thought to herself, "He truly is the husband I chose." The turtle hermit looked at Goku, astonished by the child's strength at such a young age. If not properly guided, it could lead him down a dark path, which would be dreadful. The turtle hermit inquired, "Hey, Goku, where is your grandfather? If Sun Wufan were here, I wouldn't have to worry." Goku informed him of his grandfather's passing. "Grandpa has been gone for a long time." "Is that so? A pity for such a fine young man." The turtle hermit felt a tinge of sadness. After all, he was his top disciple. After a moment, he asked, "Would you like to come to my home? After a period of training, you can become even stronger. I have much to teach you." Looking at the small figure before him, the turtle hermit, realizing his own disciple was no longer present, wished to take Goku under his wing for proper guidance. "Really? Once I help Bulma find the Dragon Balls, I will definitely come to visit you, Grandpa." Goku agreed with enthusiasm. An hour later, Bulma and Oolong discovered the sixth Dragon Ball amidst the ruins. Meanwhile, the Bull Demon King had unearthed his wife's relics, clutching them tightly to his chest. Kiki found Goku sitting in a vehicle and shyly reminded him, "Goku, when I grow up, don't forget to marry me." "Oh, you mean the one with lots and lots of food? If you wish, I shall marry you." Goku readily agreed once more. Feeling a bit embarrassed by Goku's affirmative response, Kiki blushed. Thus, the 11-year-old Kiki and the 15-year-old Goku made their pact. After attending to their respective matters, Goku, Bulma, and Oolong set off toward the final Dragon Ball. This time, they finally encountered a small town. Bulma's promise with Goku was about to be fulfilled. Upon entering the town, they headed straight for the largest restaurant. "Hey, waiter, prepare all the dishes you have for me. Set aside enough for 10 tables." Bulma commanded the waiter, tossing a wad of cash to ensure they would be served without hesitation. Goku eagerly sat at the table, and after 20 minutes, the waiter began to bring out the dishes one after another. Goku dug in, the empty plates rapidly piling up as the waiter came to clear them periodically. As he ate, Goku exclaimed, "This is delicious. This chicken is great. And this duck is roasted to perfection." Bulma watched him with a smile. "Slow down. If you run out, just let them bring more." As Goku's favorite dishes continued to arrive, after an hour, he finally finished. Bulma asked, "How was it? Are you satisfied?" Goku nodded affirmatively. "Absolutely. It was fantastic. Many of these dishes I have never tasted before." "That's wonderful to hear. As long as you ensure my safety once we reach the town, I promise you will be thoroughly satisfied," Bulma said, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Goku, her voice light and cheerful. "Sure, no problem." Chapter 21. A tragedy born of beauty after lunch. Bulma strolled through the small town with Goku and Oolong. Today, Bulma donned a pair of white casual pants and a light blue t-shirt emblazoned with Happy Ho across the chest, perfectly accentuating her figure. Suddenly, commotion erupted in the street as two middle-aged men, adorned with rabbit ears atop their hats and with faces marked by excess flesh, appeared. The shorter of the two, Rabbit 2, who stood at a mere 160 centimeters, exclaimed to his companion Rabbit 3, "Hey, Rabbit 3, look over there. That girl is stunning. I've never seen such beauty before." "Indeed, Rabbit 2, they are clearly not locals. We are well acquainted with this place and have never encountered such beauty. Let us capture her." Rabbit 3, tall and lanky at 170 centimeters, drooled at the sight, eagerly agreeing. "Yes, Rabbit 3, let us go. We mustn't let her escape. I would gladly sacrifice 10 years of my life just to have a moment with her." The two ill-intentioned men, captivated by Bulma's beauty, swiftly approached her. Upon reaching Bulma, Rabbit 2 leered and said, "Hey, little lady, come play with us. Who do you think you are? Take a look at yourself. You resemble a dung beetle, radiating a foul stench. Why don't you go home and behave?" "Scram. Today, I'm in a good mood, so I want to hold it against you," Bulma disdainfully retorted. Turning to leave, "Goku, let us go." With a hint of intoxication, she remarked to Goku and Oolong, "Ever since I stepped outside, I've encountered the most peculiar things. Alas, being this beautiful is indeed a curse." "Humph," Oolong scoffed, No matter how beautiful she is, to me, she is nothing but a demon. What does Bulma mean by that? Goku asked curiously, not grasping her words. Haha, Goku, you don't need to know. Bulma chuckled, covering her lips. Her scornful gaze and sharp words pierced Rabbit 2's heart like daggers. His face flushed with rage, trembling with indignation. As Goku and the others prepared to leave, Rabbit 2 bellowed, "Stop! How dare you mock me and cause me such deep hurt? Little lady, you've successfully enraged me. When I capture you, I will have my way with you. You can reconsider. Will you come willingly, or shall I take matters into my own hands?" He unslung the firearm slung across his back, the sound of the action echoing ominously as he aimed it at Bulma. "Oh, you dare to raise a hand? I've faced countless adversities. I've witnessed far worse than this," Bulma calmly declared. "Goku, he is a villain. Show him what for." With Goku by her side, she felt invincible. "All right, watch me." Goku boldly approached Rabbit 2. "Huh, you children want to weep until you see the grave. I'll take you down first." With a thunderous bang, blood splattered. "I doubt this little lady will come willingly." Rabbit 2 aimed the gun at Goku's forehead and pulled the trigger. In an instant, Goku seized the gun's barrel, effortlessly twisting it upward. The bullet discharged with a loud bang, and a swift kick sent Rabbit 2 sprawling to the ground. "Ah, my lung." It shattered. The intense pain caused Rabbit 2 to clutch his abdomen and scream. Rabbit 3, completely terrified and unable to draw his weapon, stammered, "Don't bully us just because you're more numerous. Wait until my boss arrives." "Oh, you have a boss? Is he formidable?" Goku inquired, intrigued. "Of course he is. Once he arrives, none of you will escape. Then hurry and call him over. Otherwise, I might just end you right now." Goku grinned. "Wait, I'll call him." Rabbit 3 hastily pulled out his communicator and dialed. "Hello, boss, it's Rabbit 3. There are intruders on our turf, and we can't handle them. Please come quickly." Nearby residents, witnessing the scene, hurriedly shut their doors and hid away. One middle-aged man, emboldened, approached Goku, scolding, "You kids, why are you causing trouble on others' territory?" However, as he caught sight of Goku's innocent gaze, a chill ran down his spine, and he fell to the ground, scrambling away in fear. "What a coward. It's not our fault. Had he not run, I would have given him a bullet." Bulma mused, observing the chaos. Clearly, this area has been plagued by these ruffians for quite some time. They wouldn't be so panicked otherwise. Let us wait for them to regroup and then sweep them all away. Keeping them around will only bring harm to others. After a quarter of an hour, a luxurious rabbit-shaped vehicle came to a halt before Goku and the others. A massive rabbit, standing at 1 meter tall and donning dark sunglasses, stepped out and addressed his lackeys. "You're utterly useless. How could you let a few children take you down? We're deeply ashamed, boss." Rabbit 2 groaned, painfully rising to his feet. "Is this your leader? This unattractive old rabbit who ought to be gnawing on carrots instead of terrorizing others?" Bulma remarked, unimpressed by the rabbit before her. The rabbit, hidden behind sunglasses, betrayed no emotion as he approached Bulma with a smile, extending his paw. "Come, I am Rabbit Boss. Let us shake hands. More friends mean more paths. Violence is futile." Bulma slapped his paw away, disdainfully declaring, "I refuse to shake hands with a villain." Meanwhile, Yamcha and Puar, who had been trailing Goku and the others, witnessed the entire incident unfold. Suddenly, Yamcha exclaimed, "I remember now. That guy is a carrot spirit. We absolutely cannot touch his hand." At that moment, Bulma inexplicably transformed into a carrot, landing in Rabbit Boss's grasp. "Little brat, I know of your prowess, but do not dare move. This carrot would shatter with the slightest pressure. Old 2, Old 3 seize him. How dare he provoke us on our turf?" "Yes, boss." Rabbit 2 and Rabbit 3 grinned maliciously, slowly advancing towards Goku, eager to unleash their pent-up frustration on him. "You're despicable, Oolong. Do you have any ideas?" Goku asked, turning to Oolong, who cowardly fled. "Damn it, he ran again. For now, I must bide my time. Bulma is in their grasp, so I cannot act rashly." Goku stood motionless, weighing his options. Rabbit 2 and Rabbit 3, completely indifferent, rushed forward to assault him with a flurry of punches and kicks, unleashing all their might. This is troublesome. If they are defeated, the two of us alone cannot locate the Dragon Balls. Without the Dragon Balls, I have no choice but to visit the dentist. One lamented. "No. Puyalu, transform into a bird and quietly fly past that carrot's spirit from behind, catching it off guard to peck its hand and snatch the carrot away. Be cautious," Yamcha earnestly instructed. "Understood, Master Yamcha," Puyalu replied, transforming into a bird and stealthily approaching the rabbit leader. In a swift motion, it pecked and seized the carrot. "Ah, return my carrot," the rabbit leader cried in pain, immediately giving chase. Meanwhile, Goku, who had been waiting for an opportunity, swiftly knocked Rabbit 2 and Rabbit 3 away. However, Bulma had not yet reverted back, so he could not eliminate them. With a vigorous leap, he caught Puyalu, who obediently handed over the carrot. "How did you end up here?" Goku inquired, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Master Yamcha sent me to assist you," Puyalu stammered, visibly frightened. "Thank you. You're not entirely bad." Goku sincerely expressed his gratitude, releasing Puyalu, who quickly took flight. Seeing the situation turning against him, the rabbit leader bolted, disregarding the fate of his subordinates. Yet, he barely managed a few steps before being struck down by Goku's staff. "Hey, transform Bulma back," Goku warned, his gaze piercing. "Well, transforming her back is possible, but you must agree to one condition," the rabbit leader said, his eyes darting. "What condition?" Goku asked. "You must promise not to kill us. Otherwise, I'd rather perish alongside her. At least I'd have company in the afterlife," the rabbit leader declared passionately. "Not a problem. You're far too weak for me to be concerned about killing you," Goku readily agreed. "Then I must thank you." The rabbit leader gritted through his teeth. "You insufferable brat. If only I could defeat you, I would have you steamed and braised." The defeated rabbit leader grudgingly reverted Bulma back. Immediately, Goku nimbly retrieved a length of rope and deftly tied it, binding Rabbit 2 and Rabbit 3 together. "Ah, my backside. You wretched brat. What do you intend to do? Are you reneging on your word? A child who breaks promises deserves to swallow 1,000 needles." The rabbit leader howled, desperately seeking a way out. "Hey, I'm not killing you. I keep my promises. I'm merely taking you to a new place for some fun," Goku declared, extending his staff. The staff plunged deeply into the ground and swiftly ascended, carrying Goku and the 3 rabbits until they reached the moon. "From now on, this shall be your new home, where you can no longer commit misdeeds. Farewell." Goku waved as he returned to Earth, the echoes of the rabbit leader's furious cries trailing behind him. Back on Earth, Oolong had returned and stood beside Bulma. "Goku, where did you take them?" Bulma asked, intrigued. "Oh, I sent them to the moon. After all, I promised not to kill them. One must uphold their integrity," Goku grinned as he explained. "Ah, Goku, when did you learn to be so mischievous?" "I had no idea." Bulma responded incredulously, perplexed at how he had acquired such behavior in such a short time. "Oh, I learned it from you," Goku replied, puzzled. "Isn't that what you taught me?" Bulma, blushing, slapped him on the head, exclaiming, "Nonsense. Hey, why did you hit me?" Goku protested. "So, Goku, why didn't you fight back?" Bulma continued. "You transformed into a carrot. I couldn't do anything. What if it really could crush you?" Goku replied, bewildered. "Isn't that obvious? Don't do that again. Your own safety is paramount," Bulma said seriously, adjusting his clothes. "I don't understand. Aren't we friends?" Goku asked, confused. "Indeed, we are friends. Now, let us go buy you some new clothes. This outfit is all dirty," Bulma said, beaming with joy. "Haha, new clothes. By the way, that little bird was Puyalu. Thanks to its help, we managed. How strange. How did they end up here? But never mind. It seems they are not entirely hopeless." Bulma mused, leading Goku and Oolong away. As they walked further, their voices faded gently until they disappeared from earshot. "Oolong, why do you always cower in the face of enemies? If your response fails to satisfy me, I'll have Goku hang you on the staff to sunbathe. What can I do? I'm just an ordinary creature. Even with transformation, I possess only the strength of a bull. A regular person with a gun could easily handle me. My past misdeeds were merely a result of exploiting others' misconceptions, combined with the tricks I learned in kindergarten. Are the enemies you face even within my capabilities? Can a single bull shatter a large rock? Not even dozens can do that. You can easily overpower them. I am merely a pig. Don't expect too much from me." "Well, your reasoning seems valid. Allow this to pass. Had you not returned on your own, I would have dealt with you. Humph. After spending time with you, I've long known you wouldn't kill me. However, your enemies might not be so lenient. If you find yourselves defeated again, I will flee. It is my instinct for survival." Chapter 22. The successful capture of Beauty. Just one more Dragon Ball, and I can make a wish. Bulma sat in the back seat of the hovering car, her face illuminated by a joyful smile. "Speaking of which, Bulma, I've been wondering what you intend to wish for after we collect all 7 Dragon Balls." Oolong, who was driving, turned his head curiously to ask her. "Kiki, since I'm in a good mood today, I'll tell you." Bulma's delicate, fair face flushed slightly. I want the eternal dragon to help me find the best lover in the world. What? A lover? Oolong exclaimed incredulously. Yes. Bulma confirmed, ensuring he hadn't misheard. We risked our lives to help you, and you wish for something like that? Oolong complained loudly, his dissatisfaction apparent. What do you know, you little brat? Let me tell you, my IQ is currently the highest known in the world. As long as I'm willing to think, there's basically nothing that can stump me. If I don't wish through the eternal dragon, I estimate that this clever and beautiful wicked woman, will never marry in this lifetime. Bulma shot a scornful glance at Oolong. How despicable. I'm not a brat. I'm a little pig. Oolong protested. All right, Goku can have an extra meal tonight. A tender little pink pig. Bulma casually played with her beautiful starry blue nails. Fine. I'll be a brat then. I don't want to be a pig anymore, Oolong quickly replied, shaking his piggy head. And besides, what right do you have to complain? Think about the mess you've made. To find a gentle girl, you've deceived honest villagers and robbed treasures. If it weren't for your lack of skills, you'd probably be competing with me for the Dragon Balls. Bulma launched a second attack on the little pig in front. Having his secret exposed. Oolong was left with no retort and had to cover up his embarrassment. Hey, Bulma, what IQ? Goku, who had never heard the term, asked. It's intelligence quotient. Bulma casually explained. What is intelligence quotient? Goku asked again. It's nothing. Just know that I'm very capable. If you have any problems, come to me. I can help you solve them, Bulma told him in a different way. Oh, I see. Goku fell silent. In front of Bulma. The defeated Oolong looked disdainfully at Goku. Only in Goku's presence could he regain his sense of intellectual superiority. The hovering car sped forward, revealing a massive castle in the wilderness before them. This is the place. The last Dragon Ball is inside, standing before the castle's iron door. Bulma confirmed with the Dragon Ball radar, then turned to Goku. Goku, why don't you give it a try and see if you can push this door open? All right. Bulma, Oolong, you two step back. Goku stepped forward, pressed his hands against the door, and pushed it with all his might, slowly forcing the heavy door open. Unbeknownst to them, their every move was being watched by the castle's master. Inside the castle, a cute little girl with long black hair, adorned with several charming hairpins that gently held her hair in place, wore a deep blue denim jumpsuit. Her small face bore a serious expression, indicating they were another group collecting Dragon Balls. King Pilaf, your decision was indeed correct. We just need to wait quietly, and they will help us gather the Dragon Balls. Don't forget who I am. I am King Pilaf, soon to rule the world. Following the cute girl's gaze, a small figure, 10 centimeters shorter than Goku, donned a luxurious cap and a black dragon robe, laughed boisterously. However, King Pilaf, that little brat who pushed open the door, seems quite formidable. That door is made of reinforced steel. We can only outsmart him. We cannot confront him head-on. Standing beside Pilaf, the cute girl appeared slightly taller. Xiao, you're right. After all, our lives are precious. Without them, we cannot rule the world. The 60-centimeter tall Pilaf expressed his agreement. Hey, Asher, initiate the ultimate plan. Success is the only option. Failure is not allowed. Otherwise, tomorrow's dinner might just feature a braised dog's head. Pilaf gazed expressionlessly at a canine figure slightly taller than him. Yes, King Pilaf, I will ensure the task is completed. Asher replied with a salute, his voice strong and resolute before he exited to carry out the orders. King Pilaf, if Asher fails, will you really eat him? Xiaowu asked, puzzled. Pilaf hopped down from his seat and trotted over to Xiaowu, lightly tapping her head, his face flushed with indignation as he exclaimed, Fool, if I eat him, who will cook for us? Who will wash up? Who will scrub my back? No, I don't want to. Xiaowu quickly shook her head in refusal. What are you still doing here? Hurry and help him. If he fails, the next outfit will be your responsibility, Pilaf demanded loudly, glaring at Xiaowu, the adorable little girl. Xiaowu quickly departed. At the entrance of the castle's iron door, after Goku pushed it open, a deep, pitch-black passage appeared before them. Bulma felt a twinge of fear as she gazed into the dark void. Hey, Goku, it's completely dark. Do you have any way to see? No worries. I can see just fine. You and Oolong just follow me, Goku replied comfortably. Hey, Oolong, turn into a torch to light the way for Goku. That way, it'll be easier for me, Bulma instructed Oolong, who immediately transformed into a torch. Goku led the way, with Bulma following closely behind, grasping his tail. After a while, as they ventured forth, new guests approached the castle's entrance. Puyalu, transform into a headlamp. We're off. All right, young Master Yamcha. Oolong's transformation skills are not as refined as mine. He is probably in a bit of a bind now. Huialu said gleefully. Hey, Asher, another group has entered. Understood. My legs are fast. I'll divert that terrifying little brat group from the left passage. Xiaowu, you lead the other two from the right passage. And we'll converge at the end. All right, leave it to me. Xiaowu and Asher set off in their respective directions. Hey, if you want the Dragon Balls, come this way. Asher's voice echoed through the passage. Goku, there is someone ahead. Bulma squeezed Goku's tail. Let us go find him. He is just up ahead. With that, Goku, Bulma, and Oolong quickly followed Asher toward the upper part of the castle. On the other side, Xiaowu had completely transformed. From a cute little girl, she had become a seductive and beautiful young lady, exuding an aura of irresistible allure. This was due to her recent use of the transformation water she had brought from the tribe alongside Pilaf. Hey, handsome over there, what are you doing at my house? The alluring Xiaowu softly asked Yamcha, her mere presence rendering him defenseless. Nothing at all, I simply lost my way. Yamcha, in a daze, drooled as he beheld the stunning beauty before him, assigning her a score of 9 out of 10. With the missing point attributed to the fact that the highest score could only be 9. He quickly whispered to Puar, Puar, what a beautiful girl. With that, he boldly inquired, would you care to visit my home? The mature and alluring Xiaowu gazed at him with a hint of flirtation. Sure, why not? Yamcha, utterly disoriented, could no longer discern directions. Puar discreetly fluttered to his ear and cautioned, Yamcha, be wary of deception. No, it's all right. She is so beautiful, and she called me a handsome guy. Yamcha, completely entranced, lost all sense of judgment, drooling as he dazedly followed. Puar, with no other option, trailed behind his companion. Meanwhile, Wukong and his group followed Ashu to the pinnacle of the castle, while on the other side, Xiaowu led Yamcha and Puar swiftly towards them. Eventually, they converged in an unusual chamber, with Ashu and Xiaowu standing at the center, flanked by Wukong's group on one side and Yamcha's on the other. Upon seeing his shameful companions, Yamcha regained some of his composure. The Dragon Balls are hidden here. Who among you wishes to claim them? The alluring Xiaowu smiled, pointing to her chest. I'll go. Oolong's face flushed a deeper shade of pink as he excitedly rushed forward, completely forgetting his purpose. As he approached Xiaowu, she bent down and embraced him. Oh, how blissful, Oolong sighed in rapture, entirely oblivious to his original mission. Suddenly, a fissure opened in the floor, and Ashu, Xiaowu, and Oolong vanished together. Concurrently, the entire room, reinforced with layers of steel walls, sealed itself off completely, leaving only the overhead, crafted from a special material, an ultra-thick, transparent bulletproof glass. Chapter 23. Beasts and Beauties. Gazing at the entirely sealed room, Yamcha had regained full consciousness. In a frenzy, he unleashed his signature move, the Wolf Fang Fist, against the walls, desperately attempting to escape, but to no avail. At that moment, a video communication flickered to life, revealing the figure of Pilaf. Hello, everyone. I am King Pilaf, soon to be the ruler of the entire world, he proclaimed, his face flushed with excitement as he introduced himself with a hint of self-satisfaction. What do you want? Bulma inquired, her brow furrowed as she scrutinized Pilaf. Oh, nothing much. Just hand over the Dragon Balls you possess, Pilaf replied. A broad grin plastered across his face. Without a moment's hesitation, Bulma retorted, not a chance. I worked hard to collect those Dragon Balls. Now? Don't be hasty in your decision. Allow me to show you something quite spectacular, Pilaf declared before projecting another scene. In the image, a fire blazed, its flames just beginning to flicker as they required constant feeding. Oolong, stripped bare, was bound hand and foot, while Asa busily applied oil to him. Goku. Bulma. Save me. I don't want to die. I'm still so young. Wah. I don't want to die. Oolong sobbed, his cries echoing painfully within the confines of the room, breaking hearts with their despair. Oolong, Puar observed with a tinge of sympathy, his earlier mirth evaporating. Have you made up your minds? Hand over the Dragon Balls. Pilaf's voice rang out once more. Not a chance. If you want to roast, then roast. Bulma firmly responded. Wah, you wicked woman. Even as a ghost, I shall not forgive you. Oolong choked out, his voice thick with emotion. At that moment, Asu approached Pilaf, pulling him aside to whisper, Hey, King Pilaf. What should we do now? This woman is ruthless. Fear not. Watch my plan unfold. I have one more trick up my sleeve, Pilaf said, dashing back into view. I shall give you 2 minutes to consider. If you refuse to hand over the Dragon Balls, I will unleash toxic gas. And you, little brat, I warn you. Do not attempt to break the walls. Otherwise, this pig's head will roll. With that, Pilaf ended the call. Asu, perplexed, asked King Pilaf, are you truly going to release toxic gas to kill them? Fool, I aspire to be the ruler of the world, not a murderer. Pilaf bellowed, spraying Asu with spittle. In the sealed room, Goku, confused, asked, what does pig's head will roll mean? It means they plan to kill Oolong, Bulma explained succinctly. Oh, but I don't want Oolong to die. Goku replied earnestly. Fine, we'll hand over the Dragon Balls later, Bulma sighed, conceding as she looked at Goku. 2 minutes later, hey, time's up. Have you made your decision? Pilaf reappeared. I'll give you the Dragon Balls, but you must release us, Bulma said, glaring at Pilaf. Not a problem. However, you must remain in this room for a while. Once I fulfill my wish, I shall release you, Pilaf promised. A small circular hole appearing in the floor. Just place the Dragon Balls in one by one. Ahahaha. This world shall finally be under the rule of King Pilaf, he exclaimed, clutching the Dragon Balls with glee. What about that pig? Por interjected. Throw it aside. We need to prepare to set off, Pilaf waved dismissively. In the sealed room, Yamcha lamented. Are we really going to die like this? I haven't even seen a dentist yet, and I can barely speak. He had never even held a girl's hand. He was utterly unprepared to die now. I detest the thought of dying. I refuse to die, Bulma cried, her emotions spiraling. Yamcha turned to his companion Por, puzzled. Por, what are you doing? Yamcha, I'm gazing at the moon. It's a full moon tonight, and it's beautiful. I want to remember something lovely before I die. Por smiled, sharing his sentiment. Something lovely, huh? Goku, are we going to die? Bulma asked, her eyes hopeful. Not at all. But about the full moon? My grandpa told me that during the full moon, one must not look at it and should go to bed early. Or else monstrous creatures might appear and steal food from us. Goku reassured her. Bulma calmed down upon hearing Goku's words. Oh, then I can rest easy. But since they aren't werewolves, how could monsters possibly appear? She pondered aloud. As Bulma watched Goku's tail, she muttered, not a werewolf, not a werewolf. But the tail of a fearsome scion. Goku, may I ask you something? Have you ever seen a giant monster? Bulma queried nervously. Nope. It's what my grandpa told me. Every morning, I wake up to find everything around me in ruins and many animals dead. Goku answered with certainty regarding the monsters. Goku, I want to know, did you see the moon the night the monster appeared? Bulma asked her second question. Yes, I saw it. My grandpa held me and said, on the 15th day of the 8th month, the moon is full and families reunite. Tonight's moon is the most beautiful. He even gave me a round cake to eat. After that, I don't know how I fell asleep, Goku reminisced. Upon realizing that Bulma had run to one side, Yamcha and Por huddled together. I always suspected he wasn't an ordinary kid. What ordinary kid has a tail? And he is so confident, Yamcha said nervously. Indeed, Yamcha. What if he truly turns into a monster? Por asked in horror. Contemplating if he was destined to meet his end here today. I don't know. I can't even defeat him now, Yamcha said, his head hanging low in despair. Goku, you must not look at the moon tonight. Understand? You mustn't. Bulma pointed at the moon, but her words came too late. Goku, unable to suppress his curiosity, gazed at the moon hanging in the sky. It's been ages since I saw the moon. It's still so beautiful. I wonder if the monsters my grandpa spoke of are here. He mused softly. Hey, Goku, are you all right? Bulma asked, her brow furrowed in concern. Nothing else different. Goku replied, turning to face Bulma. I'm fine. Just feel like my heart is racing a bit faster than usual, he said, pointing to his chest. Unbeknownst to him. The others stared at him wide-eyed in terror. Before their very eyes, Goku began to swell, bursting through the walls, transforming into an enormous gorilla-like creature with dark fur interspersed with flecks of gold. Ah, ah, ah. 3 terrified screams resonated in unison, until Goku exclaimed, Hey, Bulma, why have you all shrunk? A robust sound emanated from Wukong, resonating through the air. Oh, Wukong, are you all right? Bulma exclaimed, halting her screams and regaining her composure. How have I transformed like this? Wukong, in a state of disarray, lifted his feet, swaying from side to side, causing the room to tremble. Bulma urgently shouted, Stop moving. Wukong, listen to me. Oh, Wukong ceased his movements. I suspect this might be due to your Scion heritage, Bulma contemplated uncertainly. Scion, huh? Whatever the case. Must I endure this for the night? Sigh, sleep seems impossible now. In this moment, you still think of sleeping? Lower your palm and place me on your shoulder. We shall retrieve the Dragon Balls and search for that insufferable creature, Bulma's discontent echoed loudly. With a colossal hand, Yukong complied and placed her upon his shoulder, standing firm before turning towards the exit. Master Yamcha, what shall we do? Are we still aiming to seize the Dragon Balls? Puar inquired, casting a doubtful glance at him. I am not yet married. Competing with that monstrous brat for the Dragon Balls would spell my doom. Let us retreat and disregard them. Yamcha revised his strategy. Master Yamcha, I share your sentiments, heh? Let us depart. Puar cheerfully concluded, and the two made their exit from a different pathway. Chapter 24. Pilaf's wish is fulfilled. Outside Pilaf's grand castle, Pilaf, Little Dance, and Ash had successfully placed the 7 Dragon Balls, standing at a mere 60 centimeters. Pilaf thrust his palms forward and called out to the Dragon Balls, exclaiming, Come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish. Following his declaration, he broke into a silly grin. The 7 Dragon Balls coalesced into a brilliant beam of light that shot into the sky, revealing a colossal, emerald-hued dragon that could envelop several football fields. The dragon, with its immense head, gazed down at the tiny figures before it and boomed, State your wish. No matter what it is, I can grant it, but only one. Still chuckling foolishly, Pilaf remained blissfully unaware as drool dripped from his mouth. Hey, King Pilaf. Little Dance jolted him back to reality. Clearing his throat, Pilaf declared loudly, All right, I wish to become the ruler of the world. He eagerly awaited the dragon's response. That is beyond my capabilities, the dragon replied promptly. Why? Pilaf asked, bewildered. If you merely wish to be a king, I could accommodate that. However, to become the ruler of the world is another matter entirely. The world is vast, and there are countless intelligent beings. You must gain the recognition and acknowledgement of all intelligent life to ascend to the throne. Achieving this would require altering the memories and destinies of everyone, which far exceeds my powers, the dragon explained candidly. Oh, I see, Pilaf said, his head drooping in disappointment. What should we do, King Pilaf? Ash inquired. Let me ponder, Pilaf said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. After a moment, the dragon's voice rang out once more, urging, quickly, reveal your wish. Pilaf's eyes lit up with inspiration, and he exclaimed excitedly, I've got it. Haha, truly, I am King Pilaf. Shenron, please grant me a companion who can help me realize my ambition of world domination. That's quite astute of you, King Pilaf, Ash agreed, and Little Dance concurred. Finding the wish splendid, the dragon's eyes shimmered with golden light before it proclaimed, This wish is exceedingly simple. Your wish is granted. Eh? I don't see anything, Pilaf said, puzzled as he gazed at the dragon. Just then, Little Dance tugged at his sleeve, her lips trembling as she pointed behind him. King Pilaf. What is it? The diminutive Pilaf turned to investigate. Behind them stood a gargantuan gorilla, approximately 100 meters tall, its black fur interspersed with golden strands, towering over them. The enormous dragon and the colossal gorilla complemented one another in size and majesty. Behold, the dragon! Goku exclaimed, marveling at the sight. Oh, my wish! Bulma lamented, perched in dismay upon Goku's mighty shoulder. The dragon's voice echoed once more, stating, Your wish has been fulfilled. I look forward to our next encounter. With that, the dragon transformed into 7 beams of light and dispersed across the world, the Dragon Balls scattering anew. Hello? Pilaf's voice came out stiffly. Little Dance and Ash pushed him from behind as he stiffly greeted the towering figure before him. Where's Oolong? Goku's deep voice boomed. Who is Oolong? Pilaf asked, squinting in confusion. That pig, Bulma shouted from above. Oh, he is in the castle, Pilaf exclaimed, realizing suddenly. Take us to find Oolong. If he is dead, I shall trample you. Do not even think of escaping. Goku the gorilla fixed them with a serious gaze. All right, after you, Pilaf said with a forced smile, bowing slightly as he hurriedly set off, with Little Dance and Ash quickly following suit. Minutes later, Goku and Bulma stumbled upon the slick, oil-drenched Oolong, who lay unconscious on the ground. Meanwhile, Pilaf and his companions had stealthily departed, and Oolong remained oblivious to their presence. King Pilaf, what shall we do next? Ash asked as they ran. Run. What else can we do? Just look at that size. We are certainly no match for it, Pilaf replied calmly. But what about our treasures? Little Dance lamented, her face filled with dissatisfaction. Without their treasures, how could she buy beautiful accessories? Fear not, we shall leave for now. Once this monster departs, we can return, Pilaf replied wisely. With that, the short-legged Pilaf swiftly led the way to the hangar, and soon, Ash piloted the aircraft, whisking them away. Returning to Oolong, Bulma poked him disdainfully in the belly with a long stick, causing him to groggily awaken only to be met with the sight of a gigantic monster's head. One of its eyes was larger than he was, and he promptly fainted once more. What is wrong with him? Goku asked, perplexed. Keep your distance. He'll be fine shortly, Bulma instructed. When Oolong regained consciousness, he looked at his hands, bewildered. I'm not dead? You're not dead, but you came close, Bulma replied, her sharp gaze fixed upon him. Bulma glared at him, saying, hurry and get dressed. We're leaving. A gust of wind swept by, and Oolong, blushing with embarrassment, covered his pig body and scampered aside to put on his clothes. And Goku? Oolong wondered, searching for his whereabouts. The gorilla by the window is Goku, Bulma replied impatiently. What happened to Goku? Oolong exclaimed, astonished. Why do you care? Let's go, Bulma urged, exasperated. And the Dragon Balls? Oolong asked again. They were used by Pilaf, of course. Bulma said with a cold smile. Since everything is settled, can I finally go free? Oolong asked, his eyes filled with hope, anticipating his liberation. Because of you. My hard-earned Dragon Balls are lost, and now you shall work for me to repay your debt. Bulma's furious voice rang out, making Oolong tremble. Please, no, Oolong cried. Yet he dared not flee, having experienced Bulma's wrath before and not wishing to challenge her again. Bulma and Oolong took residence in a nearby building while Goku remained outside, pondering in his gorilla form. The next day dawned, and as the moon vanished, Goku swiftly transformed back, realizing how to control the process. However, disliking his gorilla appearance, he chose not to revert to that form. Naked, Goku approached Bulma, exclaiming, Hey, Bulma, my clothes are ruined again. Bulma, half awake in bed, blinked groggily. Oh, Goku, you finally returned. Didn't you buy several outfits last time in town? They're in the wardrobe over there. You can help yourself. Once dressed, Goku stepped outside for his morning exercises. After 2 hours, Bulma finally completed her preparations. Curiously, she asked, So, Goku, what are your plans now? I'm going to find my grandfather's 4-star ball and then head straight to Master Rashi. Goku revealed his intentions. Well, the Dragon Balls have turned to stone and won't reappear on the radar for another year, Bulma noted. When the time comes, you can come to my house and I will assist you in your search. For now, please take me home. Once we arrive, I will treat you to a delightful meal and prepare some clothes to place in the universal capsule, as you will likely need them while training with Master Rashi. Bulma shared her plans. That's wonderful, Goku replied with joy. Thus, Goku embraced Bulma, and they set off towards West City on the flying Nimbus. Oolong resigned himself to follow along, grateful that Bulma had promised him a salary, which revitalized his existence. Upon reaching West City and standing before Bulma's expansive residence, Goku exclaimed, Wow, Bulma, your house is enormous. Hee, it's quite nice, isn't it? I brought you here so you can find me whenever you need help in the future, Bulma said cheerfully upon their return home. Wow, this is truly affluent. As long as I work diligently and earn more money, I can have as many pairs of underwear as I desire, Oolong drooled, envisioning a splendid future. A woman resembling Bulma approached them, exclaiming, Oh my, this is Bulma, bringing a friend home for the first time. This little guy is adorable. She pinched Goku's cheek affectionately. This is Goku, my friend. And the other one is just a hired servant, Bulma clarified. By the way, where's my father? Has my sister returned? Bulma asked her mother with a puzzled expression. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Oolong muttered under his breath, feeling disgraced. TCH, her temperament remains as dreadful as ever. Goku, this is my mother, Bulma introduced. Goku earnestly greeted her. Hello, Auntie. Oh my. Hello, little brother. You are so adorable. Your father is out for some business. And your sister has returned since she went out with Jocko a while ago, her mother replied. Afterward, Bulma led Goku into the courtyard and instructed the intelligent robots to prepare a meal. Soon, an array of dishes, which Goku had never tasted, was served by the robots. After their meal, Bulma took Goku and Oolong shopping, procuring numerous outfits for Goku and a few sets for Oolong as well. The following day, Bulma solemnly reminded him, Hey, Goku, remember to come visit me. And when you go to Master Rashi's, be sure not to learn anything inappropriate. Goku looked at her in confusion. What is inappropriate? Never mind, you wouldn't understand anyway, Bulma sighed in relief. Goku, equipped with the universal capsule prepared by Bulma, mounted the flying Nimbus and departed. While Bulma's voice echoed behind him, Goku, make sure to come visit me. Chapter 25, A Battle of Wits. Grandpa, I have arrived. Wukong stood at the door of Kame House, knocking gently. After a while, there was still no response from Master Rashi. However, his keen senses indicated that Master Rashi was indeed inside. Thus, he approached the window, leaped lightly, and entered the room. There, He found Master Rashi engrossed in a television show, fervently chanting along with the girls on screen, 1, 2, 1, 2. Wukong realized that this was the very distraction Bulma had warned him against. Grandpa, I have come, Wukong announced loudly once more. Yet, Master Rashi remained oblivious, his soul captivated by the television. An idea struck Wukong. He leaned closer to Master Rashi's ear and shouted, Grandpa, I have arrived. Master Rashi, startled by the sudden outburst, nearly toppled over, clutching the ground as he gasped for breath, attempting to calm his racing heart. Wukong, I haven't died yet. But you nearly scared me to death, he complained, eyeing the small figure before him. Well, you were too engrossed. That must be the distraction Bulma warned me about. Wukong retorted playfully. You little rascal, what do you know? This is my mental sustenance. Never mind, you're still young. I'll watch a bit longer. Just don't scare me again. I'm hungry. Help yourself to something from the fridge. Master Rashi resumed his focus on the television. Observing his grandfather lost in the show, Wukong, feeling bored, rummaged through the fridge and gathered everything edible he could find, sitting on the floor to enjoy his feast. When Master Rashi finished watching, he noticed the empty fridge and the mess strewn about, left utterly speechless. Wukong, you've eaten an astonishing amount. This was supposed to last me a week. If I don't find a way to earn some money, you might just eat me into poverty. Grandpa, when shall we begin our training? Wukong inquired curiously. Today is pleasant. Let us take a nap outside first. We'll start our training formally tomorrow. With that, Master Rashi led the way outside, where the two lay on the beach, the gentle breeze caressing them, the sun shielded by clouds, radiating warmth. Before long, both fell asleep. An hour later, Master Rashi was jolted awake. What happened? Was there an earthquake? He exclaimed, springing to his feet with surprising agility for his age. Scanning the area for any signs of trouble. Grandpa, over there. Wukong pointed excitedly. Following his gaze, they saw two small legs struggling at his feet. Wukong, pull him out. Wukong grasped the tiny legs, exerting a gentle pull, freeing a small bald boy clad in a light yellow martial arts uniform, who surprisingly lacked a nose. The boy patted his head, restoring its shiny appearance before standing up, bowing respectfully to Master Rashi. You must be Master Rashi. I am Krillin, from far-off Tokyo. Please accept me as your disciple and guide me in my training. Impressive that you traveled such a distance, but I do not take on students lightly. You might as well give up and return home, Master Rashi replied, both acknowledging and rejecting him. Krillin, undeterred, scrutinized Master Rashi closely and noticed a book on the beach chair. He quickly assessed the attributes of the esteemed martial arts master before opening his bag to retrieve a brand new photo album, presenting it with reverence. This is my hard-earned experience from my training grounds. No man is devoid of desire. It varies only in degree. Initially hesitant to present it, he was uncertain whether Master Rashi was a mild or severe case until the book confirmed his assumptions. As expected, Master Rashi accepted the photo album with enthusiasm, eagerly flipping through its pages. Hey, who are you? Krillin squinted at Wukong, who was roughly his height. I'm Sun Wukong. Were you practicing the ground-digging technique just now? Wukong asked, intrigued by the peculiar boy. Indeed, you have a keen eye. I learned it from the groundhog. Krillin replied, puffing up with pride. You're lying. I saw you in the air. You just lost control. Wukong countered skeptically. Brat, you saw that? Are you looking for trouble? Krillin blushed slightly, anger flashing in his eyes. No, I just wanted to confirm. What if you truly were practicing the ground-digging technique? Wukong chuckled, resting his head on his hands. How dare you? You tricked me despite your innocent appearance. Are you here to study under Master Rashi too? Krillin exclaimed, astonished. Yes, I love martial arts. Wukong affirmed earnestly. You hardly look like a martial artist. Are you joking? Krillin squinted, doubting Wukong's sincerity. At that moment, Wukong approached Krillin, reaching out to pat his shiny head. What are you doing? Krillin asked, bewildered. Haha, your head is so smooth, it resembles a glass marble. Wukong laughed, retracting his hand with a grin. Brat, how does it resemble a marble? I shave my head for training. Look at Master Rashi, he's bald too. Krillin pointed indignantly at Master Rashi. Haha, I'm naturally bald, Master Rashi chimed in, turning to respond. Hee. Bulma is indeed clever. After spending time with her, I've become smarter too, Wukong chuckled, not directly addressing Krillin. How dare you imply I'm foolish? Krillin fumed, realizing he had underestimated the small figure before him. Wukong confidently stated, indeed. Krillin, his expression resolute. Challenge Wukong. Give me a reason. Otherwise, I shall duel you. Though you may not win. I'll tell you this. I patted your head and asked if it resembled a marble, and now you admit it doesn't tea. So why doubt my dedication to martial arts? I take it very seriously. The boy before him seemed considerably less sharp than Bulma. Apologies, you are correct. I was arrogant to underestimate you, Krillin admitted, acknowledging his defeat. How infuriating. I didn't expect to encounter a rival. This fellow cannot be underestimated. I must give it my all from now on. All right. You both are quite impressive, Master Rashi remarked, putting away the photo album as he regarded the two young boys. Master Rashi, are you satisfied? Krillin asked respectfully. Cough, cough, yes. Quite good, Master Rashi replied, his right fist to his mouth as he cleared his throat. This is a wonderful opportunity. I can't express my gratitude for Yukon alone. The stern-faced Master Rashi gazed intently at Krillin before speaking. So, Krillin, I have discerned your attitude towards martial arts. However, I must assign you a task before I can accept you as my disciple. Goku will assist you. Do you understand? Standing upright, Krillin responded loudly, Master Mateto, you need only command me. Whether it be a treacherous mountain or a blazing inferno, I shall not falter. Master Rashi regarded the small, bald figure before him with anticipation. You see, we are all men here, and none of us possess culinary skills. We require a woman to prepare meals for us. Do you comprehend? I understand, Krillin affirmed. He stepped forward, and Master Rashi leaned in, eager to hear. Krillin whispered some words, his face lighting up with excitement as Master Rashi replied. Excellent. You grasp the situation well. Should you succeed in this task, I shall allow you to train alongside Goku. Rest assured, Master Mateto, I vow to fulfill the task. Krillin replied respectfully. Master Rashi nodded in satisfaction and turned to Goku, instructing, Goku, take Krillin with you on the flying Nimbus and bring back a woman to help us with cooking. Krillin knows what to do. Understood. I will accompany Krillin to find a willing woman to return with us, Goku replied earnestly, unaware that Krillin and Master Rashi had silently conspired to achieve a rather clandestine objective, as they soared through the cloudless sky, with a gentle breeze accompanying them. Goku and Krillin sat atop the Nimbus. Below, a middle-aged man with a beard toiled in the fields. Krillin, what do you think? Is that a girl? Goku asked. Krillin looked at him skeptically. Surely not. You can't even tell the difference? Are you trying to embarrass me? Goku cheerfully retorted, I can distinguish. I know 3 girls now. Really? You can't be serious, Krillin doubted, recalling Goku's previous cunning behavior. He resolved to test Goku's claim to ascertain its veracity. Goku, tell me, am I a boy or a girl? Goku suddenly reached out and patted Krillin's lower body, causing him to stumble and fall off the Nimbus. Goku quickly caught him, but Krillin looked at him in panic, exclaiming, Don't you dare do that. I might scream. What's wrong? I've confirmed you are a boy, just like me. Goku laughed. Krillin eyed him warily. Are you truly unable to tell the difference? Surely you don't intend to take advantage of me. That is out of the question. I hope you aren't a transgender person. That would be too perilous for me. My inclinations are quite conventional, and should you attempt anything untoward, I would be powerless to defend my honor. Determined to test Goku further, Krillin thought that, if necessary, he might have to resort to using the 5-fingered maiden to extricate himself from any predicament. Goku, puzzled, asked, Krillin, I didn't quite catch that. Isn't distinguishing between genders simple? Krillin, feeling anxious, inquired, Which mountain did you come from? The Buneo Mountain, Goku replied. Krillin pressed on, How long have you been out? Goku counted on his fingers. It seems like a little over a month. How many people do you know? Krillin continued. Grandpa, Bulma, Chi-Chi, Uncle Ox King, Bulma's mother, Yamcha, Master Rashi, and you, Goku listed, counting each person on his fingers. Krillin probed once more. Have you ever been to school? Goku asked in confusion, What is school? School is where you study. Now, Goku, let us continue our quest for girls. The rest I shall handle. You need only lower the Nimbus when the time comes. Krillin finally felt reassured that he was safe. This fellow was merely a wild man who had recently emerged from the mountains. Krillin approached several young women in search of assistance, but his endeavors bore no fruit, only leaving him with several handprints on his face. Haha, your face is quite amusing. Why didn't you let me go? I would like to lend a hand. If we find someone sooner, we can return to our training earlier. Goku grinned, pointing at Krillin's face. You're insufferable. Now it's your turn to look, Krillin retorted indignantly. You wretched fool. You can't even distinguish between genders. I didn't let you go because I feared you would ruin everything. Now, you shall experience my misfortune. Chapter 26, Yukong. Lanchi, and the golden-haired beauty in the vast expanse of the Gobi Desert, lifeless peaks have morphed into earthen mounds, scattered across the landscape. Enormous ravines stand tall, and gusts of wind stir up subtle clouds of dust. In such a remote place, could there really be a woman? Clint inquired skeptically. He struggled to distinguish between genders, and entrusting this task to him seemed either a folly of his or a folly of mine. The idea of anyone residing in such an isolated area was simply implausible. Beneath the nimbus cloud, a striking blonde beauty clad in pale yellow shorts and a light green crop top, with her hair tied back in a purple scrunchie, confronted a band of desert marauders. Lam-Z, hand over the money from that train you recently robbed. In the spirit of camaraderie, we'll let you go, one of the marauders. A one-eyed bandit with a mask leered menacingly. It's a pity, though, if it weren't for the bullets being so indiscriminate. Your beauty and figure would surely captivate us. I'd love to tie you up and take care of you properly. You little brats. When I ruled over these lands, you were still sucking your thumbs. How dare you come after me, demanding I regurgitate what I've rightfully taken? Aren't you afraid of losing those big teeth of yours? The only thing you have an eye for is that I am indeed quite lovely. But do you think a mere bear like you could ever lay claim to me? Go die. Lam-Z retorted fiercely, lifting her machine gun and unleashing a torrent of bullets. The sound of gunfire echoed, and several marauders fell instantly, while the remaining ones, filled with fear and panic, scrambled for cover behind the mounds to retaliate. Lam-Z single-handedly battled fiercely against them, as bullets flew indiscriminately. Clint, look, there's a fight down there. Is that golden-haired person a girl? Wukong pointed towards Lam-Z, uncertain. Among the throng, she was the only one who caught his eye. It seems so, but they're all armed. The battle is too intense, and our training isn't sufficient. Let us not get involved. Clint hesitated. Though he had a fondness for girls, safeguarding his own life took precedence. Since she is a girl, she must be saved. You stay on the Nimbus. I'll go help her. Without further ado, Wukong leaped down, landing directly in front of the marauders. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you bullying a girl? He demanded. You little brat. Are you blind? The one being bullied is us. You dare to enter hell without a ticket? Blame your bad luck. I'm in a foul mood, and you just had to show up here. Prepare to die. If I can't deal with that stinky woman, I'll take it out on you first. The one-eyed bandit, disoriented from Lam-Z's earlier attack, aimed his submachine gun at Wukong, firing relentlessly. The bullets struck Wukong, but they merely fell harmlessly to the ground. What the hell? A monster? What should I do? If I don't act, I'm done for. The one-eyed bandit, in a panic, suddenly charged at Wukong, sprinting like the wind. Wukong, perplexed, wondered how he intended to attack. A gentle breeze stirred, raising a slight dust from the ground. The bandit, quick on his knees, bowed his head and cried out, Great sir, ancestor, my father. I was wrong. I failed to recognize the mighty. Please spare me. I promise to erect a tablet in your honor, kneeling and offering sacrifices daily. I have an elderly mother of 300 years waiting for me to support her. I am unfilial. Father, consider me as nothing. Huh? I didn't understand what you said. Where we supposed to fight? Why aren't you attacking? Wukong asked, puzzled. I am the illustrious little golden-haired, the leader of the desert bandits. How can you not spare me after I've called you father? You forced my hand. Let us perish together, you little brat. The little golden-haired, blushing fiercely, roared in anger, ripping off his clothes to reveal a body strapped with explosives. He lit the fuse with a lighter, defiantly asserting his final stand. With a loud bang, his eyes widened in horror as he fell lifelessly to the ground, ending the life of the desert bandit in a tragic manner. Bah! This scum dared to covet me. Lam-Z, having dispatched the remaining marauders, approached, disdain evident in her tone. I'm Wukong. Are you a girl? Wukong asked uncertainly. Of course I'm a woman, little brat. You seem quite formidable. How about joining me in some heists? I promise you'll live lavishly. Lam-Z boldly proposed, just as Achio, the blue-haired Lam-Z, appeared. What just happened? Are you a girl? Wukong asked again, noticing a difference in her demeanor from before. Yes, adorable little brother. I am indeed a girl. Lam-Z smiled gently at the charming Wukong. Would you like to come back with me? Why? We need to train, but we can't cook. We need a woman who can cook for us. So Master Rashi will teach us martial arts. Oh, I happen to have nowhere to go. I'd be delighted, seeing the adorable little fellow in front of her. Lam-Z happily agreed. In the sky, I can't believe these clouds can fly. How wondrous. Lam-Z exclaimed, marveling at the nimbus. Clint, glancing at the beautiful woman behind him, mischievously grinned and said, Lam-Z, you're truly stunning. I never imagined Wukong would bring back such a beautiful woman. Once we return, I'll take all the credit. Master Wu Tian will surely be pleased, and I'll be able to learn martial arts. This is my plan. Observing the charming little bald boy with a twinkle in his eye, Lam-Z replied kindly, "Little brother, you're quite adorable. Thank you for the compliment. Where are we headed?" "Haha, we're going to Master Rashi's place. We'll be there shortly." Clin beamed, his spring-like smile infectious, causing the little bald boy to blush with embarrassment. Kame Island soon came into view. Lam-Z gazed at the island below, exclaiming, "Wow, it looks like a vacation villa. Is this where I'll be living?" "Master Wu-Tian, I brought back a girl." Clin landed on the Nimbus and shouted excitedly. Master Rashi, now dressed in fresh attire, stepped out of the house. His heart elated at the sight of Lam-Z. It exceeded his expectations. "Master Wu-Tian, what do you think? Are you satisfied?" Clin leaned in, whispering eagerly, "Well done, Clin. Excellent work. I'm quite pleased." Master Rashi praised, glancing at the little fellow with admiration. He approached Lam-Z, adopting an air of authority, and inquired, "Have my disciples explained everything to you?" "Indeed. Wukong informed me that no one cooks for them, and I'm more than willing to help. However, might this inconvenience you? For every sneeze I produce transforms me into a different visage." "No worries at all. Your presence is most welcome, even if it were to last a lifetime." I would have no objections. The charming Lam-Z has utterly captivated the heart of the aging lecher, who now cares little for any repercussions. How delightful. The future holds such promise. Lam-Z, would you care to join us in our martial arts practice? Engaging in such activities not only fortifies the body, but also nurtures the mind and enhances one's beauty. The once dashing turtle sage, whose charm fades in mere moments, now gazes hopefully at Lam-Z. Martial arts practice? Would that disrupt your activities? Not at all. I shall personally guide you. How splendid. I would be more than willing, as practicing martial arts would greatly facilitate my daily life. Excellent. Wait here. I shall retrieve our turtle school's specialized training attire and commence our practice forthwith. I can hardly contain my excitement. The turtle sage, brimming with enthusiasm, dashed into the bedroom, swiftly gathering several peculiar garments before rushing back outside. Just as he burst through the door, the golden-haired Lam-Z appeared. Lam-Z swiftly surveyed her surroundings, noting two young children, one of whom was the impish darling she favored, and an eccentric old man clutching a handful of dubious clothing. It seemed that the other version of herself had chosen to linger here. The cunning Lam-Z immediately assessed the situation, realizing it was time to assert dominance. With determination, she raised her submachine gun, targeting her intimidation subject, and unleashed a barrage upon the ground before the lecherous old man, who jumped in fright. Once he regained his composure, the barrel of the submachine gun was pressed against his forehead, and facing the fierce gaze of the woman, he obediently raised his hands, scattering his garments across the floor. "Hey, old man, where is this place?" Lam-Z inquired, puzzled, as the surroundings appeared quite serene, with a pleasing view. The forthcoming days seemed to hold some anticipation for the turtle house. The turtle sage replied candidly. "How did I end up here?" Lam-Z posed her second question. "I returned with my two disciples." The menacing golden-haired Lam-Z was clearly not a figure to be trifled with, and it dawned on the turtle sage that he had recalled Lam-Z's earlier words, feeling utterly despondent. "Is that so? Where's the flying capsule?" Lam-Z's piercing gaze fixed upon him. She hoped this old fellow would grasp the situation, otherwise he would face dire consequences. Addressing the brigand before her, she made it clear that should he act out of line, he would suffer greatly. The turtle sage confessed, "It's in the first drawer to the left upon entering." Upon hearing the answer she sought, Lam-Z promptly inquired, "And where are the money and bank books?" The turtle sage, now resigned, replied nonchalantly, "Beneath the turtle shell in the bedroom." "Considering your cooperation, I shall spare you from a bullet," Lam-Z declared, kicking the turtle sage aside before swiftly entering the room to gather her necessities. Within the turtle sage's quarters, she discovered an array of bizarre garments, which she promptly shot to shreds, uncovering a plethora of Riskum magazines hidden beneath. Soon, a small jet appeared outside the turtle house, and the audacious Lam-Z prepared to depart in triumph. The jet took off in haste, leaving the turtle sage in tears as he rushed back to his room, gazing at the remnants scattered across the floor, his mouth twitching in distress. Hours later, the gentle Lam-Z returned, piloting the jet. Observing the compliant figures before her, she shyly chuckled. "It seems I may have committed an indiscretion." "Haha, not at all. Not at all." The lecher, now entranced by the restored Lam-Z, had long forgotten previous events. Thus began the daily life of Lam-Z and her companions, Wukong and the others. Chapter 27. The challenge of training Krillin the following day. In order to provide better guidance for Goku and Krillin's training, Master Rashi decided to take Goku, Krillin, and launched to a large island teeming with people. After transforming the Kame house into a capsule, he deftly tossed out a small motorboat and hopped aboard with surprising agility for a man of his advanced age. Once Goku and the others were settled, he turned to Launch and, with hands clasped in earnestness, implored, "Launch, please, whatever you do, do not sneeze." "All right, I'll be careful," Launch replied, a hint of anticipation flickering in her eyes at this new and different way of life. 3 hours later, they arrived at an island housing thousands of families, where the Kame house was once again established. Launch went off to prepare lunch. "Before we commence our training, I need to understand your backgrounds. Krillin, have you trained before?" Master Rashi inquired seriously, shedding his usual levity. "Yes, Master, I trained at the Korin Tower for 8 years, Krillin respectfully responded. "Oh, it seems you both possess a foundational understanding, then. Let's conduct a small test. The distance from this line to that tree is exactly 100 meters. I want you both to see how long it takes you to run it. Speed alone does not make one a master, but a lack of speed guarantees failure to reach mastery, so it is indeed crucial," Master Rashi instructed, drawing a line in the dirt with a stone. "Let me go first, Master. Coming all the way from Tokyo, I rely solely on my legs, and I have some confidence in my speed," Krillin declared, eager to redeem himself after previously losing to Goku. He had already accepted that in a fight, he was no match for Goku, but in running, he felt he had a chance. "Very well, you may go first. On your mark, get set, go." Upon hearing the command, Krillin sprinted with all his might, his legs moving swiftly toward the finish line. 9 seconds. "You truly are talented," Master Rashi praised, impressed by the time. "Haha. Master, that was nothing." Krillin feigned modesty, casting a proud glance at Goku. "Goku, are you ready?" Master Rashi asked the other student. "Yes," Goku replied loudly, deciding to exert only a fraction of his strength since it was not a fight. "On your mark, get set, go." In an instant, Goku appeared at the finish line. Master Rashi, gazing at the stopwatch, paused for 2 seconds before adjusting the time, declaring 6 seconds. "Goku, it seems your training has been quite effective. However, both of you still have a long way to go. You can certainly run faster." "How did you manage to be 3 seconds faster than me, Goku?" Krillin exclaimed in astonishment, feeling a pang of frustration. "Am I destined to remain in your shadow forever?" "Haha, it's something my master taught me when I was young," Goku replied, a hint of joy in his voice as he thought of Bulma. "I see," Krillin said, a touch of melancholy crossing his face as he recalled his own master, who had passed away. "If he were still alive, perhaps I would be training at Korin Tower still." "What's wrong?" Goku asked, noticing Krillin's sudden silence. "Nothing, just reminiscing about the past. By the way, I just noticed that your clothes and shoes look quite nice. Did your parents buy them for you?" Krillin inquired, a twinge of envy in his tone. "No, I don't have parents. Bulma bought them for me," Goku beamed, his face lighting up. He had a capsule filled with many new outfits and shoes. "Oh, so you, like me, are an orphan. Perhaps you were abandoned because you had an extra tail," Krillin speculated, his mood lifting slightly. "Haha, we're alike then. You were probably discarded because you have no nose," Goku laughed, teasing Krillin. "Haha, perhaps." Although Krillin's thoughts about being abandoned were not entirely pleasant, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Regardless, we're both doing well now, and that's what matters," Goku said, leaning back comfortably. "By the way, who is Bulma?" "You mentioned her name before," Krillin asked. Curiosity piqued. "Yes, my friend, a girl I know," Goku replied. "I truly envy you, Goku. I wish I had a friend like that," Krillin admitted, his tone tinged with longing. "Enough chatter, you two. Now, I will demonstrate a fraction of my strength for you." "Krillin, you time me," Master Rashi said, shedding his shell to establish his authority as a master. Once Krillin signaled the start, Master Rashi dashed to the finish line in the blink of an eye. 3 seconds. As expected of Master Rashi, Krillin exclaimed in awe, calling out the time with admiration. "Master, you truly are impressive. I certainly have not come to the wrong place," Krillin remarked, still in disbelief. "It's been a while since I've run like that." "Goku, go fetch me a bottle of beer," Master Rashi said, feeling the need to replenish his energy after such a brief exertion. "Beer? What is that?" Goku asked, puzzled by the unfamiliar term. "Leave it to me, Master," Krillin offered enthusiastically, racing toward the house. "Goku, can you read? Can you write?" Master Rashi asked, observing the young boy. "What is that?" Goku replied, genuinely confused. "Ah, never mind. It seems I'll need to arrange some basic education for you," Master Rashi concluded, recognizing Goku's current level of knowledge. Just then, Krillin burst out, having exceeded his own limits. Launch, wielding a kitchen knife, was hot on his heels. Krillin clocked a time of 7 seconds for the 100-meter dash. But he could not escape Launch's grasp. In his panic, he tripped over a stone. Thief Launch! He gasped, staring in terror as she appeared before him, knife in hand. With a wicked grin, she taunted, "You've got some guts, kid. While I was enjoying myself, you dared to touch my things. If I don't teach you a lesson, will you think you can just walk all over me next time?" As she spoke, the knife arced through the air. And Krillin watched in horror as it flew between his legs. "It's over for me." Overwhelmed by a surge of complex emotions, Krillin fainted. His pants dampening as the knife landed ominously before him. TCH. Launch scoffed before turning her attention back to Master Rashi and Goku. Master Rashi quickly concealed himself, while Goku stood frozen in curiosity. Launch then returned to the house, continuing her revelry. Ahem. Goku, go wake Krillin. Let us put a pause on this for now. I will arrange something else later, Master Rashi instructed, resuming his role as a mentor once Launch had departed. Krillin, wake up, Goku called, rushing to his side and gently slapping his face. Groggy, Krillin slowly came to, only to feel the cold blade beneath him. Startled, he sprang to his feet. "You wet yourself," Goku exclaimed, unable to contain his laughter. Krillin remained silent, feeling as if his future had vanished, consumed by despair and devoid of hope. He hung his head in dejection. "Hey, why isn't there any blood?" Krillin noted, looking at his damp pants, surprised to find no blood. He quickly reached down to check, and upon realizing he was unharmed, he jumped for joy, exclaiming, "Haha, I'm okay. I'm fine." "Krillin, you're quite strange. Why would you be happy about wetting your pants?" Goku asked, bewildered. Wukong, in a state of confusion, questioned, "What a rascal. You are the peculiar one. What do you understand? This concerns my future happiness. If you can't grasp that, then where is Master Wutian?" Blushing with embarrassment, Krillin voiced his dissatisfaction loudly before hastily inquiring. "He advised us to manage things ourselves, and will come back later." After Wukong finished speaking, he went off to train, while Krillin cautiously approached the house, trying to determine if Lan Chi was present. He was reluctant to experience the terrifying scene again. The gentle Lan Chi was busily engaged in her tasks. With great care, he opened the door and stepped inside. Hearing the sound of the door, Lan Chi turned to Krillin and exclaimed, "Oh, Krillin, why is your shirt so dirty? You should take it off so I can wash it for you." "Haha, it's nothing. Thank you, Lan Chi," Krillin replied, his face slightly flushed. Just then, Lan Chi let out a startled ah, and he quickly recoiled into a corner, trembling. "Krillin, what's wrong?" Lan Chi asked, her gaze filled with curiosity as she looked at the small bald figure in the corner. "Haha, it's nothing. This is a technique taught by Master Wutian called the shrinking head skill. I'm still a bit unaccustomed to it." Krillin chuckled nervously, rubbing his bald head. "I see. You should go change your clothes now, and then call Wukong and the others to prepare for lunch. It's almost ready," Lan Chi said with a warm smile, which brought a refreshing breeze to Krillin. The shadow cast by the golden-haired Lan Chi was momentarily forgotten as he chose to focus on her gentle demeanor. Chapter 28. The one who always gets hurt. As evening descended, the time had come to test their true abilities. The loser would forfeit their meal, and from tomorrow, the formal training would commence. Master Rashi hoped that the two young ones before him would take this test seriously. "Yay. No food means I won't be able to sleep," Goku lamented, scratching his head with a slightly pained expression. "Me too. Therefore, Goku, I refuse to lose to you," Krillin declared earnestly. Although he knew he could not outrun Goku, he understood that victory was not solely determined by speed. "Observe this stone closely, especially you, Goku. The one who finds it first will earn their meal. If neither returns within half an hour, both shall go hungry," Master Rashi proclaimed, hurling the stone forcefully over the cliff into the vast forest below. At the edge of the towering cliff, fierce winds howled, and as Krillin gazed down at the dense forest, he felt as though he might topple over. It appeared he would have to take a longer route. Before he could voice his thoughts, Goku leapt into the abyss, performing several flips in midair before plunging downward with a final dive. "Hey, are you out of your mind? You'll end up a mess," Krillin shouted in alarm, scrambling to the cliff's edge. "This height poses no challenge for me," Goku's voice echoed back to him, instilling a sense of calm in Krillin. "Unbelievable. I never anticipated this guy would be so formidable. At this rate, I am bound to lose." Krillin's mind raced, his clever intellect swiftly devising a plan. Ultimately, he crafted a counterfeit stone to present to Master Rashi. Pretending to be out of breath, he approached Master Rashi. "I have completed the task." Master Rashi took the stone, scrutinizing it before tossing it aside, causing a lump to form on Krillin's forehead. You little rascal. Attempting to deceive me with such old tricks. My apologies. Krillin exclaimed, clutching his throbbing head as he hurried away. Watching Krillin's retreating figure, Master Rashi chuckled, filled with nostalgia. He truly resembles my younger self. Otherwise, I would not have taken him under my wing. Meanwhile, Goku had successfully located the stone and was making his way back. Once outside Master Rashi's abode, Krillin strolled thoughtfully, muttering to himself, engaging Goku head-on will surely lead to my defeat. However, I possess my own advantages. My understanding of the world is far superior to his. The world is complex, and today, I shall impart a lesson to him. Haha. With this thought, Krillin could not help but laugh heartily. Grabbing a shovel, he quickly began to dig, soon revealing a perfect pit, ample enough to accommodate two small figures. He then poured a bucket of strong adhesive into the pit, covering the bottom flawlessly. This is an unavoidable path. If I can lure Goku here, he will inevitably fall in when he comes to retrieve the stone. Victory is assured. Moments later, Goku appeared, glancing at Krillin with curiosity. Krillin, what are you doing here? Goku, I know I cannot compete with you, so I decided to wait here for you to return. Otherwise, I would surely be reprimanded by Master Rashi if I returned alone. By the way, have you found the stone? Krillin asked, feigning embarrassment as he scratched his head. Is that so? Krillin, I must commend you for being willing to forego a meal, Goku remarked appreciatively. May I see the stone? That way, if I lose, I shall have no regrets, Krillin said, pretending to be shy, yet determined not to abandon his plan. Of course, no problem. Just as Goku was about to retrieve the stone from his pocket, the door of Master Rashi's house swung open abruptly. Master Rashi dashed out in a panic. With the blonde Lam-Z hot on his heels, wielding a submachine gun, Krillin stood in shock, unable to react as Master Rashi landed between Goku and himself. Lam-Z closed in rapidly, and Master Rashi prepared to leap and flee. Hey, what is going on? He lifted his left foot, but it did not respond. He tried again with his right foot, to no avail. He was left with only half of his balding head exposed. Lam-Z caught up, placing her right foot on his exposed scalp, rubbing it vigorously as she demanded, You old fool. You were just hovering around me. What were you up to? I merely noticed the heat and thought to inquire if you would like some juice, he replied, his voice trembling from below, now encircled by Goku, Krillin, and the notorious Lam-Z. Oh, is that so? And where's the juice? It does indeed feel warm, Lam-Z mused, her interest piqued. I haven't prepared it yet. Master Rashi chuckled nervously from below. As Lam-Z lifted her foot, what awaited him was not freedom, but a barrage of gunfire. You dare to fool me. 15 minutes later, the chaos subsided. Master Rashi's head was adorned with numerous bumps, and as he paced back and forth before the two small figures, his expression darkened. What is the meaning of this? Who dug this pit? And so skillfully too. Far better than I ever managed. Not us, they both replied in unison. Tonight. Neither of you shall eat, Master Rashi declared sternly. What? How is that fair? Goku protested, frowning. Krillin, why are you silent? Master Rashi's penetrating gaze fixed upon the smaller bald figure. When the master speaks, a disciple must not dare to retort. Krillin stood upright, staring straight ahead as he proclaimed loudly. That pit was your doing, and now you shan't dine tonight. Master Rashi had identified the culprit. My apologies, Master. That was meant for Goku. Who could have known? Krillin lamented, his face a picture of dismay as he addressed Master Rashi. Krillin, how devious of you to employ such tactics. Goku looked at Krillin in astonishment, feeling he had learned something new. Goku, the world of competition is ruthlessly unforgiving. Krillin disdainfully remarked, indicating that Goku had much to learn. Thus, the tale of Krillin's defeat came to a temporary conclusion. That night, Lam-Z prepared a hot pot, and Goku, Master Rashi, and Lam-Z gathered around, while Krillin stood in a corner facing punishment. What kind of meat is this? It's tender and delicious, truly delightful. Master Rashi exclaimed, relishing another piece. It seems to be called fugu. Lam-Z pondered, uncertain. Fugu? My stomach feels a bit off, Master Rashi said, his expression blank. I feel the same, Lam-Z echoed, clutching her belly as they both hastily departed the table. Only Goku remained, joyfully indulging in the feast. This is fantastic, Goku exclaimed, continuously adding more meat to the pot. How come you're unaffected? Krillin asked, bewildered, as his stomach audibly grumbled. What? It's truly delicious, Goku replied nonchalantly. And with Master Rashi now gone, Krillin felt a mix of envy and admiration. Krillin's mind was abuzz with thoughts. Since Wukong was fine, it presumably was not pufferfish related. Perhaps Master Wutian and Lan-Z had consumed something else. Seizing the opportunity while Master Wutian was absent, he quickly indulged in some food before returning to his spot. Clin joined the dining table, incessantly piling meat onto his plate, exclaiming how delicious it was. After a while, however, Lan-Z and the others still had not appeared. Clin decided to eat a bit more, when suddenly, a sharp pain gripped his stomach. He dashed towards the restroom, only to find both stalls occupied. Frantically, he sprinted outside, his churning belly causing him to forget that he had dug a hole earlier. Consequently, he stumbled into the pit, which welcomed its last guest, with his pants already soiled. He could only assume a horse stance and resolve the matter right there. When he emerged from the pit, pale-faced, he hastily filled it back in, then dejectedly returned indoors. Took a shower, and rested. The next day, Wukong, not seeing a soul, curiously ventured into Master Rashi's bedroom, finding Clin lying motionless beside him. "Grandpa Clin, it's time to train," he called out. "I can't do it. I need to rest for a couple of days," Master Rashi replied weakly. Clin lay there, his eyes vacant, disinterested in Wukong's enthusiasm, leaving Wukong to begin training alone. On the third day, the night was still deep. Clin seemed to be dreaming, mumbling in his sleep, "Curse you. Wukong, let me show you my prowess." He lifted his short legs and kicked Master Rashi in the belly. "Ouch. That hurts," Master Rashi exclaimed, clutching his abdomen. Waking to see the little one dreaming beside him. What a wretched sleeper. Why must I share a bed with Clin? If only it weren't for Lan-Zi's condition. I could sleep with her instead. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became, envy rising for Wukong. An hour later, the awakened Master Rashi called out to Clin. "It's only 4:30, Master Wutian." Clin protested. "Enough with the chatter. I'm going to wake Wukong." Master Rashi quietly entered the room of Wukong and Lan-Z, gazing at the two sleeping together with envy. "Wukong, this guy, Lan-Z is so beautiful, and he actually sleeps soundly." As envy stirred within him, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. He cautiously lifted the blanket to sneak a peek at Lan-Zi's sleeping posture. Before him lay golden-haired Lan-Z, causing him to freeze in place. He carefully poked Wukong with his cane. "Good morning, Grandpa," Wukong exclaimed loudly upon waking. "Shoo shoo." Master Rashi frantically gestured to Wukong. Confused, Wukong asked, "Grandpa, what's wrong?" At that moment, golden-haired Lan-Z awoke, noticing Wukong beside her while Master Rashi had already hidden behind the door. She quickly rose and retrieved her customary submachine gun from beneath her pillow. "Hey, why are you sleeping next to me?" she questioned Wukong, her eyes narrowing. "There wasn't enough blanket," Wukong replied honestly. "You strange little boy, have you thought about what I mentioned last time?" Master Rashi, hidden behind the door, watched eagerly as Lan-Z, clad in a pink nightgown, stirred emotions within him. "No way. I want to become stronger. Robbing is not fun," Wukong firmly refused. "TCH. Boring little brat," Lan-Z scoffed, slightly disappointed, as she quietly slipped out. However, just before reaching the door, a foot pinned her to the ground. "You old fool. Why is it always you? I was sleeping so soundly, and you woke me up. How do you want to die?" She aimed her submachine gun at the bald head, ready to make him float if she wasn't satisfied. "It was Wukong who woke you," Master Rashi struggled to explain. "If it weren't for you, would he have woken me? Do you think I lack intelligence?" Lan-Z retorted angrily. "Sister, I know where treasure is. Just let me go." Master Rashi hastily devised a plan to avoid injury. "Oh, really? Tell me more," Lan-Z replied, releasing him. "It's a bit complicated. I think we should sit in the living room. Let me brew you a cup of hot tea while we talk. It's still early, and warming up will prevent catching a chill." Master Rashi nimbly got up, flashing a sycophantic smile at Lan-Z. "Didn't he expect you to be so considerate?" "Fine, let us go have tea," she replied. Hearing her response, Master Rashi eagerly led the way down. Clin waited in the living room, and upon seeing Master Rashi descend, he looked up, understanding the silent signals exchanged between them. As Lan-Z boldly sat down, resting her feet on the table while awaiting tea, Clin stealthily climbed behind her and opened the window. A gentle sea breeze swept through, prompting Lan-Z to sneeze, bringing relief to Master Rashi and Clin. Why am I up so early? Oh well, I'll brew some tea," she decided. Heading to the kitchen, Master Rashi approached the diminutive Wukong, pacing back and scrutinizing him closely. "Wukong, did you intentionally wake Lan-Z?" he inquired. "Grandpa, what are you talking about?" "I don't understand," Wukong replied innocently, his big eyes fixed on Master Rashi. "Really?" Master Rashi doubted his own judgment. It was unlikely that Wukong, being so new to the world, possessed the cunning that Clin did. Chapter 29. Confronting Fear. Now, we shall commence the formal training of our turtle school. Before we begin, I must inquire, what is your purpose in practicing martial arts? Goku, you shall speak first. The turtle sage, with a solemn expression, gazed at them. To grow stronger, to become even more powerful, and to pursue what I love, Goku declared without a moment's hesitation. And you, Krillin? The turtle sage turned his gaze to the other disciple. To gain strength, to avoid being bullied, and to cultivate greater courage, Krillin promptly proclaimed his motivations with fervor. Excellent. Both of your responses are commendable. Allow me to add a point. My only expectation of you is this. While we cannot govern the unseen, I hope that when injustice occurs in your vicinity, you will stand up and do your utmost to rectify it. Do not leave room for regret. If a situation proves insurmountable, retreat to safeguard your own well-being. This is the spirit that we martial artists must embody. Do you understand? The turtle sage's voice resonated as he instructed his two disciples. Yes, Master Wutian, Krillin replied. His voice even louder. Grandpa, I don't understand. What is injustice? What is regret? What does insurmountable mean? A barrage of questions erupted from Goku, directed toward the bald head of the turtle sage, who visibly emanated steam from his head. You need not concern yourself with such complexities. Simply focus on what you stated. Pursue what you love, the turtle sage interrupted, wiping his brow. Besides, with your nature, you are unlikely to engage in any wrongdoing. Thus, formal training commenced, with the first phase designated as worldly experience. This approach not only fulfilled the training objective, but also broadened Goku's understanding of the world. Most importantly, it mitigated the risk of financial ruin, for Goku had an insatiable appetite. Without earning some money, he would soon find himself fishing for sustenance with his two disciples. Their first destination was a large container warehouse. The warehouse manager, observing Goku and Krillin, approached the turtle sage with a hint of concern. Are you certain they will be all right? Rest assured, we have an agreement. Should they fail to complete the task, I shall compensate you for any breach of contract. The turtle sage confidently assured. Very well, then I leave it in your hands. With that, the warehouse manager departed, leaving only the supervising turtle sage and his two hard-working disciples behind. Goku, Krillin, come here. Over there lies a heap of goods. Your objective is to load all the cargo into those containers. Remember to handle everything with care. We cannot afford to damage anything. All items must be loaded today. If you encounter something too cumbersome for one, collaborate together. Should you fail to complete the task, neither of you will dine today. I shall be in the adjacent room watching television. Come find me if you have any questions. After imparting these instructions, the turtle sage hurried off to his television, eager for his program to begin. Goku and Krillin set to work, visibly reducing the pile of goods. After a simple lunch, they resumed their labor. 2 hours later, Krillin exclaimed, I can't go on. I'm exhausted. The two were struggling to lift a massive item, and Krillin, having reached his limit, collapsed to the ground just as the heavy cargo threatened to fall upon him. Seeing this, Goku quickly slid beneath the load, bracing himself just in time to prevent the cargo from crashing down on Krillin. Take a breather, Krillin. I'll handle it from here. As time passed, Krillin found it increasingly manageable, aided by Goku's support. A month later, the warehouse manager handed a thick stack of cash to the turtle sage. You performed remarkably well. I hope we can collaborate again in the future. As for what you mentioned, I have already arranged it. No problem, then we shall take our leave. With the cash in hand, the turtle sage joyfully departed with Goku and Krillin. Finally, we can avoid bankruptcy. Today is a rest day. Krillin, take Goku to buy groceries. You are responsible for explaining the denominations and usage of various currencies. I shall return to Turtle House. He handed a portion of the bills to Krillin. Yes, Master Wutian. I, Krillin, vow to fulfill the task. Krillin stood tall, responding loudly before taking Goku to embark on their outing. Goku, did you live alone on Bowsy Mountain? Well, at first, Grandpa lived with me, but after he passed, I was alone. What about you, Krillin? I'm rather similar. I was taken in by my master at Dueling Temple. Initially, I lived with him, but once he passed away, I was left alone. Dueling Temple has many people, but those like me are merely laborers. Krillin's expression turned somewhat complex. Dueling Temple was a place of both fondness and sorrow for him. The following day at Fei Fei Express, a portly middle-aged man scrutinized the turtle sage and his two companions. You must be the ones my brother recommended. Indeed, that is us, the turtle sage confirmed. Follow me. He instructed, leading them into the company warehouse, where a multitude of sorted packages awaited. These are the items to be delivered today. Leave it to us. The turtle sage directed Goku and Krillin to each carry a package as they set off at a brisk pace. Allow me to demonstrate first. Then the task will be yours. Upon arriving at a residence, the turtle sage called out, "Greetings, I am Turtle from Feifei Express. Your package has arrived. Kindly step out to retrieve it." Goku failed to perceive any oddity in the situation, while Krillin regarded the turtle sage with a perplexed expression. Thus began their delivery journey. With Goku's company and the fervor of improvement igniting Krillin's spirit, he persevered despite the challenges. As for Goku, he found the task relatively effortless, though he had to wait for Krillin, who was illiterate and could not complete the task independently. Another month passed, and the task was completed successfully. At a large construction site, this was the final stop of their worldly training. Are you sure these two little ones are up for this? This is a construction site. I won't be responsible if anything goes awry. The site manager looked skeptically at the turtle sage, voicing his concerns. Fear not. They will receive pay commensurate with their labor. Should anything unfortunate occur, we will bear the consequences ourselves, the turtle sage assured with confidence. Very well, since they come recommended by my brother. I trust he wouldn't lead me astray. The site manager conceded, and in the ensuing month, he was astounded. Goku earned wages equivalent to that of 30 workers, while Krillin earned that of 10, effectively doubling the productivity of his crew. Aha! A harmonious collaboration has been established, and I eagerly anticipate future endeavors together. Thanks to the efforts of both, I achieved the construction objectives ahead of schedule, for which I am immensely grateful. The journey of enlightenment has reached a new chapter as they arrived at a fresh training ground. A towering peak, approximately 20,000 feet high, loomed before them, with a moderately narrow, unspoiled path leading to its summit. Two turtle shells of differing weights struck the ground with a resounding thud. Klin, you shall carry the lighter one. Your objective is to ascend to the peak and return once, gradually increasing your repetitions as you acclimate. Wukong, you will carry the heavier shell. And your goal is to make 3 round trips. Despite 2 months of diligent training, Klin still found the task arduous, while Wukong managed the challenge with relative ease. After completing his own task, Wukong accompanied Klin, offering encouragement, and gradually, Klin's repetitions began to rise. They synchronized their efforts. And time slipped by as they diligently trained for 2 months. Now, let us return to Kame House, where the remainder of our training will be completed. The turtle sage remarked to his 2 disciples who were enjoying dinner. The following day at Kame House, the turtle sage announced, "Today, our training regimen will differ from before. However, prior to commencing, Klin, I have arranged a special training session for you." "Yes, Master Wu-Tian," replied the young bald-headed Klin enthusiastically, observing the diminutive figure before him. The turtle sage mused, "Let us see if you can maintain such vigor. Do you see that over there?" The turtle sage pointed towards the distant sea. "Hey, a great white shark," Klin exclaimed, his keen instinct sensing impending danger as he gazed at the enormous predator, measuring several meters in length. "Indeed. I lured it here with bait. Given your current level of training, what do you suppose would happen if you faced it?" The turtle sage inquired, his expression stoic. I might be torn to shreds," Klin hesitantly replied after a moment of contemplation. "Today, your special training involves this shark. You will swim over, defeat it, and prepare dinner for Wukong tonight," the turtle sage declared. "That's impossible, Master Wu-Tian. I could never defeat it," Klin exclaimed in terror, staring wide-eyed at his mentor. "Today, you must either conquer it or leave here. I will not teach you any further. Wukong, you are not permitted to assist him." The turtle sage's voice was harsh, and his gaze fierce, making it clear that he was not jesting. Klin was torn within. He feared for his life yet loathed the idea of departing. His complexion paled as his emotions fluctuated. Encouragingly, Wukong chimed in, "Klin, you can do it. It's not that formidable. I believe in you." The scales tipped within Klin's heart. "I can do this. I cannot allow Wukong to look down on me. He is my soul friend. And I refuse to return to solitude." With determination, the 69-centimeter tall, bald-headed Klin resolutely approached the great white shark. As he swam closer, the overwhelming fear intensified, and he felt as though he might suffocate. Klin closed his eyes and shouted, propelling himself toward the shark, resigned to whatever fate awaited him. "I am no longer the old Klin." He unleashed a flurry of punches upon the great white shark, each strike reverberating through its massive body, sending shockwaves through its very core. Moments later, the shark floated lifelessly on the surface, blood staining a wide area, and Klin's head was drenched in crimson. "Klin, that's enough." Wukong's voice echoed from a distance. I'm not dead." Klin floated in the sea, bewildered as he opened his eyes. Once his heart settled, he erupted in joyous laughter. I'm I'm alive. I really am alive. This is wonderful. He gleefully towed the great white shark back. Master Wutian, Wukong, I succeeded. Clint exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement as he faced his mentor and friend. Haha, Clint, I knew you could do it. Wukong replied, equally jubilant. Do you understand why I arranged this training for you? The turtle sage inquired, his gaze penetrating as he looked at Clint. Master, I don't comprehend, Clint replied respectfully. You may not understand, yet you charged forward, which pleases me greatly. Do you recall before we began training, I asked you and Wukong why you wish to grow stronger? You stated, I want to grow strong and become braver. However, courage is not merely about strength. It is tied to the cultivation of one's character. Once shadows loom, the path to dispelling them requires confronting one's fears. After months of training, your strength has increased considerably. That great white shark no longer poses a threat to you. Yet, this training was the ideal opportunity for your first confrontation. Should you have missed this chance, subsequent encounters would have proven arduous. Thankfully, you prevailed. The turtle sage gazed thoughtfully at the young disciple. Thank you, Master Wutian. I understand now, Clint replied, his eyes glistening with emotion. Chapter 30. The Clash of Beauties Henceforth. Your training task can be succinctly encapsulated in the phrase, steady as a mountain, swift as the wind, and rapid as lightning. What does it mean to be steady as a mountain? It signifies maintaining a steadfast and substantial presence, regardless of time or place. What does swift as the wind imply? It suggests moving with the lightness and unpredictability of the breeze, whether walking or running. And what does rapid as lightning entail? It refers to the ability to move with the speed of a flash of lightning. The turtle sage gradually revealed the essence of the final phase of training. Master Wutian, how should we cultivate ourselves? Clint inquired eagerly. Do not rush. I have yet to finish. The turtle sage continued, for now. I only require you to reach the first stage, steady as a mountain. As for the subsequent 2 stages, they are beyond your current capabilities. Even I am merely at the 2nd stage, and the 3rd stage remains a distant prospect. In the first stage of training, I will place a bowl of water atop each of your heads. Your task is to maintain your balance as steadfastly as possible, whether standing, walking, or sitting, without spilling a single drop. If you can achieve this, you will have entered the first stage of training. With continuous practice, you shall invariably progress. Wukong for you. There is an additional training component. I will allocate an hour each morning to teach you literacy and writing. Learn as much as you can. Grandfather, I have a question. Wukong raised his small hand, gazing at Master Turtle. Speak. Master Turtle replied, curious about the nature of Wukong's inquiry. What exactly does it mean to be swift as the wind? And what is the purpose of literacy and writing? Wukong articulated his confusion. To be swift as the wind simply means that while balancing a bowl of water on your head, even the most vigorous running should not cause a drop to spill. As for literacy, it grants you the ability to discern right from wrong. Writing, however, may not seem particularly useful to you. The turtle sage pondered deeply to formulate his response. All right, grandfather, I understand, Wukong replied, feeling reassured that it seemed manageable. He realized he could have accomplished this long ago, yet a thorough review would still be beneficial. Furthermore, I intend to take you to the martial arts tournament in 3 months' time. The turtle sage disclosed his final plan. Upon hearing Master Wutian's words, Clint exclaimed with excitement. How wonderful! The world's greatest martial arts tournament. Clint, what is the world's greatest martial arts tournament? Wukong queried, his brow furrowed in confusion. At that time, martial artists from around the globe will gather in the southern city to determine the strongest among them, and that individual will be declared the world's greatest, Clint explained earnestly. I see. While I might not be particularly interested in becoming the best, witnessing various martial arts styles would be quite splendid. Wukong felt a flicker of excitement. He needed to absorb the strengths of many to forge his own unique martial way. He hoped that the tournament would introduce him to the martial arts he found intriguing. Do not become overly elated just yet. My intention in allowing you to participate is not to expect you to win. Rather, it is to broaden your horizons. This world is not as easy as it may seem, Master Turtle stated firmly, though inwardly he chuckled at the thought of claiming the championship for himself. A week later, a jet descended in front of Kame House, revealing Oolong, whom Wukong had not seen for several months, piloting the aircraft. Bulma emerged from the cabin and approached Wukong, complaining playfully, Wukong, didn't we agree that you would come to play with me? Haha, Bulma, what a pleasant surprise. I've been training with Grandpa and Clint, so I haven't had the chance to visit you, Wukong responded joyfully. I came here 2 months ago. But you had already moved. I couldn't find you nearby, so I returned, Bulma remarked, casting a bemused glance at the diminutive Yukong. Her long, turquoise hair cascaded effortlessly down her back, and she sported light blue denim shorts that showcased her fair legs, coupled with a cream-colored t-shirt emblazoned with the words "Good Start," radiating her youthful exuberance unabashedly. Yukong, who is she? Clin, his cheeks flushed, whispered to Yukong while eyeing the lovely Bulma. Bulma, this is my friend Clin, whom I met here. Yukong introduced them. Hello, I'm Bulma. Wukong, I hope you'll take good care of him, she said with a warm smile directed at Clin. Haha, no problem. I've always looked out for Wukong, Clin replied, scratching his head with a cheerful grin. Wukong, long time no see. Oolong exclaimed as he descended from the aircraft. Indeed. Oolong, have you managed to buy any girls' underwear yet? Wukong asked curiously. Get lost. Such matters should not be brought up. But, hey, I did manage to buy some. It cost me 2 months' salary, the little pink pig replied, a smug expression on his face, just as Launch exited the house. Wukong, is this your friend? Launch inquired, eyeing the beautiful girl and the adorable pig with curiosity. Yes. Launch, this is Bulma, and this is Oolong. Bulma, meet Launch. She is wonderful. Wukong introduced them enthusiastically. She cooks for us and is quite entertaining. Whenever she sneezes, she transforms into a different person. As soon as Wukong finished speaking, the blonde Launch appeared. Hey kid, have you considered joining me for a heist? It's incredibly fun. Launch, in her blonde persona, boldly invited Wukong, who seemed too short to be her equal. How can you say that? What if you lead Wukong astray? Bulma interjected, her expression disapproving as she glared at Launch. And who are you? I'll do as I please, and you have no say in it, little girl. Launch retorted defiantly. I'm Bulma, Wukong's good friend. And I won't allow you to lead him astray. Bulma quickly positioned herself behind Wukong, feeling safer there as Launch appeared to be a potential troublemaker. What did you say? Launch rolled up her sleeves, clearly ready for a confrontation. Clin, standing at a mere 69 centimeters, rushed forward and clung to Launch's leg, pleading, please, don't do this. Upon closer inspection, he appeared quite content hanging there. However, satisfaction was short-lived. Launch swiftly grabbed him by the back of his collar and hurled him towards the distant sea. Ah! Clin's terrified screams echoed, culminating in a splash as he plummeted into the water, becoming a meal for the sharks. With Clin's enthusiasm dampened, Launch lost interest in continuing her spat with Bulma and turned her attention to Master Turtle. Hey, old man, hurry up and prepare my juice. If I don't have it in 10 minutes, I'll make you float. Upon hearing Launch's command, Master Turtle hurried over, smiling ingratiatingly. Rest assured, my dear. Just a glass of juice? I'll have it ready in no time. Among all the individuals here, I find the utmost satisfaction in you. Your demeanor is commendable. Please continue to uphold it. In the future, I shall take you along in my escapades, relishing the finer things in life. Although you may be somewhat advanced in age and lack a certain intimidation factor, your martial prowess is commendable. The golden-haired Lanchi regarded the respectfully attentive Egwei and offered rare praise. Indeed, thank you for the compliment, dear leader. I shall maintain this standard. I will prepare some fruit juice right away. Please take a moment to rest in the living room. I will bring it to you shortly. Egwei rubbed his hands together, promptly turning to attend to his task. From a distance on the beach, the sea turtle observed this scene and, covering his face in embarrassment, muttered, "What a disgrace. Being hundreds of years old. Humph. That lecherous old man remains unchanged. Oolong, you are no different from him." Bulma scoffed at the appearance of Master Rashi. Upon hearing this, Oolong dared not speak loudly, lowering his pink pig head and murmuring, "Such a terrible temperament. He takes his frustrations out on me." Bulma, catching the faint words, shot a dangerous glance at him. "What did you say, Oolong?" "Nothing, nothing. I merely remarked that old codger is even worse than I am. As a fellow being, I feel ashamed and disdainful to associate with him." Oolong straightened his little pink body, boldly asserting his stance. "Remember your words, otherwise, I shall transform you into braised pork and present you to Goku," Bulma warned, then turned to Goku. "Goku, how has your training been lately? Are you eager for a grand feast? Do you still have the clothes I prepared for you last time?" "Wonderful. Training is quite enjoyable, and I still have plenty of clothes. When shall we feast?" Goku eagerly inquired. "Let us wait a bit longer until the normal Lanchi arrives, and then we shall set off," Bulma suggested, considering that Goku's friend, the blue-haired Lanchi, appeared quite gentle. Half an hour later, after savoring the fruit juice, the contented golden-haired Lanchi disappeared, and Goku and the others departed together in a jet. "So, Goku, what are your plans next?" Bulma asked brightly. observing Goku as he continued to pile food onto his plate. Well, I intend to continue training with Krillin and participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament in 3 months. Goku replied after swallowing his food. The World Martial Arts Tournament in South City? I will cheer for you then. In that case, Lam-Z, would you like to join us? I can secure VIP tickets, Bulma inquired, glancing at the gentle Lam-Z beside her. Sure, I'm on board. If you could arrange a VIP ticket for a luxurious yacht as well, that would be splendid, Lam-Z added. Before she could finish, Master Rashi joyfully interjected. For a VIP ticket, such a small sacrifice is entirely worthwhile. Who asked you, you lecherous old man? Bulma scornfully glared at him. Thus, it was agreed that they would meet at the venue later on. That night, at Master Rashi's house, Krillin confessed with envy, Goku, I truly envy you. You have such a beautiful girl treating you to dinner and preparing clothes for you. I can invite you to dinner too. As for clothes, I have plenty. Would you like me to give you some? Goku casually replied. Humph. What I desire is a girl, not you. However, I will gladly accept the clothes, after all. Saving a penny means I can save more money. Krillin, dismissing Goku's offer, gratefully accepted it, recognizing that he was quite different from Goku, who was oblivious to many things and lacked a sense of saving. Chapter 31. The sorrow of the tough guy. 3 months have passed as Wukong and Krillin diligently trained. It is noteworthy that Krillin has yet to fully immerse himself in the first stage of Master Rashi's training, steady as a mountain. However, compared to 3 months ago, he has made significant progress. Wukong, Krillin, I have personally crafted these garments for you during this time, as you are about to participate in the martial arts tournament. I hope you will find them to your liking, Lam-Z said, presenting 2 red martial arts uniforms to Wukong and Krillin. Thank you, Lam-Z. The 2 little fellows said in unison before donning the outfits on the spot. Hee. Wukong, do I look handsome? Krillin squinted his little eyes and asked. Quite nice. Krillin, I really like this outfit, Wukong replied. It was somewhat different from the attire Bulma had prepared for him, yet it was quite good. Haha. I'm glad you like it. Now let us set off. Time is of the essence, Lam-Z responded warmly, her face lighting up at the words of the 2 adorable boys. On the airplane, Wukong, you are about to participate in the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Are you feeling nervous? Krillin asked, feeling a bit anxious after boarding the plane and seeking Wukong's reassurance. Not nervous at all. Why should I be? Wukong replied nonchalantly. I am a bit nervous. After all, it's my first time in such a prestigious competition. Aren't you excited? Krillin inquired, puzzled. Well, I don't think it's quite the time to be excited yet. I would say I'm a bit expectant. Excitement would only come if I encounter someone who truly stirs my emotions, Wukong thoughtfully explained. Haha, you are indeed no ordinary person, Krillin chuckled, feeling his anxiety dissipate after chatting with Wukong. At that moment, he blushed and lifted the newspaper in front of him to shield his face, as Master Rashi to his right was fixated on the flight attendant's posterior, though thankfully he refrained from any inappropriate actions. 5 hours later, the plane landed. Wukong. Over here. Bulma had already arrived, waiting at the registration desk with Oolong for half an hour. Today, she had chosen a light yellow skirt paired with a white t-shirt, emblazoned with harami, and a light purple belt cinched at her waist, completing her look with elegant wedge sandals. Upon reuniting with Bulma, she and Lam-Z stood together, forming a striking visual that attracted the attention of many. Hey, Wukong, have you noticed anything different about me today? Bulma asked mysteriously. Wukong scrutinized Bulma, who displayed no signs of concern. Ever since the last 2 encounters with Wukong's wandering hands, she never forgot to wear safety shorts. Well, Bulma, you seem to have grown a little taller, Wukong exclaimed in surprise. Oh no, that is not what I meant. But, you actually noticed my slight height increase. Look here, Bulma pointed to just below her chest. Oh, isn't that your chest? Wukong asked, perplexed. Dummy, I'm referring to the words below, right here. Bulma exclaimed in embarrassment. Oh, what is this? I can't understand it at all. Wukong replied, scratching his head. Kiki, I specially designed this. It means go for it. Tomorrow during your match, I will be cheering for you from the VIP section, Bulma said, eagerly awaiting Wukong's response. All right, Bulma. I will do my best tomorrow. Just watch closely, Wukong declared with conviction. That is settled then. After registering, Bulma escorted them to the hotel that had been prepared in advance. The next day, Wukong, Krillin, you both must give it your all. We will be cheering for you from the stands. Bulma called out to the 2 nearly identical figures before her outside the preliminaries arena. Sure, let us go, Krillin, Wukong replied, and they entered the venue. A quarter of an hour later, the voice of the event coordinator echoed, "Welcome, everyone, who has traveled from afar to participate in this martial arts tournament. There are a total of 150 competitors, from which 8 will advance to the semifinals. Now, let me explain the rules. The match duration cannot exceed 10 minutes. Falling off the stage constitutes a loss. Killing is prohibited. Weapons are not allowed. And attacking the genital area will result in immediate disqualification. After 5 minutes, all participants must proceed to the 4 designated areas to draw their entrance numbers. Our staff is already in place." "Krillin, what are genital organs?" Wukong asked, his voice filled with confusion, drawing the attention of those around them. "Those are the parts you use to pee," Krillin whispered, his face turning crimson. Wukong's eyes widened in realization. "Oh, now I understand. I've learned something new." Krillin's face flushed even more, but after calming down, he cheerfully said, "Wukong, we can draw numbers from all 4 areas, allowing us to compete on different stages. If I don't face you right away, I feel confident about advancing to the semifinals. Let us give it our all, Krillin," Wukong replied earnestly. After a while, both had drawn their numbers, Krillin in the 3rd area and Wukong in the 2nd. Krillin was the first to take the stage, with Wukong following closely behind. "Hey, isn't that Krillin? What are you doing here? You're not participating in the tournament, are you?" A voice called from behind Krillin. Both he and Wukong turned to see a tall, bald man clad in a yellow martial arts uniform, accompanied by a shorter bald companion. "Oh, it's you," Krillin responded calmly, fixing his gaze on them. Well, Krillin, I never expected you to grow so bold since leaving the dueling temple. You don't even call me senior anymore. Have you forgotten the respect you showed us when you ran errands for us back at the temple?" The tall bald man taunted. "I don't recognize any seniors. I only acknowledge my master. The past is long forgotten. I am doing well now," Krillin replied, his expression unflinching. "Standing in the 3rd area means you're also a contestant here. What is your number? Dare to share it so I can see what you're made of?" The tall bald man said, his gaze dripping with disdain. The once timid Krillin, who had always been submissive before him, now dared to stand his ground. "What is there to fear? I'll tell you, I'm number 9. Did you hear that? If not, I don't mind repeating it," Krillin scoffed, looking down at his former acquaintance. "Huh, I'm eager to see you unleash your anger," the tall bald man replied, his voice rising in irritation. All right. I never thought the once timid burden from the dueling temple would become so assertive. I'll benevolently inform you that your opponent is none other than our senior brother. Bald Dolly, you better not run away," he shouted, an air of provocation lingering in his tone. Stay calm. That little brat will surely regret crossing me later." He thought to himself, "I, Klein, shall not change my name nor my surname. Klein, just a mere bald man, and you all are undoubtedly doomed." With a contemptuous glare from his small, slanted eyes, Klein declared with resolute strength, You won't be arrogant for long. I won't stoop to your level. Let us go." The tall, bald man, unable to restrain his anger, furiously swept his sleeves and departed. "Klein, what is so different about your name? Why do they get angry upon hearing it?" Wukong inquired, perplexed. That tall fellow was called Zhu Dalan, and the short one is Yuanlin. Even the one they referred to as my senior brother, Bald Dalan, bears the character Lin in their names. My name, Klein, signifies restraint and conquering foes. Hiki, it is destined that they shall be defeated by me, Klein replied, brimming with pride. How curious. Why do you all share the Lin character? That's south because the place where we practiced before was called Duel Lin Temple, founded by an elder named Duel Lin. Subsequently, all disciples who joined bore the character Lin in their names. Oh, I see. Well, Klein, I believe you will triumph. You have grown much stronger than before, Wukong affirmed with a nod of agreement. Hiki, I feel the same. Ever since I defeated that giant white shark, my confidence has soared, especially after diligently training for 3 months, Klein said, his eyes narrowing with a smile. Outside the preliminary arena, Bulma deployed a universal capsule, producing an office desk, and stood atop it with Oolong, surveying the happenings within the preliminaries. Although spectators were forbidden, she had her ways. Oolong, can you spot Wukong and the others? The referee's voice boomed. Contestants Klein and Bald Dalan, please take the stage. The match will commence in 1 minute. Wukong, I'm off. Just wait for my congratulations. With unwavering confidence, Klein ascended the stage, where his former senior brother, Bald Dalan, was already waiting. Klein, I just heard the junior disciples talk, and I can hardly believe my ears. You dare to show yourself before me. Are you prepared to be beaten to a pulp? Bald Dalan coldly remarked, eyeing the audacious little figure before him. Let me return your words. I hope you won't cry afterward, considering your age. Tears would not suit you at all, Klein retorted defiantly. Let us see who has the courage to say such things. The 175 centimeters tall bald Dahlin dashed toward Klein, but to Klein, his speed resembled that of a snail. In the realm of martial arts, a mere second could spell the difference between victory and defeat. Klein intended to deny him any chance to display his skills. With swift, fiery strides, Klein executed a flying kick that struck bald Dahlin squarely in the abdomen, sending him crashing into the wall, where he fainted. Contestant bald Dahlin has been thoroughly defeated. Contestant Klein is the clear victor, echoed the referee's voice. I won. I won. Wukong, I won. Yes, Klein, you won. Wukong exclaimed joyfully. Meanwhile, the two bald men who had previously swaggered before Klein quietly carried bald Dahlin away, departing the arena. Outside the preliminary arena, hey, what are you doing? Spectators are not allowed in here. A patrolling staff member spotted Bulma and Oolong peering through the window and rushed over, shouting a warning. Oolong, quickly put the desk away. I'm leaving. How frustrating. I haven't even seen Wukong's match. Bulma lamented as she dashed outside. What is happening? Oolong was apprehended by the staff member who arrived shortly after. What is your name? The staff member, a towering 180 centimeters man, began interrogating the talking pink pig before him. Oolong, the little pig replied, speechless. What were you sneaking around for just now? The staff member inquired seriously. I was trying to sneak a peek at the match. I have a friend participating, Oolong blurted out, inadvertently revealing his true intentions in a moment of distraction. Scrambling to salvage the situation. No need for explanations. Hey, is this the duty room for the World's Martial Arts Tournament? We caught a strange voyeur here, and we're unsure of its motives or potential danger. Please send someone over to take it away for strict education. The staff member had no intention of letting Oolong go, having never encountered a talking pig before. Releasing it would be irresponsible to the safety of women. Hey, I think there was someone else with you. If you name them, we might consider leniency, and you could even receive a reward. The staff member attempted to deceive the little pink pig, hoping to capture its accomplice as well. However, they were unfortunate to encounter a seasoned trickster. Really? I want a pretty lady's underwear. Is that too much to ask? If you get me that, I'll reveal everything, Oolong boldly proclaimed, his pink cheeks flushed. Just wait here. I'll see if I can procure that for you. But once I do, there's no turning back, otherwise. You'll feel the taste of my iron fist, the burly staff member retorted coldly, leaving Oolong in the duty room, where his colleagues would ensure he wouldn't escape. 5 minutes later, in the men's restroom, the staff member who had just interrogated Oolong pondered, I have no choice. For the sake of completing my duties and ensuring the safety of women, I must sacrifice myself. He gazed at the item in his possession with trepidation. Hoping his sacrifice would be worthwhile, he approached the restroom door. Biel, I never imagined you to be such a person. You've disappointed me greatly. Mana. The woman he had been pursuing emerged from the ladies' restroom, her eyes narrowing at the strange object he held, her anger boiling over. Clack, clack, clack. She stomped away in her high heels, disappointment swelling within her. Mana, let me explain. It's not what you think. Biao shouted, trying to catch up. But curious colleagues turned to observe him. He hastily concealed the item behind his back, sighing, forget it. Mana is furious. Pursuing her now would be futile. I'll explain later. Once no one was watching, he angrily tossed the item onto the ground. That damned little pig. If you can't provide me with a satisfactory answer, Biao, will have you torn to shreds. The stoic man, despite his intimidating demeanor, retrieved the item from the ground, realizing the steep price he had paid. If he gave up now, he would never forgive himself. Oolong watched the staff member approaching to apprehend him, recognizing the familiar disdain emanating from his hand. Humph, how dare you deceive me, Oolong the Great, with such petty tricks? You were still playing in the mud when I was ruling the land. Little Pink Pig harbored a sense of disdain within, concealing any outward expression, deeply burying its thoughts. It said, Here, this is the pair of undergarments you requested. You can unveil them now. If you dare deceive me, I will make you weep. Biao glowered at the little pig before him, extending his hand with the item. Oh, very well, please place it on the table. The pig replied. I am rather thirsty. Might I trouble you for a glass of water? Once I have quenched my thirst, I shall reveal everything, I beg of you, dear brother. Little Pink Pig gazed pitifully at the man before him, and even this rugged individual could not help but feel a twinge of affection for the charming creature. Unable to utter a word of refusal, he turned to pour water. Meanwhile, Oolong swiftly transformed into a cat, elegantly exiting the duty room. A piercing scream echoed from within the duty room. Why are you so slow? Bulma glared at Little Pink Pig. Humph, how dare you speak? I nearly faced reprimand just for tidying up the table for you. Yulong grumbled in discontent. Enough of your complaints. I think a few days of reprimand would do you good. We've lingered too long. Goku and the others will soon emerge. Let us hasten to find Lam-Z. Bulma paid no heed to their grievances, dashing forward, while Yulong had long resigned himself to the whims of his inscrutable employer. Chapter 32, Nameless, Lan Fang. And Ollie give time swiftly passed, and the preliminary venue determined the 8 contestants who would advance to the semifinals. Wukong and Krillin faced no formidable adversaries and progressed together into the next round. At this moment, Wukong and Krillin had just shared lunch with Bulma and were enjoying a brief respite. The announcement echoed through the air, calling the semi-final participants to assemble for a draw that would determine their opponents and the order of appearance. Wukong, Krillin, it's time to head out. We'll be cheering for you from the outdoor stands, Bulma exclaimed, rousing the two still in slumber. All right, let us go, Wukong and Krillin murmured, still drowsy as they made their way towards the contestants' room. Now that all the competitors have arrived, we shall commence the drawing. The blonde host announced to the 8 semifinalists before him. 5 minutes later, the host began to declare the matchups: Nameless versus Lan Fang, Sun Wukong versus Loneliness of Smoke. You wouldn't understand, Krillin versus a fool, Jackie Chan versus Wooden Man. Dear contestants, you are already familiar with the rules of the tournament from the preliminaries. The only distinction this time is that there is no time limit. If there are no questions, please take a moment to rest, as we will officially begin the semifinals shortly. Satisfied that the contestants had no concerns, the host departed the contestants' room to oversee the event outside. Upon reaching the grand outdoor arena, the blonde host grasped the microphone and addressed the densely packed audience. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. I am your host, Ollie Give. We are about to officially commence the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Please welcome our first contestants, Nameless and Lan Fang. Like a wandering monk, Nameless ascended the stage alongside the beautiful Lan Fang. Nameless, it appears this is your first participation in the martial arts tournament. Would you kindly introduce yourself to the audience? The host boomed into the microphone, extending it towards Nameless. I hail from the distant desert of Asari, from a tribe steeped in poverty. Our community has survived for generations in the arid expanse, relying on the scant cultivable land of the oasis and hunting for sustenance. Though we are not affluent, we live contentedly, until a year ago, when our nightmare began. The oasis's water source has been dwindling day by day. The depletion of water signifies that we can no longer cultivate food. The elders of our tribe have deliberated on relocating, yet despite numerous attempts, many brave warriors have perished. And we have failed, as the desert is rife with sand scorpions and wild beasts. Under such dire circumstances, the elderly, women, and children in our tribe have no hope of survival once they leave the oasis. Here, we can still rely on our ancestral fortifications and hunting to sustain ourselves. However, the situation has grown increasingly dire. While we possess food, our water supply is rapidly diminishing. A month ago, each of us was allocated merely 2 sips of water each day. The elders are acutely aware that we cannot withstand this situation for much longer. Ultimately, the tribe resolved to send me, its strongest warrior, to break through and seek a solution. After several near-death encounters with beasts, I succeeded, carrying with me the hopes of my tribe as I emerged from the desert. During the past half-month, I traversed many villages, seeking assistance, my head battered in the process. Those willing to help lacked the means, while those capable chose not to assist, just as despair threatened to engulf me. An elder advised me to participate in the world's greatest martial arts tournament, assuring me that victory would grant me a substantial prize to acquire the necessary resources. Upon hearing this news, I could bear the weight of my burden no longer. The pressure upon me was immense, and I felt as though I might shatter. My 6-year-old brother could be saved, my elderly mother could be saved, my hundreds of tribesmen had hope, and I could be saved. I wept uncontrollably. I came here for the future of myself and my people, grateful for divine providence. Clad in tattered animal skins, with dark skin and hands clasped in prayer, Nameless calmly recounted his story. Truly remarkable. I had no idea Nameless was such an extraordinary individual. Nameless, do you possess confidence in achieving victory in this tournament? The blonde host exclaimed dramatically before posing another question. Upon arriving here, I discovered that the world is far larger than I had imagined. There are many contenders whose strength eludes my comprehension, yet this is my final hope. If even this hope is extinguished, I will find myself utterly without recourse. I have contemplated this journey, and should that time come, regardless of whether by theft or robbery, I shall procure the needed supplies. For the sake of my family and my tribe, I can no longer afford to be selective. Ali Give, I cannot accept your praise. If I were to lose in this competition, you would be the first I would target. I apologize, Ali Give. I have time, but my family and tribesmen do not. I can no longer afford to be picky. I am aware that the likelihood of successful robbery is slim, given the heavy security in the city. However, I am truly out of options. As long as there remains a glimmer of hope, I shall endeavor to seize it. Ali Give, rest assured, if I truly fail, I will spare your life. Calmly, Nameless declared his intentions. Oh my, this is indeed astonishing. Nameless has boldly proclaimed his intentions of robbery right here. Targeting none other than me, Ali Give. It seems the role of a host carries its own risks. Should I notify the authorities immediately? Yet, Nameless has yet to commit any crime, and our city police seem powerless to apprehend him. Am I to abandon my duties now? Impossible. My family is counting on me. Just as Nameless is a brave man. Now, I, Ali Give, shall issue a bounty to all contestants and audience members, should Nameless lose the match and attempt to seize me. I will reward anyone who successfully protects me with a sum of 100,000 yuan. I trust my organization will cover the costs. In a bid for his own safety, the blonde host publicly announced the bounty, prompting cheers from the crowd. Nameless, Ali Give, we support you. I, Ali Give, extend my gratitude for your support. Now, let us turn our attention to another contestant. She is the only female participant in this tournament, Miss Lan Fong. May I ask, Miss Lan Fong, why have you chosen to compete in the martial arts tournament? The blonde host moved away from Nameless, approaching the beautiful Lan Fong. Oh, the words of that young boy have genuinely moved me. This golden-haired youth, do you find me beautiful? Lan Fong cast a seductive glance towards Aoli, her expression enchanting. Before her stood a young man with short blue hair, clad in denim shorts and a white t-shirt, his feet adorned with globally renowned athletic shoes. His well-defined physique caught Aoli's eye, compelling him to voice his feelings honestly. Beautiful. Hee, little blonde boy, but I could be your grandmother, she remarked playfully. Over the years, I have nearly exhausted my fortune to maintain this beauty. This allure is the sole motivation for my existence, which is why, much like the youthful Namu before me, I am determined to achieve victory. Should I ultimately fail to secure the prize, I cannot guarantee that I won't lose my sanity. Who knows, perhaps you, little blonde boy, could become my next benefactor. The lovely Lan Fong winked at Aoli and softly said, Today, Aoli, you have been decidedly unfriendly. First, there was Namu, then Lan Fong. Could it be that my heroic journey is reaching its end so soon? However, I, Aoli, shall not retreat easily. Since I stand upon this stage, I am a true warrior. Let the storms come with greater ferocity. Now, I declare the competition officially begun. Nanma, do you find your sister beautiful? Would you consider yielding the victory to her? The beautiful Lan Fong teased, casting flirtatious glances at the dark-skinned Nanmu, who remained indifferent to her advances. TCH, she scoffed, slightly annoyed, and dashed towards Nanmu to launch her attack. Regardless of whether it was a jab, hook, or kick, the disparity between Lan Fong and Nanmu was insurmountable. Realizing she was utterly outmatched, Lan Fong momentarily retreated, and Nanmu paused, adhering to his principle of not striking women. Nanmu, how about this? Now, take another look. Do you find your sister beautiful? Lan Fong said, slightly pulling down the fabric of her top to reveal her smooth, alluring shoulder, gazing at Nanmu with undeniable charm. Beautiful. But what do I resemble? Nanmu conceded, acknowledging her allure, then posed his question. What do I resemble? The beautiful Lan Fong inquired, puzzled. A slender rib, look. My ribs are almost exposed, covered merely by a thin layer of skin. This is due to my lack of hydration. Even after emerging from the desert, I only sipped a minimal amount of water, perpetually reminding myself and my family that they are waiting for me. With such a state, how could I afford to admire your beauty? I advise you to concede, or else I shall attack. Even if you are a woman, I will not show mercy. Namu, hands clasped together, issued his ultimatum to the beautiful Lan Fong. How dare you? You think a few words can make me concede? You must be dreaming. I have resolved to participate in this competition. Lan Fong retorted angrily. I apologize. I should not have underestimated your resolve. That is a denial of my own. From now on, I shall exert my utmost strength to defeat you. Are you prepared for a worthy opponent with unwavering determination? Nam bowed sincerely in apology before declaring loudly, Little brat, if you can, come at me. Your aunt, Have roamed these lands for decades. What tempest have I not witnessed? Lanfang responded with equal fervor. Just as she finished speaking, Nama swiftly charged at her, and before she could react, struck her neck with his left hand, rendering her unconscious. Oh my! Our competitor Namu has triumphed. How splendid! It seems Aoli is temporarily safe. Let us give a hearty round of applause to competitor Namu. The golden-haired Aoli revived once more. Chapter 33, The Loneliness of Smoke, You Would Not Understand, following the intense battles of the previous round. We are now poised to commence the second match of this grand tournament. Let us extend a warm round of applause as we welcome the contestants. Sun Wukong and the Loneliness of Smoke, You Would Not Understand, to the stage. Ali, brimming with excitement, heralded the beginning of the second match. Wukong and the Loneliness of Smoke, You Would Not Understand, took their positions on the arena. Next, let us interview contestant Sun Wukong. May I ask, Wukong, how old are you this year? You appear to be merely 5 or 6 years old. Ali bent down, bringing the microphone close to Wukong's lips. Wukong, you can do it, cheered Wukong's supporters, Bulma, Oolong, Krillin, and Launch, who shouted enthusiastically. Wukong replied earnestly, I am 16 years old. Oh, I cannot believe contestant Sun is already 16. He looks so youthful, Ali exclaimed. By the way, Sun, with your tender age, do you possess the confidence to emerge victorious in this tournament? Ali regarded the young contestant with skepticism, finding it hard to believe he was indeed 16. I have little interest in first place. My purpose here is to witness martial arts techniques that pique my curiosity, yet I have yet to encounter any. Wukong, resting his head on his hands, expressed comfortably. It is remarkable that such a young contestant remains indifferent to fame and fortune. Let us give a hearty round of applause for Sun Wukong. Now, let us turn to our next contestant. After his words, Ali approached the formidable flying dragon contestant. May I inquire, the Loneliness of Smoke, You Would Not Understand. What is your race? You appear quite robust. Ali cautiously asked the imposing flying dragon before him. Oh, I am the chieftain of the dragon tribe among the mystical creatures, the grand Loneliness of Smoke. You Would Not Understand boomed. Well, I did not expect our contestant the Loneliness of Smoke. You Would Not Understand to be a chieftain. What brings you to the tournament of the world's greatest martial arts? Ali posed a second question to the flying dragon contestant. Our dragon tribe is a rare species, with only 200 members in total. I have ruled over my clan for many years, and there is not a single worthy opponent among us. As time passes, solitude has become my constant companion. I can only alleviate my loneliness with smoke. Yet, as I indulge more, my loneliness deepens. I come here seeking defeat, to experience the taste of loss. For the days without a rival are unbearably lonesome. The large flying dragon, the Loneliness of Smoke, You Would Not Understand, sighed with a heavy heart. It is astonishing to discover that our contestant, the Loneliness of Smoke, You Would Not Understand, leads such a solitary existence. We hope this tournament brings forth a contender who can fulfill the wishes of contestant Krillin. Now, I declare the match officially commenced. Ali shouted loudly, raising the microphone as the audience erupted in cheers. Little one, I shall allow you to strike first. The Loneliness of Smoke, You Would Not Understand, said gently. Gazing down at the diminutive Wukong, his pride forbade him from attacking first against a seemingly weaker opponent. Haha, uncle, what you just said was quite amusing. However, you may take the first blow. I am indeed the one who will satisfy your wish. The 70-centimeter tall Wukong, with his large eyes squinted in delight, replied with a broad smile. Ha! I did not expect this little fellow to be so amusing. Very well. If that is the case, I shall strike first. I will be mindful of my strength and aim not to harm you. The Loneliness of Smoke, You Would Not Understand, declared joyfully. He then moved his massive form toward Wukong, causing the arena to tremble with his weight. As he approached Wukong, he extended his colossal finger, attempting to flick him off the stage. Wukong nimbly leaped to the left, easily evading the attack, realizing that this small opponent was not to be underestimated. Gradually, the Loneliness of Smoke, You Would Not Understand, quickened his assault, yet he could not land a single hit on Wukong, who skillfully dodged each strike at the crucial moment. After several minutes of futile attempts, he grew frustrated and exclaimed, Little one, if you possess any skill, do not evade. Take this blow. All right, no problem, uncle. Unleash your techniques. Wukong replied, halting his movements. Receive this attack, rubber ring. The Loneliness of Smoke, You Would Not Understand, shouted as he unleashed his innate ability, expelling a highly resilient rubber substance from his mouth that formed a large ring in the air, ensnaring Wukong within its grasp before tightening around him. Hee hee. How do you like this? Now you cannot move. The flying dragon's enormous jaws creaked into a grin. At that moment, Wukong exerted force, causing the rubber ring to disintegrate into a flurry of fragments. Uncle, I am coming to attack now, Wukong announced, forming a fist with his right hand and sprinting forward. Alarmed, the loneliness of smoke, you would not understand, shouted, "Stop. I concede." Hearing this, Wukong stumbled to a halt before him. Why? I have yet to strike, Wukong questioned, puzzled. The rubber ring could not restrain you, which means I surely cannot defeat you. I am not foolish enough to face inevitable defeat. The loneliness of smoke. You would not understand, remarked, rolling his eyes, indicating he was not Navi. Wukong, seemingly enlightened, responded, "Oh, so this is the sensation of defeat. How intriguing, little one. Thank you for granting me this experience. I wish you great success in your martial endeavors." With that, the great flying dragon, the loneliness of smoke, you would not understand, spread his wings and soared back to his homeland. Thank you. The loneliness of smoke, you would not understand, uncle. Farewell. Wukong waved goodbye loudly. It is truly an unexpected outcome that our contestant, the loneliness of smoke, you would not understand, chose to concede and depart. I hereby declare contestant Sun the victor, earning his place in the semifinals. We extend our gratitude to both contestants for their splendid performance. Ollie appeared on stage at the opportune moment, announcing loudly, "Fantastic! Wukong has triumphed." Bulma rejoiced, clapping her hands on Oolong's head. "Stop, do not do that. I will not grow tall. How dreadful!" Oolong protested, clutching his head in discontent. Now let us anticipate the next match. Please welcome contestants Krillin and Adai to the stage, and let us give them both a warm round of applause. Ollie excitedly proclaimed, the thrilling atmosphere momentarily overshadowing the dread that Nanmu had instilled in him. "Krillin, you can do it. Krillin, you can do it." Wukong's support team waved Krillin's banner, with Wukong joining in their enthusiasm. As Krillin and Adai ascended to the arena, Ollie inquired, "Krillin, this should be your first time participating in a tournament, correct? Did you come here alone?" Ollie gazed curiously at the diminutive figure before him, who bore a striking resemblance in height to the previous contestant, Sunday. "Are you not, then, here with your fellow disciple, Wukong?" he inquired. "Indeed, I am," Krillin replied nonchalantly. "Oh, how surprising. I had no idea you were both disciples under the same master. Pray tell, who is your teacher that has nurtured such formidable talents in you?" Ollie continued his interrogation. "Our master is Master Wu Tian," Krillin humbly stated, a hint of pride glimmering in his eyes. "Wow, I cannot believe it is the legendary Master Wu Tian, the god of martial arts," Ollie exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed," Krillin replied with composure, though his pride was unmistakable, as Master Wu Tian was quite renowned in the martial arts community, much like his well-known lecherous tendencies. "Krillin, I have one last question. I am quite curious, how old are you?" Ollie asked, scrutinizing the small figure before him, wondering if he could possibly match Sun's stature. 14. Krillin muttered softly. 14. I am astonished that Krillin is of the same age as Sun, though their heights are so disparate. Ollie exclaimed in disbelief. "You scoundrel. I am merely still developing. I will grow taller," Krillin retorted, his face flushed with embarrassment and indignation. My apologies, Krillin. Now, let us move on to interview another contestant, the simpleton," Ollie said as he distanced himself from the offended Krillin and approached a somewhat dazed, burly man nearby. "Pray tell, simpleton, what brings you to this grand competition?" he asked, positioning the microphone before the stout figure. "Oh, well, my neighbor Ahua told me that if I win the competition and claim the prize, she will marry me in 20 years, the burly simpleton replied slowly and somewhat vacantly. "If I may inquire, how old is Ahua?" Ollie asked with curiosity. "I heard them say Ahua is already 45, but I think she is beautiful, just like me. With a big waist and thick thighs. Everyone says we are a perfect match." The simpleton chuckled foolishly. "Oh, I see. In that case, I shall officially declare the commencement of this competition," Ollie said, casting a sympathetic glance at the simpleton, though the man's imposing stature made him hesitant to say more. "It is quite unexpected that someone of your considerable size harbors such steadfast aspirations of love. In you, I see a reflection of myself, and thus, I, Krillin, have resolved to prevent you from straying further down an erroneous path. Allow me to bring this to a close here, esteemed compatriot," Krillin solemnly declared to the burly man. "Oh, is that so? Aha, thank you." The simpleton beamed, having grasped the last remark. The diminutive Krillin, standing at a mere 69 centimeters, showcased his training prowess by swiftly circling the simpleton. The The latter attempted to strike Krillin, yet each time he missed. Round and round they went, until, upon the 30th lap, the simpleton fell to the ground. In this manner, Krillin triumphed over the esteemed simpleton. Ollie, still dazed from Krillin's display, wobbled as he announced the outcome. After a brief 10-minute intermission, Ollie was revitalized and prepared to introduce the fourth match. Now, let us welcome our contestants, Jackie Chan and the Wooden Man, to the stage. Let us give them a warm round of applause. The flamboyant Jackie Chan and the stoic Wooden Man ascended the platform. Now, let us have a word with Jackie Chan. Could you please introduce yourself? Ollie leaned toward the elderly man. The microphone was snatched away. Hello, everyone. I am Jackie Chan. I adore delightful young ladies, dance, and fun. Please, lovely ladies, support your charming Jackie Chan. The elderly man danced excitedly on stage, while Ollie approached with a furrowed brow and reclaimed his microphone. Wukong, this fellow is reminiscent of Master Wu Tian. They are both elderly and quite lecherous, Krillin remarked to Wukong, observing the elderly figure on stage. Indeed, Krillin, he bears a striking resemblance to my grandfather. Wukong concurred. How splendid. In the next match, I shall face him. And I have some unique plans in store, Krillin said with an air of mystery. What plans do you have, Krillin? That I cannot divulge. You wouldn't understand. Krillin replied with a sidelong glance, implying that Wukong was too young to grasp. How unfair. Wukong grumbled in discontent. With a forced chuckle, Ollie said, I never anticipated our Jackie Chan would be such an amusing elder. Now, let us speak with the Wooden Man. Ollie turned to the slender young man. What brings you here, Wooden Man? I am the champion of Sanzhou. I am here to prove that I am the best fighter in the world. The Wooden Man stated flatly. I'm astonished that you are the champion. I, Ollie, look forward to seeing you claim victory in this tournament. Now, I declare the match officially begun, he proclaimed. Old man, given your age, it would be wise to return home and enjoy your twilight years. This is no place for you. I offer you a chance to concede gracefully. The Wooden Man belittled the elderly contestant. However, before he could finish his sentence, the elder suddenly appeared behind him and delivered a swift blow, rendering the champion Wooden Man unconscious. This utterly unexpected turn of events shocked everyone. No one had anticipated the Wooden Man's defeat. Jackie Chan had truly delivered a monumental surprise. Let us give him a resounding round of applause. Ollie could hardly believe that it was the elder who emerged victorious. Chapter 34. Safety achieved. The Makeup Master thanks to the splendid performances of our 8 contestants. The 4 participants advancing to the semifinals have finally been determined. They are the nameless competitor from Asari, the 16-year-old son Wukong, the 14-year-old Klin, and the Jackie Chan who can perform for my grandpa. Let us extend our warm applause to them. Next, I shall announce their duel order. Nameless competitor versus son Wukong Klin versus Jackie Chan 10 minutes later. The competition will officially commence, so I invite everyone in the audience to take a brief respite. In the audience area, hey, Oolong, transform into an umbrella. The sun is a bit too warm now. You need to enlarge yourself enough to completely shield me and Lanchi. I absolutely do not want my fair and delicate skin to darken due to the sun, not even a shade. Bulma instructed the little pink pig beside her. But I want to stay under the umbrella too. Oolong replied with a frown, gazing at his employer. You needn't worry, I will keep you cool with water. I've already arranged everything, Bulma reassured him. Humph, so that's why you sent me to buy bottled water, huh? I can already imagine bathing in the refreshing water. The little pink pig thought. Indeed, rest assured, you just need to enlarge yourself. Lanchi and I will each hold a bottle of mineral water to keep you cool. Didn't you poke holes in the caps just now? I guarantee you won't be scorched by the sun's harsh rays. Bulma promised her number 1 subordinate. With no choice left, Oolong obediently transformed into a gigantic umbrella, completely shielding Bulma and Lanchi from the sunlight. Bulma, where do you think Master Rashi has gone? We haven't seen him at all. Lanchi inquired with a gentle expression, puzzled. Who knows? That old pervert is probably off chasing after girls. It's outrageous. He doesn't even cheer for his own disciple in the competition. Bulma scoffed, while Lanchi merely smiled without replying. Thank you for your patience, everyone. We shall now officially commence the semifinals of this year's World Martial Arts Tournament. Please welcome Nameless competitor and son Wukong to the stage, the excited golden-haired announcer declared. Nameless and Wukong stepped onto the arena. I trust everyone is already familiar with both contestants, so I shall not elaborate further. Who will emerge victorious in this match, the Nameless competitor or son Wukong? This decision not only determines the outcome of their battle, but also impacts my personal safety. I hereby declare the match to begin. Having meticulously studied each contestant's previous battles, I understand that Sun Wukong is formidable. I possess no certainty of victory. Yet it is not the time for me to concede. I must fully unleash my potential to determine my fate. The nameless competitor expressed earnestly, feeling an immense psychological pressure from the petite figure before him. Even before the battle has commenced, the nameless competitor seems to be forecasting defeat. Yet, until now, no brave warrior has approached me willing to safeguard my life. Is it destined that I, Alage, will fall into the clutches of the nameless? Alage's slightly panicked voice echoed throughout the arena. Nameless competitor, you absolutely cannot lose. I do not wish to be captured by you. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will be finished. The crowd erupted in fervent cries for Alage. Wukong, glancing at the highly regarded nameless competitor, smiled broadly. Is that so? Hiki. Thank you. I find you quite likable. Of course, I won't let you down. I have my own goals. However, should you falter, if you trust me, I can assist you once the tournament concludes. I am willing to trust you, Sun Wukong. Your eyes are as clear as the sky and the sea. If I should fall, I will await your help, said the nameless competitor, a strong sense of hope inexplicably blossoming within him. Though strange, he firmly believed in his feelings, releasing all lingering doubts. Oh, thanks to our 16-year-old Sun Wukong, even should the nameless competitor lose, he will not capture me, Alage. I am finally safe. Alage's voice rose in excitement, his composure restored. Well then, come on, nameless, show me your full strength, Wukong urged, gazing at his adversary with ease. Very well, Sun Wukong, I shall hold nothing back. Nameless clasped his hands together, assuming a fighting stance, and rapidly dashed forward. In an instant, he closed the 10-meter gap, his palms striking toward Wukong like swift knives, but Wukong evaded all his attacks effortlessly without moving an inch. Realizing his strikes were ineffective, Nameless swiftly altered his approach. He raised his right foot, executing a fierce lateral sweep, but Wukong lightly jumped up, narrowly avoiding the blow. As Wukong remained suspended in the air, unable to move freely, Nameless delivered a powerful elbow strike aimed at Wukong. Remarkably, just as the elbow was about to connect, Wukong extended his left hand, using Nameless' moving arm as leverage to perform a forward somersault, instantly appearing behind him. Wukong unleashed a gentle straight punch, striking the left side of Nameless' back. The intense pain caused Nameless to stagger forward, dropping to one knee and gasping for breath. Wukong, however, refrained from attacking during this moment of vulnerability. After catching his breath, Nameless turned to face Wukong. You truly are impressive. I fully acknowledge that I am no match for you. I shall now reveal my ultimate technique to conclude this battle. All right, no problem, Wukong agreed. Nameless then leaped high into the air, ascending continuously, 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, until he finally halted at 400 meters. With arms crossed, he aimed at Wukong on the stage, pushed off forcefully, and proclaimed, Sky Cross Punch. His entire body plummeted down, propelled by inertia and gravity, rapidly gaining speed and strength as he hurtled towards Wukong, mere moments away from striking his neck. In that crucial instant, Wukong simply sidestepped, lightly lifting his left foot to deliver a swift kick, striking the unsuspecting Nameless, who was unable to evade the blow. Nameless was sent flying, crashing against the wall of the audience area, signaling the end of the battle. Incredible! What a spectacular match! In this contest, Sun Wukong emerges victorious, securing a place in the finals. Let us give a resounding round of applause for both contestants, announced Alage, filled with elation. Wukong approached the recently risen Nameless and cheerfully declared, I won. Indeed, Sun Wukong, you have triumphed. You are truly remarkable. I am thoroughly impressed. I wish you the best in the finals, and I shall cheer for you from outside, Nameless replied calmly before walking toward the contestant room. Wukong, you won. How wonderful. Krillin rushed over to congratulate Goku, exclaiming, haha. Yes, Krillin, I will be waiting for you in the finals, Goku replied with a smile. All right. I will definitely give it my all. Hiki, I am certain of my victory, Krillin declared emphatically. Wonderful. Goku has won. Goku has won. Bulma joyfully cheered, clasping hands with Launch. Hey, I said, don't just focus on Goku, pour a little water on me too. The umbrella above Bulma and Launch chimed in, after which Launch gently showered it with a sprinkle of dew. In the contestants' room, Master Rashi, disguised as the fighter Jackie Chan, approached Nam, who was about to go outside. After revealing his identity, he handed Nam 2 versatile capsules that could hold water. Master Wutian, why this disguise? Nam inquired, gazing at Master Wutian, who had just removed his makeup. My 2 disciples have been growing in power far too quickly, especially Goku. I worry that with their current mindset, they may be unable to control their own strength. Therefore, I have allowed them to participate in the tournament, and later, I shall step in to defeat them, to make them realize that there are always greater beings beyond themselves. However, it seems that whether I can win is now a question. Master Rashi lamented about his predicament. Master Wu-Tian, regarding Goku, I don't think you need to worry too much. His gaze is remarkably clear, devoid of any impurities. I trust that he can manage his strength well. Though it was their first meeting, Nam expressed unwavering confidence in Goku. My main concern lies with another disciple. He tends to be a bit more impetuous. By the way, Nam, I need your assistance, Master Rashi stated, sharing his thoughts and requesting Nam's help, as they shared a similar gleaming presence and stature. Please, Master Wu-Tian, I am ready for any challenge, be it a mountain of blades or a sea of flames. Nam replied respectfully, hands clasped in reverence towards the elder who extended a helping hand. In a moment, I will be battling my disciples, to prevent them from recognizing me. I need you to disguise yourself as me. You need not worry about the makeup. I have brought all the necessary props and will assist you in this process. You simply have to appear in a crowded area of the audience, thus minimizing the chances of being discovered. Master Rashi laid out his plan. Absolutely, Master Wu-Tian. Leave it to me. Compared to your kindness, this task is a trivial matter. In the future, should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask, Nam readily agreed. Subsequently, Master Rashi took him to a secluded area where he skillfully applied the makeup. They appeared as if they were identical twins, showcasing that Master Rashi's thorough preparation had not been in vain. Chapter 35. The fatal flaw of human nature. We are now about to commence the final match of our semifinals, which will ultimately determine the two contestants who will advance to the finals. Let us eagerly anticipate the showdown. Please welcome contestants Clin and Jackie Chan to the stage. Without further concern for his own safety, Ali Gu has fully regained his composure. Clin and Jackie, adorned in the guise of Master Ague, step onto the arena. Hey, old man, I watched your previous match, and you performed quite impressively. However, I am far superior. You are no match for me, as I have thoroughly grasped your weaknesses. Clin, gazing at the elderly figure before him, extended a finger and gently swayed it from side to side. This brat is just as insufferable as I anticipated. Jackie remarked with a frown. Today, you'll learn that while one may be skilled, there are always others who surpass them. Master Ague, determined to intimidate Clin, unleashed his full power. He dashed toward Clin, leaving behind a series of afterimages due to his incredible speed. Before Clin could react, a powerful uppercut struck his chin, sending him soaring into the air. Just as Clin ascended 10 meters, Master Ague leaped up, fists clenched, and delivered a heavy blow to the gleaming head of Clin. With Clin momentarily dazed, he plummeted back to the ground, his head embedding itself into the arena, leaving only his short legs flailing in the air. Master Ague descended, approached him, and pulled him from the ground, discarding him carelessly. Moments passed, yet Clin remained unconscious. The situation was astonishing. We had underestimated Jackie's prowess entirely. Clin had been taken down without any semblance of a counterattack. The countdown commenced. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Ali Gu issued a final warning as Clin lay on the ground. At the last 2 seconds, Clin finally regained consciousness, sitting up and clutching his head in pain. Ouch. That hurts. You've learned your lesson, haven't you? Let us see if you dare to be arrogant again. Master Ague proclaimed, arms crossed, exuding an air of mastery. Upon hearing the voice, Clin snapped back to reality, standing tall and declaring, "Humph. That was merely a moment of carelessness. Witness my true power now. Oh, it appears you still fail to recognize your limitations. I shall make it abundantly clear how far you fall short," Master Ague replied, his calm demeanor igniting a fire within Clin. "Curse you. Watch this," Clin shouted as he charged toward Master Ague, unleashing his full strength. His legs moved like a whirlwind, fists flying toward his opponent. After a flurry of exchanges, Master Ague landed a decisive blow, sending Clin crashing to the ground. Oh no, Clin has fallen once more. Will he rise again? Let us observe as the countdown resumes. 10, 9, 8, 7. Just as Ali Gu reached 6, Clin sprang up, creating distance from Master Ague. He gingerly rubbed his shiny head, grateful for its sturdiness. Otherwise, it would surely be swollen by now. Yet even so, it was already reddened, pain radiating through him. You are quite formidable. I acknowledge that I am not your equal, but the realm of victory is not so simplistic. Your weaknesses are evident, and triumph shall belong to me, Clin. Clin proclaimed his victory, and the crowd buzzed with anticipation regarding how he would navigate this seemingly insurmountable challenge. Ali Gu watched curiously, pondering what astonishing move Klin would make next. Behold my ultimate technique, the attack on human nature's weaknesses. Klin's voice boomed. Master Egwei looked on, intrigued yet wary of his disciple's next move. Suddenly, Klin reached into his attire, retrieving a pink pair of women's undergarments and hurled them with great force toward his opponent's head. Master Egwei, caught completely off guard, stood frozen in a daze. His face flushed as the undergarment landed atop his head, a scenario Klin had predicted with precision. Seizing the moment, Klin executed a powerful uppercut, sending Master Egwei flying. Master Egwei soared through the air, leaving the confines of the arena. "Haha, I have won," Klin exclaimed, jubilantly bouncing in delight. Having witnessed the old man's duel previously, he had prepared the pink undergarment as a precautionary measure, never expecting it to serve as his trump card. What a disgrace it would be if Jackie were to lose in such a manner. It was almost unfathomable. Klin had astutely exploited his opponent's most vulnerable flaw. Had Klin truly secured victory? Observing the swift changes unfolding in the arena, Ali Gu gasped in amazement, turning to see Master Egwei still suspended in the air. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Master Egwei finally regained his focus. How could I have overlooked that? He discerned my weakness the moment I became his master. Thankfully, I was not using my true identity. Otherwise, I would be utterly humiliated. I have no choice but to resort to the Kamehameha. I cannot afford to lose like this. Should word spread of my defeat to Klin due to such folly, I would never hold my head high again. With thoughts racing, Master Egwei quickly resolved to act. He positioned his hands in the Kamehameha stance, a blue energy sphere rapidly swelling between his palms. Once he sensed its power was sufficient, he thrust his hands backward, unleashing a blue energy wave that propelled him swiftly back to the arena. Klin, reveling in his moment, gawked in astonishment. The Kamehameha? How is this possible? What should I do? He racked his brain for a solution. Master Egwei successfully returned to the stage, gazing at the diminutive figure of Klin with an expressionless demeanor. "You little rascal, are you ready to accept defeat? How can you perform the Kamehameha? That is the ultimate technique of Master Wu Tian," Klin exclaimed, striving to buy time. "Ah, it's because I am a lifelong acquaintance of your Master Wu Tian. It is not strange for me to know the Kamehameha. Look, your Master Wu Tian is over there." Master Egwei quickly turned, pointing to a perfectly disguised figure resembling Wu Tian. Alas, he was met with a swift chop to the neck, collapsing to the ground. Our Jackie-chan has fallen once more, blindsided by Klin's cunning tactics. Will he rise again? The countdown begins. 10, 9, 8. Before Ali Gu could even reach 7, Master Egwei rubbed his neck and stood back up. "You cunning little brat, you are far more devious than I remembered. I must concentrate, otherwise I might fall for your tricks again. You deceived me. Who are you really? And what are your intentions in impersonating Master Wu Tian's lifelong friend?" Klin pressed on, employing his clever mind to divert Master Egwei's attention, and indeed, he succeeded. "How could this be? That is Master Wu Tian. Do you not even recognize your own teacher?" Upon hearing Klin's doubtful words, Master Egwei grew anxious. Should his identity be revealed as Master Wu Tian? Would he even survive to leave this arena today? "Look, a bikini beauty," exclaimed the astute little brain, pointing excitedly at something behind Master Egwei. At that moment, his attention was diverted, and instinctively he turned to follow Klin's gaze, only to be met with yet another crushing blow. How embarrassing. Our contestant, Dragon, has fallen for such a trick once more. Will he be able to rise again this time? Let us count down. 10, 9. Ali, feeling a deep flush of embarrassment, continued his countdown. Just as he reached 4, Master Egwei finally stood up. After enduring 3 heavy strikes, even he found it slightly overwhelming. This wretched fellow has ensnared him once again. I cannot allow myself to hear his voice any longer. If this continues, I shall surely lose. To preserve his last shred of dignity, he closed off his hearing. With a grim expression, Master Egwei glared at the audacious individual who had repeatedly betrayed his master. He resolved to employ a thunderous method to deal with him, to make him experience the justice of a master. "It's over, it's over. I have no more moves," Klin exclaimed, gazing at the seemingly indestructible opponent before him, steam rising from his shiny bald head, a clear sign of overexertion from his intellect. "Hey, look, this year's most renowned actress, Abby Liu," Klin shouted, pointing in another direction, but Master Egwei continued his steady approach. "It's finished, truly finished. He is no longer falling for my tricks. There is nothing left to do but engage in a direct confrontation. With no other options, Klin decided to unleash his current martial arts secret weapon, the Iron Head technique. He leapt lightly into the air, positioning himself horizontally above the arena, his body spinning and accelerating before he drilled forward with his hardened head. As the rapidly approaching disciple's bald head drew near, Master Ague extended his hands, pressing firmly against it, exerting relentless force until Klin finally ceased his rotation. The dragon contestant delivered a swift chop, incapacitating his remarkable disciple, and then jubilantly exclaimed, "I won. I won." This battle had not been easy for him either. Truly, one must not underestimate. Who would have thought that our contestant, dragon, would display such resilience? Emerging victorious even after sustaining several heavy blows? I hereby declare that contestant dragon has secured a place in the finals. Let us eagerly anticipate the ultimate duel to come. Ali offered resounding applause to his grandfather, the dragon contestant. Chapter 36. Being a master is no easy task. The moment of truth has finally arrived for all the spectators at the venue. The finals of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament are about to commence. One wonders who our champion will be, the valiant contestant's son, who once saved me, or the illustrious contestant Jackie Chan, who could potentially become my grandfather. Let us await the spectacle. Please welcome contestants Sun Wukong and Jackie Chan to the stage. And let us extend a warm round of applause for these two remarkable competitors. Ali, filled with anticipation for the outcome of his first major event as host, eagerly awaited the proceedings. Wukong and Master Turtle ascended the arena. Let us conduct an interview with contestant Sun, Ali suggested. Do you possess confidence in securing victory in this competition? He inquired, gazing expectantly at the diminutive hero who had once rescued him. Who knows? Only by fighting will I find out, Wukong replied nonchalantly, unfazed by the pressure. Haha. Contestant Sun remains ever surprising. Perhaps it is this calm demeanor that renders him so formidable, Ali remarked. He then turned to Jackie Chan for his thoughts. Younger generations are indeed impressive, which fills me with pride as an elder. However, I am not yet ready to retire completely. Master Rashi declared resolutely, asserting that while the youth are formidable, the arena still belongs to him. It seems contestant Jackie Chan is quite confident. Let us witness who shall ultimately claim victory. I hereby declare the finals officially open. With that, the golden-haired Ali swiftly exited the stage. As Wukong gazed at the elder before him, he curiously asked, "Are you Master Rashi, my grandfather?" "No. You have mistaken me for someone else. I am your grandfather's closest friend. Look, your grandfather is over there." Master Turtle flustered, gesturing towards Nam. That troublesome little rascal. Even Krillin failed to recognize me as his master, Wukong thought as he turned to face Nam. Unless necessary, he would not deliberately sense others. Observing Nam, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Master Rashi, he suddenly realized, so, grandfather is over there. Your aura is identical to Master Rashi's. And I did not wish to strike him without clarifying first. You impudent little brat. Who shall strike whom is yet to be determined. Master Rashi retorted angrily. Very well. Here I come, Wukong exclaimed, his short legs rapidly propelling him forward, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as he charged towards Master Rashi. The elder, fully aware of the impending clash, summoned all his strength, and the two engaged in a fierce confrontation. The sound of their intense struggle reverberated throughout the arena, leaving the audience in awe. To the untrained eye, only fleeting shadows were visible, with only Krillin, a fellow practitioner, able to discern the true forms of the fighters. Wukong. Go for it. Wukong, you can do it. His supporters cheered enthusiastically. Wukong, avenge me, Krillin shouted, leaning against the wall for support. Hearing Krillin's voice, Master Rashi cursed inwardly. That ungrateful disciple. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Wukong seized the opportunity and landed a powerful punch on Master Rashi's face, knocking him to the ground. The intense pain jolted Master Rashi awake, and with a forceful push against the ground, he leaped backward, quickly creating distance. This formidable opponent possesses speed that rivals my own. He must have entered the flowing wind state, achieving a velocity within the realm of advanced wind speed 2 seconds per 100 meters. Today, I cannot afford to be careless, or I shall certainly lose. In close combat, I am no match for him, as he is still young and vigorous. To secure victory, I must rely on the martial arts techniques I have honed over the years. Little brat, receive this technique, multi-phantom fist, Master Rashi declared as his figure rapidly multiplied, ultimately forming 9 distinct images that surrounded Wukong, moving swiftly. Here, Wukong called out as his left fist connected with Master Rashi's face. The phantoms dissipated, leaving only the true form of Master Rashi. That hurt. How did you figure it out? Master Rashi asked, wincing in pain. You insufferable rogue. You struck with such force. Wukong retorted, indignant. One punch from you is more painful than 3 from Krillin, without consideration for whether I, an elderly man, can endure it. This technique works well against those who lack perception. Although you created phantoms, they are not true clones. The energy of the phantoms, in comparison to your true self, is like a firefly next to a candle. It was easy to locate, Wukong explained, sharing his insights into martial arts. Never would I have imagined that a person so lacking in common sense would possess such profound martial arts expertise. I wonder how he trained, Master Rashi mused internally. It seems that ordinary techniques will not suffice against you. I shall now attempt this move. Master Rashi prepared to unleash the Kamehameha wave, gathering a blue energy sphere that rapidly expanded. Once it reached a considerable size, he bellowed, Kamehameha, and forcefully thrust both hands forward towards Wukong, sending a wave of blue energy surging forth. With no time to evade, Wukong bent his left leg slightly, while his right leg supported him from behind. He thrust his palms forward and met the attack with force, refusing to budge. Seeing his ultimate technique fail to have the desired effect, Master Rashi intensified his energy output and shouted, Super Kamehameha. The Kamehameha wave swelled to several times its original size. Under the terrifying force of the Super Kamehameha, Wukong began to gradually retreat. The arena beneath him shattered, forming 2 small trenches as he was pushed back 2 meters. With a mighty roar, he exclaimed, "Ah," and propelled the Super Kamehameha into the sky with all his might. "Huh, I blocked it." Wukong grinned widely, baring his teeth. "Humph. Do not get too cocky, little brat. If you do not show some genuine skill, you might think I lack prowess," Master Rashi warned. "The next technique I shall use, I have only employed against 2 individuals in my lifetime, the first being your grandfather and the second being you. However, he could only withstand 30% of its power. If you cannot endure it, do speak up early. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire." Master Rashi's expression turned grave. "Please do not let anything go awry. This is my final technique. Should it fail, I will be at a loss." "Understood, old man. Whatever technique you possess, unleash it." "I am here to witness diverse martial arts," Wukong replied, his previously playful demeanor shifting to one of respectful seriousness. Master Rashi firmly established his stance, hands pressing together with great effort, as his entire body radiated energy. Wukong could sense that this technique would surpass even the Super Kamehameha, igniting a spark of excitement within him. After a brief moment, Master Rashi finally gathered enough energy. With a powerful thrust of his hands towards Wukong, he shouted, "Receive my heavenly palm." A fierce artificial electric wave surged towards Wukong, who, due to Master Rashi's limited power, found the speed and force lacking compared to true lightning, which differed by several dimensions. Wukong was enveloped in the energy of Master Rashi's heavenly palm, gradually floating into the air, his hair standing on end from the electric stimulation, forming a small explosion-like hairstyle. Aside from that, he experienced no other changes. "Grandfather, this technique is quite intriguing. I can feel my cells operating slightly faster due to the stimulation. However, this power is still insufficient to contend with me, and your energy accumulation is rather sluggish." Goku remained composed beneath the overwhelming might of the 30% power of the earth-shattering palm. "You little rascal, you dare underestimate my earth-shattering palm. I am currently exerting only 50% of my strength. Soon, I shall utilize my full power." Master Rashi intensified his energy output, causing the earth-shattering palm to expand further. Goku's hair seemingly on the verge of smoking. "Grandfather, can you exert yourself a bit more?" "I find this quite comfortable," Goku remarked, akin to luxuriating in a hot spring. Master Rashi, exhausted and no longer wishing to speak, withdrew the earth-shattering palm, causing Goku to plummet and land on the arena. "Ha ha ha, Bulma, Oolong." And the others watched Goku on the stage, clutching their stomachs in laughter. Previously, the energy from the earth-shattering palm had obscured their view. Now, with its disappearance, the sight of the small, explosive-haired Goku was revealed before them. Bulma swiftly retrieved her long-range camera, capturing the scene on stage in high definition. "Grandfather, do you have any other techniques? If not, I shall launch my attack," Goku eagerly inquired. Master Rashi, having expended too much energy with the earth-shattering palm, was gasping for breath and lacked the energy to respond to Goku. Interpreting Master Rashi's silence as a lack of further tactics, Goku resolved to conclude the battle, clenching his right fist and charging forward with fervor. Wait a moment." Master Rashi finally regained his breath, struggling to speak. However, it was too late. Goku's iron fist had already struck his face, sending him flying off the stage. He landed on the ground and immediately clutched his face, exclaiming, "Ouch, that hurts. You deceitful disciple, could you not hit so hard?" Krillin's 3 punches are not even as painful as your one. You scoundrel. Goku, now at the edge of the stage, gazed at him in confusion. Haha. Indeed, I misspoke just now. Master Rashi chuckled through the pain, reflecting on the challenges of being a master in these times. Even after being struck by his disciple, he had to suppress his grievances, knowing that revealing them would only diminish his own dignity. Goku, although you have grown immensely strong, there exist many individuals far stronger than you in this world. Do not become complacent. Earnest cultivation remains essential, Master Rashi earnestly advised. Yes, I understand, Grandfather, Goku responded solemnly. Incredible. Who would have thought that the ultimate victor of our tournament would be the 16-year-old contestant, Sun Wukong? Let us extend a warm round of applause to both contestants who have delivered such a splendid battle for us, the announcer proclaimed. We shall now proceed to the award ceremony. Our presenters, please come to the stage. The announcer announced the champion declaration and award notification with enthusiasm. As he observed the 16-year-old contestant before him, the announcer marveled internally, what an extraordinary individual. Not only did he save me, but he also achieved ultimate victory at such a young age. Sun Wukong, here is the champion's reward for this tournament, a cash prize of 1 million yuan. I look forward to seeing you again at the next World Martial Arts Tournament. I, Aeliki, shall not forget your kindness. With that, Aeliki concluded the tournament with a loud proclamation. Yes, if given the chance, I will return, Goku affirmed. This tournament indeed presented many fascinating moments. Though the martial arts techniques were primarily exhibited by the elderly, they still left a lasting impression on him. Every bit of knowledge contributes to the gradual accumulation of strength. Goku, congratulations. Ha ha ha, that was fantastic, Krillin exclaimed as he rushed over. Goku, you won. You are the best in the world. Bulma chimed in with excitement. For Goku's prowess also reflected her own strength. The more formidable Goku became, the more secure she felt. Blonde-haired Launch and Oolong gradually approached to congratulate Goku. Haha, it's nothing much. By the way, where's grandfather? She asked, dissatisfied. That old pervert. His own disciple is competing, yet we have not seen him since the beginning. Launch remarked loudly. Just then, a figure wrapped in bandages appeared, coughing, ahem, I am here. Grandfather, what happened to you? Goku exclaimed in astonishment, unable to recognize him. Bulma looked at Master Rashi with disdain. I bet he was off somewhere flirting with young girls and got beaten up. Haha. Master Rashi chuckled awkwardly, not denying it. You rascal, Goku. It's not my fault you gave me a swollen face. How could I face anyone without wrapping it up? Chapter 37. The new journey of the duo. Wait a moment. I need to find someone, Goku exclaimed as he dashed off in the direction of Nam. Shortly thereafter, he returned with Nam in tow. Goku, I think we should find a restaurant where we can eat and chat, Master Rashi suggested, and they soon located a nearby establishment, ordered their meals, and began their conversation. Bulma, this is the prize money I received from the competition. I wish to assist Nam. What do you think we should do? Goku inquired, recalling Bulma's advice to seek her counsel when faced with dilemmas. Indeed, we are somewhat aware of his situation now. He has access to a water source, but it has unfortunately run dry, which only addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. Bulma responded, Mr. Nam, given the urgency of your needs, I will convert Goku's 1 million yuan prize directly into essential supplies and medical provisions through my channels. Your tribe undoubtedly requires these items at this moment. Moreover, as a gesture of goodwill towards Goku, I shall also sponsor a jet for you, capable of accommodating around 20 individuals. Upon your return, I suggest you encourage your tribe to gradually engage with the outside world. Had you possessed a jet earlier, many of your challenges would have been resolved by now. However, due to your isolation, your tribe remains impoverished, which is detrimental to your development. With the jet I provide, obtaining water during times of need will become effortless. You can then address the issue of water scarcity at your own pace, whether through relocation or other means. Bulma articulated her thoughts to Nam. I cannot express my gratitude enough, Miss Bulma. Your kindness shall be forever remembered by me. Nam. I extend my thanks to Goku and Master Rashi as well. Whenever you require assistance, my tribe and I will be at your service, Nam declared, rising in excitement and bowing deeply in appreciation, momentarily forgetting his usual decorum. After 2 hours, Goku finally concluded his meal. As they exited the restaurant, Master Rashi, wishing to assert his authority as a teacher, insisted on covering the bill. He approached the counter, and a stream of receipts began to print endlessly. Sweat beads formed on his bald head as he pondered whether he had been a tad reckless. He was well aware of Goku's voracious appetite and regretted not having kept a lower profile, as Bulma would undoubtedly cover the costs. Sir, your total comes to 103,000 yuan. I shall waive the 300 yuan remainder, the cashier informed him. Why is it so expensive? Master Rashi stammered, astonished by the quoted price. Our establishment is situated in the most prosperous area of South City. Such prices are quite normal. Is there a problem, sir? The female attendant inquired, perplexed by the elderly gentleman's reaction. No, it's not an issue for me at all, lovely lady. Please proceed with the transaction, Master Rashi insisted. Unwilling to lose face before the attendant, he deftly produced a bank card, resting one hand on the counter, tapping rhythmically, embodying the demeanor of a wealthy patron. I apologize, sir, but after processing your card, you still owe 3,000 yuan, the girl said, her expression apologetic. Oh, that is no problem. I'll take care of it right away, Master Rashi replied. He extracted banknotes from his wallet, counting each one meticulously, even retrieving 10 1 yuan notes until he finally met the total. He exited the restaurant, feeling rather flustered, reflecting on the challenges of being a master. Master Rashi, Goku, Miss Bulma, and everyone, once my tribe regains stability, I will inform you. At that time, please do visit us. I, Nam, and the entire tribe will extend the highest courtesy to host you. As a token of our appreciation, Nam expressed, gazing at the group that had ignited hope within him. He understood that mere words could not convey the depth of his gratitude, and thus he extended a heartfelt invitation, promising to repay their kindness through actions. Certainly, we will make an effort to visit, Bulma readily agreed. Kiki, in the future, you must take me to the oasis, Goku. I have yet to experience it firsthand. It must be quite enchanting, Bulma remarked. Nam, keep up the good work. Goku called out to Nam. Yes, I shall. Goodbye, everyone. We will surely meet again. Nam replied as he embarked on his journey home. Goku, what are your plans now? Bulma inquired, glancing at him. Well, I intend to search for my grandfather's 4-star ball, then continue my training while awaiting the next World Martial Arts Tournament. Goku shared his premeditated plan with her. Since that is the case, I'll accompany you on your quest. I have nothing else to do anyway, like last time. I'll ensure your safety and make sure you're well fed, Bulma cheerfully declared, finding adventure an enticing prospect, provided there was sufficient safety to warrant it. Otherwise, it would be akin to courting disaster. Oh, no problem, leave it to me, Goku eagerly replied, knowing that Bulma's presence would facilitate many aspects of their journey. His immense strength was undeniable, yet there were realms where mere power was insufficient. He could not conjure a house, nor did he wish to sleep on a sandy bed daily. Moreover, the prospect of enjoying delectable meals without resorting to hasty cooking was alluring. Krillin, what are your plans? Master Rashi asked his beloved disciple. Master Rashi, I feel my training is still lacking and wish to remain by your side for a while longer. What do you think? Krillin replied earnestly. No, you are capable of standing on your own now. I assure you, Master Rashi insisted, a hint of urgency in his voice. No, I am only 14, far from mature enough to be independent, Krillin stated, standing upright and bowing respectfully. Humph. Master Rashi must be eager to abandon me to spend time alone with Launch. How naive. He is already hundreds of years old, while I am merely 14. Krillin mused. Kiki, in a few more years, I'll be nearly ready for marriage. As the saying goes, the one closest to the water gets the moon first. Moreover, Launch is so beautiful. If I don't seize the opportunity, I won't be Krillin anymore. Is that so? Master Rashi stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Darn it. That little rascal was so clever at the start. Now, he can't even comprehend my words. How am I to have private moments with Launch now? The audacity. Sigh. He has surpassed me in cleverness. I don't recall being this astute in my youth, Master Rashi lamented. Goku, do visit us on Turtle Island often. Of course, Krillin, may you excel in your training. We'll participate in the martial arts tournament together next time. Yulong, upon your return, please inform my parents that I will be back shortly, Bulma instructed her chief aide. Understood, as long as you don't drag me along on your adventures. My psychological trauma is already quite substantial. If I accompany you again, I fear I may suffer a cardiac arrest this year. Yulong sighed with relief, grateful to have dodged another harrowing experience. On December 9th, in the year 750 of the Wangji Earth calendar, Wukong and Bulma embarked once more on their journey, while Master Rashi, Krillin, and Launch returned to the Kame House. Chapter 38 captured is the Dragon Ball truly within this town? Indeed, King Pilaf. Our Dragon Ball radar indicates it lies within a 1-kilometer radius, replied the restored and charming Mai with certainty. Regardless, we must find the Dragon Ball. Without it, We cannot summon the eternal dragon. Last time, I was careless. We were just a step away from realizing our ambition of world domination. I never anticipated that little brat would be so formidable. This time, I must have the eternal dragon turn that brat into my ally, thus allowing me to fulfill my desire for dominion over the world. King Pilaf's eyes sparkled with aspiration. Yes, King Pilaf. We need the eternal dragon to assist us in making that brat our own. Otherwise, he certainly will not aid us in achieving our world domination. But how do we locate this Dragon Ball? Ma inquired, nodding in agreement yet puzzled. Fool, isn't that your concern? I wonder if Asu has prepared the meal, Pilaf retorted, casting a scornful glance at Mai. King Pilaf, I just had a thought, but I am uncertain whether I should express it, Mai hesitantly contemplated. Oh, do share. Pilaf replied, intrigued by her mysterious demeanor. Rather than pursuing world domination, perhaps we should first ask the eternal dragon to enhance your height. You see, I have grown significantly over the past year, towering over you by a head. Even Asu is half a head taller than you. Remaining at a mere 60 centimeters might undermine your authority in ruling the world, Mai earnestly suggested, observing Pilaf, who was indeed shorter than her. Fool, I am merely in my warm-up phase. Tomorrow, your chicken leg is mine, no arguments, or you shall forfeit it for an entire week. Pilaf exclaimed in a fit of indignation. Yes, King Pilaf, Mai conceded with a resigned tone. However, you do have a point. I shall contemplate it. Pilaf acknowledged after a moment of reflection. So, about my chicken leg. Mai looked at him expectantly. Oh, are you challenging me, King Pilaf? Do you not wish to pay the price? Pilaf regarded Mai with a strange expression. No, I have no objections whatsoever, she replied sincerely. At that moment, Pilaf and Mai entered a general store. Pilaf donned a crown, asking, how do I look in this? I believe it suits you perfectly, especially in size, Mai affirmed. Just then, the shopkeeper emerged. Dear customer, I could tell at a glance that you must be a king from some realm. While this crown is quite fine, it pales in comparison to your stature. Would you care to explore my collection? King Pilaf, this is not the time for games, Mai reminded him. Enough. I merely wish to take a quick look, Pilaf replied with a smile as he ventured inside. Please hold for a moment, the shopkeeper said, retrieving a box from the back. Upon opening it, he revealed an orange glass orb. Behold, my prized possession, the Dragon Ball, said to govern all things. Your Majesty, are you satisfied? Ah, the Dragon Ball. Haha, we have found it. Pilaf exclaimed, elated as he seized the orb. He joyfully handed the shopkeeper stacks of 10,000 dollar bills, exclaiming, this is all for you. Before exiting with Mai, the shopkeeper was ecstatic, realizing that despite the orb being a fake, someone had actually purchased it. Meanwhile, a mysterious army entered the town. Search thoroughly, spare no one. The soldiers began to raid each household, gunfire and wails echoing through the streets. The unscrupulous shopkeeper, too engrossed in his newfound wealth, was shot dead by greedy soldiers. Colonel Saluba, we have located the Dragon Ball. But it is in the possession of a diminutive figure standing at 60 centimeters. Our men are already in pursuit, a communicator crackled. Ensure that Dragon Ball is returned to me. Colonel Saluba commanded sternly. Mai, slow down. Don't leave me behind, shouted the 60-centimeter tall Pilaf, desperately chasing after Mai, who had already created some distance while clutching the Dragon Ball. Who told you to have such short legs? I have already informed Asa to come to our aid. Just hang in there. Mai called back without looking, continuing her swift pace. Suspended in the air, Asu received Mai's signal and piloted a colossal flying castle, descending from the sky. As the door opened, Mai leaped gracefully, landing securely on the ground as the castle began to ascend slowly, leaving Pilaf behind. Witnessing the castle's ascent, Pilaf sprinted even harder, shouting, Mai, Asu, don't abandon me. I still have hope. King Pilaf, hold on. Mai tossed a rope down from the air. Pilaf quickly grasped it, and the flying castle whisked him away. Report, Colonel Saluba. The target has escaped aboard a massive flying castle. Notify all soldiers to switch to fighter jets and contact headquarters for support, Colonel Saluba ordered, watching the colossal flying castle retreat into the sky. Understanding that his current forces could not contend with the enemy, he decisively requested reinforcement. He then switched to a fighter jet and pursued. We must fire a locator at that massive flying castle. If they manage to conceal their whereabouts, it will spell trouble. Inside Pilaf's flying castle, he had regained his composure. Seated upon his command throne, King Pilaf, there is a fighter jet tailing us, Mai reported while monitoring the surveillance video. Very well, Asu. Show them our might and bring it down. I, Pilaf, have shown mercy and spared them. They sought their own demise, and I cannot be blamed. My ancestors will surely forgive me. At your command, King Pilaf. Asa manned the weapon control console, and the castle's surface revealed numerous cannons aimed at the pursuing fighter jet. Saluba recognized the precarious situation and promptly fired a locator that adhered to the castle's surface before ejecting from the jet, which was ultimately reduced to wreckage in the sky. King Pilaf, the target has been destroyed. Asa stood and saluted, delivering the battle report. Well done, Asu. Tomorrow, I shall reward you with a chicken leg. Pilaf commended his loyal subordinate. Yes, thank you, King Pilaf. Asa responded excitedly, only to be pulled aside by my moments later. That chicken leg is mine tomorrow. It belongs to me, my whispered threateningly. Understood, Asu replied resignedly. Saluba's parachute deployed. I am Saluba. When will the headquarters support arrive? I have successfully launched the locator. Although I cannot guarantee it will remain undetected by the adversary. Colonel Saruba has established contact with headquarters, and support is en route. Expected to arrive at your current location in approximately 1 hour. Please be patient, the communications officer from headquarters respectfully stated. Very well. An hour should be manageable. Please convey to General Ryder that Saruba shall not betray the trust of the Legion. With that, Saruba ended the communication. An hour later, a swarm of fighter jets appeared in the sky, seamlessly merging with Saruba's forces. Colonel Saruba, the target has vanished ahead, yet the locator indicates they are in the vicinity. An officer reported. Conduct a thorough search of the area and deploy explosive shells. We shall unearth them even if we must dig to the depths of the earth. Yes, Colonel Saruba. Moments later, a squadron of fighter jets unleashed indiscriminate bombardment upon the ground below. Inside the massive flying fortress, Little Wu utilized the missile launchers stationed on the ground to bring down those fighter jets. Pilaf calmly observed the 10 or so jets daring to challenge him from above. Yes, King Pilaf. An hour later, King Pilaf was informed, our missile launchers have completed their operation, downing 300 enemy fighter jets. However, their forces continue to surge. Little Wu appeared before Pilaf. Ashu, have you calculated the escape trajectory? Pilaf turned to Ashu. Yes, it is nearly complete, as long as there is a gap. We can escape safely, Ashu affirmed. How could there possibly be no gap? To covet my Dragon Balls is a foolish endeavor. Ashu, initiate our ascent and prepare for escape. Pilaf chuckled. Understood. Ashu turned toward the main control console as the ground split open, revealing the flying fortress ascent. Colonel Saruba. The enemy has made their appearance. Please issue the command for an all-out attack. Affirmative. As Pilaf's flying fortress fully ascended into the sky, he realized they had been surrounded. The area was teeming with fighter jets relentlessly bombarding the fortress. Ashu, Little Wu, retaliate swiftly. Pilaf urgently commanded before joining the fray. Moments later, King Pilaf. We have exhausted our ammunition. What shall we do? Ashu asked, his expression devoid of emotion. Launch the escape pods to the ground. The skies are filled with their forces. Pilaf commanded, and then he, along with Little Wu and Ashu, entered the escape pod, which launched as the flying fortress was brought down. Upon exiting the escape pod, they found themselves surrounded by a throng of armed soldiers. What should we do, King Pilaf? Little Wu asked anxiously while Ashu trembled. Do not panic. I am here. Pilaf replied with composure. Saruba, accompanied by his soldiers, approached them and glared at the trio of diminutive figures. You three, very well, quite commendable. I thought there would be many more inside. You managed to bring down an entire squadron of our air force. Today, I shall flay you alive. Ashu and Little Wu trembled in fear at the mention of their gruesome fate. Sir, please do not be angry. Here is the Dragon Ball you seek. Please accept it. The diminutive Pilaf, barely 60 centimeters tall and clad in a dragon robe, scampered forward, squinting with a broad smile as he presented the Dragon Ball with both hands. Then, he ingratiatingly rubbed his hands together, saying, Sir, I still have a little savings. Not to boast, but taking down 300 fighter jets is nothing compared to the 1,000 I could manage. However, might I request that you spare our lives? Upon hearing Pilaf's words, Saruba's tone softened instantaneously. I did not expect you to be quite to my taste. Someone, please treat our esteemed guest well. Do not neglect them, or I shall have your heads. A special military vehicle promptly arrived, inviting Pilaf, Little Wu, and Ashu aboard, providing them with a generous supply of food. While Pilaf negotiated with Saruba, Little Wu and Ashu had regained their composure. Inside the vehicle, the captured Pilaf Legion engaged in conversation. King Pilaf, I had no idea you had stashed away such a fortune. Last time, when I asked you to buy me that diamond necklace, you claimed you were broke, and after much reluctance, you finally purchased it. Little Wu voiced her discontent loudly, gazing at Pilaf. Scoundrel, was that merely a trinket? It nearly cost me my life. Even selling myself would not suffice to cover its worth. Tell me, how much have you purchased over the past year? Your room is nearly overflowing. Pilaf bellowed in frustration. Humph, that is but a trifling amount. I could wear a new one each day and still have enough for a year. King Pilaf, Little Wu, please cease your bickering. Whether those necklaces belong to us afterward is still uncertain, Ashu remarked helplessly. Pilaf and Little Wu shot him a fierce glare, prompting Ashu to retract his head, silenced by their intensity. Eventually, Pilaf and Little Wu calmed down. Thus, the Pilaf Legion was captured by Colonel Saruba. Chapter 39. The Battle of the Goddess of Wisdom begins. Goku. The Dragon Ball radar indicates that the Dragon Ball is just ahead. In the area we just traversed, it seems a number of individuals are searching for something below. However, we are too far above the ground to discern their actions clearly. Bulma, clad in black pencil pants and a purple V-neck long-sleeve t-shirt, gazed at the Dragon Ball radar and remarked. Goku, dressed in azure shorts and a sleeveless black t-shirt that Bulma had specially prepared for him, embraced her from behind. They had been adventuring for several days, indulging in playful exploits wherever they went, savoring hearty meals in every town they encountered. After several days, this was the first Dragon Ball they had stumbled upon, and not far away lay another one. We're almost there. Who cares about them? As long as they don't hinder our quest for the Dragon Balls. We can always return later if we are truly curious, Bulma declared as she set the radar down and casually glanced below. Let us descend. It appears there are 2 individuals down there. The flying Nimbus swiftly descended. On the ground, in such a vast expanse, it is exceedingly difficult for us to locate such tiny orbs. A tall middle-aged man wearing a cowboy hat complained to his short companion, Magi, who was dressed in a brown jacket. Indeed, Magi, but if we don't find them quickly, we will face execution, replied, a hint of fear in his voice. For the regiment's regulations were exceedingly strict. The flying Nimbus landed beside them, with Bulma perched atop it, waiting. Goku leaped down, carefully examining the Dragon Ball radar as he moved towards the actual location of the Dragon Ball. Hey, kid, get out of here quickly and don't obstruct us, or you'll regret it, Magi warned Goku. Ignoring him, Goku approached the rocky crevice and retrieved the Dragon Ball. Hey, this isn't the 4-star ball, Goku exclaimed in disappointment upon discovering the 5-star ball. Oh, look, it's a Dragon Ball. What good fortune, Magi said, brandishing his gun as he quickly approached Goku. Hey, kid, hand over the Dragon Ball. Why should I give it to you? I found it, Goku retorted. Just hand it over when I say so. No need for idle chatter. Magi attempted to snatch the Dragon Ball from Goku, but without drawing his weapon, Goku merely knocked him aside, sparing his life. The short oaf, witnessing his companion being dispatched, swiftly drew his firearm and shot at Goku. Goku dashed forward, delivering a powerful punch to Oaf's abdomen. Oaf curled up and collapsed to the ground, appearing unharmed externally, yet his bones had been shattered within. Goku, holding the Dragon Ball, approached Bulma as the flying Nimbus ascended rapidly away. Moments later, Magi rose and hurried to Oaf's side, shaking him vigorously. Hey, Oaf, what's wrong? Get up. Receiving no response, he trembled as he placed his hand near Oaf's nose, stumbling back in terror. He is dead. Oaf is dead. Once he regained his composure, he rushed to the vehicle, retrieved a communication device, and dialed in a panic. Beep, 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 beep. This is the Saruba Communications Center. Report, Colonel Saruba, the Dragon Ball has been stolen by a peculiar little boy and girl. They are suspected to possess a more advanced Dragon Ball radar, and our soldier Oaf has perished. The operator conveyed Magi's report to Colonel Saruba. Project all aerial imagery of this area. I want to locate those 2 children. I will deal with them personally. Colonel Saruba issued the command with a calm demeanor. Moments later, he received an update. Colonel Saruba, the target has been locked. They are approaching our position, likely in pursuit of the Dragon Ball we possess. They will pass overhead in approximately 2 minutes. Understood. After responding, Saruba tossed a massive shoulder-mounted rocket launcher from a universal capsule. Effortlessly, he hoisted it, swiftly aiming at the sky, and awaited silently. 2 minutes elapsed quickly, and Goku and Bulma came into his view. Little boy, if you must blame someone, blame yourselves for coveting what does not belong to you. He decisively fired the rocket at Goku and Bulma. Goku, blocked from sight by Bulma, remained oblivious to the impending attack, while Bulma, observing the scenery below, urged. Goku, look. Someone is attacking us. The flying nimbus halted as Goku stepped forward, while Bulma retreated. Facing the swiftly approaching rocket, Goku raised his right hand, summoning a golden energy sphere the size of a peach, which expanded instantaneously and was launched outward. The golden energy sphere streaked through the air, leaving a luminous trail as it collided with the rocket, resulting in a thunderous explosion that reverberated through the sky, sending shockwaves that tousled Bulma's emerald hair. Bulma, irate, glared downwards. Goku, let us descend and see who is so ruthless as to try to take our lives. All right. The flying nimbus descended, revealing a mature man in military attire who had just discarded the shoulder-mounted rocket launcher. Who are you, and why did you attack us? Goku demanded, visibly displeased. Unexpectedly. You two little brats are still alive. You truly have luck on your side. Originally, it would have been a mercy for you to perish quietly. But now I must take matters into my own hands. However, before that, I hope you can answer a few questions for me. Saruba's icy gaze fixed on Goku and Bulma. Undaunted, Goku replied, You still haven't told me who you are. Why should I tell you anything? I am Colonel Saruba of the Red Ribbon Army, and a lead among them. Now, you may answer my questions. Ah. So you are the notorious warlord of the Red Ribbon Army. No wonder you act so brazenly, Bulma scoffed, disdain evident in her eyes. From what you knew, the Red Ribbon Army had committed numerous heinous acts. Over a decade ago, during a tumultuous period of warlords, society was in disarray. After the formation of the United Nations, the warlords who had committed atrocious deeds faced severe punishment. Many organizations were eradicated. The Red Ribbon Army, due to its formidable military strength, survived as a prominent force, continuously clashing with the UN, resulting in significant losses on both sides. Eventually, a mutual truce was established, leading the Red Ribbon Army to slightly temper its aggression. You little brat, now that you know who we are, you might as well confess. If you do, I'll make your deaths a bit more merciful, Saruba coldly stated. We never agreed to divulge anything to you. However, as you say, I shall show you some mercy today. What questions do you have? Ask away, and I will tell you, Bulma said, crossing her arms over her slender waist, playfully beckoning Saruba with her finger. With a mischievous smile, Bulma exuded an alluring charm that even captivated Goku momentarily. I, Saruba, have faced countless trials. Such trivial provocation cannot sway my resolve, Saruba declared resolutely. Let me relish in my triumph for just 2 minutes. Soon, I shall make you feel the terror of hell. The veins on Saruba's forehead bulged as he coldly inquired. How did you precisely locate the Dragon Balls? What compels you to seek them? It is because I, the clever and resourceful Bulma, have invented the Dragon Ball radar. As for the reasons behind my quest, that remains classified, she replied with a vivacious grin. Given this, you hold no value to me anymore. I shall send you on your way, you two insufferable brats. With that, Saruba cast aside his outer garments, revealing the well-defined muscles honed through rigorous training. Goku, this time, do not intervene. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess, Bulma said with a mysterious smile directed at Goku. Bulma, your fighting power is rather feeble. Are you truly untroubled? Goku regarded her with concern. Fool, as long as you trust me, everything will be fine. Besides, you will be there, won't you? If I falter, you can always rescue me, Bulma reassured him with unwavering confidence. Very well, I understand. Chapter 40. The Path of the Bloodhand Butcher. Observing the incessant chatter of the two insufferable brats, Zaluba impatiently remarked, Have you two finished your incessant prattling? Who shall step forth to meet their demise first? Some may have the opportunity to prolong their existence, yet there are those who squander it. Henceforth, prepare to face the consequences. With a cold, mocking laugh, Bulma sauntered forward, her lips parting slightly as she whispered, Armor activation. From the specialized device on her left hand, a mysterious violet-black substance surged forth, enveloping her entire form. This enigmatic material flowed and solidified, ultimately forming an exquisite and resplendent suit of violet-black battle armor upon her. Her long, aquamarine hair was styled into a high ponytail secured by a violet-black band, leaving only her eyes, mouth, and a small portion of her features visible, while the rest of her body was entirely concealed by the armor. As for the Red Ribbon Army, it is too late for you to consider surrender. Keeping you alive would only bring calamity, she declared. You believe that a mere change in appearance can alter your fate? Your words mirror my own sentiments. Prepare to meet your end, Zaluba retorted, a chill of apprehension coursing through him. This woman appeared formidable. He needed to tread carefully. lest he find himself in a precarious situation. With swift determination, he charged towards Bulma. To her, his speed seemed painfully slow. As he entered her range, he executed a fierce sweeping kick aimed at her waist. Bulma gracefully retreated, her right foot lightly tapping the ground to evade his attack. The moment his leg retracted, he launched into a spinning kick, but Bulma elegantly performed a backflip, landing with poise. Is that all you can muster? Had I not feared soiling my foot, I could have dispatched you with a single kick, she taunted disdainfully. Zaluba hastily distanced himself, his voice dark and brooding. You may excel in hand-to-hand combat, but I refuse to believe you can withstand a rocket launcher. A shoulder-mounted rocket launcher materialized, and he decisively aimed it at Bulma. In a flash, Bulma produced a multifunctional capsule, unveiling a luxurious silver handgun, adorned with intricate engravings. She swiftly aimed at the rocket launcher, and a silver bullet sliced through the air, striking the missile's tip with precision, resulting in a violent explosion that sent Zaluba sprawling. In that moment, he comprehended the grave reality. He was utterly outmatched. This woman is too powerful. I cannot outrun a bullet. Is this how I, Zaluba, shall meet my end? Just then, a glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes as Bulma's vision was obscured by smoke. He quickly scrambled to Goku's side, pressing the gun against his temple. At that instant, relief washed over him. As the smoke cleared, Bulma approached slowly. Indeed, I am no match for you. However, this little brat is now in my grasp. If you wish to avoid his demise, surrender without delay. Go ahead, pull the trigger. I have no objections, Bulma replied, a playful glint in her eyes. Are you serious? This isn't a toy gun. Don't you want to reconsider? Zaluba stammered, disbelief etched across his face. No need for reconsideration. Pull the trigger. I have no objections, she reiterated, her gaze unwavering. Realizing she was not jesting, Zaluba's bravado faltered. Let us negotiate. I'll retract my demand for your surrender. Simply allow me to leave, and I assure you this child will remain unharmed. If that isn't acceptable, I shall be forced to end his life and mine together. Zaluba's eyes gleamed with a hint of hope as he awaited Bulma's response. After all, he was still in the prime of his life. Bulma, however, merely smiled mischievously and said, Goku, eliminate him. Understood, Goku replied, and with a swift motion, he delivered a powerful elbow strike. Zaluba was left severely injured, his bloodshot eyes bulging as the gun fell from his grasp. He staggered back, collapsing to the ground. Unmoving, thus met his demise as an elite of the Red Ribbon Army. Goku approached Bulma, examining her armor with curiosity. Bulma, what was that? It looked magnificent on you. This pasture has not been in vain. I sought to fight alongside you, so I acquired a rare liquid metal, known as purpurite, from volcanic eruptions. With my intellect, I engineered the armor you just witnessed. It links with my nervous system. My physical prowess may be lacking, but my neural capabilities are highly advanced. As my nervous system assesses and issues commands, the armor responds accordingly. My physique is quite splendid, and with the armor's assistance, no acrobatic feat is beyond my reach. Currently, my physical limitations restrict my speed, hence the armor's enhancements are tailored to my capabilities. However, evading bullets is a simple task, and concurrently, it aids in enhancing my physical condition. Quite the advantageous arrangement, wouldn't you agree? Bulma's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she eagerly awaited Goku's admiration. Wow, Bulma, you're truly remarkable. I've always known you were talented, but I never anticipated you could create something like this. When can I try it? Goku exclaimed. Upon hearing his eager words, Bulma chimed, absolutely. Once we return to West City, I can craft a special piece of equipment for you. Really? That is fantastic. But we must wait until we return to West City. Goku, given that the Red Ribbon members are present, the Dragon Ball we seek may very well be within their stronghold. Let us take the opportunity to eliminate them. After all, they are no benevolent beings. However, refrain from acting until I signal you to do so. Bulma proposed with excitement, recognizing this as an ideal chance to test the armor's capabilities, as Zaluba was far too weak. Agreed. Let us proceed. They swiftly leaped onto the Nimbus and ventured towards Zaluba's base. All soldiers, heed my command. With Colonel Zaluba's demise, the remaining 2,000 combatants of his unit shall now be under my direct command, Colonel Audley. The 500 elite soldiers of the Special Forces are to assemble on the training grounds. Shortly, I, Colonel Audley, shall personally lead the charge against our foes. The entire Zaruba stronghold sprang into swift action, with 500 soldiers of the Special Forces quietly observing Colonel Audley before them, while the remaining soldiers steadfastly held their positions. Load your submachine guns with ammunition, and each of you must be equipped with 3 grenades. Although the enemy consists of 2 diminutive foes, they are capable of defeating Colonel Zaruba. We must not underestimate them. Do you understand? Colonel Audley's voice resonated clearly. Yes, Colonel Audley. The 500 Special Forces soldiers responded in unison, then proceeded to prepare their gear and ammunition. The Nimbus cloud had appeared in the sky. Each squad concealed themselves as the operation commenced. As Goku and Bulma descended from the Nimbus, the soldiers of the Special Forces, hidden behind cover, swiftly opened fire. Bullets rained down upon Goku's face, scattering on the ground, while Bulma, aided by her armored intelligence system, deftly evaded to the side. 2 multifunctional capsules were rapidly ejected, revealing 2 luxurious, elegant silver pistols, each equipped with 50 specially designed silver bullets. She moved with remarkable speed, retaliating decisively, each shot resulting in a precise headshot. The Special Forces soldiers found it increasingly difficult to target Bulma. Their most glorious attempts merely grazed her ear, stirring her hair behind her. After emptying 2 magazines, 100 of the 500 Special Forces soldiers had perished. In the midst of her swift maneuvers, Bulma tossed her silver dual pistols into the air, allowing them to spin upward as the magazines automatically fell away. 2 new magazines quickly clicked into place, and she regained her grip on the pistols. Observing the rapidly changing battlefield, Colonel Audley promptly issued the command, "Grenades, attack." A total of 100 grenades were hurled from their positions toward Bulma. Her armored combat system quickly locked onto the locations and trajectories of all the grenades. In less than 5 seconds, she detonated them all, the deafening explosions reverberating through the air as soldiers collapsed around her. Bulma swiftly reloaded her magazines and glided forward like a graceful breeze, engaging in indiscriminate killing. Soldiers fell one after another, blood pooling on the ground like a gentle stream. "Fire the rocket launchers," Colonel Audley commanded for the final assault. Bulma gazed at the 10 rocket launchers ahead and fired 10 rapid shots. Each bullet collided with a rocket, resulting in a ferocious explosion that sent Colonel Audley and his men tumbling, with many soldiers perishing in the chaos. 3 minutes later, all 500 Special Forces soldiers led by Colonel Audley were annihilated. Behind the sandbag barricades and within the columns and windows of the buildings, bodies lay sprawled, eyes wide open in grotesque expressions, blood-soaked and scattered everywhere. The acrid scent of smoke and fire filled the air as the Zaruba stronghold erupted into chaos. The surviving soldiers, upon receiving the news, fled in panic. Goku and Bulma paid no heed to the fleeing soldiers, calmly traversing the hellish scene before them, resolutely advancing towards the location where the Dragon Balls were kept. Both Goku and Bulma had long accepted the reality of battle. It was a matter of either killing the enemy or being killed themselves, and they were indifferent to the outcome. It was war. Goku, in particular, was wild and unrestrained. Report. Headquarters. Colonel Zaruba has been eliminated. Colonel Audley has just fallen, and the Zaruba stronghold is in disarray. This is headquarters. What? Zaruba is dead? The main force has collapsed? What on earth happened? How many enemies are there? There are 2 enemies. One is a 70-centimeter tall small fry, and the other an unknown armored warrior. A scream echoed through the line, and the communication was abruptly cut off. At the distant headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, General Wright, this is the situation. A tall, dark-skinned man in a tailcoat reported to General Wright, who stood about 130 centimeters tall, clad in his general's uniform, a cigar dangling from his mouth. What a waste of resources on Zaruba. After all we've done for him, this is how he repays us? If he were still alive, I would have executed him myself, General Wright remarked, exhaling a cloud of smoke. The man in the tailcoat respectfully prepared a cup of coffee and placed it before General Wright, softly inquiring, "General, shall we proceed to recover the Dragon Balls? With only 2 enemies, they are surely no match for us." "No need. As long as they are still collecting the Dragon Balls, they will come here eventually. We shall deal with them then," General Wright replied nonchalantly, falling into contemplation. Inside a prison cell at the Zaruba stronghold, King Pilaf exclaimed, "It seems chaos has erupted outside. There are explosions everywhere, and even our guards have fled." Shiwu glanced around the cell, addressing the 60-centimeter tall Pilaf, who was shorter than her by a head. "Oh ho ho. It seems our opportunity has arrived," Pilaf said with a cold smile, feeling humiliated by his capture after having ruled so brazenly. "However, King Pilaf, we are trapped in here without a key. We can't get out. Asu looked at Pilaf in confusion. Haha, thanks to my foresight, I have prepared for this moment. Just watch me, Pilaf declared, blushing as he unfastened his pants, letting them drop to his shoes. Ah, pervert. Xiaowu, who had been watching Pilaf intently, was taken aback, pushing him away and quickly covering her eyes. Embarrassed, Pilaf did not expect such a reaction. With his pants still tangled around his feet, he fell backward with a loud thud onto the ground. Asu hurried to cradle him, anxiously shaking him. King Pilaf, are you all right? After some time, Pilaf regained his senses. Huh? Asu, why do I see two of you? After a moment, Pilaf stood up, having refastened his pants. I'm sorry, King Pilaf. I had no idea you had a key tied around your waist. I thought you were trying to be lewd, Xiaowu said, blushing and looking down in apology. It's fine, Xiaowu. Ignorance is no crime. No harm done. Pilaf replied with a forced smile. Really? Xiaowu looked up in surprise at Pilaf. You think too highly of yourself. Next month, you will wash my underwear, Pilaf exploded, shouting loudly. Oh, Xiaowu blushed in response. Afterward, Pilaf opened the door and eagerly dashed out. King Pilaf, what is the next step? Asu inquired about their plan. With such a splendid opportunity, we shall go for the Dragon Balls, hee hee. Pilaf laughed joyfully. Just then, Asu nudged him. Asu, what are you doing? I'm in a good mood. Ah, King Pilaf, look over there. Isn't that the little brat from before? Asu exclaimed, pointing ahead. What? Pilaf exclaimed in alarm, turning to see Goku and the armored warrior Bulma approaching the room where the Dragon Balls were hidden. King Pilaf, are we still going to search for the Dragon Balls? Xiaowu asked curiously. Cough, cough, let's leave this one to them. We shall look for something else. It's getting late. Let us head back to prepare dinner. After speaking, Pilaf, with his hands clasped behind his back, led the way, followed closely by Xiaowu and Asu. Meanwhile, Goku and Bulma exclaimed, it's the 2-star Dragon Ball, not the 4-star. Goku remarked, holding the Dragon Ball in his hand. Well then, let us search for the next one. Thus, the Sairoba army met its demise at the hands of Bulma and Goku, while the Pilaf gang, by a twist of fate, managed to escape from captivity. Chapter 41. Suno and Susanna. 1 month later, in the distant north, the landscape stretched out in a vast expanse of white, with delicate snowflakes continuing to drift down. Bulma had donned her armor, severing the neural link, entirely embracing the armor as her attire. The exposed areas of her armor were wrapped snugly in a thick scarf. With excitement, she exclaimed, Goku, look, a flock of Rugus. Let us glide gently among them. It is truly magnificent. Ah, so this is called a Rugus. Goku responded. The nimbus cloud glided slowly towards the sky painted in hues of red. Bulma and Goku sat atop the golden cloud, meandering leisurely through the vibrant flock of Rugus. As the dense assembly of birds fluttered past, both parties curiously observing one another. Towering, irregular icebergs loomed nearby beneath them. Minutes later, as they navigated through the Rugus, Bulma expressed a hint of disappointment. If only it weren't so cold, I would have captured that scene on camera. Nonetheless, the most beautiful moment I have already experienced up close. It was simply splendid. Goku leaned over the edge of the nimbus, eagerly pointing out, Look, Bulma, below. There's a group of white foxes, but they seem to be fleeing for their lives. It's my first time seeing white foxes. Peering down alongside Goku, Bulma exclaimed. Those are snow foxes. They are stunning, but being chased by snow lions. Oh dear, they look so pitiful. Should I lend them a hand? Resting her chin on her hands, her long legs swaying gently behind her, Bulma regarded the scene below with a thoughtful gaze, softly stating, Goku, have you ever pondered a question? Both the snow foxes and snow lions are living beings. If we help the foxes, we cannot assist the lions. They, like us, strive for survival. Neither is a sentient creature. The best approach is to let them be. Any action we take may lead to unfavorable outcomes. Such is the law of survival in this world. Recalling his experiences on Bowsy Mountain, Goku chuckled, haha. I didn't quite grasp it all, but I understand it somewhat. Just like when I was on Bowsy Mountain, when I was hungry, I hunted bears and other animals. However, Goku, we are humans. Humans are complex. Living a little selfishly at times is splendid. If we don't see it, we can't intervene. If we do see it, do as you wish. I support you. Just unleash an energy blast to shatter the ice beneath them, ensuring no harm comes to their lives. Bulma laughed joyfully as she spoke. All right, no problem. It seems Master Rashi has mentioned something similar. Goku replied, positioning himself at the edge of the nimbus, with his left hand directed at the space between the two factions. A small energy orb formed in his palm, trailing a luminous tail as it descended. Upon striking the ice, a massive hole, 100 meters in diameter, erupted forth. The explosive noise startled both the snow lions and snow foxes, causing them to scatter in all directions, abruptly ending the conflict between the two species. Goku, aren't you cold? It's quite chilly. Bulma observed Goku, clad in his usual short-sleeved t-shirt, and pushed him gently, her concern evident. I'm fine. I don't feel cold at all, Goku replied. Your body is remarkably sturdy. The next Dragon Ball is not far ahead. This place is indeed remote. After flying for so long, we have yet to see a soul. I wonder if there are any inhabitants here. If we encounter someone, we could pay them a visit. This place is utterly different from ours. Bulma's voice carried a hint of anticipation. Exactly. This is my first time seeing snow. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known this was snow. Bowsy Mountain has never seen snow. Goku exclaimed. Hee. I told you to look forward to it. How is it? Isn't it wonderful out here? Yes, indeed. Bowsy Mountain is fantastic, and so is the outside world. In this frigid, desolate northern region, at a military base. This is the headquarters. General White, the suspicious individual who previously eliminated Colonel Saluba, has arrived in your vicinity with the Dragon Balls. Commander Wright has issued orders for you to eliminate them swiftly and retrieve the Dragon Balls. I am White. Understood. After concluding the communication, he pondered the implications of having defeated the elite Saluba and his substantial forces. However, regardless of who they were, their power could not be underestimated. Dispersing my troops to search for them is unwise. It would only provide the enemy with opportunities to weaken my forces. It seems the best strategy is to deploy reconnaissance teams, establishing surveillance near Misruta, waiting for them to approach, and then concentrating our forces to eliminate them. As for the command from headquarters, which simply instructs me to eliminate the opposition, how I choose to execute that is entirely up to me. Since I am not at headquarters, Commander Wright has little say. Now that I have ventured out, returning will not be so simple. General White. A middle-aged man with short brown hair, dressed in a brown sweater and green military pants, furrowed his brow in deep thought before issuing orders. Relay the command to the reconnaissance team to establish surveillance throughout Misruta. No fly should escape my notice. I demand accurate reports at all times. Yes, General White. An hour later, on the ground, a small figure, evidently human, trudged through the snow, leaving a trail of footprints in the thick layer of snow. Goku. There's a person. Let us go down. The Nimbus swiftly descended, bringing Goku and Bulma before the individual. Goku leaped down to meet a girl dressed warmly, slightly taller than him. Hey, hello, I'm Goku. I'm Suno. Surprised by the sudden appearance of the two, Suno replied. Bulma, seated on the Nimbus, looked at the young girl and spoke kindly. Hello, Suno. I'm Bulma. We just arrived here and are unfamiliar with your area. We were hoping to find someone to help us understand the situation. Could you assist us? Suno, captivated by Bulma's melodious voice, readily agreed. Sure. You can come to my house. Let us sit for a while, and I'll have my mother explain things to you. Thank you, Suno. Why don't you sit beside me? Let us make the Nimbus go a bit faster. Bulma invited, patting the space beside her. Suno climbed aboard. Astonished as she felt the Nimbus, this is incredible. It can carry people. What is this? The Nimbus cloud. It can fly, Goku explained. 3 minutes later. Before a red circular house, Suno called out, Mom, open the door. I'm home. The door swung open swiftly, revealing a modest middle-aged woman, who looked at Suno, Goku, and Bulma in astonishment. Oh, Suno, you're back. Who are they? They are Goku and Bulma. They just arrived and want to learn about this area. So I brought them home. Welcome. Please, have a seat. I'll boil some water to warm you up. After gently speaking, Suanua's mother, Susanna, went to boil some water. They were interrupted as Bulma entered with Goku. Half an hour later, Goku and Bulma, warmed by the hot water, sat inside the house. Bulma removed her coat and placed it aside, while Suanua quietly sat beside her mother, listening intently to Susanna's narrative. In the extreme northern region of Gagda, spanning thousands of miles, snow accumulates year-round, and the sun never graces the land. Only we, the Orican people, reside here. We are a minority, few in number. And this is our large village, Kolochi, comprising 200 households. Our daily sustenance comes from fishing, hunting, and herding, allowing us to live in peace and tranquility. However, recently, our serene existence has been shattered by the emergence of the Red Ribbon Army. They invaded our tribe, gathering us all together. Several brave young men from our village resisted valiantly but were gunned down. The village elder was also captured. and they used violence to coerce us into searching for the Dragon Balls. If you have no pressing matters, I suggest you leave here as soon as possible. It is not safe at present." As Susanna spoke, she covered her mouth and began to sob softly. The current state of life was agonizing for her. Her existence felt perilous, and the future appeared bleak. While she and her husband could manage, Suanua was only 10 years old. "You and Suanua have been so kind to us. Let me help you eliminate the Red Ribbon Army. After all, we are also in search of the Dragon Balls," Goku said with an easy smile. Suanua, feeling upset due to her mother's tears, retorted angrily, "What nonsense are you talking? That's the Red Ribbon Army. They are adults and armed. You look even smaller than I do." "Good children do not tell lies," she declared. "I am a good child. I never lie. And I'm not small anymore." With a huff, she stood up. Clad in a gray sweater with red hair, Suanua approached Goku. Goku, perplexed, stood up as Suanua stretched out her tiny hand and placed it on his head, comparing their heights. "Humph, you're still shorter than me. I may be a bit small, but I'm already 10. You look like a 5 or 6-year-old. To be a good child, you must not lie, understand?" After asserting herself, Suanua patted Goku's head, gazing at him earnestly. Bulma chuckled softly, managing to calm her emotions. She tucked a strand of her teal hair behind her ear and said gently, "Suan, don't let his appearance fool you. He is already 16. I was deceived by him too. He belongs to a unique race, the Scions, and among them, he is likely developing at an exceptionally slow rate. I never deceived you." "Bulma," Goku protested. "Really? I still find it hard to believe he is 16, Suanua said, still incredulous as she patted Goku again. "Suanua and Susanna, that stone platform in your home, if I am not mistaken, is made of Nora stone, a naturally occurring material. It is incredibly hard. Even bullets cannot leave a mark on it," Bulma remarked, pointing to the stone platform before them. "We're not entirely sure. We only know it is indeed very hard," Susanna, influenced by Suanua and Goku, ceased her tears and replied uncertainly. "You and Suanua come over here. Goku, show them your strength," Bulma encouraged. "All right, no problem. Watch this," Goku said confidently, stepping forward. He extended his right index finger toward the stone platform, which was slightly shorter than him, and struck it. A sharp crack resonated, and the entire platform split neatly in two. Bulma's cheeks flushed as she approached him and poked his forehead. "You fool, I meant for you to demonstrate your skills, not to break it." "You didn't specify clearly," Goku replied. "Never mind. Splitting it in two is impressive." "I didn't expect you to be so powerful," Bulma remarked. "Bulma and Goku, I beg you, please save us. If this continues, we will have no way to survive. Suanua is still so young. I cannot bear the thought of her dying." Susanna, oppressed since the Red Ribbon Army's arrival, collapsed to the ground, covering her face with her hands and weeping heart-wrenchingly. "Mom," Suanua said sadly, hugging Susanna's arm. After a few minutes, as Susanna calmed down slightly, Bulma spoke softly, filled with confidence, "Don't worry. Goku and I will help you." Upon learning from Susanna that the Red Ribbon Army stronghold was located 50 kilometers southwest in Misruta, Bulma and Goku decisively set off. At their doorstep, watching Bulma and Goku disappear from sight, Suan quietly asked, "Mom, are they really going to be okay?" "Yes, I believe in them. They are so capable. Even if they ultimately cannot defeat the Red Ribbon Army, they will surely return safely. If it comes to that, I will ask them to take you away with them. With their help, you will certainly survive, Suanua." "Mom, I don't want that. I want to stay with you." The 10-year-old Suanua looked anxiously at Susanna, gripping her arm tightly. "Listen, Suanua, I will only do that if it is absolutely necessary. You are my precious daughter," Susanna said, tears streaming down her face as she embraced Suanua, trembling as she spoke. Chapter 42, Kadri and Majite Report. General White, an unusual flying contraption, bearing a small demon and an armored warrior, swiftly approaches our base in Misruta from a distance of 40 kilometers. With short hair and clad in a brown sweater, White's eyes glinted with a cold, murderous intent as he spoke sternly to the adjutant beside him. "Relay this order. Gather our 5,000 officers and soldiers at the first training ground in Misruta, under the full command of Lieutenant Colonel Kadri. Inform Major Metal to maintain a presence on the second level of Misruta, and summon the Purple Ninja to my command room. Should any issues arise, report to me immediately. I do not wish for any mistakes." Understanding White's intent, the adjutant responded nervously, "Yes, General White, there will be no errors." "Bulma, behold that towering edifice," exclaimed Wukong, marveling at the vast circular structure before them. It is indeed large, with a diameter of 1.5 kilometers and 4 stories high. There must be numerous individuals within. Leave those minions to me. You can't simply obliterate them with one energy blast. There are hostages inside. My armor's energy is sufficient for several days. And I have prepared reserve energy as well. As for ammunition, I brought a full stock of 1 million rounds, enough to sustain a large-scale battle. At the first level of Misruda, on the soldiers' training ground, 5,000 soldiers, armed with various firearms, stood solemnly in formation before the scarred and angular-faced Lieutenant Colonel Kadri, who stood at 175 centimeters tall and donned a red and black uniform. Listen closely. I, Lieutenant Colonel Kadri, will lead you. You are to obey my orders without question. I do not wish to hear a second voice. Do you understand? Kadri's booming voice echoed throughout the training ground. Understood. The soldiers responded in unison. Kadri, surveying his familiar subordinates, issued strategic directives. I will personally lead 2,000 soldiers to establish roadblocks and cover at the entrance of Misruda, equipped with 50 C6 explosives, to confront the enemy. Though the adversary consists of merely 2 children, they are formidable foes capable of defeating the Saruba forces. I do not wish for any of you to underestimate the enemy or show mercy. Since joining the Red Ribbon Legion, we have no choice. Major Majite, you shall command the remaining 3,000 soldiers to guard the passageway to the second level of Misruda. At your command. I, Majite, will defend Lieutenant Colonel Kadri to the death, replied the tall, fierce-eyed Majite, stepping forward in his major's uniform. Silence. Your duty is to protect General White. I do not wish to hear such words again. Do you understand? Kadri's voice was grave. Majite remained silent. Dismissed. Execute orders immediately. Kadri commanded solemnly. With her high ponytail swaying, Bulma, clad in her armor, and Wukong entered the first level of Misruda. Before them lay barbed wire roadblocks, with piles of sandbags forming makeshift covers 500 meters away. The silhouettes of soldiers flickered, remaining just beyond the reach of Kadri's troops. Looking into Bulma's captivating blue eyes, Wukong asked leisurely, Bulma, do you need my assistance? Not at all. Just watch me. Bulma replied playfully, tossing out a brand new universal capsule. A sleek black rocket launcher appeared in her hands as she aimed it at Kadri's troops 500 meters away and fired. The rocket soared forward, leaving a fiery trail. As Bulma readied the rocket launcher, Kadri swiftly ordered, First Squad, take cover. The rocket, piercing through the roadblock, collided with the sandbag barricade, resulting in a violent explosion that illuminated the area, scattering debris and enveloping the surroundings in thick smoke. Within 100 meters, devastation ensued. Bulma's strike led to the annihilation of the entire first squad of Kadri's troops, with a few soldiers sustaining injuries. Curious, Wukong inquired, Bulma, what was that? That was an Axe-1 demolition bomb. Its range is 2 kilometers, with a blast radius of 100 meters. It's quite handy for clearing such obstacles. Oh, that seems rather interesting. Indeed. If you wish to try it, I can let you play with it another day. For now, let us move forward. Bulma stowed the rocket launcher and ejected 2 new universal capsules, producing 2 luxurious, fully automatic silver rifles. Observing the fallen barricade and the scattered soldiers ahead, she remarked softly, in battle, mere numbers do not guarantee victory. The silver rifles were specially crafted for her, each magazine holding 500 rounds, and she had prepared 100 such magazines. Noticing the 2 young children ahead, Kadri decisively issued an attack command. Recognizing these monstrous children could not be dismissed as mere kids. Second squad, third squad, fourth squad. Encircle and advance with mobile fire. 600 soldiers dispersed rapidly towards Bulma and Wukong, rifles raised, engaging in mobile shooting. Bulma elegantly sprinted, wielding both rifles, moving fluidly as she unleashed a barrage, each shot finding its mark, causing Red Ribbon soldiers to fall one by one. With bloodshot eyes, Kadri watched his subordinates fall, blood spilling freely, and issued a somber command. Notify Odega to bring 9 men equipped with C6 explosives, flares, and tear gas to advance covertly with me for a close-range detonation. Additionally, assign 200 soldiers for cover. Even if it means sacrificing themselves, they must shield us from bullets. As for my final order, if Odega and I fail, inform all soldiers to disperse immediately. They are no longer part of the Red Ribbon Legion. The adjutant, reluctant, protested. Commander Kadri, we still have so many. We can continue to fight. Kadri, his face marred with scars, pointed to Bulma. Look at that armored woman. Since the shooting began, She hasn't had to change her magazine once, and our 600 soldiers have fallen in droves without landing a single hit on her. She moves like a phantom, elusive and deadly. We may be villains, but villains cannot contend with demons. The C6 is our last weapon. If that fails, we are destined for defeat. This is the only final order I can give as your superior. The adjutant hesitated, but General White, while he may have saved my life, the lives of my brothers are also precious. I can accompany him to hell, but he does not have the right to drag my brothers with him. Execute the order. Yes, Commander Kadri. The adjutant swiftly departed the front lines, while Odega and his 9 men approached Kadri. The 11, each equipped with several C6 explosives, advanced towards Bulma. 200 soldiers shielded the daring squad, succumbing one after another amidst the unrelenting gunfire. Their sacrifices laid the groundwork for Kadri's victory. Only Kadri remained alive among the 200 soldiers and the 11 who ventured forth. He successfully advanced within a 150-meter radius of Bulma. While the effective explosion radius of the C6 bomb spans a diameter of 500 meters. With bloodshot eyes and a ghastly expression, Kadri yanked the pin from the C6 bomb. Unleashing a cacophony of explosions that engulfed him in flames, the terrifying shockwave rapidly hurtling toward Bulma. Not far behind Bulma, Goku reacted swiftly to the explosion, vanishing in an instant to position himself before her. A soft golden aura ignited around him, swiftly enveloping Bulma. Upon Goku's emergence, Bulma instinctively clung to him, fear inevitably gripping her in the face of impending doom. The shockwave collided with the golden aura, splitting into two. Once calm returned, Bulma, still shaken, patted her heaving chest, exclaiming, "I never imagined this person could be so ruthless. Thankfully, with you by my side, Goku, otherwise I would have surely perished just now." Goku, smiling at her praise, ruffled his hair, responding, "Aha, it's nothing. I will protect you." Bulma chuckled, "I've long ceased to doubt that." Major Magid, in accordance with Commander Kadri's orders, all soldiers are to retreat immediately. Please execute this command at once. Observing the messenger before him, the imposing Major Magid replied expressionlessly, "Understood." The remaining soldiers, upon hearing the command, erupted into chaos, fleeing in disarray. Subsequently, Goku and Bulma encountered no further resistance and smoothly arrived at the entrance to the second level. Upon seeing a robust middle-aged man standing at the threshold, Bulma quickly assessed his height at 180 centimeters. With a sardonic glint in his blue eyes, he remarked, "I never expected that the Red Ribbon Army would still harbor loyal individuals like you. I, Magid, do not fight for the Red Ribbon Army or for White. I fight solely for Kadri. What are the Red Ribbon and White to me? Were it not for his saving Kadri's life, I would have relished the opportunity to treat him like a mere pawn, a worthless being unworthy of commanding us. Standing here, I am aware I am no match for you. Yet, I am indeed a standard villain. I have committed many misdeeds. However, even a villain possesses the right to seek vengeance. You have slain Kadri, my dearest comrade. Even knowing I may not stand a chance against you, I must try. Otherwise, what would become of me, Magid? This wretched life, since joining the Red Ribbon Army, I have long ceased to care about. Today, if I cannot vanquish you, I shall join him." As Magid spoke, he stealthily retrieved a C6 bomb, fully aware that without a close-range detonation, hope was futile. Regrettably, Bulma, having narrowly escaped peril, had already discerned his intentions. Grasping a luxurious, elegantly crafted silver pistol, she swiftly fired a specially designed silver bullet that pierced Magid's forehead in an instant. Without a drop of blood spilling, he fell straight to the ground, the C6 slipping from his grasp, and only then did blood begin to trickle forth. This specialized silver bullet possessed a velocity and power 50 times that of ordinary ammunition. At the top of Misruda, with a resounding bang, General White, watching the surveillance footage, felt a surge of rage as he heard Magid's words. Veins bulged on his forehead as he slammed his fists into the control console, causing sparks to fly and the video feed to cut out. Beside him, a purple-clad ninja with a knife and tousled chestnut hair, wearing an inscrutable expression, stated, "General White, there is no need to take it to heart. Your primary strength lies with Metal Major and myself, the Purple Ninja. As for these ordinary soldiers, we can simply retrieve as many as needed later." White withdrew his hand, wiping it clean, and his expression regained its composure. "Indeed, the men are dead. Dwelling on it would only make me seem petty. As long as Metal Major and you are stationed here, I, White, have no cause for concern. The third level rests upon your shoulders, Purple Ninja." Chapter 43, A Family Must Be Whole. On the second floor of Misruda, Bulma proceeded through several rooms, all of which were soldier dormitories. She and Goku had now arrived at a spacious cafeteria that was entirely deserted. It appeared that their main force had been the ones they had defeated on the first floor. There's something over there. Goku pointed towards a circular room ahead. All right, let us check it out. That seems to be the entrance to the third floor, Bulma replied. As they entered the circular chamber, they encountered a towering figure. Standing at a height of 5 meters, clad in a blue military uniform. It calmly stated, "Welcome to my domain, Metal Major. This is your final destination. Goku. My armored intelligence system has scanned and identified this as a robot. I can't handle such an opponent. It's up to you." Its power source is located on the right side of its chest, Bulma warned. Goku stepped forward confidently, saying, "No problem." The Metal Major did not waste words. It swung its massive fist towards Goku's head. In response, Goku extended his own fist to meet the attack. The resulting clash produced a thunderous sound that sent dust swirling around them, enveloping them in a haze. Thus began their fierce exchange, the ground trembling beneath their feet as the orderly dust was thrown into chaos, the sounds of their combat echoing throughout the chamber. Realizing that its punches were ineffective, the Metal Major retreated slightly, opening its mouth as energy began to gather, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. Goku drew his Rui Bang, thrusting it forward, penetrating the robot's power source. Currents of electricity surged through the Metal Major, causing it to cease operations. Energy exploded from its mouth, scattering mechanical parts and fluids across the floor. Bulma rushed over, lifting Goku in triumph. "Goku, you did it. You won." Goku's victory brought her more joy than if she had triumphed herself. She did not relish combat, but occasionally desired to fight alongside Goku to showcase her own cleverness. Haha. Goku laughed, scratching his head as he hung in the air. In one of the VIP rooms of Dongdu, one of Earth's 4 supermetropolises, 2 scantily clad women sat closely beside a man whose hands were incessantly wandering. The woman on the left raised her elegant wine glass and coyly urged, "Yamcha, have another sip." She brought the glass to Yamcha's lips, her spirits lifted by the handsome man beside her. "Haha, as long as it's from you, Talia. I'll drink it all," Yamcha responded, relishing the moment. "Yamcha, what about me? You can't leave me out," the woman on the right chimed in, raising her own glass defiantly. "Of course, I wouldn't forget you, Talia," Yamcha repeated his earlier action. A voice, not belonging to either woman, interrupted, "Yamcha, didn't you say you would train hard and seek revenge on that little brat?" Puyalu, holding a fox in her arms, displayed a rosy hue on her cheeks. "Puyalu, are you not enjoying yourself now?" Yamcha asked disdainfully, his gaze suggesting she dare not lie against her own feelings. "Of course I am. Let us forget everything else." Puyalu responded. "Come, let me feed you," Talia offered gently, raising her glass to Puyalu, who blushed as she drank. "Haha, that's the spirit, Puyalu. Let us revel in this moment. As for training, we can address that later." "All right, Yamcha," Puyalu exclaimed joyfully, already slightly intoxicated. On the 3rd floor of Misruda, Bulma gazed at a small forest covering an area of 1 square kilometer, perplexed. "Is this the 3rd floor? How strange that the lights are off, but it doesn't affect us. My intelligence scanning system has detected 5 heat sources. There are 5 people. Oh, but I've detected 6. One of them seems unusual and isn't nearby," Goku noted. "Is that so? Never mind. Let us move forward. We'll find out soon enough," Bulma said as she and Goku continued onward, eager to discover the intentions of those lurking in the shadows. After advancing 500 meters, a concealed foe spoke up. "Welcome to my death forest, little brats. I, the purple ninja, shall be your end." Just as he finished speaking, 5 spiral shurikens launched at them from different directions, and the lights flickered on, revealing a circular room filled with trees and several houses beside a pond. Bulma grasped a luxurious silver pistol in her right hand and fired 4 shots, bang, 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 hitting 4 of the shurikens. With her left hand, she seized the last shuriken and hurled it at the enemy ahead. With a loud crash, the man dressed in purple and sporting a feathered hairstyle fell heavily to the ground. Trembling, he pulled the shurikens from his body, blood spraying forth. He quickly pressed on a pressure point to staunch the flow and glared at Bulma, asking darkly, "How did you discover me?" However, his question would remain unanswered. As Bulma fired twice more, launching specially designed silver bullets that surpassed normal ammunition in speed and power by over 50 times. The first bullet struck his forehead, followed swiftly by the second, which collided with the first, amplifying its force and penetrating his skull. The purple ninja crumpled to the ground, lifeless. From the 4 directions, For individuals rushed forward to his side, all exclaiming in unison, "Boss!" Witnessing their fallen leader, they cast vengeful glares at Bulma. Bulma, surprised by the identical appearances of the newcomers, exclaimed, "Wow, I didn't expect your mother to be so remarkable as to bear quintuplets." "What are quintuplets?" Goku asked, puzzled. "That means a woman gives birth to 5 nearly identical children at once. That is quite impressive." The vengeful eyes of the remaining ninjas narrowed as one spoke fiercely, "Indeed. We are quintuplets. You just killed our leader, Purple Cabbage. We are Purple Bamboo, Purple Pineapple, Purple Dumpling, and Purple Corn. How dare you violate the code of honor? We all use cold weapons, yet you resorted to firearms. Do you have any sense of a warrior spirit?" Bulma, holding her elegant silver pistol, performed a graceful flourish before responding leisurely. "Firstly, you attacked first. Secondly, I am not a warrior. I am a lady, a beautiful and charming lady." Zissin had already discerned that Bulma was impervious to reason. Attempting to incapacitate her willpower was utterly impossible. He cast aside the recently proclaimed samurai spirit, declaring, "Let us join forces and eliminate this vile woman, avenging our leader." "But, second brother, did you not just speak of the samurai spirit?" Upon hearing fifth brother's words, Zissin, filled with indignation, retorted, "Fool, that was merely a ruse. When one's life is at stake, what need is there for such ideals? Let us strike together and reduce her to mincemeat." With that, Zissin unsheathed his flying sickle, gripping the slender chain in his left hand while gracefully wielding it in his right, resembling a harbinger of death. Zabuoluo drew the treasured blade from his back with his right hand and clutched 3 spiral shurikens in his left. Zadubo brandished a pair of short staves, skillfully wielding them as if they were nunchaku. Zayumi, providing support from a distance, held a rifle in both hands. Wukong, await my triumph over them. A family must stand united, leaving none behind. After uttering these words, Bulma calmly advanced, with Zissin, Zabuoluo, and Zadubo forming a triangular formation around her, while Zayumi provided covering fire from the perimeter. "Vile woman, it is too late for your apologies. Prepare to meet your end." At Zissin's command, he hurled his flying sickle with ferocity towards Bulma. Zabuoluo unleashed his shurikens in unison before charging forward with his sword drawn. Zadubo followed closely, swinging his staves to avoid friendly fire, while Zayumi continued to rain bullets from the outside. Faced with the 4 impending attacks, Bulma nimbly leapt upward, raising her silver pistol with determination, aiming directly at Zayumi and firing a bullet that struck true. Utilizing the recoil from her weapon, she executed a graceful backflip, landing a powerful kick to Zabuoluo's neck. Zabuoluo, critically wounded in the carotid artery, his eyes bulging, collapsed lifelessly to the ground. It was only at this moment that Zissin and Zadubo reacted, with Zissin's anguished scream piercing the air. "Fifth brother. Third brother. No, vile woman. I shall take you down with me." He lamented for fourth brother. "Second brother, forgive me. We are no match for her." In a fit of desperation, he tore his clothing, revealing an array of explosives strapped to his body, and ignited the fuse, charging at Bulma with a deranged expression, exclaiming, "Haha, vile woman. This is an enhanced C6 bomb. With a boom, this entire floor will be obliterated. Let us descend into hell together." As the fuse burned perilously close to its end, Bulma decisively shot him in the forehead and swiftly ducked behind Wukong, clinging tightly to him. A deafening explosion ensued, obliterating everything on the 3rd floor of Misruta, causing the entire structure to tremble violently, with the upper level tilting precariously downward. Golden flames enveloped Wukong, shielding Bulma as a torrent of debris and splintered would surge towards them, disintegrating upon contact with the golden aura. Once the chaos subsided, Bulma emerged, surveying the aftermath with a triumphant smirk. "Heh, that trick does not work on me. Let us depart. I sensed a 6th presence earlier, something humanoid yet not quite human. Let us investigate." "Very well, let us go." Upon reaching the vicinity of the 4th floor's entrance, Wukong removed a massive stone, revealing a burly man lying beneath. "Indeed, there is someone here. My scanning system failed to detect him." "Hey, who are you? Are you a villain from the Red Ribbon Army?" Upon hearing Bulma's voice, the muscular man rose slowly, dusting himself off, and replied in a deep voice, "I am android number 8. At this moment, Bulma and Wukong noticed that the figure before them was clad in deep blue attire, with his limbs shackled by heavy iron chains. Bulma, uncertain, inquired, "You cannot possibly be a villain, or else you would not be in this predicament. I was created by General White, but I reject his ideology, which is why I have been imprisoned here, only released when needed." Android number 8 effortlessly snapped the chains binding his wrists. "Your strength appears to be formidable. Why do you not resist? Wukong asked, perplexed. After all, they are my creators, and I am rather timid, disinclined to engage in conflict. We must seek out General White. If you have no business here, you should leave promptly. After speaking to android number 8, Bulma turned to depart, wishing to save time. May I accompany you? Android number 8 implored earnestly. If possible, I wish to persuade General White to cease his misdeeds, and I also request that you spare him. After all, he is my creator, and I cannot remain indifferent. Should you wish to follow, then follow. As for whether or not we spare him, that will depend on our decision. Bulma replied before setting off. Chapter 44, The Perfect Super Saiyan in the final chamber of Misruta, General White's command room. Bulma and Android 8 entered alongside Goku. You two are truly remarkable. I never imagined I, White, would be reduced to this state, all thanks to you insufferable brats, White remarked. His expression impassive as he clapped his hands in mock approval. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the bloodshot veins in his eyes. Where is the village elder you captured? Hand him over, Goku demanded. White erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Fortunately, I spared his life, and as it turns out, he has proven useful at a critical moment. Bring him forth. White seized the communicator on his desk and issued a command to his trusted subordinates in the hidden chamber. 2 minutes later, the wall of the command room cracked open, revealing a soldier escorting the village elder, a gun pressed firmly against his temple. Cautiously eyeing Goku and the others as he stepped out of the elevator. His finger rested on the trigger, ready to fire. General White, I have brought the man. Good. Well done, Nochi. Hand me the gun. I shall deal with him personally. Nochi complied, relinquishing the firearm to White. In a swift motion, White yanked the village elder forward and shot Nochi dead, leaving the others in the command room utterly astonished. What are you doing? He was your subordinate. How could you kill him? Goku questioned, a hint of anger in his voice, while Android 8's sorrowful expression indicated his desire to intercede for White was now forgotten. Huh. And what of it? I cannot even guarantee my own survival in Misruta, let alone allow him to walk away alive. Ha ha ha. What do you think? If I were a merciful man, I would not have attained my current position, White exclaimed, his laughter echoing through the room. He then turned to Bulma, his tone icy. Listen here, little girl, I advise you to lower that weapon. Otherwise, if my finger slips, this old man's head will burst like a watermelon. At that moment, the village elder closed his eyes and shouted, Do not concern yourselves with me. If sacrificing my life can restore peace to our Oranghan tribe, I die without regret. Pull the trigger. Village elder, I am about to act. When we return, I will inform Suno and the others. Do you have any last words? Goku asked earnestly, awaiting the elder's final wishes. Hearing Goku's words, the elder's face flushed as he stammered, if you could save me in the process, I would be even happier. Ha 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 ha. The initially tense atmosphere was shattered as White burst into laughter. With a bang, the gun fired. White's laughter abruptly ceased, and his body stiffened as he collapsed, blood splattering the village elder's face. Bulma exclaimed in exasperation, Stop screaming. You're not dead. Honestly, I was moved by your words at first. Upon hearing her, the village elder regained his composure, trembling slightly. What a terrifying girl. You didn't even warn me before acting. You nearly scared me to death, he said, his legs still quaking. Android 8 approached and lifted White's lifeless body. 8, what are you doing? Goku inquired. He is, after all, the one who created me. The least I can do for him is to give him a proper burial. Is that so? 8, you are quite commendable. Goku responded. Really? Is that so, Goku? 8 smiled. Eventually, 8 buried White within Misruta, and Bulma and Goku returned with the village elder and Android 8 to Carlochi. At the entrance, Suno gazed into the distance with excitement. Mom. Goku and the others have returned with the village elder. Really? That's wonderful. Suno, they must have succeeded. Tomorrow, we can go and retrieve your father, Susanna exclaimed, joyfully rushing outside to behold the figures slowly approaching across the snowy landscape. In Suno's home, Susanna looked at Goku and Bulma with immense gratitude. Goku, Bulma, I cannot thank you enough. You have saved the lives of everyone in Carlochi. Please allow us to host you properly. Oh, it's no trouble at all. By the way, I forgot to search for the Dragon Balls, Bulma said, slapping her forehead as the realization struck her and Goku that they had overlooked them. The Dragon Balls? I have them, Android 8 said, retrieving the 3-star ball from his pocket. Bulma, puzzled, asked, Huh? ISNT the Red Ribbon Army always searching for the Dragon Balls? How did they end up with you? Android 8 replied, somewhat bashfully, Because General White intended to find the Dragon Balls and eliminate all the people of Carlochi. I couldn't bear to let that happen. So I hid the Dragon Balls to prevent them from being found. I admire you greatly, both for burying White and for safeguarding the Dragon Balls. Since you have nowhere else to go, why not come and live with me? I will treat you as my son, and you can help me in my old age. The village elder proposed, gazing at Android 8 with hope. He had lost his son long ago in an accident and now lived alone with only his wife. Thank you. I would love that. However, I have a special bomb implanted in my body, so I cannot. Android 8 replied, a hint of sadness in his tone. Do not worry. Suno knows Dr. Rocky. He is a scientist and should be able to remove the bomb for you. Susanna shared the good news with A8. Really? That would be wonderful. If that is the case, I would be delighted. A8 accompanied the village elder home, while Goku and Bulma stayed overnight at Suno's house, sharing a bedroom with her. Goku. Bulma, you must remember to visit me again, Suno said, feeling reluctant as she had learned that Bulma and Goku would be departing the next day. Yes, Suno. We will come by when we have the chance, Bulma promised softly, while Goku had already drifted into slumber. In Goku's consciousness realm, the scene was vastly different from the initial emptiness. Brilliant stars spun around, and the ethereal shadows of planets flowed in a dreamlike radiance. Ah, have I entered the realm of consciousness? But I did not intend to come here. Goku pondered, bewildered, when a burst of colorful light pierced through the space and landed before him. In an instant, he realized what was happening and joyfully addressed the fading figure, Master Bardock. It has been a long time. Ho ho ho. What? Did you miss me? Bardock, adorned in her usual attire, smiled teasingly. Indeed, Master. I have made progress in the Zizai-Ge technique. However, since I began, I feel I require a period of stabilization before I can continue my training, Goku explained. Bardock, momentarily distracted, did not pay attention to Goku's words and instead remarked wistfully, what a shame. Such a delightful appearance cannot be maintained for long, but never mind. When he grows up, he should be quite the sight. He will likely be even more handsome than in his previous life, especially after mastering the Zizai-Ge technique. Gazing at Bardock, whose eyes sparkled with starlight and exuded infinite charm, Goku inquired, Master, what are you talking about? Snapping back to reality, Bardock caressed her exquisite face. Slightly entranced, ho ho, it's nothing. It's quite normal. It will stabilize in time. As for how to achieve that, that is your concern. Master, I am merely responsible for guiding you to the threshold. Even I am currently only at the second stage of the realm of utmost freedom. So, what lies in the third stage, Master? Wukong's curiosity has always been insatiable. At this moment, you need not concern yourself with it. After all, you have just entered the first stage of divine attainment. This first stage is subdivided into 4 minor phases: entry, minor success, major success, and completion. Mastery of utmost freedom below 30 falls within the entry stage. 30 to 60 constitutes the minor success stage. 60 to 99 represents the major success stage. And the final 100 signifies completion. For you, it is merely a matter of time. Therefore, calm your mindset and proceed step by step with solid determination. Do you understand? Bardock earnestly advised, for only with a strong foundation can one transcend to higher realms. I understand, Master. Now, let us engage in a sparring match. Allow me to witness the extent of your current strength. If you do not demonstrate it, even I will remain unaware of your capabilities. Bardock gazed curiously at her beloved disciple. Very well, Master. I shall showcase the fruits of my years of cultivation. Wukong replied joyfully. During his time on Baozi Mountain, he had been invincible. Having ventured out for over a year, he had yet to encounter anyone who could make him take things seriously. Today, with Master Bardock's arrival, he could finally validate his training. Ever since entering the realm of utmost freedom, he felt himself growing stronger, with all his cells transforming into a pale golden hue. Wukong began to unleash his energy, causing every cell in his body to awaken, releasing the latent power that lay deep within. A pale golden aura enveloped him, and his hair appeared to burn like a fluffy pale golden flame. His eyes, with crystal green irises encircling pale golden pupils, created an extraordinarily mystical appearance. Master, this is my first form. As soon as Wukong finished speaking, he actively channeled the utmost freedom technique, instantly layering it upon his first form. His entire being underwent a new transformation. His hair shifted from pale gold to starry silver, and his aura turned silver as well. His eyes, now radiating silver light amidst the crystal green and pale gold, exuded a divine presence. Master, this is the entirety of my current strength. Behold my second form, Wukong declared, transforming into a streak of silver light and instantly appearing before Badosi, only to shoot away at an even greater speed. Ouch, that hurts. The 70-centimeter-tall Wukong sat amidst the expanse of his consciousness, cradling his head in pain, his forehead swollen. Badosi approached him, gently caressing his face while exclaiming, "Oh dear, it seems that I, as your master, am still more formidable. Therefore, you must strive to become stronger, Wukong. Master, you remain as powerful as ever. Your prowess is truly astonishing. Despite my substantial growth, I am still no match for you." Wukong stood up, astonished. Hearing Wukong's praise made Badosi's eyes shine even brighter. "Ho ho ho. As your master, if I were not more powerful than you, how could I teach you? The form you just layered with utmost freedom should not be utilized in the future. It does not significantly enhance your combat power. It merely reveals the divine aura hidden within your cells, manifesting the divine realm externally. Since you have successfully entered the realm of utmost freedom, you have already entered the divine sequence. In the world of the divine, your status is relatively esteemed. At a certain level, divine beings who observe your divine form will clearly recognize that you have mastered the utmost freedom, which is not beneficial for your current development. Furthermore, your first form, in Scion terms, is referred to as Super Scion. However, due to the perfect cultivation of utmost freedom, your form is several times stronger than an ordinary Super Scion, with attack and movement speeds reaching 3 times the speed of light, and your energy level surpassing that of an ordinary Super Scion by 3-fold. Since it is a perfect cultivation, from now on, you shall be known as Perfect Super Scion. The aforementioned information need not be fully comprehended by you at this moment, but it is essential for you to remember it well. You will come to understand in due course. Do you understand? Badosi instructed with a serious expression, not wishing for any unforeseen circumstances to arise. Indeed, Perfect Super Scion sounds splendid. Master, I sense that there is still vast potential for development ahead. The realm of utmost freedom constantly refines your cells. Once a certain threshold is reached, your cells will undergo evolution, and the subsequent stages will present themselves. However, as you progress, the difficulty of refinement may gradually increase, so you must diligently cultivate the utmost freedom. This way, your cultivation speed will not lag, for as you advance, the span between each stage becomes considerable, and becoming stronger is no longer a simple task. By firmly taking each step, you will eventually shatter one limit after another, completely surpassing the bounds of your race's potential. After finishing her words, Badosi fell into a moment of contemplation. Truly, he is exceptionally gifted. The history and future of the Scions may be glorified because of him. In the universe, apart from a few rare exceptions, most beings undergo extremely rigorous training to gradually evolve their cellular structure. In contrast, Wukong is almost akin to a newly born angel. Our evolutionary journey has been lengthy, and even I, as a master, find myself slightly envious of him. Chapter 45, the beginning of the culinary master's journey. By the way, master, what brings you here? It has been a long time since I last saw you. Wukong's large eyes were filled with curiosity. Haha. The reason is that master has come to assign you a new training task. How does that sound? Surprised, aren't you? Babos smiled mysteriously. Is it true? That's wonderful, master. What is the new training task? Wukong bounced with excitement and eagerly inquired. Babos' expression turned slightly serious as she spoke slowly and gravely. This is a rather arduous task. Wukong, are you mentally prepared? Yes. Master, I am ready. Wukong stood tall and answered loudly. Seeing your determination reassures me. Master believes you can excel in this training task. So, Master, what exactly is this training task? Cooking, my dear. How does that sound? Isn't it splendid? Are you feeling excited? Babos giggled behind her hand. I don't understand. Isn't cooking just about putting the meat on the grill? What is different about that? Looking at Wukong's puzzled expression, Babos wiped the smile from her face and said with a hint of seriousness, Of course, it is different. As you continue to grow stronger, you must master your abilities impeccably, and cooking can greatly assist you in achieving that. For instance, with rice and noodles, you must control the timing, heat, strength, and moisture to achieve the perfect state. Only then will the taste be exquisite. Also, with eggs, your current strength could easily cause them to shatter if you are not careful. You need to advance further, control your power, find the center, and with a gentle tap, split it cleanly in half, ensuring not a single drop spills. And fish, how can you slice it into identical thin pieces that dissolve in your mouth? When you attain the realm of the culinary deity, The celestial dragon will be worthy of your culinary prowess. As she spoke, Babos squinted her eyes, cradled her face with her hands, and opened her delicate lips slightly, lost in a moment of blissful reminiscence. So, cooking carries such profound martial principles. Wukong exclaimed in awe, suddenly enlightened. Indeed. In any case, you must practice diligently. I will check your progress later, and if I am not satisfied, the consequences will be severe. Hearing Wukong's voice, Babos snapped back to reality and warned him with a serious expression. Understood, Master. I will strive to become the best. Master looks forward to it. I must take my leave now. With that, Babos' ethereal form transformed into a radiant spectrum of light and vanished. As dawn broke, Wukong awoke. After successfully locating Dr. Flap, who helped disarm the bomb within him, Wukong, along with Aba and the Suno family, gazed at the clouds in the sky and shouted, Wukong, Bulma, you must come back to play again. Yes. Goodbye, Suno, Susanna, and Aba. Wukong waved enthusiastically in response. After departing from the north, Bulma returned to her usual glamorous self. When faced with uncertainty, consult Bulma. Wukong eagerly asked, Bulma, I want to learn how to cook. What should I do? Bulma turned. Her azure eyes filled with confusion as she looked at Wukong. Huh? Why learn that? If you want to eat something, I can simply have the chef prepare it for you. At home, our cooking is done by intelligent robots. If you wish to change the flavor, we can easily hire a top chef to cook on site. This is a new training task assigned by my master. Oh, your master is not the turtle hermit, is he? He has been around? Bulma questioned, puzzled, as she had been with Wukong throughout this time. It's another master. Who is it? Do I know them? Wukong replied with a hint of distress. She won tea, let me say? You don't know her. TCH. So mysterious. If you don't want to say, fine. As for cooking, once we find the Dragon Balls, come back to West City with me, and I will find the best top chef to teach you. Bulma pouted slightly, her dissatisfaction plainly written on her face as she quickly turned away, her greenish-blue hair swishing across Wukong's face. Humph. I really want to know. How can you not tell me? It's just a person. So secretive. You can't even keep me from being upset. Watching Bulma's retreating figure, Wukong blinked his large eyes and earnestly said, Yes. Thank you, Bulma. You are my best friend. Haha. Is that so? You are also my best friend. The clouds cleared, and Bulma turned back, her face lighting up with a joyful smile, the earlier displeasure forgotten. In the area of the former Bread Mountain, Chi-Chi's new home. After the destruction of Bread Mountain, most of the Bull Demon King's treasures were lost. With no treasures to guard, he now lived with his daughter and the villagers. In the past, he showed no mercy to those who came to seize his treasures, but he took great care of the villagers, earning their respect. The Bull Demon King slowly walked into his daughter's room and found Chi-Chi quietly leaning against the window, chin resting in her hands. Softly murmuring to herself, I wonder where my husband, Wukong, is now. Just thinking of him makes my heart race. Could this be what Mother calls love? I truly want to see him. After a moment of contemplation, the Bull Demon King approached and gently asked, Chi-Chi, do you really want to see Wukong? Daddy. You heard that. Chi-Chi turned around, shyly covering her face, feeling embarrassed. At 12 years old, she had grown a bit taller. Chi-Chi, since you wish to see Wukong so much, let us go visit Grandma. Let her divine and see where Wukong is now, and if it's not too far, I'll accompany you to play with him. Really? Daddy, let us go quickly. To Grandma's, it'll take a while. Chi-Chi exclaimed, pulling the Bull Demon King along eagerly. In the Satama wasteland, Chi-Chi drove the floating vehicle, carrying the Bull Demon King, and came to a halt. Before them lay a small oasis, at the center of which stood several houses radiating a mysterious aura. After the Bull Demon King exited the vehicle, he rushed forward, calling loudly, Grandma, Grandma, stop shouting. I'm not deaf yet. An elderly woman, donned in a pointed witch's hat and clad in a black robe, floated out from one of the houses. Perched atop a crystal ball, gazing at the Bull Demon King, whom she had watched grow up, she curiously asked, Is the sun rising from the west today? You, little rascal, actually came to see this old woman. There must be something on your mind to come here. Haha, Grandma, don't say that. It's just that Chi-Chi really wants to see Wukong and would like you to help her find out where he is. The Bull Demon King, with his robust frame, bent slightly, smiling and attempting to appease her. Pa, you want me to expend the magical energy I painstakingly cultivated for such a trivial matter? Grandma, this is hardly a trivial matter. It concerns my future. I want to marry Wukong. If it weren't for the fact that I watched you two grow up, I wouldn't bother helping you with this triviality. After a slight complaint from the old woman, she leapt from the crystal ball, extending her hands towards it to unleash her magical powers, reciting an incantation. The crystal ball shimmered with brilliance when suddenly, a surge of lightning enveloped it, revealing a myriad of fissures across its surface. Oh no, my precious crystal ball. You little rascal, you shall compensate me. The old woman, in a fit of fury, abruptly halted her spellcasting, directing her ire at the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King, feeling guilty, wiped his face and murmured, "Well, I've lost all my treasure and cannot afford to repay you. You scoundrel. In a few days, bring your daughter Chi-Chi to work off your debt. If you fail to earn back the money for my crystal ball, I shall flay you alive." Yes, no problem. But, we haven't yet settled matters regarding Chi-Chi. The Bull Demon King sheepishly inquired, inching closer. It seemed that the days ahead would not be easy. Given the current situation, how could everything be in vain? Moreover, the shattering of my crystal ball indicates that this little imp is no ordinary being. Chi-Chi marrying him would be far more advantageous for her. Such a promising prospect cannot be overlooked. Just wait, I shall employ another method for a vague prediction. After uttering these words, the old woman retrieved several turtle shells, circling them around Chi-Chi before suddenly scattering them onto the ground, studying the markings on the shells. Fortunately, the bond between you two is profound. I've divined that tomorrow afternoon, he will appear in your current vicinity, and you shall naturally encounter one another. Wukong isn't coming to propose to me, is he? How embarrassing! Chi-Chi exclaimed, covering her face in shyness. You little girl, what are you thinking? You can't even bear children yet, and you're already fantasizing about marriage. Get a grip. In a few days, come with your father and work diligently. I shall arrange for you to receive proper lessons on how to be a qualified wife, and when you are of suitable age, I will see to your marriage. Do you understand? The old woman chided Chi-Chi loudly. Indeed, grandmother, you are right. I am not yet able to have children. I will study diligently. When I grow up, I shall have Wukong marry me. Chi-Chi nodded in agreement. Bull Demon King, take your precious daughter and tidy up my room. Then be off. The Bull Demon King, slightly blushing, replied, Grandmother, could you please refrain from calling me by my childhood nickname? I am quite grown now. Oh, you're grown? Can you possibly be older than I? Enough of this nonsense. I've lost count of how many times I've spanked that backside of yours. Now, hurry and get to work. The Bull Demon King, feeling embarrassed, led Chi-Chi towards the house. Chapter 46. Another opportunity to organize your thoughts as night fell. The Bull Demon King and Chi-Chi returned to their residence on the Bread Mountain. The Bull Demon King set a basin of foot-washing water before Chi-Chi and began to engage her in casual conversation. Chi-Chi, since Wukong is likely to visit tomorrow, let us prepare a lavish feast to welcome him. In a few days, we shall move to live with the fortune-telling grandmother. Chi-Chi, her cheeks flushed, softly replied, All right, father. I feel so excited. Tomorrow, I will finally meet Wukong, and when we go to the grandmother's, I will assist her and study diligently. I will always support you. The following day, the Bull Demon King awoke and, with his robust physique, ran along the village roads, calling out loudly, Everyone, we are hosting a feast. Come and lend a hand. His voice echoed throughout the village, and the townsfolk, upon hearing him, joyfully prepared to head to the Bull Demon King's villa. Meanwhile, he ventured into the wilds to gather the main course for the day. Today's main dish shall be you, he declared, gazing at a dragon soaring in the sky. At that moment, the dragon was devouring a bird that had previously snatched a dragon ball. The Bull Demon King seized a massive stone from the ground and hurled it at the dragon. Struck with great force, the dragon plummeted into the Bull Demon King's grasp, who triumphantly carried it back. In the sky, within a fighter jet, Xiaowu was meticulously observing the situation both on the ground and in the air. King Pilaf, the Dragon Ball was consumed by the dragon and then snatched away. What are we waiting for? Let us retrieve it immediately. Use the loudspeaker to amplify our voice and demand the Dragon Ball be returned. We want to pursue further action if it is surrendered. Seated on the command throne, King Pilaf calmly issued his orders. Ashu, looking somewhat constipated, interjected, But King Pilaf, that is the Bull Demon King. Our fighter jet cannot contend with him. Who cares about the Bull Demon King? I want the Dragon Ball, Pilaf exclaimed, rising to his feet. Xiaowu tugged at his sleeve and whispered, King Pilaf, it's the Bull Demon King, the very one the village elder warned us about. Notorious for his misdeeds. Finally grasping the gravity of the situation, Pilaf awkwardly chuckled and sat back down. Oh, the Bull Demon King. However, we have not yet crossed paths. Haha, your caution is commendable. Survival is paramount for our Pilaf army. Although the Dragon Ball is important, our lives are even more so. Ashu Xiaowu, you both did well. Tomorrow, each of you shall receive an extra chicken leg. Yes, King Pilaf. Ashu responded, elated at the rare praise, then curiously inquired. What shall we do next, King Pilaf? Good question, Ashu. The key to success lies in your hands. Do you have confidence in accomplishing the task? Indeed. I, Ashu, vow to complete the mission, he affirmed, but then noticed Pilaf approaching him, bound by ropes, and asked in confusion, King Pilaf, what are you doing? Pilaf calmly returned to his seat, looking at Xiaowu. Xiaowu, lower Ashu to the ground with ropes. We cannot outrun him in the fighter jet. So we shall wait for him here. Ashu, your task is to scout the vicinity of the Bull Demon King, gather valuable intelligence. And once you ascertain the area is safe, signal us. Xiaowu and I will descend to join you. Understood? Pilaf fixed Ashu with a serious gaze as he issued his command. King Pilaf, must I go? It is the Bull Demon King. I wish to live a few more years. I am still young, merely a single dog, and my family relies on me to carry on our lineage. Ashu stammered, blushing shyly. Very well, Pilaf replied, producing a pair of scissors and approaching Ashu with a sinister grin. Ashu, I grant you another opportunity to reorganize your thoughts. All right. I'll go. Ashu exclaimed in terror, eyeing the scissors, and hurriedly made his way to the hatch, opening it and leaping out. Once on the ground, Ashu cautiously advanced, gradually nearing the village of Gobaza, where the Bull Demon King resided. Upon arriving, he noticed villagers bustling about, preparing to assist the Bull Demon King. He quickly approached a kind-looking woman and inquired, Excuse me, what is happening? Why is it so lively today with decorations everywhere? The stout woman chuckled, patting Ashu's head. Little brother, you have quite the observant eye. Unfortunately, we are not suited for one another. Today, the Bull Demon King is hosting a feast, and we are all here to help. It seems they are preparing to welcome a very important guest. The banners are already up. I must hurry now, goodbye. She blew Ashu a playful kiss and ambled away. Wiping his brow, Ashu thought, good thing our races are different. I feel no pressure. I shall take a quick glance at the banners and report back. It is utterly impossible to get too close to the Bull Demon King. An hour later, a signal light illuminated before Pilaf, and he and Xiaowu descended. Upon their arrival, Ashu emerged from the bushes, hurriedly approaching Pilaf to report, King Pilaf. I have completed the mission. The destination is secure. The Bull Demon King is preparing a feast to welcome that little rascal, Sun Wukong, who is yet to arrive at Gobaza. End of report. Well done, Ashu. What a splendid opportunity. You two come over here. I shall explain our next steps, understood? Pilaf stated, looking at his two top aides with earnestness. Understood. Indeed, King Pilaf. You are the most intelligent heir of our tribe, they praised loudly. With a light load, Pilaf and his two top aides set off. Upon reaching the Bull Demon King's residence, they found him standing at the entrance, welcoming guests. How come I haven't seen you three little ones around the village? Hello, Uncle Bull Demon King. I am Pilaf, a good friend of Wukong. He is busy behind us, but will be here shortly. We have come ahead, the diminutive Pilaf said with a beaming smile, rubbing his hands together. Oh, so you are Wukong's friends. Welcome. Please come in. Since Wukong is on his way, let us begin serving the food. You may start eating while I fetch Chi-Chi. The Bull Demon King exclaimed before rushing into the spacious inner courtyard, calling out, Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi. Wukong's friends have arrived. Come out and greet them. Miss Chi-Chi has gone to gather flowers in the back mountain. She is not here right now. Please, stop calling. My ears are ringing. Came the reply. I see. The Bull Demon King returned to the banquet hall, sheepishly addressing the three little ones. Chi-Chi is out, so it falls upon me to entertain you. No worries. Do not mind us. Please, go about your business. In the distance, remnants of Sir Rubar's troops approached in tanks, slowly emerging. Sir Leza. Ahead lies the location of the Dragon Ball, but it seems to be within the Bull Demon King's territory, although the vast army of Zaruba has been annihilated. Leaving only our small squad, we are confident that with our 20 tanks, we can contend with a formidable foe like the Bull Demon King. Headquarters has issued a dire command. We must retrieve the Dragon Balls, or face the fate of joining the fallen Zaruba. Prepare for the assault. The cold and resolute Commander Leza, donned in his officer's cap and with a complexion of a yellowish hue, issued the order without regard for the inhabitants of the village. Meanwhile, as the Bull Demon King engaged in jovial conversation with Pilaf, the sound of explosions erupted throughout the village. Enraged, he rose to his feet, declaring that anyone daring to disrupt this celebratory occasion would face his wrath. Grasping his massive axe, he swiftly made his way toward the source of the disturbance. Pilaf, stop eating. This is serious, urged Mai, nudging the still munching Pilaf. Wiping his mouth, Pilaf hurriedly dove into the main course to retrieve the Dragon Ball. Axio, hoist that leg. We must depart. With the Pilaf gang having successfully acquired a Dragon Ball, they made their triumphant exit. On the other side, Commander Leza lamented. The Bull Demon King is too powerful. We are no match for him. He has already destroyed 10 of our tanks. If this continues, we will face total annihilation. Humph. First, launch the flares, and then fire the adhesive rounds to obscure his vision. Let us see how he responds to that. With that, over 10 flares were launched, forcing the Bull Demon King to close his eyes against the blinding light. The adhesive rounds followed closely, shrouding his sight. You think you can defeat me? The second disciple of Master Wu Tian, with such tactics? You underestimate me. The Bull Demon King tightened his grip on the colossal axe, sensing the surrounding energy before violently swinging it. With a thunderous command of returning axe, the massive weapon spun rapidly through the air, piercing through tank after tank before returning to his grasp, resulting in a series of explosive detonations. Thus, the Zaruba army faced complete obliteration. Chapter 47. A reminder of my power. Half a month after leaving Karloki, Bulma gazed at the familiar scenery before her and softly remarked while examining the dragon radar, Goku. That is Frybread Mountain. The Dragon Ball seems to be just ahead. At that moment, the Nimbus cloud swooped down swiftly, and Goku rose to his feet, shouting below. Hey, isn't that my wife, Chi-Chi? Bulma stumbled slightly, clenched her right fist, and struck him on the head, exclaiming, Don't you dare act recklessly. Goku, feeling wronged, rubbed his head and protested, I didn't act recklessly. Chi-Chi taught me that. Be quiet. Bulma's previously calm demeanor erupted once more. Humph. It's just inexplicably unpleasant. Goku, perplexed but aware of Bulma's anger, wisely kept his mouth shut. The Nimbus landed in front of Chi-Chi, and Goku leaped down. Ugh, Goku, why are you shouting so loudly? Chi-Chi said shyly, covering her face. Chi-Chi, you seem to have grown a little taller. What brings you here? Goku asked, puzzled. Really? After hearing you were coming. I specially came to pick flowers for you. Chi-Chi bashfully replied, extending the flowers toward him. Goku accepted the flowers and pulled out the rainbow lollipop Bulma had given him, offering it to Chi-Chi. Seeing this, Bulma scoffed, snatched the last lollipop from her pocket, and began to munch on it. Chi-Chi. How did you know Goku and I would be coming? Bulma inquired, confused. Chi-Chi, still covering her face, whispered shyly, Well, because I missed Goku so much. My father took me to see the fortune teller. Goku, in a few days, I'm going to learn how to be a proper bride from the fortune teller. Years from now, when we get married, I'll definitely be a good wife. Oh, I see. Goku nodded, recalling his previous promise. Bulma shot him a bemused glance, thinking, This fool agrees to everything without a second thought. He'll regret it sooner or later. But what does it matter to me? Humph. I'll just enjoy the show. The three of them sat by the clear lake, engaging in leisurely conversation, watching butterflies dance delicately upon blooming flowers, and little finger-sized fish meandering through the waters. Throughout this time, Bulma felt as though she was consuming a mouthful of dog food. Although Chi-Chi was a bit younger, she was incredibly brave regarding her convictions. As time passed, Chi-Chi mused that if it weren't for Bulma's presence, the day would have been even more perfect. Noticing the sun beginning to set, she softly suggested, Goku. Bulma, let us head back. Dad has prepared a feast for you. Great. Let us go. Dad, what's wrong? Chi-Chi asked, bewildered. As she observed the Ox King washing his eyes at the pool. Chi-Chi, a few little rascals came to bother me. I dealt with them, but they shot some sticky liquid into my eyes. I've been cleaning them for a while now. It'll all be fine soon. I didn't expect Goku to be with you. Goku, I'm sorry. Your friends came, and I didn't host them properly. The Ox King said apologetically while rinsing his eyes. Friends? Who are they? The Ox King described the appearance of Pilaf and his cohorts. I don't think I know them. Goku replied, not recalling them. Bulma rolled her eyes and reminded him, You idiot, it's Pilaf. That little purple dwarf, shorter than you. Oh, it's them. What did they want? Bulma checked the dragon radar again. The Dragon Balls. That guy loves Dragon Balls. The Dragon Ball previously shown on the radar had vanished, likely hidden away by Pilaf. Whatever. Uncle Ox King, let us start the feast. I'm starving, Goku said, patting his belly with a grimace. Haha. All right, Goku. Let us head inside. I've prepared plenty of food for you. After a sumptuous meal hosted by the Ox King and Chi-Chi, Goku and Bulma played for a while longer before preparing to set off again. Chi-Chi, blushing as she looked at Goku sitting atop the Nimbus, called out loudly, "Goku, even though I really want to travel with you, I've already promised the fortune teller that I would learn how to be a proper bride. When I grow up and complete my lessons, you must come and marry me." "I understand, Chi-Chi. We're off now. Goodbye." As the Nimbus took to the skies, not far into their journey, Goku received another unexpected punch on the head. Confused, he looked at Bulma. Bulma, her blue eyes blazing with anger, scolded him. "Don't agree to everything so easily. You fool, you're driving me crazy." "What the heck?" Goku pouted slightly, but wisely fell silent. He knew he couldn't offend Bulma now. Though he didn't understand why she was upset, he sensed she had her reasons. 2 days later, Bulma stood on the beach, donning a light yellow sun hat, gazing at the vast ocean ahead. "Goku, the Dragon Ball seems to be in the sea ahead. Wait here. I'll dive down to look for it." With that, Goku performed a quick somersault and plunged into the water. The sea was deep and expansive. After searching for a while, he still couldn't spot any trace of the Dragon Ball and reluctantly returned. "Bulma, it's too vast down there. And there are many crevices. I can't find the Dragon Ball." "Yeah, it was too much to ask you to search alone. I didn't bring the submarine this time. By the way, the Turtle Hermit's place isn't far from here. Even though I'm not particularly fond of that old pervert, he should have a submarine. We can just offer him something in return." Bulma clapped her hands, having made up her mind to seek out Master Rashi. "Great. We can also check on Krillin and the others," she added, suggesting they summon Krillin for assistance. The Nimbus cloud carried Bulma and Goku closer to Kame House. From the sky, Goku spotted Master Rashi reclining on the beach, diligently perusing his photo album. Hey, stop looking. Goku and the others are here." Upon hearing the turtle's words, Master Rashi stood up, hastily putting away his album to avoid losing it to the old turtle. "Grandpa, where's Krillin?" Goku asked, noticing Master Rashi eyeing the lovely Bulma. "Krillin? He went shopping for groceries with Launch." "Goku, what brings you here?" "We'd like to borrow a submarine from you, Grandpa." "Do you have one?" "Hee. A submarine?" "Of course. Krillin and Launch took it out for grocery shopping. You can borrow it when they return, but..." Master Rashi's gaze shifted toward Bulma. Understanding his intentions, Bulma disdainfully replied, "One picture? Is that enough?" "That is plenty. When Krillin and Launch return, you can take it." Master Rashi grinned, thrilled to have secured a VIP yacht ticket. Near Kame House, at the bustling Nabusa Island Market, Krillin carried a large haul of groceries, while the gentle, blue-haired Launch walked beside him, preparing to head back to Kame House. "Krillin, do you want me to help carry some of those?" "Haha, thank you, Launchy, for this suggestion." Clint squinted and smiled. "Akio," the golden-haired Launchy said expressionlessly to the little bald figure extending his hands before her, "you certainly have some audacity. You dare to ask me for help in retrieving something. It seems you've forgotten my prowess after all this time. Today, I shall remind you." Clint stiffened, opening his eyes to gaze at the golden-haired Launchy, trembling slightly. Launchy seized the collar of his shirt and lifted him, scattering vegetables across the ground. "Off you go," Launchy exclaimed lightly, and Clint was launched towards the horizon, his limbs flailing in the air as he cried out, "Ah, ah, ah," until he ultimately splashed into the sea. An hour later, a drenched Clint and the gentle blue-haired Launchy returned. Wukong hurried over. "Clint, Launchy, why are you so slow? I've been waiting for ages." "Haha, it's nothing. Just the heat made us take a cold shower." Clint chuckled while patting his bald head. "Clint, there's a Dragon Ball that fell into the sea nearby. Will you come with us to find it?" "Sure, no problem." Clint placed the vegetables inside and approached Master Rashi's room, where the old master was perusing his photo album. "Master Wutian, I'm going with Wukong to search for a Dragon Ball and will return shortly." Go on, go on." Clint joyfully dashed outside to Wukong's side. "Wukong, let's go? I can pilot the submarine. Allow me to be your dedicated driver and showcase my skills." Meanwhile, a report came in. "General Blue, Commander Ritter has informed us that the minions of West Ruba and General White, who have acquired the Dragon Ball, have appeared in our vicinity, wearing a khaki military uniform." The somewhat effeminate General Blue sneered, "Keep a close watch on them. Although White and West Ruba are undoubtedly inferior to me, caution is never too much. They are likely here to search for the nearby Dragon Ball as well. We simply need to follow them and await the opportune moment to bury them in the sea. Notify our soldiers to board the blue submarine and prepare sufficient small submarines as a precaution." "Understood, General Blue." Chapter 48. the allure of treasure to our astonishment. This Dragon Ball was hidden in such a profound location. We had ventured down to a depth of 20,000 fathoms. The pressure here is immense. Yet you are all remarkably robust. I, however, must don my armor. Bulma observed the majestic dragon whale swimming past the submarine with curiosity and softly remarked, "Look, ahead lies a vast cavern." "Bulma, could it be within that cavern?" Krillin asked, gazing in awe at the enormous opening. "Indeed, it must be inside. Let us proceed cautiously," Bulma replied. Just as she finished speaking, the submarine's warning system erupted into a frenzy of flashing red lights, accompanied by a shrill alarm. "We are under attack. Quick, evade." A barrage of torpedoes surged towards us from behind. With a calm smile, Krillin declared, "It is time to showcase my true skills. Watch me." The small submarine maneuvered with the grace of a fish, deftly evading the incoming torpedoes. The explosions nearby created chaos, providing a perfect cover for Krillin to navigate into the expansive cavern. Inside the Broo submarine, a gunshot rang out as the operator who had just launched a B-3 torpedo was struck dead at the controls, blood splattering across the uniforms of nearby soldiers. Yet, they remained paralyzed with fear, fully aware of Broo's terror. Broo holstered his weapon, his delicate features contorted with rage. Damnable fools. To miss such a prime opportunity. "What use are you?" "General Broo, what are our orders now?" The commander inquired cautiously. "Chase them down, but refrain from firing torpedoes. If we destroy the passageway, none of us will survive. Follow closely and assess the situation," Broo commanded. "Understood, General Broo." "Who attacked us just now?" Krillin pondered, perplexed, for he had no known enemies armed with such weaponry. Bulma, seated comfortably, propped her fair cheek on her left hand while playfully twirling a strand of her aquamarine hair. After a moment of contemplation, her azure eyes brightened as she replied, That must be the Red Ribbon Army. I cannot fathom who else would dare vie for the Dragon Balls, especially with military force." "What? The Red Ribbon Army? The largest criminal syndicate in the world? We are doomed. How did you get entangled with them?" Krillin exclaimed, alarmed. "Ah, it's nothing too grave. Goku and I merely eradicated a few of their strongholds." Bulma casually dismissed. "Oh, how could this happen? Goku, you are our strongest hope for survival. Should I meet an untimely demise, remember to excavate my belongings from the sandpit behind Master Rashi's house. It is the result of my years of diligent saving for my future wedding." "You may have it then," Krillin confessed with a hint of melancholy. "Stop fretting. I, the ever-capable Bulma, remain unfazed." Bulma retorted, "After all, I am no stranger to peril. Who would have thought you possessed such foresight to save for the future?" She continued, with a hint of admiration. "Fear not, Krillin. I will ensure your safety. I, too, have grown formidable." Goku chimed in with a reassuring tone. "Haha. Indeed, if Bulma remains untroubled, then we need not worry." Krillin replied, albeit with a sense of resignation. "Unfortunately, unlike you, I lack parental support and must rely solely on my own endeavors. If I do not plan ahead, I may find myself in dire straits." Bulma scoffed. "To underestimate me is folly. I was inventing independently at the age of 5. Now, I cannot even count the royalties I earn. I do not merely thrive because of my parents. You ought to envy my intelligence and beauty instead." "Ha, you are indeed the brightest among us," Krillin chuckled, awkwardly rubbing his bald head. A quarter of an hour later, the submarine reached the cavern's end and surfaced. "Wow, there is air here. We need not worry about the pressure anymore. We can proceed with confidence. Let us stow the submarine and continue our journey," Bulma exclaimed, marveling at the smooth cavern walls adorned with peculiar luminescent stones serving as natural illumination. Krillin transformed the submarine into a multifunctional capsule. "Bulma, should we eliminate those behind us?" he inquired. "Let us refrain. Goku, they are likely equipped with explosives. If we engage in battle, we risk collapsing the cavern. You lead the way. I will follow closely behind," Bulma urged as she nudged Goku forward. Meanwhile, aboard the Broo submarine, "General Broo, the cavern ahead is narrowing. The Broo cannot proceed." A crew member reported. Leave a minimal operational crew of 1,000 aboard the Broo. The remaining 3,000 shall transfer to the small submarines. Retain only essential weaponry and leave the high-energy explosives behind. We will adapt as circumstances unfold," Broo instructed before heading towards the small submarine docking area. At that moment, Bulma, Goku, and Krillin were cautiously traversing the narrow cavern, the rugged stone walls and uneven ground presenting challenges. Bulma, slightly anxious, grasped Goku's tail as they proceeded, when suddenly, A skeleton came into view within her armored vision. With a hint of trepidation, she nudged Goku. Goku, Krillin, look, a human skeleton. Goku, puzzled, responded, I saw it earlier. What is strange about a corpse? Krillin, squinting in thought, suddenly clapped his hands together in realization. That's it. I recall Master Rashi mentioning that a band of pirates once roamed this sea for decades, hiding their treasures beneath the waves. They mysteriously vanished. Perhaps this was their base. If so, there must be treasure hidden here, he exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth. Once I find that treasure, my worries about marriage will vanish. Bulma, her hands delicately caressing her exquisite features, added with a hint of excitement, pirate treasure? That sounds delightful. The quest for the Dragon Balls intertwined with a treasure hunt. How romantic. Krillin, brimming with enthusiasm, dashed ahead. Come quickly. It truly is a pirate's treasure. This is incredible. No matter the obstacles, I am determined to uncover the treasure. The Red Ribbon Army will not deter me. I shall rise. Bulma and Goku followed closely, examining the skeleton, which wore a pirate hat emblazoned with a skull and crossbones. A dagger at its waist, and an antiquated pistol clutched in its bony hand. Let us hasten. I can scarcely contain my excitement. I wonder how much treasure awaits us. Krillin urged eagerly. Bulma, somewhat perplexed, remarked, is it truly that significant? It is merely a pirate's treasure, though I admit I am slightly intrigued. Krillin, his face alight with joy, explained, haha, I mentioned before that I wished to save for my wedding. Finding this treasure would expedite my plans significantly, alleviating my concerns. It is all about the money. In light of your friendship with Wukong, I am willing to assist you. What a significant matter this is. Bulma gazed at the small bald head before her, her face reflecting a hint of avarice. Krillin, with an air of mystery, replied, hee. If it's for Wukong, it's nothing. But for me, it seems inappropriate. Wukong, utterly perplexed, inquired, Krillin, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Bulma's fair complexion flushed slightly. What nonsense was this bald fellow uttering? Haha, it's nothing, Wukong. It's not important. Krillin winked charmingly at him. Once Bulma regained her composure, she displayed a hint of impatience, urging, all right, enough dawdling. Let us proceed. It appears there is light ahead. Shortly after, illuminated by the dim glow of an old electric lamp, they observed the road ahead, where numerous trap holes were densely arranged along the walls. Bulma asserted confidently, this is a trap. Let us be cautious. Haha, no worries. We are strong. These minor traps are nothing to us. Krillin, consumed by his greed, felt undaunted by any peril and boldly stepped forward. An iron arrow grazed his face and embedded itself in the wall, causing a cold sweat to cascade down him. Instantly awakening him, Bulma stole a glance at him and chuckled. Krillin, thank goodness you don't have a nose. You one-tea bleed. Krillin trembled, responding, haha, indeed. It's true. I owe my mother gratitude for not giving me a nose. Bulma picked up a stone and gently tossed it across to the area of ground unmarked by holes. The iron arrow did not shoot forth, and she quickly grasped the mechanism's operation. Hee. Wukong, let us refrain from destroying these traps. We should leave them for the red satin ribbons behind us to enjoy. You can jump across, then use the Rui stick to bring me over. This passage seems quite lengthy. It should suffice for the red satin ribbons to indulge. All right, I shall leap over. This is not difficult at all. Wukong effortlessly bounded across, covering several meters within the 2-meter height passage. Krillin, can you jump across? Bulma asked uncertainly, knowing her height would hinder her. Having narrowly escaped danger moments ago, Krillin cautiously replied, well, I'm not sure. This height presents a challenge. Perhaps Wukong should bring me over. The Rui stick extended towards him, and Krillin climbed aboard. The stick swiftly retracted, successfully delivering him to the opposite side. Wukong looked at Krillin and said, Krillin, lie down. I will bring Bulma over. Why must I lie down? Why not you? Krillin shot a sidelong glance at Wukong. Wukong, with his large eyes wide open, earnestly replied, I possess greater strength. It ensures safety, so you lie down. Fine. You make a valid point. I shall lie down. The 69-centimeter-tall Krillin positioned himself, supporting his weight on the ground in the most standard pose. Wukong, at 70 centimeters, stepped onto him, and the Rui stick swiftly extended to bring Bulma over. Thus, they continued this routine, successfully traversing the trap. Meanwhile, as Wukong and his companions navigated the first trap, General Blue arrived with his large troop at the site of the pirate corpses. Observing the unmistakable remains of the pirates, Blue's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had long been aware of the pirate treasure. His ancestors had passed down precise information, and for years he had lingered in this maritime expanse, seeking this treasure. However, the sea was vast and deep, and he had failed to locate it until this serendipitous discovery. He knew well that this treasure was worth a kingdom, once acquired. What was Rit to him? He could entirely disregard him and proclaim himself king. Rit had only risen through immense wealth. Otherwise, with his mere 130 centimeters, who would heed him? The allure of riches consumed General Blue, who had completely dismissed the notion of Commander Rit and the terrifying little fiends ahead. Full speed ahead. We must quickly catch up with them. Anyone who lags behind, I shall execute on the spot. Chapter 49. A desperate predicament. Wukong, Bulma, and Krillin passed through the first trap, only to find the antiquated lighting extinguished. Bulma, gripping Wukong's tail, gazed at the narrow passage ahead, barely wide enough for two to traverse and standing 2 meters tall. She whispered a caution. We must be careful. There are likely more traps set by the pirates. No sooner had she spoken than Wukong stepped onto a concealed trap, causing the ground to collapse beneath them, and the trio plummeted downwards. Ah! Krillin cried out in terror, flailing helplessly as he glanced down to see a sea of boiling magma below. Magma! We're doomed. What is magma? Wukong laughed, perplexed. Bulma, still holding onto Wukong's tail, looked down at Krillin's words and gasped at the sight of the seething, red-hot magma. She clutched Wukong's tail tighter, unwilling to let go, and shouted, Wukong. Oh, I understand. Wukong exclaimed, grasping Krillin's left hand with his right. He unleashed a golden Kamehameha wave, propelling them swiftly upwards and returning to the surface. Breathless, Krillin smacked his bald head in disbelief, murmuring, We're saved. I'm still alive. Bulma, regaining her composure, brushed the dust off her elegant rear and explained. Magma is an extremely high-temperature substance that ordinary humans cannot withstand. If Krillin and I had fallen in, we would surely have perished. You, however, might have survived. Haha. It seems so. I didn't feel any danger. It's not hot down there at all. With newfound confidence, Krillin exclaimed, Haha. Surviving this ordeal must bring good fortune. Let's be cautious and find the treasure. This minor setback would not deter Krillin's determination. Meanwhile, General Blue and his troops arrived at the location of the first trap. General, this appears to be an old-fashioned trap, he noted. Send a 10-man squad to fire indiscriminately at the ground and advance with utmost speed. No stopping, even if there are casualties. Thus, General Blue and his men pressed forward rapidly. After walking for another 10 minutes, Wukong and his companions spotted a bright light ahead. Upon entering the illuminated area, a vast port base emerged before them. Unbeknownst to them, as soon as they stepped into the vicinity, the archaic computer systems had activated a self-destruct sequence. Soon, a violent explosion would bring the entire cavern crashing down, burying all intruders. Wukong marveled, incredible. I never imagined there would be such a large space beneath. Bulma, stroking her delicate chin, pondered, they must have stumbled upon this by sheer luck. Considering the technology of the time, reaching here would have been quite challenging. They must have expended immense resources to establish such a grand port. Let us find the Dragon Balls first. Once we do, we can discuss other matters, especially with Tails still following us. Wukong called out to Krillin, who had already scampered off to search elsewhere. Disheartened by the lack of treasure, Krillin returned, stating that all he had found were either outdated weapons or spoiled food. Undeterred, Bulma pressed on, soon discovering an artificial well. This must be the entrance. The Dragon Ball is indicated to be just ahead. It likely came through a fissure and floated in with the current. Wukong, Krillin, you lead the way. I'll follow behind. With that, Wukong and Krillin executed a synchronized dive into the water, while Bulma, clad in armor, swiftly followed. She could not hold her breath for long, but fortunately, the passage was brief. 3 minutes later, they surfaced in a new air-filled chamber. A colossal statue of the thousand-armed Guanyin, towering at 20 meters, stood silently with its eyes wide open, swords embedded in its hands. Its massive mouth could easily accommodate Krillin, and at its feet lay 2 treasure chests of varying colors. Not easily swayed by the allure of riches, Bulma, having encountered 2 traps already, cautiously drew her submachine gun and began firing at the ground. She successfully hit the trigger mechanism, causing the swords in the Guanyin's hands to plunge into the earth one by one. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Krillin excitedly rushed forward to open the right chest. An old automatic weapon suddenly aimed at his face and fired, leaving him no time to react as he instinctively curled into a ball. Bulma stifled a laugh as she and Wukong approached, congratulating him with a grin. Krillin, it seems not only your nose, but also your height, has saved you on numerous occasions. Krillin squinted at Bulma, displeased, and retorted, Humph. I'd rather not have such luck. I'm going to grow taller. I'm just in the warming up phase. Soon I'll burst forth. Haha. Is that so? Then I'll congratulate you in advance. Let Wukong open the next treasure. It's safer. Krillin nodded in agreement. Yes, Wukong, it's your turn. After sacrificing 100 soldiers, General Blue and the remaining troops arrived at the pirate port. Gazing at the treasure before him, he issued a command. Leave 1,000 men to search thoroughly. Not a corner must be overlooked. The rest will follow me at full speed to find those pesky little brats. Finally, I've located the treasure. But first, I must deal with those little nuisances. With my superpowers and so many soldiers, if this goes awry, it'll be my fate. Still, for the treasure, this risk is worth taking. At that moment, Wukong opened the remaining treasure chest and retrieved a key. Krillin, who had already spotted the keyhole at the statue's feet, urged, Wukong, insert the key here. It must unlock the treasure. Wukong tossed the key to him and asked Bulma, Bulma, where is the Dragon Ball located? Bulma, shaking out her long, turquoise hair, paused to retrieve the Dragon Ball radar, pointing to a nearby pool. It's beneath that pool. You go look for it while I fix my hair. All right, I'll be back soon. Wukong dove into the depths, finding it quite deep. Meanwhile, Krillin inserted the key, causing a torrent of treasure to erupt from the Guanin's mouth. Accumulating on the ground, Krillin rushed forward, embracing the bounty. Bulma, having long since lost interest in wealth, prioritized fixing her hair, planning to select riches together with Wukong upon his return. Just then, General Blue, along with a few of his subordinates, surfaced slowly. The well's opening was too small for his entire army. Climbing onto the shore, he cackled with glee. Ha ha ha. I have finally found it, the treasure of the Pirate King. Genoa, the future of this world belongs to me, Blue. As Krillin regained his composure, he approached Bulma, casting a dangerous glance at General Blue. Just because you claim it's yours doesn't make it so. This treasure was discovered by yours truly, whether it's a red ribbon or a green one. Be wise and leave. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to introduce you to my Iron Fist. As Blue's soldiers began to gather, Krillin felt a twinge of anxiety. Bulma, what should we do? I can handle myself, but without Goku, I might not be able to protect you. Bulma cast a casual glance at him and replied slowly, Don't you see my outfit? It's not just for show. I'm quite formidable now. These opponents are nothing to worry about. Fight freely. I can take care of myself. Oh, I hadn't noticed. I thought it was just a pretty dress. In that case, I'll feel at ease and take care of them. With newfound confidence, Krillin turned to face the throng of adversaries, assured that he could withstand their gunfire. Having previously endured a hit from the blonde Lodge, unaware that she had used weakened bullets. You scoundrels, allow me, Krillin, to deliver justice upon you. He charged forward with a hearty laugh, but as the soldiers raised their submachine guns and unleashed a barrage at his gleaming bald head, he realized the folly of his bravado. He dashed back with remarkable speed, clutching his already bruised scalp, shouting, Help. Bulma, both amused and exasperated, produced a brand new submachine gun and tossed it to him. Get behind that rock over there. I'll handle them, Krillin. He accepted the weapon with an awkward grin, feeling the heat on his head, and quickly splashed seawater on himself to cool off. Haha. All right, if it comes to that, we'll find Goku together. With two exquisite silver pistols in hand, Bulma swiftly maneuvered in the confined space, dispatching over 10 soldiers before taking cover behind a rock. Engaging in a fierce exchange of fire, Krillin joined her in shooting, and soon, all the opposing soldiers were neutralized, leaving only General Blue standing unfazed, absorbing the incoming bullets with nonchalance. With a scornful gaze, Blue sneered at Bulma and Krillin, saying, Heh, those useless fools only hindered me. Had I known your abilities were so limited, I wouldn't have brought them along. Are you prepared to meet your doom? Anyone can boast. We'll see who meets their end first. With your skill, I could take you down with a single shot. Bulma, known for her decisive actions, immediately loaded a new magazine filled with specially crafted silver bullets into her pistol. She aimed it at Blue's forehead and fired. As the bullet sped toward him, Blue's eyes widened in terror, and he instinctively activated his psychic powers, halting the bullet just before it made contact and allowing it to drop harmlessly to the ground. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he aimed his own powers at Bulma. Intrigued, Bulma remarked, What a peculiar ability. You can freeze bullets in midair? Blue, sneering, aimed at her and declared, You nearly frightened me, woman. Since you're so curious, why not experience it firsthand? He unleashed his powers, intending to immobilize Bulma, vowing to tear her apart. Yet, as he exerted himself, he was met with a daunting realization. Your mental strength, is incredible. I can't seem to budge you. Which is impossible. Bulma, suddenly enlightened, recognized the force she had felt earlier. Ah, so you wield psychic abilities. Out of mercy for you, I'll reveal that I possess the highest IQ in the world, naturally granting me superior mental prowess. With that, she swiftly raised her silver pistol and fired 5 consecutive shots, each specially designed bullet pursuing the last with relentless speed. Blue, horrified, attempted to block the first bullet, expending great effort, but the specially designed bullets were exponentially more powerful. As they collided, their cumulative force focused on the initial bullet, which he could not withstand. In a state of despair, he watched as the bullet pierced his forehead, sending him crashing against the wall, ultimately succumbing to his greed for treasure. Krillin emerged, astonished. Bulma, I never imagined you'd become this formidable. Of course. Have you forgotten who I am? I am the brilliant and beautiful Bulma. Just then, the ground trembled slightly, and Bulma quickly assessed the situation. Krillin, we're in trouble. The cave might collapse. As stones began to tumble from above, the ground fissured. How could this happen? Our lives are paramount. Even a treasure hunter like you can't ignore that now. Bulma, remaining composed, swiftly analyzed their predicament. It's fine. Goku has been down there for a while and should be surfacing soon. We'll wait for him and escape together. With him here, our chances of survival increase. Otherwise, we won't get far with falling rocks. Every moment felt agonizing, and Bulma couldn't help but pace nervously, muttering, Goku, where are you? If this continues, we're doomed. Krillin, panicking, clutched his head, exclaiming, what do we do? We can't wait any longer. What could Goku be doing? If he doesn't return soon, we're finished. Bulma, having waited long enough, made a decisive choice. Together, they plunged into the depths, resurfacing at the cave entrance. The ground was littered with fallen red ribbon soldiers, blood spilling everywhere, and they had to tread over the bodies to advance quickly. At the harbor, some red ribbon soldiers still survived, but none had the time to assist one another as they fled in panic. Krillin reached the harbor and launched a small submarine. Bulma and he hopped inside, waiting for Goku to join them before making their escape. Meanwhile, Goku had just surfaced, holding the Dragon Ball, surveying the falling debris without concern, expanding his senses. Found you. So, Bulma and Krillin are at the harbor. I'll hurry to join them. However, as the rocks fell with increasing ferocity, Krillin asked in a panic, what do we do? We can't hold out much longer. With a heavy heart, Bulma said, there is no other choice. We must leave now. Goku will survive. I have faith in him. As for us, it remains uncertain. Krillin stared at Bulma in disbelief. What? You're not waiting for Goku? That is unacceptable. Bulma shot him a glance and replied swiftly, our lives are also of great significance, and no one believes in Goku more than I do. He will be fine. You're right. Let's go? Krillin nodded in agreement, promptly taking his place at the helm as the submarine swiftly descended, demonstrating his exceptional piloting skills. Krillin adeptly maneuvered around the increasingly dense clusters of boulders and debris. Faced with the perilous scene before them, Bulma could no longer remain composed, exclaiming in panic, Krillin, hurry. We're going to get hit. The rocks are multiplying. There's nothing more we can do. This is the fastest we can go. Any quicker, and we'll crash. The little bald-headed pilot was sweating profusely, having exceeded his limits for quite some time. Ultimately, the inevitable occurred. Bulma and Krillin watched in horror as an enormous boulder completely obstructed their path, trapping the submarine in the depths of the intricate ocean floor. Their chances of escape dwindled to a mere 0.01111111111. Chapter 50. My first kiss. Before him loomed an enormous boulder that obstructed any hope of escape. Krillin, in a state of panic, exclaimed, we're doomed. I haven't even gotten married yet. To think I might meet my end at such a young age. Tears streaming down her face, Bulma sobbed, wah, I don't want to die yet. I haven't even had my first kiss. That dead Goku, where could he possibly be? If I die, I swear I won't let him off the hook. Thud, thud, thud. What is that sound? Bulma ceased her weeping and asked in confusion. Thud, thud, thud. Let me check, Krillin said, rushing over to the transparent shield to peer outside. To his astonishment, he saw Goku knocking at the door. Is that Goku? He shouted joyfully, hurriedly opening the hatch. Goku stepped inside, and Bulma immediately threw her arms around him, her voice choked with emotion as she complained. You slowpoke, where have you been? If you had taken any longer, I would have been a goner. I swear, if I die, I'll haunt you. With a hint of apology, Goku replied robustly, there were too many obstacles down there. I dug for quite a while before I found a Dragon Ball. Don't worry. I promise to protect you, and I will keep that promise. Wiping her tears, Bulma asked. So, what do we do now? You two hold on to me. I'll get us out of here, Goku instructed. Bulma immediately responded, Krillin, grab Goku's tail. That way, I can hold on to him alone. What? That's not fair. I want to hold on too. It feels safer this way, Krillin said, his face contorted in dismay. Bulma, with her eyes slightly reddened, looked at him disapprovingly. Letting you hold his tail is generous enough. Don't push your luck. Seeing the imposing blue eyes ahead, Krillin resignedly said, Fine. I'll hold onto the tail properly. Goku unleashed a golden energy wave towards the boulder, instantly obliterating it. In that moment, their submarine had become battered beyond repair, leaving them with no choice but to abandon it. Krillin firmly grasped Goku's tail, while Bulma clung tightly to him, her long green hair cascading over his shoulder as they both held their breath. Goku extended his arms outward, palms facing backward, continuously emitting waves of golden energy, propelling them forward like a jet with Bulma hanging onto him and Krillin swaying at the end of his tail. Thus began their exhilarating underwater adventure, weaving through the depths, evading falling boulders, and racing towards the surface. As they navigated the treacherous depths, Bulma found it increasingly difficult to hold her breath. In a moment of resolve, she pressed her lips against Goku's, who stared at her in bewilderment. Finally gasping for air, Bulma inhaled deeply, her wide eyes meeting the familiar face before her, her heart racing wildly. 5 minutes later, they successfully breached the ocean's surface, and Bulma quickly turned her head away, her cheeks flushed. The Nimbus swiftly arrived, catching them as Krillin finally opened his eyes. Fantastic! We made it! Haha! This is amazing! Krillin exclaimed joyfully. Goku, still dazed, asked, Bulma, what was that all about? I could hardly breathe. But your lips, they're soft and sweet. Quite nice. Bulma, already blushing, turned an even deeper shade of crimson and shouted, Shut up. That was my first kiss. Embarrassed, she averted her gaze to admire the scenery around them. Goku, utterly perplexed, wisely fell silent, while Krillin, with squinted eyes, elbowed him and said, Goku, I knew it for a while now, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. I'm incredibly envious of you. Goku, still confused, pondered Krillin's words when Bulma, clenching her fist, delivered a decisive blow to Goku's shiny head. Witnessing this, Krillin promptly swallowed his words. In this atmosphere, Goku, Bulma, and Krillin gradually made their way towards Master Rashi's island. Master Rashi's island, I see now, my submarine is gone, isn't it? No matter. Master Rashi nodded, indicating his understanding, and then hurried over to Bulma, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Bulma, with her slender fingers brushing her forehead, replied exasperatedly, I understand. 5 tickets will suffice, right? How can I refuse? Since you've asked, I'll reluctantly accept. Master Rashi exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Krillin, shaking his head in dismay, suggested, Master Rashi, perhaps you should avoid those places for a while. The last time you went, you lost so much blood that you had to recuperate for days. Master Rashi spat a mouthful of water at Krillin's bald head. You fool. You know very well that that's my source of spiritual nourishment. It's the only solace for this old man who doesn't have much time left. But I distinctly heard the turtle say that you took an elixir for longevity and could live for several more decades. Krillin replied skeptically. The turtle could never lie. This old man must be concocting excuses. Realizing the truth, Krillin wisely kept his mouth shut, not wanting to incur Master Rashi's wrath. Master Rashi gazed steadily at the horizon, saying nonchalantly, the turtle is getting old. Don't take his words too seriously. Red Ribbon Headquarters, dressed in a tailcoat, Commander Rit's aide, Kuriki, relayed the latest developments. Commander Rit, General Blue has fallen, and the main force has been annihilated in the depths of the sea. Rit, rising from his command chair in fury, smashed his cup onto the floor, exclaiming, one after another, they're all useless. Siroba is useless, White is useless, and Blue is useless. Have I, Rit, spent over 20 years building the Red Ribbon Army only to find no one competent enough to uphold its reputation? Bending slightly, Kuriki suggested softly, Commander, we could hire the world's top assassin, Tao Pai Pai, to eliminate those 2 brats. That way, no one can hinder us. Rit took a puff from his cigarette, exhaling slowly, his expression contemplative. Tao Pai Pai, you say? It's worth a try. His notorious reputation precedes him, and he has never failed a job. You can take care of this. I will make the arrangements immediately. It won't be long before he appears before you, Kuriki said, promptly exiting the room with a spring in his step. Chapter 51. The farewell letter half a month after discovering a new planet. The Nimbus cloud glided gracefully through the sky. Below lay an expansive sea of trees, resonating with the occasional calls of wildlife amidst its intricate ecosystem. Bulma, clad in a pair of white denim shorts paired with a light yellow t-shirt, sat cross-legged at the front of the Nimbus. A refreshing breeze swept through, tousling her emerald green hair, which cascaded elegantly over Goku's head. What a vast forest this is. It seems to stretch endlessly. And over there stands a colossal pillar piercing the heavens, breaking through the clouds. I wonder what it could be. I am so curious. Gazing at the distant pillar that ascended into the clouds, Goku could not help but express his agreement. Indeed, I share your curiosity. Let us go take a look before we search for the Dragon Balls. Okay, let's go, Bulma replied, pleased with the idea. Near Corinta, Colonel Yale had located the Dragon Balls, situated within a volcanic crater. A middle-aged man with an oval face, dressed in a grayish-brown military uniform and heavy boots, sporting a hedgehog hairstyle, spoke into his communication device. Stay put. I will be there shortly. He strode briskly towards the helipad, where soldiers on the fighter jet promptly activated their aircraft, soon roaring into the sky. At the edge of the volcano, Yale contemplated the bubbling magma below for a moment before issuing an urgent command. Notify the team. Whoever is willing to take a helicopter to retrieve that Dragon Ball will be rewarded with 100,000 yuan. Volunteers among the soldiers slowly approached the volcano's wall. Suddenly, an urgent communication broke through. Report, Colonel Yale, we have detected that the volcano is about to erupt. Yale quickly responded, forget about the Dragon Ball. Everyone retreat immediately. And the helicopter must ascend at once. The helicopter and fighter jet soared into the sky, as Yale's unit stood quietly, awaiting the volcanic eruption. Moments later, the furious magma erupted, spewing molten rock in all directions. Below Corinta, the primitive-looking UPA and his father gazed up at the molten debris raining from the sky. 5-year-old UPA, with a single braid, sat stunned on the ground, paralyzed by fear. His muscled physique exposed, Uli quickly moved in front of him, bracing himself against the ground to shield his son completely. A watermelon-sized lump of molten rock struck his back, leaving a painful mark, and he let out a muffled grunt. Father, are you all right? UPA asked with concern. Yes, my body is robust. This minor attack is inconsequential. However, UPA, as a young man, you must cultivate greater courage, Uli replied gently, standing up to regard his son. Yes, father, UPA affirmed loudly. As an orange Dragon Ball caught his eye, he joyfully ran to pick it up and inquired, Father, what is this? I do not know. You can play with it. Colonel Yale, the Dragon Ball, is in that boy's hands below. The fighter jet thundered overhead as a soldier retracted his binoculars. All right, let us descend. UPA and his father, captivated by the roaring sound of the sky, watched as the fighter jet landed before them. Yale approached, carrying a box, and upon seeing the two, he was reminded of his own treasure. Greetings. I am Yale. Young lad, I desperately need the Dragon Ball you hold. I am willing to exchange 1,000 yuan for it. Would you agree? UPA, bewildered, looked towards Uli. Uli made a decision. Indeed, UPA, it seems he genuinely requires that Dragon Ball. We should extend our help to those in need. Understood, father, UPA replied, walking over to hand the Dragon Ball to Yale, who smiled warmly and patted his head. Holding the box filled with cash, Yale extended it towards Uli, who shook his head. No, this is not a significant matter. Thank you both. This means the world to me. I'll leave the money here. Farewell. After placing the box down, Yale turned and departed. As the fighter jet roared back into the sky, connecting to General Ryder. Yes, Colonel Yale. Beep, 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 beep. This is headquarters. I am Kariki. Yale seized the communication device and spoke loudly. Advisor Kariki, I have located the Dragon Ball. Please relay this to General Ryder. Yale, please hold. At the red satin headquarters, Koriki handed the communication device to Ryder, who was smoking a cigar and exhaling smoke. His voice hoarse as he squinted. This is Ryder. Yale, you've done well. Thank you for your praise, General Ryder. This is my duty, Yale responded respectfully. Ryder tapped lightly on the desk, slowly stating, as it happens, I have a task for you. Those 2 boys who stole our Dragon Balls have entered your territory. Eliminate them and retrieve the Dragon Balls to bring them back. Upon hearing this, Yale, holding the communication device, exclaimed in shock, General Ryder. They are formidable foes who have defeated Saluba, White, and Blue. My forces are no match for them. I regret to inform you that I cannot complete this mission. Please withdraw the order. Ryder extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray with a forceful motion, coldly stating, Yale, I am not negotiating. I am issuing a command. You must fulfill this task. Do not think that hiding your family will shield you from my knowledge of their whereabouts on Null Island. Far away in Corinta, Yale's temples throbbed as he clenched the communication device with fury, suppressing his voice as he implored, General Ryder, I have served the Legion faithfully, even without merit. I have endured hardships. You cannot treat me this way. Once you chose this path, did you think you could turn back? We are not a charitable organization. I give you 2 hours to provide a satisfactory response. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. Ryder's voice resonated coldly before the line went dead. With a crash, Yale smashed the communication device to the ground, roaring, Ryder. Nagia approached him, observing, Yale, shall we rebel against him? That is impossible. Our forces cannot possibly match his. It would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Furthermore, he knows the location of Yelia and the others. Nagia, calm yourself for a moment. I need to contemplate our course of action. With his crimson hair and clad in black military garb, Nagia exited the room. Yale, with his arms crossed and chin resting on his fist, fell into deep thought. After a while, he walked to his desk, retrieved a sheet of stationery, sat down, and quickly began to write. Dear beloved, Father is going to a faraway place. Please take good care of your mother and listen to her. When you grow up, I will return, bringing you the finest gifts. Love, your father, Yale. He swiftly placed the letter into the envelope, rose to his feet, and stepped outside, where he beheld Nagia at the doorway. He handed the envelope to him, saying, Nagia, I implore you to take this back for me. Nagia forcefully swatted his hand away, causing the envelope to tumble to the ground, and glared at him in anger. What do you take me for? Am I the kind of person who abandons my brothers and flees? It's just war, after all. If it comes to it, we shall face death. Nagia, this war is destined for failure. Why should we lead our brethren to their demise? You must assist me. I either obtain the Dragon Balls or perish in battle. Otherwise, Rhett will not spare Yelia and the others. If I fall in combat, please take this letter back for me and ensure Yelia and the others are relocated. You all can start anew in a different place. After all these years, we have amassed a considerable fortune, enough to live comfortably. My brother, I recognize that this is unfair to you, yet I have no other recourse but to beseech you. This is a request from your elder brother. Yalu bowed his head, stooped down, and retrieved the envelope once more, presenting it respectfully with both hands. Nagia, with reddened eyes, accepted it tremulously. Chapter 52. The burning white wolf Bulma gazed in awe at the scene before her and exclaimed, Goku, look. This tower is incredibly tall. I can't see the top at all, and it's even more magnificent up close, measuring 2 meters in diameter. Goku, there are people down below. Let's go take a look. He pointed towards UPA and his father. Following his gaze, Bulma spotted the father and son looking up at them. Yes, let's go down. They surely know what this place is, she agreed. As they descended on the flying Nimbus, Goku jumped in front of UPA and his father, waving and saying, Hello. I'm Goku. Bulma followed suit, observing the uniquely dressed duo before her and softly introducing herself. Hi, I'm Bulma. We're quite interested in this area and would appreciate any information you could share. Seeing the young visitors, Uli replied kindly, Perfect timing. We're currently grilling fish. Why not join us for a meal and chat? Beside the campfire, Uli continued, This region is known as the Corinta area. The name comes from that seemingly endless pillar next to us. It is the Corinta. Our family has been guardians of this tower and its surroundings for generations. Legend has it that a deity named Karen resides at the top, though I have never seen them myself. As Goku munched on fish, he asked, Uncle Uli, haven't you ever tried climbing up? Huh. Of course, I attempted it 10 times, Uli chuckled. But I failed every time. It's simply too high. And I could never see the top. I do know that hundreds of years ago, someone succeeded, but I can't confirm if that's true. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement as he suddenly grinned and announced, How about I quickly take a look and come right back? Bulma, you wait here. As soon as he finished speaking, Bulma playfully slapped him on the back of his head, pouting in displeasure. Oomph. You naughty boy. I noticed that glint in your eyes earlier. I'm telling you, there is no way you're going up without me. I'm curious too. Otherwise, I want to let this go. Rubbing the back of his head, Goku conceded. All right. I got it. At that moment, a thunderous noise erupted as a fighter jet flew low overhead, landing just minutes later before them. A lone figure stepped out, Colonel Yellow from the Red Ribbon Army. He looked at Goku, Bulma, and Uli, and spoke softly. You must be the two kids who stole the Dragon Balls. I am Colonel Yellow of the Red Ribbon Army. Today, only one of us will leave this place alive. Bulma glanced at Goku and said, Goku, I just ate and really don't want to move. This one is all yours. Got it, Goku replied, standing up. UPA tugged at his father's sleeve, asking, Father, what about them? Yuli's expression grew serious. I can see determination and desperation in that man's eyes. He is prepared to face death. We must not interfere in this battle. I have heard of the Red Ribbon Army. They are notorious. I believe Goku and his friends are good people, but their opponent is not without merit. Since they have chosen this path, I trust both sides are ready. There is nothing we can do but watch and await the outcome. UPA nodded, still bewildered. Colonel Yellow, observing the small stature of Goku, spoke solemnly. I am the White Wolf, Yellow. Fighting you is not my desire. However, we each have our own stances. Today, I wish to die with dignity here, and I will give it my all. Goku replied seriously, All right, no problem. If I win, I will spare your life. Thank you. I never expected a villain like me could receive mercy. Now, let us engage in a thrilling battle. In an instant, Yellow's body began to swell, white fur sprouting from every pore. His black spiky hair transformed into long white spikes cascading down his back, sharp claws extending from his hands and feet. His mouth filled with sharp teeth, and a massive white tail completed his transformation, revealing a 3-meter-tall giant white wolf standing before Goku. How fascinating. You can transform like this. You look quite impressive, Goku exclaimed. I won't need my power pole. Let's have a straightforward fight. He tossed his power pole aside, landing next to Bulma. Both Bulma and Uli's son watched in curiosity. It was their first encounter with a white wolf. Perfect. Let us head over there. Yellow dashed toward the distant forest, near where UPA and Uli lived. Goku followed suit, his speed increasing as he leaped forward, covering 100 meters in a single bound. Another leap brought him within 500 meters of Yellow, and they both entered the thicket, leaping from branch to branch before finally landing on the ground. The White Wolf. Yellow slashed at Goku with his sharp claws. Goku nimbly leaped, the winds generated by his speed shattering the nearby trees, performing a front flip in midair. Goku landed before Yellow, tightening his right fist and launching a powerful punch. Yellow quickly countered, his own fist clenching as they collided with a thunderous crash, sending leaves scattering from surrounding trees. Bulma, clad in armor, perched atop a tree, watched with delight. No one understood Goku's strength better than she did. Meanwhile, Uli and UPA observed cautiously from beneath the trees, Uli already aware that neither of them stood a chance against the two combatants. Goku and Yellow moved swiftly, exchanging blows, leaving a trail of fallen trees behind them. Soon, the area within 100 meters was completely cleared. Yellow howled, leaping into the air, claws extended towards Goku, unleashing a flurry of wind blades. Goku met the oncoming assault with his fists, shattering the wind blades upon impact, creating clouds of dust in their wake. The White Wolf's strength and speed continued to escalate as he charged forward, claws aimed at Goku. Goku crouched low, delivering a powerful uppercut to Yellow's abdomen, sending him flying. The colossal trees were uprooted in his wake, leaving only stubborn stumps remaining. After crashing through 20 massive trees, Yellow fell to the ground 100 meters away. Quickly regaining his footing, he bent his legs and leaped back into the air, reaching 500 meters in height. He propelled himself downward toward Goku, shouting Wolf's descent. As he flipped in the air, his right leg aimed fiercely at Goku's vital point. Just as Yellow was about to strike, Goku lightly touched the ground with his toe and leaped back 20 meters. Yellow's leg struck the ground, creating a 5-meter-wide elliptical crater, his power and speed still on the rise. He swiftly ascended to the surface, intending to execute the Wolfall strike once more, his final technique. However, Goku did not grant him the opportunity. With a single step, he appeared directly before him. A powerful uppercut from Goku struck his abdomen, propelling his body off the ground. He arched midair and was sent flying, a spray of crimson blood erupting from his mouth, the sanguine mist gradually dispersing in the wind, before he crashed heavily into the elliptical pit created by his own Wolfall strike. After a moment of waiting, Goku noticed that the White Wolfman, Yelru, had yet to rise. Curiosity piqued, he approached the pit's bottom and gazed upon the scene, exclaiming in astonishment, Bulma. Bulma, come quickly. Bulma and Uli hurried over, intrigued, to find an elderly man with a head of white hair and a face etched with wrinkles, his frail body lying there with eyes wide open. Bulma gasped in surprise. How could this happen? The weakened Yelru chuckled softly. Hey, I knew I was no match for you. I had no choice but to burn my life force to augment my strength. Yet, Even after sacrificing all my vitality, I was defeated so easily. Nevertheless, I thank you for granting this villain his final dignity. My life has reached its end. Heh. Being a villain is truly exhausting. Yelru's consciousness began to fade. And he called out absent-mindedly, Yilia, Yilia, my dear. Looking at Yelru, Bulma spoke gently, let us bury him here on this final battlefield. Goku replied solemnly, indeed. He is a worthy adversary. They departed from the pit, filling the 5-meter-deep hole and entombing Yelru within. Uli gazed at the mound of earth and softly said, Yupa, let us plant white peach blossoms here in the future. Yes, father, came the reply. When the white peach blossoms bloom, they will undoubtedly be breathtakingly beautiful. Chapter 53, The Frightened Cat Beneath the Towering Corinta. Bulma gazed with a hint of concern in her striking blue eyes at the troublesome figure before her. Goku, are you absolutely certain your method is foolproof? With unwavering confidence, Goku replied, Bulma, rest assured. I have complete faith in this. Well, I trust you, she responded. But this plan is far more exhilarating than a roller coaster. I'm entrusting my safety to you, so you'd better hold on tight. If anything goes awry, I shall treat you to stinky tofu. Bulma cast him a sidelong glance, offering a gentle warning. Goku shook his head, dismissing her fears. Ah, stinky tofu? No way. It smells just like, well, you know. Don't worry. Everything will be just fine. UPA and Uli, once we finish our exploration, we'll come back to find you. Make sure to catch me a big fish. He waved at UPA and his father. UPA responded cheerfully, no problem, Goku. When you come down, I'll personally catch one for you. Great. Off we go. UPA and Uli watched with curiosity, unsure of how Goku intended to lift Bulma. Having donned her armor, Bulma positioned herself beneath Corinta. Goku stood beside her, and as she extended her right hand, he leaped gracefully, grasping her hand midair and propelling her upward with all his might. Ah! Bulma exclaimed as she shot into the sky like a rocket, her voice tinged with panic. Goku, laughing, planted a foot on Corinta's leverage point and surged upward to catch up with her, grasping her hand once more to continue their ascent. Bulma soared higher and higher, her initial fear transforming into exhilaration as she pierced through cloud after cloud. At the summit of Corinta, Master Karen wiped the sweat from his brow, muttering to himself. What a terrifying little imp. Thankfully, he is not a villain, otherwise, I would have to hide. Though my work is important, having lived for 800 years, I know that life is the most precious of all. 2 hours later, at the Yale base, Nejia's veins bulged as he gripped an envelope tightly. Entering the command room, he addressed his trusted confidant, notify our troops to assemble in 1 hour and connect with RIT. Beep, beep, beep. The voice of Kariki echoed from headquarters. I am Nejia, seeking RIT, Nejia stated, his tone devoid of emotion. In the Red Ribbon command room, Kariki approached RIT, handing over the communication device. RIT, holding a cigarette in his left hand, took it with his right. I am RIT. What do you wish to convey? Yale is dead, and the Dragon Ball is now in my possession. Unlike Yale, I am alone and have nothing to lose. If you desire this Dragon Ball, do not interfere with Noah Island. Once I ensure its safety, I will arrange for the Dragon Ball to be delivered to you. Nejia's voice remained steady. Rit took a drag from his cigarette, squinting as he replied, very well, I accept your terms. Since he has fallen, attacking his family would be crossing a line, and the soldiers would certainly be displeased. However, this is contingent upon my assurance of receiving the Dragon Ball. Should you renege on this agreement, I will send forces to hunt you down relentlessly. I trust you will be as clever as Yale. Beep, beep, beep. Nejia said nothing further and ended the call. An hour later, 1,000 soldiers from Yale's army had assembled. Nejia, with a solemn expression, addressed them. We are all brothers. From this moment forth, we are no longer Red Ribbon soldiers. You all know what kind of man I am. Those willing to follow me, stay. Those who wish to leave, I will provide some funds for your departure. You have 1 hour to gather your essentials before we set off for Noah Island. Discard all that is unnecessary. A representative soldier stepped forward, declaring loudly, Lieutenant Nejia, we wish to follow you. We have been with Yale since our days as mountain bandits. With Yale gone, we have no reason to remain with the Red Ribbon. The wealth we've amassed over the years is sufficient for our later lives. Excellent, let us commence. Look, Goku. It seems we are nearing the top. Bulma exclaimed, pointing at a circular structure spanning 200 square meters. Indeed, that must be it. Are you ready? I'm about to launch you in. Absolutely, I'm prepared, Bulma affirmed. Once ready, Goku hurled her into the air. As she reached the outer railing, she grasped it firmly. Executing a graceful single-barrel backflip, landing securely within the structure, Goku following closely behind. Bulma quickly surveyed her surroundings, a lavish bed, various jars, a cabinet, and an assortment of items, all neatly arranged. I don't see the master. What if he is not home? She pondered aloud. I'm unsure. But there's a peculiar aura emanating from upstairs, Goku remarked, his expression curious. Bulma looked around and was surprised to discover there was no staircase. Well, there's a second floor. I thought it was just one level. There's a round hole up there. It must be the entrance to the second floor. Goku pointed out, indicating a circular opening large enough for a robust adult to pass through. Bulma shook her head in bewilderment. This master is quite peculiar. Why no staircase? Let us go take a look. Goku leaped up first, followed closely by Bulma. In the second level of Corinta, the space was empty. Goku, intrigued, ran towards a white cat that was a head shorter than him. Its thick white fur and yellow irises encircling black pupils caught his attention. With a 20-centimeter-long whisker, he reached out to pat its plump belly, exclaiming, Bulma, I've never seen such a large fat cat. I wonder what it eats. Master Karen, startled, felt the gentle hand kneading his round belly. Bulma, equally astonished, remarked, Indeed, I can't fathom what it consumes to grow so big and plump. But where is the master? Perhaps this is his pet. Suddenly, Goku tugged at the cat's whiskers, causing the feline to stumble, raising its left foot and staggering to the right. Finally, it regained its composure, scowling. How rude. Bulma gasped, wow, it can talk. Oolong was the first talking pig I encountered, and this is the first talking cat I've ever seen. Once it stood firmly, the cat grumbled. I am not merely a cat, I am the cat sage. I have evolved. What? You are a sage? You look nothing like I imagined. I thought sages were supposed to be old men with white hair. Upon hearing Bulma's words, the cat's expression remained flat. Apologies for my appearance. I didn't mean to disappoint you, but I assure you, I am indeed the cat sage, and I have lived for 800 years, which makes me akin to an elderly man in your eyes. Wukong, filled with curiosity, circled around it and approached from the front. Playfully, he tapped its little member and cheerfully remarked, You are male. After Chi-Chi informed me that I shouldn't indiscriminately touch a girl's private parts, I refrained from doing so. However, you are not a girl, so it should be fine. The wise Master Karen, startled, hastily dropped his staff to the ground and retreated in alarm against the railing, covering himself and gazing at Wukong with a visage of sheer terror. Trembling, he stammered, Why you mustn't act recklessly. Our races are different. I have not yet transformed into human form. Furthermore, I am male, hence I cannot assist you in having children. If you require anything, seek out the lovely girl beside you. Bulma, observing Wukong's antics, was reminded of her past experiences and stifled a laugh. However, as the conversation unfolded, her expression darkened, and she glared at Wukong with a cold voice, saying, Oh, Wukong, have you, perchance, touched Chi-Chi's private parts? It seems you have not merely touched me. Sensing the tension in the air, Wukong realized he had let slip a secret. He stared blankly at Bulma, then suddenly scratched his head and grinned. Haha. Well, I didn't know back then. Bulma, with heavy footsteps, approached him and delivered a powerful punch. Wukong, clutching his head, dashed to the side of Master Karen, who quickly fled. Bulma, fists clenched, pursued him, igniting chaos atop the tower. Once calm was restored, Bulma gripped Wukong's ear, her face lined with frustration, and ominously warned. Next time I learn that you have touched any girl's private parts, I shall ensure we both meet our end. Oh, I understand, Wukong replied, nodding like a little chick pecking at grain. Bulma's tense demeanor softened slightly. After all, Wukong was generally dependable, albeit lacking in common knowledge. She turned her azure gaze towards the corner where Master Karen had taken refuge, assuring him, Fear not. I will prevent any indiscretions. He simply does not understand. It is not as you may think. Really? Do not deceive me. I am not easily trifled with. I am Master Karen, he replied, a hint of tension in his voice, as he cautiously approached to retrieve his staff once more. Chapter 54. The Divine Integration. Karen, the cat sage, gazed silently at the two perilous figures before him. Though they appeared to be harmless, he felt a profound sense of insecurity. His thoughts whirled as he emotionlessly inquired, What? Pray tell, are your intentions here? If you have no business, I implore you to leave at once. There is naught of interest here. Indeed, Bulma chimed in, surveying the desolate surroundings. It seems rather empty, with only a few jars and bottles. Goku nodded in agreement. It does look rather dull. Bulma pondered momentarily before declaring, Goku, we've come this far. Who knows when we will have another opportunity to return? This place is quite extraordinary. Despite being so high up, I can hardly sense the airflow. It feels akin to the ground. Karen stroked his whiskers, squinting slightly, and replied nonchalantly, "Of course. I am a sage. If I lacked even this minor ability, I would hardly deserve the title. After all, I have lived for 800 years. My combat prowess may not be formidable, but I possess some rather unique capabilities." Bulma clapped her hands together and exclaimed, "Then it's settled. We shall stay here tonight and admire the starry sky up close. Departing only in the morning." Initially indifferent, Karen waved his paws in protest. No. I have lived alone for centuries. Your presence here will be unsettling. It would be best if you left promptly." Bulma shot him a dangerous look. "But cats are adorable. I haven't treated Goku to a cat dish yet. Perhaps today will be the exception, and I shall invite him to indulge in a sumptuous feline feast." "Curious," Goku asked, "Bulma, is cat delicious?" Karen lowered his feline head, surrendering with a sigh. "Very well. Stay as long as you wish. I suppose it matters not how long you linger. You too may not be large, but you are certainly not endearing, nor do you show respect for an elderly sage like myself. Come now, Goku, cats are far too cute to be unappetizing." Bulma retorted dismissively, casting a glance at Karen. "What of it? You are a sage, but 800 years is hardly remarkable. Even if you were 8,000 years old, it matters little. We wish to regard you as a friend, not as a grandfather." "Oh, friends. How novel," Karen mused. "In the past 800 years, every visitor has treated me with undue reverence. The notion of friendship is indeed a luxury." "Likewise," Bulma replied with a hint of nostalgia, "though I am merely 17. Had I not encountered Goku, I would be no different from you." With a wistful expression, she extended her right hand and turned to Goku. "Hey, Goku, extend your left hand like mine." Goku complied, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "What is this for?" "By clasping our hands, we become friends," Bulma explained, glancing at the plump cat who, understanding the sentiment, extended its paws in response. Bulma grasped its right paw. "I am Bulma." Goku mimicked the gesture, taking its left paw. "I am Goku." For the first time in a century, a smile graced the feline's face. "Bulma, Goku, greetings. I am Karen." As night descended, countless stars adorned the sky, shimmering with a brilliance surpassing that of the earth below. Within the Karen Tower's second level, in a modest living room, Bulma, Goku, and Karen shared snacks that Bulma had procured. Bulma gazed dreamily at the enchanting night sky and remarked, "The beauty of this night sky is truly breathtaking." Karen, munching on sunflower seeds, proudly responded, "Indeed, we are at a great height, shielded by my extraordinary abilities, rendering it invisible from the earth." "Goku, who constructed this tower?" Bulma inquired curiously. Karen, momentarily perplexed, replied, "Who is Kakaka?" "That would be you." "Karen is rather unappealing. Kakaka is much more pleasant to say," she asserted. The sage nodded thoughtfully. "Well, this tower was built by the original deities. However, that was eons ago, and I am unaware of their identity. By the way, Goku, may I see your staff?" Goku handed over his golden-red Rui Bang, intricately entwined with a dragon. Karen examined it closely before returning it, stating seriously, "If the ancient texts are accurate and I am not mistaken, this staff was forged in the distant past by a celestial deity, gifted to the creator of this tower. Its primary ability is to endure. I believe it is remarkably sturdy, perhaps unmatched in hardness. If it truly is what I believe, it will be invaluable to you in the future. After all, energy is not solely contained within one's body. As one cultivates, the physical form becomes formidable, serving as a lethal weapon. In human terms, it is akin to a kinetic energy weapon, comparable to nuclear strategy. However, humanity remains in the theoretical stage and has yet to realize it. I possess an ancient tome that details a secret technique known as divine integration, specifically crafted for this staff. Once mastered, you can summon this staff from your consciousness, nurturing it. After sufficient nurturing, a bond is established, allowing you to summon it from anywhere within your consciousness's reach. Would you care to try?" Without hesitation, Goku exclaimed joyfully, "Of course, Kakaka. If that is the case, it sounds splendid. It reminds me a bit of the flying nimbus." Karen was taken aback. "Oh, how did you acquire the flying nimbus?" "It was I who created it, based on the ancient technique of divine integration, though it only works on Earth." Bulma, with a dismissive glance, interjected, "It was given to Goku by an elderly man named Wu-Tien, who happens to be Goku's grandfather's master, and now serves as Goku's mentor as well." "Ah, that fellow. 3 centuries ago, he climbed Karen Tower to seek my guidance. In consideration of his sister, Yalea, he stayed with me for 3 years. Eventually, he persistently requested a cloud, which became the only nimbus to escape. Karen reminisced. No wonder when I inquired about the nimbus. He remained tight-lipped. Now it all makes sense. Bulma exclaimed, curiosity piqued. Kakaka, don't you ever find it dull being alone here? Not at all. When you arrived, you must have seen the 3 jars on the first level? Karen replied. What are those jars? Goku inquired, his curiosity piqued. Karen, stroking his whiskers, responded mysteriously. One of those jars can observe the current state of the world below. As you humans say, if someone wishes to see, they need only envision that person in their mind. Bulma, brimming with excitement, interrupted, Wow, Goku, go fetch it. Let's take a look right now. Goku immediately dashed toward the opening, but Karen hurriedly grasped his hand. Wait, that is my treasure. If it shatters, it would be troublesome. Let us go down and view it instead. Do not bring it up here. Very well. Since it is your treasure, we shall descend, Goku agreed. Karen released his hand, and one by one, they leaped through the feline opening, arriving at the first level. Chapter 55, The Present and the Past in the first level of Kakarot's house. It cautiously cradled its treasure and placed it in the center. The 3 of them huddled around the jar that offered a glimpse into the world below. Bulma turned her head and asked, Hey, Goku, whom shall we watch? Let us look at Krillin. Let us see what he is up to. With that, the 2 of them encircled the jar, as ripples danced across the surface of the water, revealing a scene from Kame House, complete with audible sounds. Krillin lay on the ground, arms stretched forward, while the golden-haired Launch stood on his back, her left hand wielding a submachine gun aimed at his shiny bald head. Hey, are you coming with me to commit a robbery or not? I suggest you think it over, otherwise, the bullets won't be forgiving. Nearby, Master Rashi fanned Launch with a handheld fan, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile as he said, Big sister, don't rush him. He.S. just having a moment of confusion. Give him some time, and he'll come around. Launch shot him an irritated glance. If it weren't for you, you useless old man, would I even be considering him? Last time we went to rob a train, you either had diarrhea or cramps. I waited for you, and by the time you were ready, the train was long gone. Master Rashi nodded, feigning agreement. Yes, it's my fault for being ineffective. At my age, I'm just not as spry anymore. Krillin's voice echoed from below. I don't want my wanted posters plastered everywhere in a few days. I'm still so young, not even married yet. If I acquire a dark history, with my stature and lack of childhood friends, no girl will ever look my way again. Please, Launch, spare me. Launch ignored his pleas, instead focusing on the slender grass before her nose. Then glancing at the turtle at her feet, I see you're hoping to stew some turtle soup today. She removed her foot from Krillin and began to unleash a barrage of gunfire at Master Rashi's shell. Seizing the opportunity, Krillin scrambled to his feet and fled, while Master Rashi, sensing the impending danger, followed suit, leaving the turtle behind. The turtle began to crawl away but was swiftly pinned down by Launch's foot. Minutes later, the turtle was tied up like a crab, the water boiled, and it was set atop the pot. You 2 scoundrels, I'll never help you again. I'm just a turtle. He quickly turned to plead with Launch. Launch, have mercy. I surrender. From now on, I'll be your turtle. Just tell me what to do, and I'll do it. On the other side, Kakarot observed the scene, and the water in the jar faded away. Haha. Goku chuckled at the unfolding spectacle below. Bulma covered her mouth with her left hand, stifling a laugh. I didn't expect Launch to be this fierce. Once he regained his composure, Goku asked curiously, Hey Kakarot, what do the other 2 jars show? Kakarot pointed to the 2 jars and explained, Well, the one in the middle reveals the unseemly memories of the heart, while the adjacent one displays beautiful memories from the past. The only difference is that the latter can only be viewed by oneself. Bulma exclaimed with anticipation, Wow, these 2 sound intriguing. Goku, take this jar back and bring me the one filled with unpleasant memories. Goku promptly complied, returning with the jar that held the negative memories. Bulma leaned in, and the surface of the water began to ripple, revealing a younger version of herself, sporting 2 ponytails, playing alone. Because of her high IQ and affluent background, she had few friends before meeting Goku. As she watched the scene, she chuckled lightly. She had changed so much since then. Haha, Bulma, I can't believe you looked like that. It's so amusing. Goku squinted and laughed heartily. Bulma shot him a dangerous look, gritting her teeth. What? Not cute enough? Haha, how could that be? You're just too adorable, Goku replied sheepishly. Bulma retorted, Come here and take a look at yours. Goku leaned in, but nothing appeared on the water's surface. He shook the jar, prompting Kakarot to rush over and protect his treasure, incredulously stating, Don't treat it like that. It's not broken. It's truly astonishing that you have no sad memories at all. Bulma turned her head, wearing an expression of disbelief. What is so strange about that? With his scatterbrain, he forgets today's unhappiness by tomorrow. And as long as you prepare a feast for him, he is instantly cheerful. Kakarot said with slight gravity, Bulma, it's not as simple as you think. This is an extraordinary state of being. However, I'm not entirely sure. The ancient texts only recorded fragments. Alas, over time, our lineage has become too fragmented. Bulma waved her hand dismissively. Let us not dwell on that. Step aside and let Goku carefully take the jar back. Bring over the last one. We need to have a good look. After Kakarot moved aside, Goku retrieved the final jar. I'll go first, Bulma stated as she leaned in. The surface of the water rippled, revealing a scene from a year prior, where she lay asleep in bed. Goku awoke early and surprisingly crawled between her legs, curiously tapping her below. He then proceeded to pull down her underwear. And when she finally woke, the image of her chasing Goku with a submachine gun, firing wildly, emerged. Gradually, scenes of their adventures together surfaced, including the moment she lost her precious first kiss underwater. Though she already knew these moments, reliving them brought her a renewed sense of shyness, her cheeks blooming with color. After a moment, she stepped back and said nothing. Goku rushed to the jar again, the water rippling as he exclaimed, I saw Bulma and Chi-Chi. How dare you? Bulma's face flushed as she punched him lightly. Goku, puzzled but accustomed to her occasional outbursts, took the jar back. Bulma curiously asked Kakarot, have you always been up here and never gone down to the ground? Yes. I have my duties, and since I have no friends, there is really no point in going down. I mostly stay here, Kakarot replied thoughtfully. Oh, well, when we throw a party next time, we'll invite you to join us. All right. As long as you invite me, I'll make time to come, Kakarot said, stroking his whiskers with a squinting smile. As night fell, Bulma used a universal capsule to produce 2 beds, placing them alongside Kakarot's luxurious cat bed, with Goku nestled in between. They chatted casually. Goku. From here on, our conflict with the Red Ribbon Army is likely to be relentless. We may need to infiltrate their headquarters, and if they prove too formidable, we should take the opportunity to escape. Do not act recklessly, understood? Bulma whispered, but no one responded. Turning her head, she saw Goku had already fallen asleep. Just then, Goku, lost in a dream, chuckled, haha, Bulma, even without that, we can still live. Upon hearing this, Bulma's face instantly turned crimson. Had Goku been awake, she would have promptly introduced him to her iron fist. She pulled the blanket over herself and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 56. A wonderful fertilizer. The next day at Kaka's residence, Goku and Bulma were warmly welcomed to visit. Kaka handed Goku a replica containing the method of cultivating the fusion mystical arts, which he had mentioned the day before. Don't you have the Kinto on? Kaka inquired. Allow me to enhance it for you. With a wave of her staff, the Kinto swiftly appeared before them. Kaka unleashed a surge of white energy towards it, causing the cloud to expand several times, ample enough for both of them to lie down comfortably. Goku, brimming with excitement, leaped onto it and exclaimed, this is amazing. It's grown so large. Kaka then presented a bag to Bulma, earnestly advising, this contains a pouch of senza beans. Although I possess a considerable quantity, their effects are rather limited. Consuming one will restore you immediately when injured. However, it is best to avoid using them. They exploit one's latent potential. If one is not in dire need, refrain from consumption, for some individuals have limited potential, and even one bean might hinder their future growth. Furthermore, there is a limit to their effectiveness. Surpassing my capabilities renders them useless. Bulma accepted the bag, replying, thank you, Kaka. We will visit you when we have the chance. By the way, Bulma, how are we going to descend? Bulma giggled, her excitement evident as she glanced at Goku. I thought of a great plan last night. I'll stand on your shoulder, and we won't need to do anything but free fall. Just hold on to my ankles. When we approach the ground, I'll spring off your shoulder to reduce the impact, and we can use the Kinto on as a cushion. It will be perfect. Sounds good. Without delay, they sprang into action, plummeting towards the earth. The fierce gusts of wind swept Bulma's long ponytail behind her, and encased in her armor, she felt no discomfort. At the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, Commander Rate sat calmly in his chair, observing a man of advancing age with a long ponytail and a prominent kill symbol on his pink attire. Are you Tao Pai Pai? With a stoic expression, Tao Pai Pai replied, indeed. Kariki has already briefed me on your situation during the journey. However, the price is rather steep, as your adversaries do not seem weak. Rate. unfazed, declared, "Money is merely a number. If you eliminate them, I shall grant you 10 billion. If you successfully retrieve the Dragon Balls, I shall offer you 100 billion. Tao Pai Pai, hands clasped behind his back, regarded him with piercing eyes. Even I, a man of professional ethics, feel a twinge of greed upon hearing such figures. Do you not fear I might seize you right now? I could take as much of that money as I desire." Rate maintained his composure. We are all professionals in this field, the very pinnacle of our trade. Just as you understand us, we are aware of your capabilities. We would not have established ourselves worldwide without the requisite skills. Deal. However, I require one of the pillars at your entrance. If it is 2,000 kilometers from here, I shall return within half an hour. I trust the money will be prepared by then. With that, Tao Pai Pai exited, followed curiously by Rate and Kariki. Upon reaching the door, Tao Pai Pai effortlessly severed a pillar with a flick of his finger and launched it into the sky. He leaped after it, swiftly propelling himself upward. Kariki, wide-eyed, exclaimed, "Commander, Tao Pai Pai is incredibly formidable. It seems this matter is settled. We merely need to prepare the funds." Rate, his expression unyielding, contemplated for a moment before issuing an order. Notify all ground and air forces to return to headquarters within 1 day. Failure to comply will be deemed treason. Commander, isn't that a bit excessive? 10,000 ground troops may be manageable, but we have a formidable air force of 4,000 fighter jets. Kariki protested. Rate shot him a glance. This is precisely why I am the commander. And you are merely a subordinate. Your height is wasted. It is better suited to me, he said slowly. If I, Rate, relied solely on others, I would not have reached this point. Even when hunting rabbits, one must exert full effort, especially when the prey is not merely a rabbit, but a snarling wolf. Seeing the cold glint in Rate's eyes, Kariki dared not argue further and respectfully replied, "Yes, Commander, I understand. I shall promptly inform Commander Nuzin." Meanwhile, Bulma, her hair cascading in the wind, shouted, "Goku, we're nearly at the bottom. I can see UPA and his father. I'm going to jump down. Get ready with the Kinto on to catch me." Understood. Goku released his grip, and Bulma stepped onto his shoulder, leaping into the air as the Kinto unrapidly expanded beneath them. Goku landed first, followed closely by Bulma, both descending safely. UPA approached joyfully, his curiosity piqued. "Goku, did you see Corinne?" "Indeed. Is that true?" "That is fantastic. You are both incredible. I aspire to climb up there too." "Yes, UPA, give it your best." UPA nodded earnestly before adding, "I've prepared the fish you wanted. Shall we roast it now?" At that moment, a whooshing sound filled the air as Tao Pai Pai, arms crossed, stood atop the stone pillar, eyeing his targets below. He exerted force with his toes, tilting the pillar downward towards Goku, Bulma, and UPA. Bulma remained unfazed, watching the foolish man approach his demise, while UPA was completely oblivious. As the pillar neared them, Goku leaped lightly, striking the base with his right foot. The front end of the pillar pivoted backward, crashing down upon Tao Pai Pai's head, his eyes bulging as he was driven straight into the ground, leaving only his head protruding. "Hey, what brings you here?" Goku asked Tao Pai Pai, then added earnestly, "If you did not intend this, I won't hold it against you. But if it was deliberate, I shall make you pay." Upon hearing Goku's words, Tao Pai Pai snapped back to reality, feeling a sharp sting on his head. He jumped up, shaking his braid behind him, and glared at Goku. "You little brat, it seems you possess some skill. No wonder the Red Ribbon Army is willing to pay such a high price for your life. However, I am the world's #1 assassin, Tao Pai Pai. With just this, you are no match for me." Goku turned to Bulma, curious. "Bulma, what is an assassin?" Bulma recalled the information she had seen about Tao Pai Pai on an assassin website, and replied melodiously, "Assassins are often individuals who engage in nefarious deeds, and he is one of the most notorious among them. He is quite famous in the assassin world. As long as the price is right, he shows no mercy, regardless of age. We are not heroes, lacking the profound sense of justice required to eliminate him. Yet, since he has come to meet his demise willingly, Yukong, do not show him mercy. Dispatch him, allowing him to nourish this land." "Ah, I see. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest." Tao Pai Pai, with his already somber visage now cloaked in ominous clouds, spoke menacingly. "These two wretched brats dare to look down upon me. Soon, I shall crush your bones one by one and use you to fertilize the earth. Prepare to meet your end." He sprinted forward with alarming speed, raising his right leg to deliver a ferocious blow to Wukong's head. His eyes gleamed with bloodlust as he thought, "This little brat's head will explode like a watermelon." A truly beautiful sight. With a resounding thud, Wukong effortlessly raised his left arm to block the strike. Countering with a powerful kick, he struck Tao Bai Bai's abdomen, sending him airborne, his eyes bulging with fury and bloodshot. His body twisted as he was hurled away, the acidic contents of his stomach mingling with his innards, uncontrollably spewing forth, ultimately landing motionless over 100 meters away. Hey, I suggest you unleash a formidable technique, lest I decide to end you right now, Wukong's voice boomed. After a moment, Tao Bai Bai trembled as he rose, hunched over and clutching his aching belly. This wretched brat, it hurts like hell. I kicked a steel plate. Thankfully, I still possess the Do wave. Its power far surpasses that of ordinary ki blasts, with heightened concentration and penetrative force. If the Do wave fails, I shall devise a means to escape. Tao Bai Bai swiftly assessed the situation. Little brat, I concede your prowess, but you asked for this. Allow me to demonstrate my ultimate technique. He raised his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers, golden energy gathering upon them as he concentrated all his might. Wukong's voice echoed, Hey, is this truly your most formidable move? Huh, are you afraid, little brat? It's too late for fear. Indeed, this is my ultimate technique. The Do wave. Prepare to receive it. Tao Bai Bai decisively unleashed the prepared Do wave toward Wukong, a golden ki blast as thick as his fingers, surging relentlessly towards him. Ah, I see. Then I shall cease to play with you. Upon discerning his opponent's strength, Wukong flicked his right index finger lightly at the incoming Do wave, which rebounded instantly, piercing through Tao Bai Bai's chest, creating a gaping hole the size of a fist, charred and devoid of blood. Tao Bai Bai gazed at Wukong with a grim smile. Blood spewing from his mouth and splattering the ground, his face contorted in disbelief as he fell heavily backward. I, Tao Bai Bai, have roamed freely for so many years. I never imagined I would be defeated by a mere child. How ironic. Is this to be my fate? Brother, forgive me. I can no longer return to see you. In this moment of impending death, he realized that the mundane life he shared with his brother had, in fact, been quite fulfilling. Perhaps he was truly mistaken. Observing the lifeless body before him, Wukong turned to Uli, who had approached. Hey, Uli, will you keep him for fertilizer? Uli surveyed the aged figure and gently shook his head. Wukong, allow me to handle this. I shall plant a blood peach blossom for him, hoping that in his next life, it does not bloom so vibrantly. Chapter 57. Marching with the General UPA, Uli, farewell. Goku and Bulma sat atop the enlarged Nimbus, waving goodbye to the father and son duo before swiftly ascending into the sky. UPA cupped his hands to his mouth and called out, Goku, you must come to play when you have the time. Absolutely. I promise I will, Goku shouted back, his voice resonating in the air. Bulma's voice gently floated over, Goku. I just checked, and the Dragon Ball near Karen Tower has also made its way to the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters. So, let us play while we search for them. At the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, 2 hours had passed since Tao Pai Pai's departure, yet there had been no word from him. Ritz stood by the window, gazing down at the training ground with a grim expression. What kind of top assassin can't even handle 2 little brats? I had such high hopes for him. He turned to Kariki, have my orders been dispatched? When will the ground and air forces stationed outside arrive at headquarters? Kariki, holding a tray laden with cups of tea, replied respectfully, Commander, all notifications have been sent out. They should arrive by tomorrow morning at the latest. Urge them again. The following morning, after leaving Karen Tower in the capsule house, Bulma was seated at her vanity, meticulously arranging her luxurious aquamarine hair. She turned to Goku, who was enjoying bread and milk nearby, saying, Goku, once I'm ready, and you've had your fill, we shall set off for the Red Ribbon Army headquarters. We should arrive around noon. 2 hours later, Goku gazed in awe at Bulma, transformed before him. Bulma, what is this? You look stunning, so different from your usual self. She was adorned in opulent black and gold armor, a slender, gem-studded sword at her waist, with her hair cascading down her back. She bent to drape a luxurious black and gold pendant, engraved with the insignia of the general, around Goku's neck. She kissed his forehead, exuding an enchanting grace, her blue eyes locking onto his as she declared, From now on, you shall call me Queen Bulma. You are my general, and I shall lead you into battle against the Red Ribbon Army. Do you understand? My general, respond loudly, and no smiling, be serious. Goku stood at attention, his expression earnest, responding with conviction, Yes, Queen Bulma. Bulma circled him twice, her voice bright, Excellent. Well done, General. Let us depart. With that, she strode confidently outside, with Goku hurriedly following. At the Red Ribbon Army headquarters on the open Red Ribbon Square, Rit's 10 army battalions stood in perfect formation, flanked by an additional 20,000 Air Force soldiers in their own array. At the command platform, Rit stood before a microphone, with Koriki standing rigidly behind him. Rit spoke solemnly, "Elite warriors of the Red Ribbon, effective immediately, the headquarters is under martial law. The United Nations forces have issued a provocation, intending to launch an assault against us. While I firmly believe in our invincibility, we must not underestimate the United Nations troops. Thus, I urge all warriors to remain vigilant. The Air Force will patrol the skies continuously for the next 24 hours. This state of readiness will last for 1 week. If the United Nations has not attacked by then, you may return to your posts. The soldier who excels in this battle will receive 10 million. A distinguished soldier will earn 1 million, and all participating soldiers will be awarded 100,000. Do you understand?" The soldiers, stirred by Rit's words, erupted in enthusiasm, for they joined the Red Ribbon primarily for the rewards, their voices echoing across the square. "Yes. Commander Rit. Excellent." General Nuzin stepped forward. A middle-aged man with brown hair and a round face, clad in a uniform adorned with medals, marched to the platform. "General Nuzin, you will take full command from here on out. I trust one have made myself clear?" Nuzin saluted sharply, his voice booming. "Yes. Commander Rit, I will fulfill my mission." "Very well. The responsibility now rests with you. Koriki and I will await your good news in the command building." Rit turned and exited with Koriki. Nuzin faced the assembled troops, issuing strategic commands. 1st Battalion through 10th Battalion. Ensure you manage your designated areas. Air Force, disperse in layers. Not a single fly shall breach our headquarters. Activate all missile launchers in the outer perimeter, awaiting my command. Dismissed. Execute immediately. 2,000 meters above the ground, on the Nimbus, Queen Bulma stood resolutely, stating, "General, we are about to enter enemy territory. I will take the lead. And when I require your assistance, I shall give the command." After she donned her luxurious armor, wielding 2 specially designed silver rifles with a range of 10,000 meters, Goku responded with determination, "Understood." In the command room of the Red Ribbon headquarters, as the surveillance footage showed Goku and Bulma approaching the attack range, Nuzin issued the command, "Fire." A soldier, confused, interjected, Commander Rit said it was the United Nations troops, but these are merely 2 children." In a fit of rage, Nuzin shot him, blood splattering onto the control panel, dripping onto the floor as he seethed. "I do not wish to hear anyone question my orders again. Fire." The remaining soldiers, sensing the tension, fell silent in fear, hastily pressing the launch buttons. In the sky on the Nimbus, as Bulma raised her automatic rifle and began firing at the missiles below, the specially designed bullets flew several times faster than the missiles themselves, igniting a series of explosions at low altitude, destroying the missile launchers in close proximity. The Nimbus advanced onward, trailing a line of explosive flames beneath. 5 minutes later, in the Red Ribbon headquarters command room, a soldier anxiously reported, "Commander, the enemy is about to breach the outer perimeter and enter the inner zone. Relay the orders for the air and ground forces to form battle lines and prepare for the enemy." "Yes." As Bulma and Goku arrived at the massive Red Ribbon headquarters, resembling a small city, they beheld the sky filled with densely packed fighter jets at various altitudes and the ground teeming with soldiers. Bulma's system instantly scanned and provided data for 1,000 fighter jets and 100,000 ground troops. With a composed demeanor, she stated, "General, we must instill a deep-seated fear of war in them. They should tremble at the sight of a gun. Therefore, we cannot obliterate them instantly. We must proceed slowly, allowing them time to experience terror. You understand what to do, don't you? Rest assured. This is my forte," Goku replied contentedly, grasping Bulma's intent. Bulma immediately crouched down, while Goku stood tall, brandishing his extendable Rui Jingu Bang, which he swiftly elongated to 10,000 meters, waving it at the aircraft above. The sound of explosions echoed rapidly, as fireballs plummeted towards the ground, and thick smoke enveloped the sky. On the ground, soldiers gazed in astonishment at the fiery descent above, many of them frantically rushing towards nearby structures in search of shelter, yet countless were engulfed by the savage blasts. In this onslaught alone, the Red Ribbon Army suffered the loss of 20,000 soldiers. The ground was littered with corpses, stained crimson with dried blood, while the remaining soldiers struggled to comprehend the devastation unfolding around them. As Goku swiftly cleared the skies of enemies, Bulma rose to her feet, exclaiming, "Well done, General. Tonight, I shall reward you with a grand banquet." "Really?" Goku grinned widely. "Absolutely," Bulma affirmed with a playful giggle. "Now, assist me by handing over the bombs." and I shall perform. She retrieved 100C6 explosives collected from White and placed them atop the Nimbus. That's it. Let us begin, General. Understood. With an air of graceful nonchalance, Bulma stood poised as Goku handed her the C6 bombs one by one. She indiscriminately hurled them towards the ground, targeting anything that displeased her. The terrifying assault unleashed a cacophony of thunderous roars throughout the Red Ribbon headquarters. Before the command staff could even execute their strategic directives, they were obliterated within the command room. The earth-shattering explosions resonated, creating terrifying bursts of flame that formed deep, gaping craters. The remaining soldiers, numbering in the thousands, descended into utter chaos, frantically fleeing for their lives. By the time all 100C6 bombs were expended, scarcely any structures remained intact at the Red Ribbon headquarters. Chapter 58. Expanding the arsenal. The commander of the Red Ribbon Army, Rooter, and the dark-skinned Kariki observed the footage on the monitor. With trembling lips, Kariki exclaimed, "Commander, these two are nothing short of inhuman. That little brat is incredibly powerful, and the female warrior with a striking physique is utterly ruthless. While we may not be good people, we are still human lives. Besides our soldiers, this headquarters also houses numerous logistical personnel. Her bombardment has claimed at least over 100,000 lives. She is nothing but a demon. What do we do now?" Rooter's face remained impassive, devoid of any emotion as he replied calmly, "Fear not, Kariki. I have my methods. Shortly, I will ascend to the top office. You need only wait here and bring them before me. Then you may leave. Do not entertain thoughts of escape, with your record. Should you leave the Red Ribbon HQ without my assistance, it won't be long before UN enforcement will reduce you to ashes. After all, many have met their demise at your hands in the past. Assist me in this task, and I shall grant you a new identity, allowing you to live in the light. Do you understand?" Kariki gazed at Rooter with astonishment. He had long wished to extricate himself from this life. Yet Rooter's consent had been a prerequisite for his departure. Now, an opportunity lay before him. As far as he knew, those who had not provoked the two youngsters would be left alone. Thus, all he needed was to adopt a humble demeanor, and he stood a significant chance of survival. Though doubts lingered, he had no other options left. "Is this true, Commander Rooter?" "Indeed." Rooter answered expressionlessly before turning to enter the elevator, which could only be operated by his commands. The Nimbus descended to the ground amidst the wreckage of collapsed structures. Scattered limbs and severed bodies lay amid the debris, the ground charred and riddled with massive craters. Corpses were strewn about haphazardly, some slumped against walls, others sprawled on the ground, or pierced by rebar, creating a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. Witnessing this nightmarish spectacle, many fled in panic, while others screamed in terror upon spotting the ominous duo approaching, stumbling and falling as they scrambled to escape. Numerous individuals sat paralyzed on the ground, their faces smeared with blood and dust, rendered motionless by the explosive shockwaves. Their expressions blank, firearms discarded beside them. As Bulma and Goku passed by, they remained unresponsive, their lips quivering. For them, this day would be an indelible nightmare, forever marking the end of their lives as soldiers. "Goku, the Dragon Balls are inside that 3-story building. Let us retrieve them before attending to other matters." Agreed. Upon entering the first floor of the command building, the dark-skinned Kariki stood at the entrance, hands raised high, and called out loudly, "Valiant warriors, do not engage. I surrender. I am here solely to escort you to Commander Rooter. There is no hostility. Please, follow me without harming me." With that, he turned slowly toward the staircase, and Bulma and Goku, audacious as they were, followed closely behind. Rooter watched from the 3rd floor as the three approached the upper levels. The moment Goku and Bulma entered the 2nd floor behind Kariki, he decisively pressed a red button. Instantly, the entire 3rd floor began to plummet. Kariki, the tallest among them on the 2nd floor, looked up in horror at the descending ceiling and bellowed, "Rooter, you bastard." Before he could finish, his head was crushed in an instant. Bulma reacted swiftly, dropping to the ground while Goku braced himself with both hands to hold up the collapsing ceiling. The 3rd floor hung suspended, and he turned to Bulma, saying, "Bulma, you go first. We will regroup above. Are you sure you're all right?" Bulma asked, her eyes filled with concern, considering the immense weight of that level. Goku flexed his muscles, lowering his left arm while maintaining his right arm's support, confidently stating, "No problem. This is nothing for me." With a flirtatious eye roll, Bulma replied softly, "All right, I'll head out." Once Bulma exited, Goku burst through the rooftop and crashed into the 3rd floor just as Bulma re-entered from outside. Rooter, his face darkened by fear, gazed at the two monstrous figures before him. "What do you want? Money? I can offer you hundreds of billions. Power? I can reassemble a new army and make you leaders, as long as you hand over the Dragon Balls. Can we make a deal? Bulma, surprised at the sight of the 130 centimeters tall Rooter, remarked, I never expected the infamous commander of the Red Ribbon Army to be such a short man. Rooter, stung by her words, retorted sharply, Vol woman, do not call me short. I despise being called that. If you utter it again, I swear I will bring you down with me. He then pointed to the iron device beside him, speaking grimly, do you know what this is? An IS nuclear demolition bomb. I had the Army scientists develop it specifically. Without such means, how could I force the UN to compromise? Here in this command building. Besides the one I brought, there are 9 more buried underground. This is a far more tangible nuclear strategic weapon than the theoretical space-based kinetic weapons. Just one can create a perfect circular crater 2 kilometers wide and 100 meters deep. I have no demands, simply hand over the Dragon Balls. And I am willing to pay in gold and other rewards. I have spent over 20 years building the Red Ribbon Army, and I have little time left to recreate it. Only the Dragon Balls can grant me eternal life and the perfect height. If you refuse, I will have no choice but to perish with you. Bulma turned to Goku, asking, General, can you withstand that thing? The general assessed the situation seriously, responding with ease. Rest assured, this trivial device poses no threat to me. Good. That puts my mind at ease, Bulma said, drawing her silver pistol, loaded with special bullets. She twirled the gun playfully, taunting Rooter, tell me, which is faster, your finger on that button or my bullet? Shall we have a little race? Rooter, incredulous, stared at her. This is an IS nuclear bomb, not a missile. It's far stronger than C6. If this detonates, a 10-kilometer radius will be leveled. Are you jesting? A gunshot rang out. The control switch fell from his hand as he collapsed, his face twisted in disbelief until the end. Who was joking? I never joke. I should thank you for helping me expand my arsenal. There are very few of these in the world, and they are heavily regulated. Just perfect for research and play. Bulma approached the 1-meter-long warhead and stowed it away in a special capsule. Goku then moved to the Dragon Balls, discovering the 4-star and 6-star balls. Bulma, I found the 4-star ball. Yay, mission accomplished. Goku, let us find the remaining 9 IS nuclear bombs in this building for future playtime. All right, let us go. 10 minutes later, all 9 remaining nuclear bombs were safely secured by Bulma. She arrived at the Red Ribbon Army's treasury with Wukong, gazing at the countless gold bricks and bars, along with numerous boxes filled with coins. Curiously, Wukong inquired, Bulma, what are we doing here? With a cheerful tone, Bulma replied, we are here to collect money, of course. It seems the Red Ribbon Army has substantial expenses. There are actually several billion here, which pales in comparison to my wealth. But it's still a considerable amount. No matter how much money there is, I shall never disdain it. I usually save it to buy you food and clothing. Even a luxury car casually costs tens of millions. Though we don't need it, it can't hurt to have it. Oh, I see. Then let's take it all. I'll help you. Chapter 59, The Celestial Sisters' Art of Movement in the Evening. Within the confines of a multifunctional capsule abode, Wukong, having indulged in a lavish feast, reclined comfortably upon the sofa. Bulma, attired in a delicate pink nightgown, sat beside him, busily painting her toenails. Wukong, now that we've located the 4-star ball, let us continue our journey back to West City while enjoying ourselves along the way. We can explore the diverse landscapes of the world. Indeed, traveling with you, Bulma, is truly delightful and remarkably convenient. Bulma lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling as she bestowed upon him a look of approval. Kiki, it's good that you recognize that. A fortnight later, Wukong was inverted, advancing with only a single finger, while Bulma, clad in a flowing purple gown, reclined on a nimbus cloud, resting her head on a pillow. Suddenly, Wukong leaped up and approached her, shaking her awake. With her eyes half closed, Bulma sat up and rubbed them, drowsily inquiring, what is it, Wukong? I haven't had enough sleep yet. Wukong, standing at the edge of a cliff, pointed downwards in astonishment. Bulma, look between those 2 mountains where the trees obscure the view. There's a gigantic door. It's truly immense. Indeed. Let's go investigate. Bulma stood up, her elegant purple gown billowing around her as she gazed in wonder. Before them stood a colossal door, towering and shrouded in moss and vines, surrounded by a dense forest teeming with perilous creatures, rendering it impossible to discern any human presence. Without hesitation, Wukong leaped off the precipice, while Bulma followed closely on her nimbus, hastening towards the great door. Minutes later, they stood before the imposing entrance, a sight that was even more striking up close. It's astonishingly large. This door is 200 meters high and a single panel measures 50 meters in width. I wonder who constructed it. As the area behind is completely enveloped in a violet mist, Bulma marveled. Indeed, it's truly magnificent. Let us explore the vicinity. Yukong concurred. And the two began to search diligently around the area. Yukong, come here. There is a small stone tablet on the door, and it bears inscriptions. Bulma beckoned him excitedly. Upon Yukong's arrival, he examined the 2-meter stone tablet inscribed with the words. Perplexed, he remarked, "This is curious. But what does it say? It looks incomprehensible, like tadpoles. It seems to be an ancient script, now long forgotten. I can only recognize 2 characters, realm and demon." Bulma pondered, recalling fragments from an ancient tome she had once read. Why not try pushing it open to see what lies beyond? Yukong suggested eagerly. Bulma hesitated. I'm quite curious as well. But what if there is danger behind it? Yukong, with his wide eyes gleaming with confidence, assured her, don't worry. I will protect you. If it proves too perilous, I shall carry you away. But first, let me see if I can push this door open. All right, go ahead and try. I'm quite intrigued. Bulma stepped back, watching with keen interest as Yukong approached the door. Appearing as insignificant as an ant before it, the door was encrusted with moss and other vestiges of time. He exerted all his strength to push against it, but it remained steadfast. Increasing his effort, he ultimately managed to open it with 70% of his strength, revealing a vast passageway suffused with a shimmering purple glow. Bulma gently urged him forward, and they entered, leaving the nimbus cloud outside, unable to follow. They had barely taken a few steps when 2 humanoid figures floated into view, approaching them in a parallel manner. As they drew closer, one figure revealed itself to be a stunning woman with emerald green skin and cascading purple hair, adorned with elaborate jewelry and golden circular earrings. A peculiar whip coiled around her waist, and her eyes glimmered with an ethereal light. The other figure, towering at 10 meters with purple skin and 2 long, sharp horns, stood respectfully behind her, wielding a formidable wolf-tooth club. The enchanting woman clapped her hands in admiration. Remarkable! It has been ages since this door was last opened, and it is quite impressive that it was you, such a small being, who accomplished it. Hey, who are you? You look different from us. Wukong inquired curiously. How audacious. This is one of the 4 esteemed emissaries of Lord Yama, the lady of the underworld, Mira. Countless reapers bow to her with the utmost reverence, the imposing male declared sternly. Wukong, still intrigued, pressed further. Oh, and who are you? Fear not, he is Hercules, the mightiest of this realm. His duty is to open the door you just managed to budge, although it is generally forbidden, Mira explained softly, her gaze warm as she regarded Wukong. We are the guardians of this passage, ensuring that no one or any demon may traverse it. Oh, I see. Your method of flight is quite fascinating. Could you teach me? Wukong asked, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, feeling the overwhelming divine aura emanating from Mira. Bulma grew slightly anxious and leaned closer to Wukong, whispering, Wukong, you absolutely must learn this. It would be so cool to fly like that when you grow up. It would be incredibly impressive. Kiki, this is not a skill for the average person. It is a unique ability of the divine. If it were to have a name, it would likely be called the art of divine movement, Mira explained, her voice melodic. Only deities of a certain stature can wield it. I can explain the basic principles, but whether you can master it is uncertain. Most individuals who can fly in the mortal realm utilize a skill called sky dance, which evolves into flight. As for other methods, I am not privy to them, Mira further elucidated, her gaze softening as she regarded the adorable boy before her. Wukong squinted his eyes and smiled brightly. Really? Thank you. Indeed. And so, Mira shared the essence of the art of divine movement with Wukong. After a while, he appeared to grasp only a fraction of it. It seemed learning this would take time. Do not rush, dear little brother. This is not something that can be learned in an instant, Mira said, her eyes shimmering with an otherworldly light. I am Wukong. Just call me Wukong. From now on, we shall be friends, he declared, extending his left hand. Mira, puzzled, asked, what is this for? A handshake. Bulma explained that shaking hands means we become good friends. Wukong replied, Ah, I see. Very well, let us be friends. You may consider me your elder sister, Mira said joyfully, extending her elegant hand to clasp his. Bulma raised her hand, looking at Mira. Sister Mira, I am Bulma. May I ask a question? Of course. What would you like to know? Mira responded, her demeanor inviting. Bulma, filled with curiosity, inquired, where exactly is this place? Mela pondered for a moment before elaborating. This is the demon realm. It is one of the two largest dimensional spaces in the entire universe. One is the underworld and the other is the demon realm. There exists a certain connection between the two, which is why we, the Grim Reapers, are stationed at the Demon Gate here. The entire demon realm is divided into 4 portals, each corresponding to the 4 galaxies of East, West, South, and North. This portal corresponds to your Northern Galaxy's Demon Gate. The demon realm is quite chaotic, much like the 4 galaxies, divided into 4 regions. This area belongs to the Northern Demon Realm, where each has its own ruler, and currently, the most powerful force here is under the dominion of Depura. Goku, with curiosity gleaming in his eyes, asked Mela, "Is Depura very formidable? Is he the strongest in the demon realm?" "Not at all. He is merely the most powerful demon king in the Northern Demon Realm at the moment. However, long ago, above the demon realm existed a realm of demon gods, home to a demon god king and the 4 great demon gods. They were truly the mightiest, but they have long since vanished, likely dead or gone elsewhere." "That sounds rather intriguing." "Kiki, it is not as delightful as it seems. Most inhabitants of the demon realm are not particularly amiable, and those at the pinnacle of the realm are even less so." Mela's expression grew slightly grave. After all, she had existed long before the demon god king's time, and was well aware of the brutality of such deities. "Oh, I see." Goku nodded, somewhat understanding. "By the way, Goku, how did you come to be here?" Mela inquired curiously. "Isn't there a grand door outside? My friend Bulma and I were exploring outside and, out of curiosity, pushed it open." Mela suddenly realized. So that is how it is. It appears we are indeed fated. Each of the 4 galaxies has a corresponding gate to the demon realm, and those gates are usually concealed, not belonging to the same spatial dimension as your world. Bulma looked at her eagerly. "Sister Mela, can Goku and I explore around?" "Ordinarily, it would not be permissible, but considering Goku, I shall make an exception. However, you may only stay for 1 day, as your strength is insufficient to withstand the harsh conditions of the demon realm. Prolonged exposure would be detrimental to your health." After a moment of contemplation, Mela consented. Bulma exclaimed joyfully, "Yay, that's wonderful. Thank you, Sister Mela. Well then, just proceed straight ahead. Upon traversing this passage, you shall arrive at the Northern Demon Realm. As for me and Hercules, we will wait for you here after 1 day." With that, Mela utilized her teleportation technique, swiftly departing with Hercules. Bulma donned her armor and tugged Goku along. "Goku, let us embark." "Sister Mela, why are you so lenient with that little fellow?" Hercules asked in confusion, as his impression of Mela was not one of such leniency. "Kiki, primarily because he is rather pleasing to the eye. Moreover, Goku, being so young, managed to open that grand door. Who knows, I may need his assistance in the future." Mela softly explained. "Yes, my subordinate understands." Hercules mumbled in acknowledgement. Chapter 60. The organization expanded. 2 hours later, Bulma and Goku emerged from the mesmerizing, purple-hued dream corridor. "Wow, Goku, look over there. There's a flower spewing lava, and that group of fish can actually live in it. How extraordinary. That dog has 2 heads, and that pig has 2 tails." Bulma exclaimed excitedly as she tugged Goku along, pulling out her camera to capture the wonders before them. Goku, trailing behind, helplessly remarked, "Calm down. We could roast that pig and see what it tastes like." "All right, you have a point. Let us try roasting one. And you can catch a few of those lava fish. I'm curious about them too. Leave it to me," Goku confidently declared. With a swift strike of his power pole, he dispatched the unfortunate 2-tailed demon pig, quickly skinning and gutting it before starting a fire. Then, he shed his clothes and leapt into the lava lake, swimming towards the molten fish, managing to catch a dozen. Despite the lake teeming with fish, it paled in comparison to the abundance outside. Thus, he refrained from overindulging. 2 hours later, after tasting the pork, Goku turned to Bulma and cautioned, "Bulma, don't eat too much of this meat." Bulma, pouting in dissatisfaction, retorted, "What? My esteemed general is worried I might steal your food?" "No, it's because this meat contains a unique energy from this world. Too much could be harmful to you," Goku explained, grimacing as he gathered his thoughts. Bulma shot him a sidelong glance and cheerfully replied, "Well, at least you have a conscience. No worries. I don't have a big appetite. I'll just have this fish and sample a bit of the pork. Yes, this fish is delightful, imbued with a fiery essence, and incredibly tender, truly remarkable." After finishing the fish, Bulma took a slice of pork, her brow slightly furrowing as she remarked, "This pork isn't bad, but it's not great either. I think I'll pass. Indeed, the fish is delicious. Help, help." A cry for help echoed from afar. Bulma stood up, astonished, and exclaimed, "How is that possible? I'm not even wearing a translator. Could it be someone from Earth? Goku, stop eating. You finished the fish, and the pork isn't essential. Let us go check it out. All right, let us go. They discarded the pork and swiftly ran towards the source of the cry. Soon, they spotted a tiny creature, no larger than a palm, flitting through the air with 2 pairs of wings, being pursued by a fire-breathing dragon-like creature. That little one is so adorable. Bulma's eyes sparkled as she urged, Goku, save that little creature. The dragon can be our dinner. Okay, it looks like it would taste good. Having successfully begun to master the fusion technique, Goku summoned his power pole from the conscious realm, wielding it in his left hand and launching it forward. The power pole elongated briefly in the air, streaking like a meteor across the night sky, piercing the heart of the flame dragon, killing it instantly. The dragon didn't even have time to let out a cry before its body was hoisted onto the pole and returned. The little creature, now safe, flew before Goku and Bulma, revealing itself as a stunning beauty, albeit much smaller, with 2 pairs of wings. Thank you so much for saving me. My name is Kiki. I never imagined a demon would come to my rescue. Kiki bowed gracefully, her delicate face earnest in gratitude. We're not demons. You're truly adorable. How did you end up in the demon realm? Bulma asked curiously, her blue eyes sparkling as she gazed at the exquisite little being. My name is Kiki, a sprite from the demon realm. We communicate through unique vibrations that allow any race to understand our speech, Kiki explained earnestly, then curiously inquired, if you're not demons, then what are you? Haha, you're quite charming. We are humans. How about joining me, the clever and delightful Bulma, back to the human realm? I promise no arranged marriages, just food, shelter, and paid vacations. What? You're from the human realm and can take me back? Kiki exclaimed in surprise, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Bulma. I can go with you, but I have a small request. Bulma, not one to be easily swayed by tears, replied cautiously, all right, tell me your request. As long as it's reasonable, I can agree. Here's the thing, although we are a race from the demon realm, we are completely out of place among other races. We dislike fighting and prefer a peaceful existence, but in the competitive and harsh environment of the demon realm, such traits lead to our ostracization. Yet, like anyone, we have our tempers. Although we are sprites, we are not exempt from conflict. Other races frequently provoke us. And while we could tolerate it once or twice, it becomes unbearable with repeated offenses, especially that ancient Gregly creature, which, despite being similar in size and possessing wings, embodies the essence of a combatant and often taunts us at our doorstep. Initially, we disregarded them, but then that rogue Gregly corrupted others of its kind. Do you know what they did? Every time we gathered at the beach to joyfully build sandcastles, they would swarm in, kicking down our meticulously crafted luxurious villas and even urinating on them. When we sought food, ready to enjoy a feast, they would suddenly appear, drooling over our meals. And when it was time to sleep, they would sing their boastful anthem outside. I am a Gregly, proud I am a Gregly. Eventually, we could no longer tolerate it and arranged a decisive battle against the Gregly at Golden Sands Beach, a dreamlike shore adorned with golden grains. On the day of the battle, the corrupted Gregly gathered with 99 others in formation on the beach, awaiting us. Our leader, Namekian, led 80 of us sprites into battle. We initially had a strong chance of victory, as in one-on-one combat, we were evenly matched. However, our sprite ability allowed us to amplify our strengths. Though I may seem small, I am capable of creating a 50-fold gravitational effect. If I collaborate with a fellow sprite, it can become 100-fold. Though it diminishes over time, it is still formidable at the onset. But just as we were poised for victory, that rogue Gregly uttered a taunt that unraveled everything. He claimed our leader lacked a certain appendage, which, while true, ignited our leader's ire. He charged alone at the corrupted Gregly, and when we followed, intending merely to tussle, the entire plan fell apart, and we broke their formation. By the time both sides regained composure, it was too late. Our leader and the corrupted Gregly perished together, leaving just 5 sprites, myself included. The Gregly outnumbered us, and the conflict concluded with both races retreating in sorrow. Now, our situation is dire, our numbers are too few, and the demon realm is no longer suitable for our survival. If this continues, our clan will face extinction. This cannot be allowed. Therefore, I implore you to take our entire tribe to the human realm. We shall serve you faithfully. Please, this is my lifelong request. With tears long retracted, Chi-Chi hastily expressed her plea, her hands clasped over her heart as she gazed pitifully at Bulma. Stop. No more words. It's a deal. I will hire all of you, and from now on, you shall be my subordinates. I will ensure your safety, Bulma declared with a wave of her hand. Making a decisive gesture, she then cast a glance at Goku, saying, Goku, this pertains to your own training. How you explain this to Sister Mela is up to you. Without hesitation, Goku replied, no problem, leave it to me. Chi-Chi led Goku and Bulma to her home, nestled within a mystical purple forest. At the heart of a grand tree, a peculiar opening had formed, appearing as though it had emerged from nature itself, with no signs of damage. Chi-Chi called out loudly to the entrance, Dudu, Mao Mao, Mi-Fi, Outa, come out quickly. We are moving. Bulma, intrigued by the unique dwelling, inquired, wow, Chi-Chi, your home is truly special. How was it formed? Our natural abilities allow us to create tree houses from colossal trees, and when we vacate, we can restore the tree to its original state without causing harm, Chi-Chi explained. That sounds marvelous. I must try planting a gigantic tree at my home someday to experience the treehouse sensation, Bulma mused. Chi-Chi cheerfully agreed. Absolutely, Sister Bulma. Shortly after, several little creatures emerged from within the tree, and Chi-Chi explained the situation to them. Moments later, they stood in neat rows before Bulma and Goku. The rotund Dudu stepped forward, introducing himself in a soft voice. I am Dudu. The sturdy Outa followed, stating firmly, I am Outa. Mao Mao, with large eyes, stepped up and said in a slightly husky tone, I am Mao Mao. Lastly, the lovely Mi-Fi stepped forward, her voice bright and clear, I am Mi-Fi. Bulma chuckled. Then gently said, from now on, just call me Sister Bulma. Yes. They chorused in unison. Nearby, Chi-Chi clapped her hands and announced, everyone, we are moving. 10 minutes later, the colossal tree returned to its natural form. Each of the 5 little creatures carried a small bundle on their shoulders. Bulma tossed out a hovering vehicle and took the left seat. Goku and the 5 sprites settled into the right side, while Chi-Chi and the others tossed their bundles aside and clambered onto Goku, with 1 perched on his head and 2 on each shoulder. Bulma, puzzled, observed, it seems you all quite like Goku. Indeed, being near him feels so natural and comforting, Chi-Chi replied. By the way, Chi-Chi, I am curious about how your kind reproduces. Bulma inquired. Upon hearing Bulma's question, Chi-Chi blushed slightly and fidgeted with her small hands, slowly responding, well, we are different from you. Those with gentle features are female, while those with sturdy builds are male. When our lives reach their end, we automatically transform into an egg from which new life emerges. There is a small chance of twins being born. Mi-Fi and I are female, while Dudu, Mao Mao, and Outa are male. Outa is slightly older, by your time standards. He's already 50, while the rest of us are around 20. How fascinating. You are all older than I am. Yet, to think you enjoy playing in the mud at such an age is surprising, Bulma laughed, dismissing it lightly. Huh, who says age restricts one from enjoying mud? It is genuinely fun, Chi-Chi retorted. Mi-Fi exclaimed in amazement, wow, an 800-year-old cat. We only live for about 300 years. I am so curious about what that cat looks like. Bulma chuckled, haha, perhaps you will have the chance to see it. Thus, Bulma, Goku, and the little ones gradually made their way back to the exit. When they reached the grand portal, Mela and Hercules were already waiting. Mela looked at the little creatures in astonishment. So, it's these little ones. Goku, do you wish to take them along? Yes, Sister Mela. Is that all right? Goku asked. Of course. They are not suited for life in the demon realm anyway. It's better for them to join you in the human world, Mela affirmed. Goku pondered for a moment and asked, Sister Mela, will I have the chance to visit you again? Yes, as long as you carry this pendant. The hidden door will reveal itself, and you can enter, Mela replied, bending down to place a crescent-shaped pendant in Goku's palm. She then gracefully returned to her upright position, earnestly advising, however, it's best to visit sparingly. The higher-ups may not be pleased. Understood, Sister Mela. Farewell. Goku waved as he pushed open the grand door. Bulma and the others returned to the human realm, and the door closed behind them. Wow, this is the human realm. Our future home looks entirely different from the demon realm. The little ones marveled at their surroundings. Suddenly, the nimbus cloud descended from the sky, and Bulma hopped aboard, calling out, hey, everyone get on. Dudu, in a soft voice, remarked, is this a cloud? It feels different from ordinary clouds. It's so comfortable, and you can sit on it. Chi-Chi, with a hint of displeasure, admonished, hey, Dudu, I've told you many times to be more manly and speak with conviction. As the 3 males here, you must uphold our clan's dignity. Oh, but my voice is naturally soft. I can't help it, Dudu replied. Haha, that is quite adorable, Goku said with a squinting smile. Noticing that Goku had yet to board, Chi-Chi curiously asked, "Goku, aren't you getting on? Where are we heading next?" Before Goku could respond, Bulma explained, "We are on our way home now, heading to West City. However, we're not in a hurry. We'll enjoy the journey back. Goku likes to train, so he will exercise down here alone." "Chi-Chi, how long can your gravity ability be maintained on me?" Goku inquired, intrigued. After some thought, Chi-Chi replied, "For one person, I can sustain 50 times gravity for a week. If we combine our powers, we can maintain 250 times gravity for the same duration. Oh, then, could you please apply 10 times gravity to me first? Once I master that, you can gradually increase it." "Certainly. Leave it to me," Chi-Chi assured, patting her slightly rounded chest. Chapter 61. A disadvantageous expedition. 2 days later, Kiki observed Wukong beside him and asked aloud, "Wukong, is 50 times gravity sufficient? Or should we increase it further?" Wukong, supporting himself on the ground with a single finger, paused for a moment of contemplation before responding, 50 times is adequate. I must first master this level of gravity before advancing my training further. Otherwise, I risk losing control of my own strength, which could endanger those around me. The synchronization of power and its control is essential for perfection." With that, he resumed his forward motion, effortlessly jogging along while still balancing on one finger. A quarter of an hour later, a small village appeared before them, comprised of a dozen earthen houses with thatched roofs. Surrounding the homes were neatly cultivated fields, recently sown and covered with protective film. The village's doors were tightly shut, and cautious eyes peeked through the cracks, observing the outside world. A large purple wild boar, adorned with 2 formidable tusks, was wreaking havoc in the fields. Wukong sprang into action, gazing at the hefty wild boar ahead. He turned to Bulma and exclaimed, "Bulma, that wild boar looks quite peculiar, and it's causing destruction. I shall capture it and later clean it for a feast. I wonder what a creature so strange might taste like." Relaxing on her nimbus cloud, Bulma casually replied, "Well, since it's an easy task, let's assist these villagers by dealing with it." Wukong took a single step and was already 300 meters away from the wild boar. The boar, noticing the small figure obstructing its path, took a few steps back, forcefully digging its right hoof into the ground before charging at Wukong. Its massive tusks aimed at the audacious challenger. As the boar lunged, Wukong effortlessly seized its tusks, lifting it into the air. The wild boar, now terrified, flailed its legs in a panic, but to no avail. "What a bountiful harvest! I've never encountered such a strange pig," Wukong joyfully proclaimed as he continued on his way, holding the wild boar aloft. In the distance, on a hillside, Tianjin Fan, with his egg-shaped face and 3 eyes, donned a green martial arts uniform emblazoned with a large character for crane. Accompanied by the round-faced Dumpling, both hastened towards Wukong. 5 minutes later, the two intercepted Wukong, who was preparing to clean the wild boar. Dumpling, his face pale, arrogantly declared, "Hey, kid, put down that wild boar. It belongs to us." Wukong, observing the unhealthy-looking individual before him, replied earnestly, "Why should I? I caught it myself. You appear even shorter than I am, and your complexion suggests you haven't eaten enough. I could roast it and share a bit with you." Dumpling, incensed by Wukong's words, pointed an accusatory finger at him and retorted, "You brat. This is my natural skin tone. I shall teach you a lesson." "A fight, is it? Very well. I shall oblige," Wukong responded, tossing the wild boar to the ground. The frightened creature quickly scampered away to hide behind the 2 newcomers, having nearly given up hope before its saviors arrived. Realization dawned upon Wukong. "Huh? So you were all in cahoots?" "Indeed. Wukong, I just inquired with the villagers and deduced that these 2 are nothing but money-grubbing swindlers. Yet their trickery pales in comparison to that foolish pig." Bulma's voice chimed from above as she descended on her nimbus with Kiki and a few other little ones. Tianjin Fan, seeing the group before him and eager to continue his quest for wealth in the next village, urged Dumpling, "Stop wasting time with them. Take care of these pests so we can proceed." "Understood, Tianjin," Dumpling replied. Kiki, sensing an opportunity to prove himself after joining Bulma's team, floated in the air and saluted her with utmost seriousness, proclaiming, "Captain Bulma, allow us to take this on. Grant us a chance to showcase our abilities." "Very well. It is entrusted to you." "Kiki, do take care," Bulma responded. Kiki turned to Dudu, earnestly advising, "Dudu, this is your responsibility. We must not fail. This is our first battle." "Understood, Kiki, leader," Dudu replied, floating forward to confront Dumpling and Tianjin Fan. With a single word, he immobilized the 2 adversaries. and with another command, he unleashed 20 times gravity upon them. Instantly, they collapsed to the ground, bewildered and helpless. Dumpling's pale face betrayed his panic. Tianjin, I cannot move. It seems we share a similar ability, but his is far stronger. Fear not, Dumpling. Whether facing a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, I shall stand by you. Tianjin Fan comforted, observing Dumpling's anxiety. For now, let us see what they intend to do with us. This is truly an inauspicious beginning. We've hardly set out and already met such formidable foes. I wonder where they sprang from. Dudu floated before Bulma, raising a hand in salute. Captain Bulma. Mission accomplished successfully. Kiki's expression turned solemn, returned to formation. Wukong approached Tianjin Fan and Dumpling, crouching down to examine their heads. I've been curious. Why are you both wearing hats? He exclaimed, removing their hats, only to be astonished. Ah, so you are both bald? He lightly tapped Dumpling's shiny head, producing a crisp sound, and noticed a solitary hair, which he curiously grasped and examined. Ah, do not touch that. It is my only treasure. If you damage it, you shall pay dearly, Dumpling exclaimed in a fluster. Tianjin Fan, his face turning red, admonished, Dumpling, cease your chatter. Oh, since it is your treasure, I shall leave it be. Afterward, Wukong squatted before Tianjin Fan, tapping his bald head as well, producing a similar sound. After a moment of comparison, he remarked, no discernible difference. Both are shiny, though the little one's head is the hardest, followed by Dumpling's, and then yours. Dumpling, brimming with pride, declared, of course. Mine is a diamond head. Tianjin Fan, blushing and speechless, thought to himself, that little brat is truly vexing. Wukong paced back and forth before them and, with a serious gaze, admonished, swindling is wrong. You ought to be good children and refrain from tricking others in the future. As for that wild boar, since it is your companion, I shall spare it. However, do not permit it to ruin the fields. If I encounter it again causing trouble, I shall consume all three of you. With that, Wukong resumed his journey into the distance, the nimbus clouds swiftly following suit. As night fell and the moon rose high in the sky, the effects of Dudu's spell finally wore off. Tianjin Fan quickly got to his feet, donned his hat, and exclaimed, that insufferable brat. I shall make him pay for this humiliation. To be schooled by such a small child is utterly disgraceful. Oh, I'm not bothered. After all, I am a little one as well. Dumpling shrugged nonchalantly before turning to Tianjin Fan and inquired, so, Tianjin, shall we continue our swindling? No, let us return. I shall intensify my training and ensure we reclaim our honor next time. With that, Tianjin Fan turned and departed, followed closely by Dumpling and the wild boar. 10 days later, Bulma returned to West City with Goku. Ah, is that Goku? Welcome back. Bulma's mother, Maria, was watering the flowers and gazed at Goku in surprise. It was the first time she had seen her daughter so devoted to a boy. She then said to Bulma, your sister, Tais, has returned. Would you like to go see her? I'll finish what I'm doing first, then I'll go see her, Bulma replied decisively, turning to the little sprites nearby. Kiki, what kind of room do you need? I'll arrange it for you. Kiki saluted sharply in the air and replied, Commander, a few trees will suffice. We can build it ourselves. No problem. There are plenty of trees in the courtyard. Choose whichever one you like. There are also some wild animals my father brought back. So you won't be bored. Thus, the arrangement was made. Bulma then led Goku to her bedroom, and a few minutes later, she brought him into the adjacent room. Upon opening the door, they were met with a 69 square meter space, dominated by a grand bed made entirely of golden silkwood, measuring 3 meters wide and 30 centimeters high. The bed was adorned with crisp white sheets and a dreamy blue quilt. Above it, the ceiling featured a large, flat, one-way transparent glass panel, ensuring that the interior was invisible from outside at any time of day or night. Surrounding the glass were luxurious crystal chandeliers. In the 20 square meter shower room, there was a 5 square meter irregularly shaped bathtub, lined with shimmering pebbles. A separate 9 square meter space served as a wardrobe and shoe cabinet. Bulma flopped onto the lavish sofa, stretching her perfectly curved legs and said relaxedly, this is your room. I designed it specifically for someone special. I thought no one would ever live here. My bedroom is right next door. She pointed to the balcony outside. If you need to find me while I'm sleeping, just climb over from there. I always lock my door. However, your door must remain unlocked for my convenience. After all, it wouldn't be very graceful for me to climb over the balcony. Goku looked at Bulma with eager anticipation and asked, when will you teach me how to cook? I'll arrange it for you tomorrow. I'll have a smart robot build a suitable kitchen for you on the spacious lawn in the courtyard. Then, I'll find the best chef on Earth to teach you. Once you've mastered his skills, I'll arrange for other chefs to further your culinary education. Bulma regarded Goku, who seemed so eager to learn, with a hint of skepticism. He didn't seem like the cooking type. Yet, she acknowledged that he was serious about what he wanted to do, and perhaps he could indeed develop impressive culinary skills. Now, you can entertain yourself. You've been to my house before. I'm going to see my sister, Tai's. After saying this, Bulma stepped out towards Tai's room. Bulma entered her sister's room, which lacked any feminine softness, instead appearing clean and orderly. Tai's was diligently engrossed in her work, and Bulma walked over and tapped on the table. Tai's looked up, surprised. Ah, Bulma, you're here. Yes, the great writer has finally returned. Don't say that. I'm merely a writer, not blessed with your talent. By the way, I heard from Mom that you brought back a friend. That is quite unusual. Yes, his name is Goku, and it's indeed unusual. He is the scion that Gake mentioned before. Tai's exclaimed in surprise. What? A scion? Now, that piques my curiosity. You know I need plenty of material for my work. She then fell into thought, reminiscing, scions, many years ago, I encountered a rather young and interesting scion. Bulma looked at her with curiosity. How come I've never heard you mention this? Tai's, slightly embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly. Haha. It's not exactly a glorious story. I saved that little rascal's life. But he certainly made me suffer. As the esteemed Tai's, I was at his beck and call for 2 months, serving as his personal chef. Just thinking about it makes me furious. If I ever see him again, I'll make him pay. Really? When I first met Goku, he put me through quite a bit of trouble too. But Goku is very dependable. No matter how dangerous it gets, I always feel safe with him by my side. As she spoke, a radiant smile gradually blossomed on Bulma's face. Who would have thought that our world's most intelligent and proud Bulma would praise someone like that? I must get to know him better, Tai said, astonished at her sister's unexpected admiration. Well, let us leave it for tomorrow. We just got back. And Goku will be staying with us for a while, so there's no rush. Bulma gently stroked her long hair. Her curiosity piqued. By the way, sister, how is your novel coming along? Tai's replied with a hint of melancholy. Not yet. I lack the crucial material and inspiration. Gake has warned me several times not to rush it. Frisia's infamous reputation echoes throughout the North Galaxy. If I finish it, it might only be for your eyes. So my motivation has been very strong, and my progress is slow. All these years, I've been living comfortably off dividends from the shares my father gave me. Unlike you, at just 17, you already have your own assets. Sometimes, I envy your brilliance. Haha, look at me, a beauty that inspires envy. And even my sister cannot resist. Bulma said, her hands delicately caressing her exquisite features. If I encounter Frisia in the future, I'll have Goku take care of him. And then you can publish your novel. No matter what, you're still my sister, and I take pride in that. Tai scoffed, then looked at Bulma incredulously. But he is a dark overlord. In my years traversing the universe, I've seen much, and I know his terror all too well. Humph. If you don't believe me, then so be it. Let your novel remain unwritten. I'm leaving. Bulma lightly tossed her long hair behind her and walked away with a cheerful stride. Chapter 62. The culinary master begins his training the next day. Chi-Chi, Dudu, Malmo, Miffy, and Odd had completed their houses. Each of their abodes was roughly the size of half a bed, yet they had adorned them with various charming trinkets. With Chi-Chi's assistance, Bulma floated in the air, examining the surroundings with a discerning eye. Chi-Chi, your house design is quite impressive, she remarked with admiration. Of course, we inherently possess this talent. Chi-Chi replied with a sense of pride. After gently placing Bulma back on the ground, Chi-Chi went off to play with Miffy and the others. Bulma called out to Goku, who had just entered the garden courtyard. Goku, come here. When Goku approached, he found Bulma beside a woman who appeared to be slightly more mature than her. Tai's, intrigued, leaned closer to Goku, scrutinizing the diminutive figure of 70 centimeters, curious as to what made her proud sister hold him in such high regard. Indeed, you are a scion. You must be Goku, right? I'm Tai's, she exclaimed with astonishment, reaching out to shake Goku's hand. Yes, I'm Goku. Nice to meet you, Tai's, he replied, his eyes wide with wonder as he gazed at her. Tai smiled gently, revealing 2 exquisite dimples. You can call me Sister Tai's. Goku promptly exclaimed, Sister Tai's. Haha, you are far cuter than any scion I know, much smaller in stature and significantly kinder in nature. However, I've heard that scions are quite fierce. His demeanor seems rather typical, but with you, it's hard to perceive any ferocity. Tai's observed. She then noted Goku's tail, remarking, your tail is quite different. His is entirely black, while yours is interspersed with gold, and its texture is far more pleasant. As Tai spoke, she reached out to touch Goku's small face, before grasping his tail to examine it closely. Suddenly, Bulma swatted her hand away, frowning disapprovingly. Sister Tais, please refrain from touching. Tais playfully tossed her golden hair and smiled at her sister. Oh, you're protective of your little friend. This is quite a rare specimen. I stumbled upon him, and I certainly intend to have a good look. He'll be residing here for a while, so I needn't worry about the opportunity slipping away. Goku looked at Bulma with eager anticipation. By the way, Bulma, is the kitchen ready as you mentioned yesterday? Humph. Asking that right away, Bulma muttered with slight annoyance. Then gestured to the side. Look over there. It's nearly completed. This afternoon, I will invite the world-renowned chef, Flick, to come and guide your culinary skills. Following Bulma's, Goku noticed several intelligent robots busily constructing a luxurious transparent kitchen on a patch of grass in the courtyard. Goku grinned broadly. Hey, that's fantastic, Bulma. Once I master it, I'll cook for you. Well, it's nice to see you have a conscience. I am somewhat looking forward to your culinary achievements, my general, Bulma said, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. If you truly succeed, I shall appoint you as my royal chef. Goku, puzzled, inquired, by the way, where's Oolong? I haven't seen him. Ah, he's currently assisting my father. After all, they share the same interests, Bulma replied. In the afternoon, the opulent kitchen was completed, given Goku's small stature. Each countertop was equipped with steps for his convenience, which could be easily stored away when not in use. Flick, observing the small figure before him, inquired, Miss Bulma, is this the individual I shall be training? Indeed, Master Flick. I entrust Goku to you for the time being. Our collaboration will conclude once he has mastered your signature techniques, Bulma confirmed. Then turning to Goku, she instructed, Goku, simply follow Master Flick's guidance. I will be occupied with my research. If you encounter any issues, feel free to seek me out. As Bulma made her way to her laboratory, Master Flick regarded the young boy. Since Miss Bulma and I are engaging in a fair exchange, you are not technically my student. We are merely fulfilling our respective needs. You may call me Master Flick or simply Flick, and I shall call you Goku. All right, Uncle Flick. When do we start? Goku asked eagerly. Before we begin, here is a chef's uniform I've specially prepared for you. Please put it on. Flick smiled as he presented a tailored chef's outfit to Goku. After demonstrating how to wear it, Goku quickly donned the white attire and chef's hat. First, we must master knife skills, particularly how to slice an ingredient into uniformly thin pieces. While machines can achieve similar results, an exceptional chef relies on their own skills. Just like this, Flick stated, picking up a prepped fish and placing it on a special cutting board. With deft movements, he expertly processed the fish, transforming it into a platter of neatly layered slices in just a minute. Once Bulma finished her tasks, she approached, finding Flick already gone. She beamed at Goku. You look adorable in that chef's outfit. By the way, what's in those 2 buckets beside you? Well, I also think it looks great. Those are the fish I sliced. But my technique needs work, so they aren't quite perfect. Master Flick mentioned it would take some time to practice. I sense that this is indeed a fruitful training, particularly for controlling my strength. As I refine my skills, I'll be able to manipulate energy more intricately than the simple energy spheres I use now. Perhaps I'll even achieve a level of finesse akin to my hair. This will certainly aid in compressing energy. Goku affirmed the significance of his training, growing increasingly respectful of Bardock. Bulma's eyes sparkled with delight. Though I'm not well versed in training, it sounds splendid. Since you have quite the appetite, I shall instruct the cooking robots to prepare the fish for dinner, and we shall enjoy it together. After a month of Flick guiding Goku, in the bustling metropolis of East City, Yamcha donned stylish blue ripped jeans and a white t-shirt. Beside him, the little flying fox, Puyalu, sported sunglasses and a traditional outfit. Puyala cheerfully remarked, young Master Yamcha, that beautiful woman named Bulma was absolutely right. Now that you dress well, Terra and Talia are keeping a close watch on you to prevent any mischief. Hee. My days have been quite comfortable as well. Yamcha, wearing a smug expression, replied, thanks to my mother for bestowing upon me such a handsome visage. However, Terra and Talia are wonderful, but they can be overly strict. I used to be a carefree wanderer, but since meeting them, I now feel the need to take better care of myself and have lost the desire to roam. Puyala looked at him with disdain. Don't take your fortune for granted. While their occupations may not be ideal, it's not what they desire. Life is challenging for everyone. Since they began accompanying you, they have left that line of work behind. Now, it is your responsibility to earn a living and support your family. Yamcha's face, initially adorned with a hint of pride, was suddenly shadowed by an expression of concern. but all I know how to do is rob. What am I supposed to do right now? I truly haven't figured it out. Puyala chuckled mysteriously, retrieving a business card from his bag. Hee hee. This is where I come in, as your chief strategist. This is the business card of a basketball agent. With your skills, young Master Yamcha, participating in this basketball tournament will be exceedingly simple. This is how one makes money, and I have already arranged everything. You will officially start tomorrow. Truly. He was worthy of being my advisor. His reliability in matters is commendable. All right, let us proceed as you suggested. We shall depart tomorrow. The next morning, Bulma, having dressed herself elegantly, pushed open the door to Goku's bedroom. He lay there, completely naked, his left leg wrapped around a dreamy blue blanket, soundly asleep, with his black golden tail swaying unconsciously. Bulma pouted as she approached and tugged at his tail. I told you to go to bed early last night, but you didn't listen. You were too busy having fun playing games with Oolong and Chi-Chi. It's already broad daylight. Master Flick must be waiting for quite a while. Goku, still half asleep, mumbled, "Mm. Bulma, I want to sleep a little longer. Missing a day of training doesn't matter. Besides, I can't train in my current state of Ultra Instinct. My progress in becoming stronger is rather stagnant. Forget it. I'll just ask Master Flick for a paid leave today." Bulma, unconcerned, turned and walked out. 2 months into Goku's training with Flick, Goku's knife skills had reached a level comparable to Flick's. Any further progress would be slow, as the fish fillets were already exceedingly thin. For a while, Flick would guide Goku in understanding the attributes and properties of various ingredients, explaining their effects, what they could and could not be paired with. This was a challenge for Goku, who had grown accustomed to the wilderness and had never undergone such systematic learning. However, he approached his aspirations with unwavering enthusiasm. 3 months later, Flick gazed at the young lad before him with satisfaction. Well done. It appears you have truly mastered the fundamental knowledge of ingredient properties. We can now move on to the next and final stage. Goku grinned widely, exclaiming, "Haha, Uncle Flick. I have indeed worked hard." In the bustling metropolis of Earth, Dongdu, a handsome young man with slightly sunken eyes and a vacant stare was frantically running ahead, with shouts echoing behind him. "Yamcha, if I catch you, you'll be in for it. How dare you run away from home?" Yamcha's voice, tinged with weakness, floated back. Talia, I just feel my training is insufficient. I want to strive harder. I still have hope. You must support me." As he spoke, he continued to run forward, attracting curious glances from passers-by. The fashionable sisters, Talia and Talia, were hot on his heels, but Yamcha quickened his pace, using the crowd as cover to slip into an alley and escape through another exit. "Young Master Yamcha, didn't you used to love the city? Why are you running?" His partner Puyala asked with an enigmatic look. Yamcha lowered his head in despair. Puyala, that was my youthful folly. Who knew my training would be lacking to the point where I can't even handle those two? They demand a daily dose of goji berries, leaving me without any status in the family. Now that I wish to indulge, they want to give me the chance. My youthful escapades have come to an abrupt end. I, Yamcha, am finished. I should retreat to the mountains and lay low for 2 years, training until I grow stronger before returning. Puyala's eyes glinted strangely, but the utterly dispirited Yamcha failed to notice. As the sisters lost sight of Yamcha, Talia expressed her concern. "Sister, do you think we have been too harsh on him? Or does he disdain our previous professions and is seeking an excuse to escape?" Talia retorted, with his looks and temperament, if we don't impose some discipline, who knows how reckless he would become. We didn't choose that line of work willingly either. After our mother fell ill with cancer years ago, the treatment costs have been exorbitant. Sometimes, survival is beyond one's control. If he hadn't crossed paths with us, he might not be such a good person. We are fortunate to be with him. There's no question of being mismatched. It's as if we were destined for one another. He has treated us well, and the money he earned these past few months has been more than enough for our mother's treatment, allowing us to live comfortably. We shall return to the village tomorrow. Rest assured, he won't escape. Puyala is my insider. He mentioned that Yamcha is no longer a child. It's time for him to marry. He will keep in touch with us, and when the time is right, we will lead Yamcha back to our village. By then, he won't be able to run away. Chapter 63. The Growth Journey of the Goddess of Charm. Frick gazed at the little fellow before him and spoke slowly. "The final stage is to impart my signature skills to you. Every top chef possesses their own unique secret recipe, and I have two, both related to fish. One is called 5-flavor fish. Although its name suggests 5 distinct tastes, it merely signifies that I have harmoniously blended the 5 flavors of sour, sweet, numbing, spicy, and salty in precise proportions, along with the appropriate cooking time and moisture, to create a delectable dish with the Dragon King fish. The other secret is known as fragrant fish. After preparing the grass leaf fish, it is cooked to a medium doneness and then expertly sliced into thin pieces, paired with a special sweet sauce. A mere dip of the chopsticks into the sauce transforms the taste into something extraordinary. Of course, due to personal constraints, this is the extent of my capabilities. However, you are different. Your knife skills have already surpassed mine. In the future, you may even surpass me, elevating the flavors of these two dishes to an entirely new level. If the fish slices achieve a melt-in-the-mouth quality, it could yield an entirely different flavor experience. Upon finishing his words, Frick deftly commenced his preparations. 15 minutes later, he presented two dishes, each the size of a basin, before Wukong for tasting. After savoring the meal, Wukong rubbed his belly, feeling unsatisfied yet exhilarated. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. I've only ever grilled meat before. This is the finest food I've ever tasted. But these portions are far too small. I could eat much more. Haha. I don't possess your strength. Preparing a single fish is quite taxing for me. I cannot keep up with your appetite, so if you wish to indulge, you must learn to take responsibility for it yourself. Frick replied with a wry smile. However, it may take some time. If any step in the process is mishandled, the flavor will be compromised. As time flowed gently by, after imparting his skills to Wukong, Frick took his leave. Wukong diligently practiced his knife skills and culinary techniques every day. During the 3 months following Frick's departure, Bulma sought out several top chefs to teach their techniques. And by now, Wukong had mastered the preparation of 10 exquisite dishes: 5 flavor fish, fragrant fish, carved dragon and phoenix, spicy dragon king crab, clear water shrimp, cold yellow river grass, snow mountain white lotus soup, misty flowers, ice river storm, and volcanic eruption, on a long, elegant stone table adorned with natural patterns. Various exotic fruits were displayed. Bulma sat gracefully in a fashionable white chair, lightly tapping the table. Hey, Wukong, are the clear water shrimp and snow mountain white lotus soup ready? Dressed in a chef's robe and hat, Wukong, standing at 70 centimeters tall, lifted a beautifully crafted white porcelain tray. Dozens of small, pristine clear water shrimp had been meticulously shelled and arranged artistically on a luxurious white plate, with scattered rose petals and a delicate bowl inscribed with red hibiscus nearby. He approached Bulma with light footsteps, gently placing the two dishes before her. You've only been gone a few minutes. If it were Uncle Frick, he'd probably still be prepping the ingredients. Bulma ignored him, her long, fair fingers delicately removing the lid from the bowl. She took a spoon and sampled a bite, exclaiming, "Very good. Far better than those top chefs. I never expected you to learn so well. You truly have surpassed your teachers." Haha. Indeed. That's only natural. My strength and control levels differ from theirs. Wukong replied with a grin. Tai Si, sitting nearby, propped her chin on her smooth palm, her expression filled with anticipation. Don't forget, I still want my volcanic eruption. Yulong raised a pig's trotter and exclaimed loudly, I want 5 flavor fish. Bulma, with a hint of dissatisfaction in her blue eyes, replied, if you want something, make it yourself or ask the robot to do it. Yulong protested, I've cleaned thousands of fish these past few days. My delicate hands are all wrinkled. Wukong chuckled, haha. No worries. I'll make it. It'll be ready in no time. He lit the fire once more, primarily cooking for Bulma and himself, and was delighted that Yulong had lent him a hand. 10 minutes later, Wukong placed a large basin of 5 flavor fish on the table. Yulong quickly grabbed a bowl and began to eat, while several fairies nearby nibbled on fruits, as they preferred not to eat meat. Wukong then set a plate of volcanic eruption in front of Tai Si, before turning to prepare his own meal. Tai Si picked up a slender, specially crafted silver stick and poked it into the volcanic eruption, causing the artificially simulated lava rain mixed with seasoning to evenly cascade over the processed raw meat on the plate. A few minutes later, Tai Si began to taste it, declaring, it's extraordinarily well done, even better than what Master Nika prepared. She then looked enviously at her sister, Bulma, you'll be in for a treat. Once Wukong's culinary skills reach an even higher level, dining will be an even greater pleasure. Well, it's nothing extraordinary. Wukong still has much to learn. Bulma replied with a hint of pride in her eyes, though soon after, a trace of concern crossed her face. I just wonder how long Wukong can maintain this state. After all, he will eventually grow up. I want him to mature, yet I find him so adorable as he is. It's quite a dilemma. Tai Si chuckled lightly. Haha, don't ask me. I have no say in this matter. In the Sada Emo wilderness, within the Yelia Palace, A middle-aged woman adorned in a splendid light green gown gazed elegantly at Kiki before her. I am Katarina, a close friend of Yelia. Both of us serve as candidates for the gods under the Lord of Hell. Yelia has gone to great lengths to invite me here to guide you. I wonder what she was thinking, summoning me from the underworld for such matters. Dressed in a pink gown, the 14-year-old Kiki replied in a soft voice. This is no trivial matter. It concerns my lifelong happiness. For me, this is of utmost significance. Katarina smiled gently. Indeed, I have never married. As no one ever caught my eye. As the years passed, no suitable candidates emerged. I stand as one of the most representative women of fashion in the underworld over the past few centuries. And I would be the pinnacle in the human realm as well. Many men have sought to please me, and I understand them well. Starting today, I will be your teacher, imparting my lifelong knowledge on how to become a charming woman and a perfect wife. Firstly, cultivate the arts. Become an elegant lady whose every gesture radiates feminine grace. Broaden your knowledge, as it will prove immensely beneficial in the future. After all, if you intend to marry, you will undoubtedly bear children. With a wealth of knowledge, managing your husband and children will become considerably easier. This is your first lesson. Secondly, firmly capture a man's heart. To achieve this, you must fully display your feminine allure before him. Your qualities are commendable, already showing promise. To showcase your utmost charm, you must not only enhance your knowledge but also refine your lifestyle, including your attire, diet, and daily affairs. In terms of attire, the qipao stands as the quintessential choice, whether it be a knee-length short qipao or a long one. The design intricacies such as the height of the slits and the incorporation of contemporary elements into the ensemble are of paramount importance. I have heard that your husband hails from a secluded mountainous region, devoid of human presence. Therefore, within the confines of your home, you may confidently and freely express your sartorial elegance, showcasing your feminine allure to perfection. The qipao is merely one among a plethora of garments that can accentuate a woman's charm. Mastering this art is a profound journey that necessitates considerable dedication. Beyond clothing, the selection of shoes, hairstyles, and accessories adorning the ears, neck, and wrists also demand meticulous consideration, constituting a second realm of study. Furthermore, one should acquire culinary skills, preparing delectable meals for him on occasion. This gesture is imbued with heartfelt sentiment. Of course, such endeavors need not be frequent. This forms the third lesson. Creating a harmonious and aesthetically pleasing living environment will ensure that each new day begins with joy and positivity. It is essential to engage in the management of household finances collaboratively, avoiding autocratic tendencies. After all, once married, the affairs become a shared responsibility. This practice will also enable you to remain attuned to your husband's circumstances, discerning any potential indiscretions through financial observations. Lastly, I urge you to communicate openly about any issues. Do not bear burdens alone. Although I am unaware of your past experiences, I sense the shadows within your heart. However, I am unable to alleviate these struggles, for the world can be quite merciless. A psychologist may only alleviate the conditions of a select few. For most, the affliction is deep-rooted. Allowing your husband to share in your burdens will enhance your radiance, and gradually, circumstances will improve. This is a truth to hold dear. This encapsulates the knowledge I wish to impart to you over the forthcoming years. Are you prepared to embark on this journey? Chi-Chi, with her exquisite visage, gazed resolutely at her mentor and performed a respectful bow. Rest assured, I have long held this determination. I shall study diligently to become the finest wife to Yukon. Teacher Katarina, please guide me. I will exert every effort in my learning. Meanwhile, in the grand castle of Pilaf, Little Dance observed the listless figure of King Pilaf. Do we still intend to seize the Dragon Balls? She inquired. The king, seated upon his throne, lifted his head, his gaze devoid of life. Seize what? The other Dragon Balls are in that little brat's possession. Any attempt would merely be delivering ourselves as a feast. As he spoke, a spark ignited in his eyes. However, if I cannot obtain the Dragon Balls, then neither shall anyone else. Haha. We possess one 7-star ball. Let us bury it securely for safekeeping. After a moment's contemplation, Little Dance suggested, in that case, King Pilaf, shall we take a break and indulge ourselves in the city? Shopping could be delightful, and without the pursuit of Dragon Balls, our funds would be of little use. The already despondent Pilaf waved his hand dismissively. Very well, I shall heed your suggestion. I want to purchase 100 crowns to wear a different one each day. Ashu, astonished, replied, then I shall feast on meat daily, sampling a variety. Little Dance chuckled innocently, surprised by Pilaf's unexpected agreement. Chapter 64. Unforeseen circumstances in the year 752 of the Earth calendar, May. More than a year had elapsed since Goku and Bulma returned to West City. Goku was now 18 years old, while Bulma was 19. Goku had successfully embarked on the path of instant transmission, enhancing it with a personal touch by incorporating an energy shield for Bulma, isolating her from the terrifying atmospheric pressure caused by his remarkable speed. Meanwhile, Bulma had thoroughly mastered the intricacies of nuclear weaponry, transforming the 10 nuclear bombs confiscated from the Red Ribbon Army into her personal toys. Notably, the golden fur on Goku's tail had gradually increased, now occupying half of its length. This morning, Bulma, delaying her morning routine, rushed to wake Goku, urging him to rise and prepare breakfast. "Goku, wake up. It's time to make breakfast," she called out loudly from outside, naturally pushing open the door to his room. Upon entering, a thunderous exclamation erupted. "Ah, a pervert." Goku's bed was occupied by a completely unfamiliar, strikingly handsome figure, lying in a state of undress. Although Bulma had a penchant for handsome faces, she already had someone she cherished. The unexpected scene left her, still groggy from sleep, utterly flabbergasted. "Goku, what on earth are you doing? I haven't had enough sleep yet." The handsome figure rubbed his eyes and sat up, his black hair interwoven with strands of golden light, reminiscent of dreamlike flames. Unconsciously, his tail swayed behind him. "Ah, a rogue," Bulma exclaimed, stunned by the sight before her, hastily grabbing nearby objects to hurl at him. Goku, bewildered and dodging the projectiles, exclaimed, "Bulma, it's me, Goku. What's wrong? I haven't done anything strange today. Why are you hitting me?" Upon comprehending the situation, Bulma stood bewildered, staring at the handsome figure. "Ah, Goku," she shouted, her face flushing crimson. "Don't you think you should cover yourself with a towel?" Goku hurriedly draped a towel over his face. "All right, it's covered. You idiot. I meant cover the other part." Bulma, blushing fiercely, approached him, yanked the towel from his face, and wrapped it properly around his waist. Goku looked at her in confusion. "Is that how it works?" In that very moment, Kiki and a few guards arrived hastily. Goku was left only with the towel around his waist, while Bulma, ignoring him, turned to Kiki and earnestly instructed, "Kiki, you all need to keep an eye on him. He must not leave this room. If Tai Si and the others come looking for him, they are not to enter. I'm going to fetch some of my father's clothes." "Understood, boss. We'll keep a close watch on him. You can trust us," Kiki replied with a lisp. After Bulma left, the little ones quickly bound Goku with ropes. "What are you doing?" Goku asked, puzzled, looking at his friends. Kiki, hovering in the air and stroking her delicate chin, exclaimed, "Wow. I didn't expect you to be such a sly one. Finding out my name is Kiki. Quite impressive. It seems you were planning this all along." Goku glanced at the ropes around him. "Kiki, what game are you playing today? Usually, you and the others play games with me. Is there a new twist?" Miffy warned sternly, "Behave yourself. Bulma will be back soon, and you'll see how she deals with you. Wait until Bulma returns?" "Got it. Before long." Bulma returned with several articles of clothing. Upon entering the room, her face flushed as she exclaimed, "What on earth are you all doing?" Before her stood Goku, bound. While the little ones were examining the scarf she had tied around him. "Bulma, you're back. We've been watching this little rascal closely. But since Kiki said we're not the same as regular humans, we thought it would be a shame not to explore this opportunity. We discovered something peculiar, which must be what the mutated Girigori referred to as little brother." Miffy pointed at Goku, her face reddening. "Untie him. He's Goku. Goku, put on these clothes yourself," Bulma said, her face aflame, placing the clothes on the bed before retreating to the sofa, playing with her long green hair. Ever since meeting Goku, she had not cut her hair, and it now nearly reached her waist, though it was growing slower with time. Kiki, her lips trembling slightly, questioned, "What? He's Goku? He doesn't look like him at all. Goku was 70 centimeters tall, and this guy is much taller. No way he could be Goku. His face doesn't resemble his either." Bulma thought for a moment and explained, "He is a scion, so he is different. I believe he just turned 18 this year. Perhaps this is due to his maturity." "Goku, why do these clothes look so strange?" "They're too small. How did I get so big?" Goku stood, looking puzzled. While Bulma frowned, "Don't worry about it. Just wear them for now. Who knew you'd grow so suddenly?" It was completely unexpected. Clad in ill-fitting attire, Goku stood while Bulma and Kiki curiously surrounded him. "Is it really you, Goku?" Bulma asked, her uncertainty still evident. "It's really me. Bulma, look at my tail," Goku exclaimed, displaying his tail, half black and half golden. "It's really you. Goku, I always knew you would grow up. But I didn't expect it to happen so suddenly. I'm now 175 centimeters tall, and you've surpassed me. Your hair's natural style is so perfect, like mysterious flames burning. Your facial features have become even more refined and exquisite. You are the most handsome I have ever seen." As she spoke, Bulma burst into delighted laughter, exclaiming, "This is fantastic. Seeking the Dragon Balls was certainly the right choice. Even the heavens are aiding me, this wicked woman." "Goku, what do you mean by the most handsome? Let us go buy some clothes. This outfit is unwearable." Finally snapping back to reality upon hearing Goku's voice, Bulma softly explained, "Most handsome means the most pleasing to the eye. As for clothes, let me change into something suitable, and then we shall set off." Goku chuckled, "Haha, is that so? I find you pleasing to the eye as well." Bulma shot him a glance, her eyes sparkling. "Really? At least you have good taste, but just being pleasing isn't enough. You must say the most pleasing." "Humph. Now wait for me in the hallway while I change, and then we'll go shopping. Let us grab some clothes for you to wear casually, and later we can find someone to make you a proper wardrobe." After half an hour of waiting, Bulma finally emerged, dressed in a mid-length dreamlike blue fitted skirt and a white long-sleeve t-shirt, slightly shortened in length, with tag "Kiss" printed on the front. She wore a mini version of purple and was beaming with joy, her delicate ears adorned with 2 purple gold circular earrings, and on her feet, colorful wedge sandals. Goku was taken aback by Bulma's appearance as she naturally approached him, pulling him along. She intended to measure his height first, though she could easily tell. She was eager for the process. Hiki. Standing at an impressive height of 187 centimeters, it was no wonder that he appeared considerably taller than me. With a smile, Bulma remarked as she observed the measurement on the height gauge. Just then, Tais walked over, her eyes widening in awe as she gazed at the strikingly handsome man before her. "Ah, Bulma, who is this incredibly handsome gentleman? How can a man be so remarkably good-looking? Where did you find him?" She circled around Goku in her white high heels, having never encountered such a perfect specimen of masculinity. "Goku, could it be that you have developed a taste for the new?" Curiosity laced her voice, followed by a sigh. "Alas, poor Goku, so charming and delightful. Perhaps I should wait a few years and marry him." Bulma shot her a disapproving glare. "What nonsense are you spouting? Mind your own business and go play." At 32 years of age, she ought to be pondering her own life. Tais, a hint of pride in her tone, replied, "Oh, are you perhaps envious? At 32, I still resemble an 18-year-old. Alas, I did not wish for this." Goku looked at her in confusion. "Tais, it's me, Goku." "What? Goku? Impossible. Goku was such an adorable little fellow. How has he suddenly grown so tall?" Tais exclaimed in shock, swiftly approaching him to touch his arm, which appeared more polished than her own. She squeezed it a few times, the exquisite texture inciting a pang of jealousy as she remarked, "This should belong to me. It's a waste on you." "Haha, I woke up like this morning. I really don't know." Goku chuckled, while Bulma, noticing her sister's relentless admiration, urged, "All right. Enough of this. We have matters to attend to. Let us hurry." She grasped Goku's hand and led him away. Tais, observing Bulma's protective demeanor, voiced her displeasure loudly. How infuriating. Gifted with both brilliance and beauty, and now she finds a man so perfect. I wouldn't dare compete with her. So why the need to guard me like a thief? Goku was already wary of me as a child, and now he even avoids conversation with me. Are we even sisters? Just wait. I shall find an even better man than Goku for you to envy. Without looking back, Bulma waved her hand dismissively. Hee. I can't help it. I am simply too enviable, intelligent, and beautiful beyond compare. Go ahead and search. I don't mind. With Goku, I am already content. Tai shouted in frustration. What a dreadful person. Since childhood, you have been so unkind, never considering my feelings. The pressure I face is immense, you fool. With a gentle sigh, she gazed at Goku's features, her hopes dwindling. Though not as exceptional as her sister, she remained proud to be Tai's. Over the years, aside from Goku, no other man had captivated her interest. The only one who left a lasting impression was the mischievous boy she had saved in her youth. Yet he was hardly a catch. If not for their chance encounter, she would have easily forgotten him. She pondered, a hint of melancholy mixed with fascination. Could it be that my beauty incites jealousy among the gods, preventing me from encountering a man as perfectly charming as Bulma S? Meanwhile, Bulma and Goku had already drifted far away. Chapter 65. When one is not heartbroken, tears do not flow. When emotions run deep, they naturally emerge. Bulma gazed at Chi-Chi, who was clutching Goku's hair, and inquired, Chi-Chi, has Oolong gone to help me with the shopping? No. After you left, he just ran off to sleep beneath that tree. Upon hearing this, Bulma led her entourage towards Oolong. Upon reaching the corner of the courtyard, they found Oolong sprawled on a soft chair, bubbles gently rising from his nose. Bulma immediately commanded, Chi-Chi, make it rain on him to cool him down. All right, I'll take care of it. Chi-Chi snapped her fingers, and a cloud, nearly the same size as Oolong, appeared above his head, with rain beginning to fall softly. Oolong stirred, mumbling, it's raining, it's raining. I should go back to sleep. Yes. If you don't wake up soon, it'll turn into a downpour, Bulma teased, her voice bright. Goku and the others chuckled at Oolong's disorientation. Bulma, and you too. Chi-Chi, Oolong exclaimed in astonishment, noticing that the unfamiliar figure in Bulma's embrace was also laughing at him. He frowned and asked, who are you? Why are you laughing at me? Bulma, have you grown tired of me? Oolong, it's me, Goku. Oolong looked up at the towering figure before him, astonished. You're Goku? Aren't you supposed to be just a bit taller than me? All right, you two, enough chatter. Let us get moving. I need to help Goku buy some clothes. And you little ones can help carry the items. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Oolong incredulously exclaimed, what? I want to go too. Let me, a pig, help you carry things. Who even thinks of that? Bulma cast a dangerous glance at him, smirking. I think payday is just around the corner. And you haven't completed the tasks I assigned this morning. I'm considering whether I should reduce your pay. Oolong, panic-stricken, hurriedly replied, I need to buy the latest photo book in a few days. I just negotiated the price for Xiaohong's underwear. No, a pay cut is absolutely unacceptable. He then patted his chest loudly, declaring, isn't it just carrying things? Bring it on. Oolong can handle it all. Bulma and the others ignored his performance and set off, prompting Oolong to scurry after them on his little pig legs. 4 hours later, at the most luxurious mall in West City, Metra, Goku grimaced as he looked at Bulma, who was clinging to his arm, and said, Bulma, is this enough? He had already changed clothes several times over the course of hours. Oolong, trailing behind, had his arms laden with bags and was balancing one atop his head, while Chi-Chi and the others carried a few items as well. Oolong chimed in, that's right. I have no more room to carry anything. Bulma glanced at Goku with a hint of reproach. We rarely go out, and today is a rare occasion. I want to stop until we've shopped enough. So just follow along. Goku pondered her words, realizing that it was indeed true. He was usually too busy training, with Bulma dragging him out for shopping. He fell silent. Bulma then turned to Oolong, cruelly stating, oh, is that so? Don't you still have teeth? You could hang bags from your neck too. If I'm not satisfied today, none of you are leaving. Upon hearing Bulma's cold words, Oolong was reminded of his sorrowful past. Ever since he had been captured by Bulma for his misdeeds, he had lived in constant fear. His pig heart felt heavy, and now that life seemed to be looking up, he found himself dragged back into servitude with Goku having grown up. When one is not heartbroken, tears do not flow. When emotions run deep, they naturally emerge. The more he thought about it, the sadder Oolong became, and he began to wail, you two demons. All I did was take a few girls. Didn't I treat them well? Since meeting them, he had lived in fear, always anxious that his life could end at any moment. His heart had become weary, and just as he thought he might finally enjoy a good life, he was once again being oppressed. Oolong sobbed uncontrollably. Woo-woo. Why, oh why? Large tears streamed down his pink cheeks, and curious passers-by began to take notice, but he paid them no mind, crying louder and louder. Bulma looked at him in disbelief and gently said, all right, enough crying. People are staring at us. Look at you. You hardly resemble the mischievous Oolong from before. If you behave well, I'll give you a raise in a few days. Oolong wiped his nose in tears, stammering, how much of a raise? Bulma nonchalantly replied, double? Satisfied? Yes, that is satisfactory. Oolong, still sniffling, quickly tidied himself up and succumbed cheerfully to the allure of money. Hey, what about me? Goku, observing Oolong's joyful demeanor, turned to Bulma and asked. Bulma shot him a flirtatious glare and said, with me, the beautiful Bulma, accompanying you. Isn't that the best of all? You won't have to cook tonight. We'll eat out instead. That sounds good. I'll take a break too. Goku agreed, feeling satisfied. In the starry sky, 78 blocks away from Earth, a shabby black spacecraft was cruising through the cosmos at light speed. In the command room of the spaceship, a group of jellyfish-like aliens, each 2 meters tall with oversized eyes atop mushroom-shaped heads and small mouths, stood steady on 2 pairs of tentacle-like legs. One blue jellyfish alien addressed the golden jellyfish at the front, whispering, Brother Naima, Are we really going to invade that planet? 2 months ago, we raided the Zabika planet. But who knew the Zebanai aliens had such formidable firepower? They turned our spaceship into a sieve, and even after repairs, it still has leaks. What if something goes wrong? We'd be in trouble. The golden jellyfish replied in a deep voice, Humph. Bonnie, when have we, the Haima clan, ever feared anything? When the Ice Demon clan invaded our home planet, we pretended to submit to them, thinking they would care about our home. Little did they realize, not long after, we detonated our home planet, obliterating the invading forces of the Ice Demons, and then scattered our clan across the northern galaxy, transforming into cosmic pirates, wandering for decades. We faced countless battles, large and small. Now, we may be down on our luck, but with our spaceship's current capabilities, as long as we aren't facing an attack stronger than the Tiancher kinetic energy weapon, our shields are impenetrable. I've observed that planet through a long-range telescope. They don't even have a space defense system. It's a completely primitive world. With our spaceship and our 100,000 warriors equipped with advanced energy weapons. Once we penetrate their atmosphere and use the energy cannons aboard our ship, we can intimidate them just like the Tiancher kinetic energy weapon. Afterward, if there are intelligent beings on that primitive planet, we shall seize their power, coercing them to overexploit their resources for us to repair our spacecraft. Moreover, we could cultivate this planet into our colony, continuously supplying us with troops. Bali Liao respectfully remarked, Yes, Brother Nachima, I have no objections. Chapter 66. The tormented blissful life. Bulma's luxurious private skincare room, spanning 500 square meters, is situated not far from her bedroom. It resembles a miniature artificial beach, with a ceiling made of a single piece of special one-way transparent glass, surrounded by sparse trees that encircle the central man-made sea. This private sanctuary is completely enclosed, accessible only to the 5 little fairies, Goku and Bulma, while Dudu, Mau Mau, Od, and Miffy are playing in the sand on the beach. Soft, pure white cushions float gently on the light blue surface of the artificial sea. Bulma, clad in lavender lace bikini briefs that perfectly accentuate her long, fair thighs, lounges lazily in a matching lavender strapless top, her voluptuous form elegantly displayed. Her blue eyes glance over at Goku, who floats nearby in his specially chosen starry black swim trunks, and she languidly calls out, Hey, Goku, could you unfasten the clasp on my back? Sit on my waist and give my shoulders a nice rub. Then help me apply the whitening skincare oil evenly on my back. Be careful not to miss any spots. Goku, with a pained expression on his exquisitely delicate face, replies softly, Bulma, could you let me off the hook this time? When I applied the oil for you the other day, my heart raced far more than usual, and I don't know why. I felt more restless than ever. Bulma's beautiful eyes glimmer with mischief as she lazily hums, Humph. If I acted like that, and you didn't react, that would truly be my sorrow. Stop whining, and let me indulge in my queenly treatment. You are my general. Dare to refuse me, and I shall dismantle your training kitchen and treat you to stinky tofu tomorrow. After speaking, Bulma turns to Kiki. Kiki, lighten his burden. Kiki promptly responds, Leave it to me, boss. With a snap of her fingers, Goku's weight is reduced by 30 times. With a grimace, Goku approaches and sits atop Bulma, earnestly kneading her shoulders. Bulma closes her eyes in comfort, humming softly, and soon drifts into a peaceful sleep as Goku diligently applies the whitening oil, wiping his forehead afterward, feeling more exhausted than after a battle. That night, in Bulma's opulent bedroom, she reclines with her long legs crossed, her left hand resting on the sofa, watching a drama on television. She turns to Goku and says, Goku, come help me massage my forehead, but be gentle. If you press too hard, no one will take care of you. There are only a few on Earth who can support you, and I know exactly who they are. Only I can afford to care for you. Anyone else who dares to do so is crossing me. Bulma, no one on this planet possesses greater wealth than I do, and opposing me will lead them to ruin. Goku approaches and skillfully begins to massage her, then says, Hey, Bulma, when shall we visit Chi-Chi, Lan-Chi, and Krillin? Also, Kakarot. Bulma ponders for a moment before replying, Let us forget about Chi-Chi. Instead, let us invite Lan-Chi, Krillin, and Kakarot over to play. Dudu and the others can fly here quickly. I'll leave it to them. Goku, puzzled, asks why. I miss Chi-Chi. Bulma swats his hand away, annoyed. Why ask so many questions? Just do as I say. At that moment, the television suddenly switches to a news broadcast, and a solemn voice from the United Nations News Center fills the room. Dear Earth residents, we interrupt this program to bring you an urgent announcement. We hope you will approach this news with calmness and refrain from causing unrest. Otherwise, the law will not be lenient. In these extraordinary circumstances, those who instigate trouble will face harsher consequences, as decided by UN President Monite and all members of the Assembly. Please listen carefully. Our super telescope has detected a large spaceship approaching Earth at light speed, set to enter our planetary vicinity within 10 days. We do not know if their intentions are benevolent or malevolent, but regardless, the UN has decided to bolster defenses. We will predict their landing site in advance and deploy 100,000 UN soldiers equipped with IS nuclear demolition devices to establish a defensive perimeter. We possess sufficient military strength. But if even the IS nuclear devices cannot effectively harm the target, the outcome is already predetermined. We do not wish to sacrifice our soldiers' lives in vain. Therefore, we urge all Earth residents to prepare mentally for what lies ahead, whether it be a blessing or a nightmare. Let us face it together. The UN stands with you. Goodbye. Upon hearing the news, Bulma temporarily forgets her earlier displeasure and expresses her frustration. Honestly, with so many planets in the cosmos, why must they come to Earth? Can't I just enjoy my life in peace? Goku, let us give them a proper welcome, but we must keep it discreet. I don't want to end up on the front page of the news. I'm just a simple woman if they don't provoke us. I won't care if the world floods, but if they do, they should not blame me for being ruthless. Goku, somewhat regretful, replies, is that so? I was actually looking forward to meeting aliens. What a pity. Bulma, her eyes sparkling with confidence, reassures him, don't worry. It's just aliens. I know one who works in the northern galaxy, but getting him to Earth will take time. I'll send him a signal, and he'll come. He has been my subordinate since I was 5, but it will take quite a while given the vastness of space. Goku casually remarks, that sounds like a hassle. Let us just explore ourselves later. Seizing the opportunity to show off in front of Goku, Bulma insists, what's the big deal? It's just a trip for him. It'll only take a few years. His lifespan is long enough that it's hardly a concern. Fine. In the super city of Earth. Near the Chibaya Mountains, Puyala calls out loudly to Yamcha, who is meditating beneath a waterfall. Yamcha, there's trouble. Yamcha leaps up, puzzled, what's wrong? Puyala, in a flurry, exclaims, aliens are coming to Earth. I just received the latest news. Yamcha, astonished, asks, aliens? How did you find out? We're in this mountain without any communication devices. Of course, Terra told me, Puyala replies calmly. I encountered a resting traveler while searching for fruit outside. And she informed me. Shifting the topic, Puyala continues, but the real question is, what do we do now? Yamcha ponders for a moment before suggesting, should we seek out Terra and Talia? I'm not sure if they're still in East City. Puyala's eyes brighten, and he speaks steadily, before we set out. They told me they plan to return to their hometown, Tamuli, in the southeast, and I have the location. Yamcha decisively states, all right, let us go. The sooner we arrive, the sooner we can prepare. Sure, Yamcha, let us head out immediately. In the grand metropolis of Earth, Beidou, at Hepburn Square, Xiao Wu donned a pink down jacket. Delicately clutching a luxurious diamond necklace, her eyes sparkling with delight. King Pilaf had never experienced such unrestrained joy in recent times, indulging in every whim without hesitation. Ashu, dressed in casual attire, savored a braised pig trotter, a look of sheer happiness adorning his face. Standing at a height of 60 centimeters, Pilaf wore an opulent crown and a black dragon robe, his hands clasped behind him as he gazed upon the scene before him. His voice tinged with melancholy. This pristine white snow, each flake cascading down, mirrors the fleeting brilliance of my life, which has now drawn its curtain. Xiao Wu, unfazed, replied, what does it matter? Haven't you already fulfilled a wish? At least that goal has been achieved. The pressing concern now is the impending arrival of the extraterrestrials. What shall we do? Earth has been invaded, and our days are hardly joyful. Pilaf's eyes gleamed with renewed vigor as he retorted, when the sky falls, there are tall ones to bear it. We are but 3 little ones, and we can be joyous amidst it all. With that peculiar little fellow around, he will handle things. We need only to revel in the wonderful future he brings us. Thinking this way, I find my heart considerably lighter. Chapter 67. The Union. The following day, on the terrace, a large and sophisticated instrument had been set up by Bulma. Wukong, along with the 5 spirits, observed with curiosity. Bulma, what is this contraption? He inquired, having previously been left in the dark. With a mysterious smile, Bulma pulled him closer and gestured toward a large observation hole. Put your eyes up to it, and you shall see, she replied. as Wukong leaned in. His vision was filled with the sight of a vessel belonging to the Haimamang tribe, a black ship, 10 kilometers long, riddled with cannon ports, racing through the cosmos like a streak of light towards Earth. Standing upright, he exclaimed, "I see a ship. It's flying through the stars, and its speed seems decent. What exactly is this?" Bulma nestled her ample form against his arm and whispered, "This is the technology brought by the alien Jack, which I studied and developed into a stargazing instrument. It allows us to observe the celestial expanse far more advanced than any telescope known to our world. I have pinpointed the potential landing site of that alien spacecraft. We can approach directly when the time comes." Wukong, enlightened, replied, "So that is how it is." On the fourth day, at the United Nations headquarters, the astute and sharply dressed Secretary Ovia, with her neat black bob and high heels, approached Chairman Monet, who had been recommended by all intelligent life forms on Earth. Monet, a member of the peace-loving Blue Cat tribe, was accepted as a leader due to the tribe's long-standing history of wisdom and reputation, ensuring impartiality in governance. Ovia respectfully addressed the diminutive blue elder before her. "Chairman, the scientists have locked onto the landing coordinates of the target spacecraft, located in the eastern Jimao Mountain region. Our soldiers have departed with 50 IS nuclear demolition bombs and launch devices, expected to arrive in 2 days for defensive deployment." With a gentle demeanor, Monet responded, "Thank you for your efforts, Ovia. Now, we can only hope for the best and pray that they are friendly." Ovia softly reassured, "I have faith that the divine will protect us. Victory shall be ours, Chairman." A shadow of concern crossed Monet's face as he solemnly replied, "Indeed. Let us hope for that." On the fifth day, Yamcha gazed at the numerous earthen dwellings before him. The damp ground was scattered with sheep and cow dung, while a cart pulled by oxen ambled along the path. Several elderly individuals, clad in tattered garments, sat in corners of the huts, indulging in local tobacco. In disbelief, he murmured, "So this is the homeland of Talea and Talia? I never imagined it to be so backward." Puyalu, unfazed, remarked, "Indeed, it is just as you see. Let us move on." I recall Talea mentioning that their house is the oldest at the village's edge. Taking the lead, Puyalu set off, with Yamcha following closely. Upon reaching the sisters' home, they found 2 dilapidated mud huts festooned with decorations. Yamcha, puzzled, asked, "Is there a celebration today?" "Unsure," Puyalu replied. "I suppose we will find out once we enter." As they stepped inside, Yamcha was suddenly seized by Talia, dressed in festive red attire. Puyalu swiftly produced the hypnotic smoke that Yamcha had once given him, blowing it gently toward his partner, who collapsed to the ground in an instant. Talea emerged from within the house, supporting an elderly woman with white hair who, despite only being 50, bore the weight of time upon her face. She looked at the unconscious Yamcha and softly inquired, "Is this the suitor you sought? Dawa, Erwa?" Talea confirmed, "Indeed, he is the one. He has treated us well." Turning to Puyalu, she added, "Thank you, Puyalu. We will take good care of you from now on." Blushing, Puyalu replied, "It's nothing. I am merely assisting Yamcha." Half an hour later, Yamcha regained consciousness, his vision blurred as he realized he was dressed in festive clothing and tied to a chair. He stared in disbelief at Puyalu and the Talia sisters. "Puyalu, how could you betray me? I am your best partner." Puyalu, with a teasing glint in his eye, retorted, "Precisely for that reason. You're nearing 30 and wish to continue your frivolous ways. You may miss your chance at true love. I haven't even begun my escapades." Yamcha protested, "I refuse to marry. I am only 29. I need 10 more years of freedom." As he struggled to break free from his bonds, he quickly realized the effects of the hypnotic smoke. Heartbroken, he gazed at Puyalu. "I despise you. My dreams of romance have been shattered, and I will make you pay for this tomorrow." Puyalu scoffed him. "You think you can strike me? We are partners. Besides, if you strike me, I will return the favor to your future children. You may not seem the nurturing type, and I suspect you will end up seeking my help anyway. 1 hit from you means 2 for them." Yamcha lowered his head in despair as the Talia sisters entered, clad in their festive garments. "Yamcha, ha. You thought you could escape, but now it's too late. From this day forth, unless you conceive a child, neither my sister nor I will let you go. You might as well accept your fate. Indeed, what my sister says is true." "Yamcha, you must earn to support us," Talia echoed. Yamcha, reluctant, exclaimed, "No, Talia, I am not ready for marriage." With that, he stood, chair and all, staggering toward the exit, only to be pulled back by Talea. The sisters guided him outside, where they encountered Talea's mother, Mora. Mora, overwhelmed with emotion, exclaimed, "Wonderful, wonderful. Dewa, Erwa, you are wed. Even when I am gone, I can rest easy knowing you will be cared for. With that, she covered her aged face with trembling hands, weeping. These years, I have been a burden to you. I often wished for my own end, yet each time I faced death, I was seized by fear, lacking the courage to let go. Forgive me. It is my fault. Had I been more resolute, you would not have suffered these past years. Talia and Talia, with tear-filled eyes, silently empathized with their mother, recalling their own hardships. Yamucha, raising his gaze with determination, assured them, do not worry. I will take good care of you both, Talia and Talia. The sisters embraced him softly. Yes, we trust you. Otherwise, we would not have chosen to marry you. Consider this a form of restitution. After all, without this union, you might have remained a carefree wanderer for life. Yamucha, feeling a tinge of melancholy, thought, alas. So this is my fate. I shall become a family man and can no longer live freely. Curse you, Puyalo. Who would have thought I would fall into your trap? I shall sire several more, thereby exhausting you completely. Chapter 68. The indisputable right to fail in the vast expanse of the cosmos, 10 years away from Earth. A subpar large spaceship belonging to the Haima clan was making its approach towards the planet. The blue-skinned Baji Lian walked up behind the golden-skinned Nakima and softly remarked, Brother, in 1 hour, we shall penetrate the atmosphere of the primitive planet ahead. Nakima's expression turned grave as he replied, Relay the command. All combat units must prepare for battle. Equip energy rifles and energy swords, and charge the main and auxiliary cannons. Understood. I will make the necessary arrangements immediately. Baji Lian swiftly departed, and the spaceship buzzed with activity, filled with the sounds of fervent discussions. Is Nakima being overly cautious? This is merely a primitive planet. We could easily dispatch a few battalions to seize control. Silence. Do not let Nakima hear such words, or you will regret it. In the GMO mountain region, a soldier clad in green military attire, with a close-cropped haircut and a straight posture, approached a middle-aged man in General S uniform, donned with green athletic shoes, a square face, and graying hair, who appeared to be around 50 years old. With a powerful salute, he reported loudly, Commander Mozart, our troops have been divided into 50 battalions, each equipped with an IS nuclear demolition bomb, strategically dispersed around GMO Mountain. Even if the enemy attempts nuclear annihilation, they cannot eliminate us all at once. We can successfully launch at least 20 IS nuclear demolition bombs. Commander Mozart's countenance was stern as he commanded, Nate, relay orders for everyone to remain on high alert and observe the situation. Await my command. If I should fall, the leaders of each unit are to make their own decisions. Yes, Commander Mozart, Nate responded with conviction, saluting promptly before departing with haste. On the terrace of West City, Bulma, Goku, Tais and Maifai stood together. Tais, positioned to the right, watched Bulma, who was joyfully embracing Goku's right arm, and exclaimed, Goku, this time, use your instant transmission to take me flying. When we return, we can leisurely ride the Nimbus cloud back. Tais, curious, inquired, flying? I've flown with Jack before, but he required me to hold on to him. His flying style was just like Ultraman on TV, hardly impressive. I'm quite intrigued how you plan to take me flying, especially since you're so excited and want to let me hold on to you. How will that work? Bulma cast a disdainful glance at her, retorting, you really are Navi. Just don't be too shocked later. Tais, her smooth forehead creasing with irritation, shot back, humph. I changed your diapers when we were kids. Can't you be a little more courteous, Miss Bulma? Let bygones be bygones. A true hero doesn't dwell on past glories, Bulma replied, her cheeks tinged with a hint of pink as she turned away, addressing Goku. Goku, let us go. Goku smiled at the two of them. All right, let us be off. A perfect spherical blue energy shield enveloped them, lifting them into the air and transforming into a streak of blue light that cut through the sky. On the ground, only a few observers noticed the peculiar blue flash streaking by. Bulma floated at the center of the energy shield, quietly holding onto Goku's arm while gazing at the vast ocean of clouds above. Tais, excited, moved to the edge of the energy shield and touched its surface, causing ripples to form. She exclaimed, this is so cool. It's way better than Jack's Ultraman style of flying. Bulma, share Goku with me. I'll marry him alongside you. Don't forget, I took care of you when we were little, changing your diapers countless times. Bulma, flustered, retorted, can we please stop? I can tolerate anyone else, but not you. Don't even think about it. If you fancy someone later, I'll let Goku help you win them over. Humph, you're so stingy. Besides Goku, no other man catches my eye anyway. But fine, since you said that, Just remember your words when I find someone special. Tai scoffed lightly and accepted reality. That annoying fool. It's infuriating, so intelligent and beautiful, yet she found such an extraordinary man. Sigh. I wonder what that foolish boy I met in my childhood looks like now. Is he as handsome and formidable as Goku? Far beyond Earth. On the planet Nebia, Vegeta, aged 22, standing at 170 centimeters with medium-length hair styled in a spiky fashion and dressed in a blue combat suit, abruptly sneezed. With a fierce expression, he muttered to himself, "Impossible. We Scions do not fall ill. Where could that insufferable woman have gone? A few years ago." He had returned to Cardiff, intending to capture her to serve him. As a proud Scion prince, having no attendant was simply unacceptable. However, to his dismay, he found the place had long turned to ruins. Not far off, Nappa, bald with a beard, standing at 182 centimeters and also clad in a blue combat suit, approached alongside Raditz, who had golden mane-like hair and stood at 178 centimeters. Nappa proclaimed loudly, "Prince Vegeta, this planet lacks any intelligent life. The three of us cannot possibly exploit its resources. Let us explore another planet." Vegeta tossed a bone to the ground and walked towards them. "Fine. Let us move on. Hopefully, we shall find a planet with intelligent life, so we can acquire abundant resources." The trio gradually made their way to their spaceship. In the command room of the Namekian subpar large spaceship, a voice reported, "Brother Nakima, we are about to enter Earth's atmosphere, with a designated landing site in a large mountainous area." "Understood, Baji Lian. Let us commence." The subpar large spaceship officially entered Earth's atmosphere, engulfed in flames like a meteor, plummeting downward. 10 minutes later, the Namekian subpar large spaceship successfully descended upon Earth, hovering 50 kilometers above GMO Mountain. Baji Lian approached slowly and whispered, "Brother Nakima, our spaceship's intelligence system has detected high-energy reactions and numerous life signs in the area below. Their launching apparatus is quite primitive and cannot exceed our spaceship's response speed. Our defense systems are fully capable of safeguarding us, allowing us to deter them with energy cannons." After a moment of contemplation, the golden Nakima replied, "Baji Lian, connect to their signal receiver. I wish to speak with their leader." "Yes. I shall make the arrangements at once." At the temporary command center in GMO Mountain, a voice reported, "Commander Mozart, we have just received a strange signal. Upon analysis, it appears to be a video communication from the spaceship above. Please advise." "Connected?" "Yes." The golden Nakima gazed at the middle-aged man appearing in the video, his expression cold as he stated, "Greetings, inhabitants of this primordial planet. I am the Star Pirate Pinnacle." Mozart listened intently to the incomprehensible language of the extraterrestrial being. He gently raised his right hand, signaling for a pause. The soldier translator beside him immediately began decoding the speech of the being known as Nakima. The report came through. "Commander, the alien just conveyed the message. Greetings. Indigenous inhabitants of this primitive planet, I am Nakima, a space pirate. Now, all that remained was for you to issue the command, and we can engage in normal communication, as we have just deciphered their language." "Very well. Let us commence." Mozart's steely gaze fixed upon the golden, jellyfish-shaped Nakima as he asserted, "I am Commander Mozart of the United Nations of Earth. May I inquire about your purpose on our planet? I implore you to consider your response carefully, as it will determine whether we are foes or allies." Nakima erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "You possess quite the audacity. I have already made it abundantly clear that I am Nakima, a space pirate. How could you feign ignorance?" Mozart maintained his impassive expression, his tone frigid. "So, it seems we are to be adversaries?" Nakima halted his raucous laughter and replied savagely, "Indeed. I have set my sights on the human resources and core resources of your planet. Our spacecraft harbors a mere 100,000 inhabitants, and our capacity for resource acquisition or conquest of other planets is painfully slow. However, once we subjugate your world, our prospects will be vastly improved, ample by any measure. You must choose, surrender or war. Surrender, and I shall grant you favorable treatment as our colony. War, and I shall instill despair, utterly conquering you. With your primitive technology, you pose no threat to us. I grant you a mere 10 minutes to deliberate. Should you fail to respond within that time, I will unleash a devastating strike upon you." Upon concluding his declaration, the communication abruptly severed. Balila stepped forward and softly inquired, "Brother, do you think they will opt for surrender?" "Haha, it matters not. Surrender or resistance leads to the same fate, utter depletion at our hands." Gazing at the now silent screen, Mozart decisively commanded, "Relay my orders. Commence a nuclear strike on the pirate vessel located 50 kilometers above us in 1 minute. Launch all 50 IS nuclear warheads. I demand a single, lethal blow. The aide, Callie, wore a grave expression as he cautioned, Commander, what if the attack fails? Mozart's response was icy. There is no if. Only success is permitted. Failure is not an option. We bear the fate of all Earth upon our shoulders. We have no right to falter. Do you comprehend? Yes. I shall notify all teams immediately. Nuclear strike in 1 minute. Callie responded loudly, saluting sharply before hastily departing. Chapter 69. The Bulma squad completes their strategic mission 50 seconds later. Callie returned, drenched in sweat, reporting with a resonant voice, Commander, all units are prepared. In 10 seconds. We will initiate a nuclear strike on the spacecraft. Please issue your orders. Mozart, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed thoughtfully at the sky and replied softly, There are no further commands. If the nuclear strike fails, this will be our final resting place. Callie stood tall and saluted, his voice solemn. Yes, Commander Mozart, all our soldiers stand with you. 50 IS nuclear bombs soared into the sky, their tails blazing as they ascended towards the shoddy large spacecraft. In the Jima mountain region, on the edge of a steep cliff, Bulma, Goku, Tais, and Chi-Chi, a group of sprites, sat around a stone table, enjoying snacks. They had been here for nearly an hour. Goku, glancing at Bulma, asked curiously, Bulma, why are we waiting here? After elegantly finishing her snack, Bulma slowly explained. We are not ruthless killers who annihilate without reason. We should at least discern whether they are good or evil. We need only wait for the United Nations to negotiate and observe their response. If they launch an attack, it will be an invasion. Otherwise, the UN would surely not forsake the opportunity to engage with cosmic civilizations. Unlike us, who have long been in contact with such civilizations, they have only recently managed to send rockets to the moon. Goku nodded in understanding. I see now. Tais looked at Bulma in surprise. Sister, I never imagined you could be so mature now. You used to be quite unreasonable. When did you change? Bulma shot her a glance. Her blue eyes filled with disdain. Mind your own business, chatterbox. Tais chuckled playfully. Let me guess. Could it be that meeting Goku transformed you so much? Bulma's fair cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted sharply. You nosy meddler. Can't you worry a little less? With that energy, you could go on a blind date. Tais's forehead veins bulged as she stood, looking at her in dissatisfaction. I care for my sister. What's wrong with that? Am I bothering you? Hearing this, Bulma turned away. Her face still flushed. Goku quickly interjected. Stop arguing. Look over there, Bulma. Something similar to the IS nuclear bombs we collected is shooting up. Both Bulma and Tais turned curiously to look. Bulma confirmed. Those are indeed IS nuclear bombs, 50 in total, traveling at a speed of 10,000 meters per second. Let us observe the outcome. If these bombs can destroy the spacecraft above, that would be splendid. We wouldn't need to intervene. And we could consider this a mere outing. Within the Haida spacecraft, a mechanical voice from the intelligence system resonated. Warning, warning. High-energy reactions are rapidly approaching. Traveling at 10,000 meters per second. Impact expected in 50 seconds. The system has determined that as long as it does not strike the hull head-on, it cannot inflict damage upon us. To breach the Haida's defense system, the speed must exceed 100,000 meters per second. The Haida's defense system automatically prepared for interception. In 20 seconds, 50 ion cannons would be ready, capable of striking the high-energy object below in just 5 seconds. The intelligence system calculated the trajectory of the incoming fire with absolute certainty. Chief Naji, shall we activate the main cannon for a comprehensive attack below? Naji's voice was grave as he made his decision. No need. Use the ion cannons to detonate the incoming attack in midair, allowing the primitive natives below to feel the disparity of civilization. Then we will use the main cannon to instill despair. Understood. Orders generated. The surface of the spacecraft extended 50 ion cannons, rapidly positioning themselves. The energy had already been charged while among the stars. 50 beams of white ion light surged forth to intercept the incoming IS nuclear bombs. 30 seconds after the launch of the IS nuclear bombs, they collided with the ion cannons at an altitude of 30 kilometers, producing 50 earth-shattering explosions. The resulting shockwave obliterated the clouds within a radius of 100 kilometers. 50 massive fireballs rapidly formed, only to vanish just as quickly, creating a vast void in the sky. The spacecraft above became clearly visible to all below. Commander Mozart gazed at the failed nuclear strike, his expression dark enough to draw water. Sacrificing himself and his soldiers was inconsequential. but failing to bring down the spacecraft above rendered their sacrifices meaningless. Now, with no other effective means of attack, he could hardly fathom that the cosmic civilization the UN had pursued for so long would bring forth invasion upon their arrival. As she observed the 50 bursts of fire in the sky, Bulma donned her armor and decisively declared, "Since they have failed, let us commence. Otherwise, if we wait any longer, they might launch their attack, and that would be troublesome. I do not wish to be exposed in public. After all, Earth is our home. Let us remain the unseen rulers." Dudu and Mama formed one group, while Miffy and Chi-Chi formed another, each tasked with reducing the weight of the nuclear bombs by 100-fold. Ode would work independently, responsible for presenting the nuclear bombs before her. I plan to launch all 10 IS nuclear bombs within 10 seconds. The first 3 will be launched at 1-second intervals to instill despair. They must understand that my territory is not so easily invaded. After allowing them a few seconds to build hope, I will shatter that hope completely. The final 7 bombs must be launched within 3 seconds to ensure the annihilation of the spacecraft above. Yes, boss. We will complete the mission. The 5 little ones stood in a row, saluted swiftly, and began their operation. The first IS nuclear bomb was prepared, and Bulma extended her right index finger into the specially forged buckle, effortlessly lifting the several hundred kilograms of IS nuclear bomb as if it were a marble. Standing gracefully, she spun her finger with the bomb and casually hurled it toward the spacecraft in the sky. In 1 second, it traversed 50 kilometers and struck the hull of the spacecraft, causing a violent explosion that rocked the ship. The next IS nuclear bomb was already prepared. Inside the Haida spacecraft, the violent tremors sent most occupants sprawling to the ground, and the red alarm blared rapidly. Warning, warning. Our hull has sustained damage. If hit 5 more times, the Haida will be shot down. Naji, flustered, issued commands. Quickly lock onto the target and retaliate. The intelligence system's voice urgently responded. Retaliation impossible. Retaliation impossible. The opponent's attack speed is too fast. Locking onto the target will take 10 seconds, and retaliation will require 20 seconds. As a second passed, the spacecraft trembled violently again, causing even Naji to fall to the ground in disbelief, exclaiming, "How is this possible? This is just a primitive native planet." Intelligence system. Execute evasive maneuvers. I command you, deploy the energy shield. The intelligence system's voice echoed once more. The spacecraft has sustained 30% damage, 30%. Activating the